Chapter 1, Zhang, Go and pursue your own life. The small mountain-like food on the table is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Basically all these disappeared foods entered Zhang Cheng's stomach. Zhang Cheng is not starting to look dirty anymore. Zhang Hua took Zhang Cheng to take a shower on the spacecraft and put on clean clothes. Zhang Cheng now looks more like a normal child. Of course, Zhang Hua also gave Zhang Cheng a bath. Originally, Xing Gaifang mainly did it by himself, but Zhang Chengning couldn't follow it. Smelly boy, you are enough, uncle, my meager private money has basically been eaten up by you, this is the first table. Hello. Xing Gaifang Zhu Shenhuang held his forehead with black lines on his face, these I was planning to hide my private money after marriage, and the result has now bottomed out. You bastard! Do you know what the state of a man after marriage is? Do you know the hardships of a man after marriage? You know do you feel the mood of a married man who hid 100 yen private money at the same time? The owner of Xingai still said endlessly. The beep of a stingy man is also very stingy, and one day he will be bald. Zhang Cheng said while eating. Bald? Zhang Hua, what bad vulgar words did you teach him? The owner of Xingai Fang complained as he looked at Zhang Hua, who was watching Zhang Cheng eating with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Cheng. Uncle, I won't be bald. My beep, but the hair is exuberant. It means your head. You stupid. Zhang Hua kicked Xingai Fang's face. The owner of Xingai Fang got up and continued to sit at the table, and wiped his nosebleeds like a okay person. My head is the same as beep. I am a man with a hair volume even in middle age, no, even in the age when his teeth are lost. You won't be bald either. But this time Zhang Hua didn't complain about him. He still looked at Zhang Cheng, who was eating and drinking with a smile. Finally, Zhang Cheng wiped out the food on the table and satiated for a long hiccup. I'm full. Zhang Cheng clapped his hands and said. At least give me a word of thanks for the hospitality, stinky kid. The owner of Xing Gaifang held the wallet with a look of resentment. I'm full, thank you for the hospitality, brat. Zhang Cheng clapped his hands again. You don't need to learn later. You are deliberately irritating me, right? Absolutely deliberate, right? The master of Xing Gaifang gritted his teeth and looked angry. Ah! I'm angry. A man who is always angry will definitely be bald. Zhang Cheng pointed to the Xing Gaifang master and looked at Zhang Hua. You bastard, I don't care. Today I must teach you how to respect adults. Xing Gaifang said and rolled up his sleeves. Nanny, he's just a beep man who is full of his mind about planting offspring. Zhang Cheng taught himself the words when Zhang Hua took a bath. Hearing these words, the owner of Xingai Fang suddenly became discouraged, and looked at Zhang Hua with a grimace. Zhang Hua, can you teach your children something that fits his age? Zhang Hua suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? The owner of Xingai Fang was confused. You two, really look like a dumb father and son. Maybe the so-called family is like that. Zhang Hua said with a smile. Who wants such a child? If I really have such a child, then I would rather launch Beep into a certain corner, and I will never let him be born. Xingai Fangzhe disdained Zhang Hua's words. After taking a look, he turned to Zhang Cheng and asked, Smelly boy, how long have you eaten? You can eat so much food at once. Even our family has never seen a person who can eat so much food. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and counted with his fingers, then raised his head and replied, half a year. Half a year? You can live without eating for half a year? How did you survive? Xingai Fang continued to ask. When I was sleeping, there used to be a green shining stone. I used to eat that. I didn't know why I couldn't find that kind of stone. Zhang Cheng replied seriously. Green shining stone? What is that? The owner of Xingai Fang said and looked at Zhang Hua. A kind of energy stone accompanied by dragon veins, it has rich dragon vein power, but his planetary dragon veins have been exhausted, and the remaining dragon veins chose to sacrifice themselves to create him. So that kind of crystal stone will never be produced again. Zhang Hua explained. Family? Sister Zhang Hua, what is your family? Zhang Cheng was obviously more interested in the family that Zhang Hua just mentioned. Family? It can make you feel the existence of many flavors of tears. And, family members will make you cry and laugh, even if they quarrel, they will always support each other. This is the so-called family. Zhang Hua thought. Want to say? It's troublesome, I cry and laugh again. Zhang Cheng vomited. What do you know? When the kid is full, go to bed, the owner of Xingai Fang yelled. Also, don't call your sister, but call me aunt. If you insist on calling your sister, call me brother, no, brother-in-law. It's disgusting. Zhang Cheng frowned, seemingly embarrassed. What are you talking about, you stinky kid? Upon hearing this, the owner of Xingai Fang instantly exploded his hair. It's disgusting. Zhang Cheng repeated. Call your brother, it doesn't matter if you don't call your brother-in-law, call your brother to listen. Xingai Fang said, enduring anger. Disgusting, don't bark. Zhang Cheng refused. Call. Do not. Smelly boy, just call it if you ask. Uncle Smelly, don't call it. That's great. Zhang Hua looked at Zhang Cheng, who was asleep on the bed with a drooling expression. You can't really be a true master. The master of Xingai Fang looked unlovable. What I have to say is like oh Daodu, brother, Zhang Hua said softly. Humph, it looks like just a carefree kid. The owner of Xingai Fang looked at Zhang Cheng, who was sleeping, and said with a stinky face, then his face became dull and looked at Zhang Hua. I'm sorry Zhang Hua, I still wanted to let you see the earth, that beautiful planet. It doesn't matter, this can only blame my body, it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Hua shook his head and said, also, maybe you helped me find something better. I don't understand, I just met the kid for a day, are you so caring? Not only that, but his existence actually made me understand that I am not alone in this universe, Zhang Hua replied. I'm thinking, if this kid can absorb the entire dragon vein, then you. The master of Xingai Fang stopped talking. It is impossible at all, his situation is special, he will grow up like an ordinary person, and the dragon veins of Luan are not that simple. I know. The owner of Xingai Fang said slowly after a long silence, this spacecraft is flying to the Earth, and then we will transfer at the next stop and return to peace. Yet. Zhang Hua leaned against Xingai Fang's arms and replied. As for this kid, how do you think about it? Xingai Fang continued to ask. Actually, I didn't think about anything, but I felt the loneliness in his heart, so I wanted to take him away. He should have a complete life. To love and hate, to see those different landscapes, to enjoy the family's enjoyment of what his partner brings a different life landscape, instead of staying on that planet without life and dying alone. Zhang Hua said slowly. Perhaps this is also a destiny, just like I met you. The owner of Xingai Fang touched the back of his head and smiled unscrupulously, maybe bring him back to Luan, and you won't be so lonely anymore. No, I said he should have his own life, the earth, isn't it beautiful there? Maybe he can find the meaning of his life there. And I am used to it. Zhang Hua said and put the cigarette stick into his mouth. Take a sip. Is this your wish? If so, then well, this is my wish. Zhang Hua looked at Xingai Fangzhu, and the seriousness in his eyes made Xingai Fangzhu red eyes. You are such a gentle person, Zhang Hua. Child, wake up, kid. It was an unfamiliar voice that woke up Zhang Cheng. It was neither the voice of Zhang Hua nor the voice of Xingai Fang. Zhang Cheng opened his eyes and saw a strange girl's face. The earth is here at the terminal, so hurry down, said the young lady in the stewardess uniform. Earth? Where did Sister Zhonghua and Uncle Stink? Zhang Cheng asked with a puzzled look. Everyone on the spaceship has gone down, maybe the person you mentioned has gone down. The young lady said patiently. Oh, then I will go down too. Zhang Cheng jumped out of bed when he heard it. Kid, wait a minute, and your luggage? The young lady called out from behind Zhang Cheng. Luggage? Zhang Cheng asked, turning his head. Zhang Cheng saw a light blue umbrella in the direction that the young lady was pointing. Reading www.yunchu.com. That is the umbrella that Zhonghua carried before. This is Zhonghua's sister. Zhang Cheng pointed to the umbrella and said. Let's take it. The young lady said with a smile, and then she was going to pick up the umbrella and hand it to Zhang Cheng. It's so heavy, is there such a heavy umbrella? Miss Sister handed the umbrella to Zhang Cheng very laboriously, and something that surprised the young lady happened. Zhang Cheng took the umbrella over without any effort, and took it in his hand casually. But then, a small piece of paper fell from the umbrella. The strange young lady picked up the little piece of paper, her eyes licked the content on the paper intentionally or unintentionally, and her face suddenly became serious. What's the matter? Zhang Cheng asked, tilting his head. Are you sure you want to know, kid? The young lady looked at Zhang Cheng hesitantly. Zhang Cheng naturally nodded his head heavily. Xiao Zhang Cheng Zhang, starting from today, go find your own life, one day's sister, Zhonghua. And one day's stinky uncle, Shen Huang. The young lady couldn't bear to finish reading the content on the paper. What is life? Is it something delicious? Zhang Cheng, who was only 7 years old, obviously couldn't understand this sentence. What an adult! Are there still abandoning children now? And he is such a cute boy. How to do? Do you want to adopt him? Just when this young lady was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle, Zhang Cheng had already retrieved the piece of paper in her hand. After seeing that young lady had not spoken, he carried the one that was bigger than his body. The umbrella stepped off the spaceship. Ah, what about people? Children? Children! The young lady who was stunned in the same place suddenly came back to her senses, but found that the cute orange-red-haired child was no longer there. Chapter 2, the so-called life starts from learning to hold an umbrella for yourself or others. Why did you give him your umbrella? The owner of Xing Gaifang was puzzled. Because I already have someone who can hold an umbrella for me. Zhonghua asked with a smile, then turned his head out of the window and took a sip of the cigarette stick in his hand. His life has been from learning to be for himself or others. Let's start with an umbrella. It has been a month since Zhang Cheng came to this place called Earth. Zhang Cheng also gradually learned that his country is called Japan, and now there are wars everywhere. But Zhang Cheng is not interested in these things. What he wants to know most now is what is the life that Zhonghua's sister asked him to find, so Zhang Cheng has not stopped, and asks what is life when he catches someone. But most people didn't care when they saw him as a child, and smiled and told him to leave. A very small number of people responded to him with different purposes, and Zhang Cheng also gradually learned that people are not so simple creatures. And I gradually learned that life is not something delicious or specific. Today, as usual, Zhang Cheng carried the umbrella much higher than himself, and caught passers-by asking what is life, but as usual, few people answered him. Zhang Cheng walked for a while, and the sky slowly began to lightly rain, and the number of pedestrians on the road gradually became less and less. After a while, there were no people in the range of Zhang Cheng's eyes. The rain was getting worse and worse, and Zhang Cheng had no choice but to hold up his umbrella. It seems that today's luck is really good, the voice of a smiling and gentle-sounding man sounded behind Zhang Cheng. Not only a ghoul was picked up, but also a little who was lost. Rabbit! Zhang Cheng heard the sound and turned his head and saw a long-haired man with a smile on his face leading a naturally curly silver-haired boy holding a sword in his arms. It seems that it is not just a simple creature like Little Rabbit. Matsuo Yoshida continued, I heard that a kid carrying an umbrella always asks people passing by about life. It seems that it is you. It's all getting wet, Zhang Cheng said, pointing at the two of them. Then you can let us hold your umbrella together. Yoshida Matsuo said with a smile still. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and thought quietly for a while, then raised his head and nodded seriously. Because he didn't feel the danger signal from this man. Then Yoshida Songyang took the silver-haired child and walked towards Zhang Cheng. Yoshida Songyang leaned down and stretched out his hand. Zhang Cheng understood what he meant, and gave him the umbrella in his hand without hesitation. Since you handed me the umbrella, the life you want to know the answer has already begun. Matsuo Yoshida took the umbrella with one hand and touched Zhang Cheng's head with the other, and said. Zhang Cheng tilted his head and seemed a little unclear. So, at this moment, Yoshida Matsuo went on to say, if you want to know what the so-called life is, come with us. One day, you will understand the so-called what is life. After Song Yang finished speaking, he held his umbrella and walked forward. The silver-haired, curly-haired boy holding the sword followed suit. He still looked back at Zhang Cheng from time to time. After Zhang Cheng thought about it for a few seconds, he made a decision. The determination also followed. Just like this, an adult and two children holding the same umbrella, gradually disappeared in the rain. What's your name? The boy with naturally curly silver hair spoke first. Zhang Cheng. This is the first time that Zhang Cheng has communicated with a child of his own age. Zhang Cheng? It's really a simple name. The silver-haired boy dug his nostrils and said casually, my name is Sakata Jintoki. How old are you? 7 years old. Zhang Cheng replied seriously. 7 years old? Hey, like me, do you have any interests? Manga, games, etc. Jin Shiki asked. This question was asked to Zhang Cheng at once. Zhang Cheng thought about it, but couldn't think of an answer. You don't even have any interest, are you? Yin Shi seemed to have seen something strange. Life, this is something I'm interested in. Zhang Cheng replied with a straight look, raising his face. Puff. Yin Shi squirted wildly, what kind of interest is that? Didn't anyone tell you that the so-called life is not an item? I know, I have asked a lot of people, some people are willing to answer me, but those who are willing to answer each have a different answer. Why is this? Zhang Cheng still asked seriously. Song Yang listened to the conversation between the two little boys behind him, smiled calmly, but said nothing. This kind of thing doesn't matter, but I think I should teach you something. For example, if someone asks you about your interests, you can answer like this. Yin Shi said and waved his hand at Zhang Cheng. Winked. Zhang Cheng understood, and came over, then Yin Shi whispered something in Zhang Cheng's ear. Shuga shuga, I know. After listening, I understood Zhang Cheng's face. Yo xi, do the drill now. Yin Shi nodded in relief. Zhang Chenjun, what is your interest? Of course it's surge, shui lingling / energetic. But before Zhang Cheng could say the last few words, Song Yang knocked him to the head with a punch. It hurts, said the two boys covering their heads at the same time. Yin Shi, don't teach Zhang Cheng those things that are not there. Although Song Yang still has a smile on his face, the blue veins on his face are jumping, and Zhang Cheng, don't let others define you. Life. Whether you are interested or disliked, this is all your life. Silver time, Private Marseille. Zhang Cheng, I see. In this way, the three of them continued on the road, and they stopped along the way. For the man named Song Yang, for some reason, Zhang Cheng felt a warm feeling like Zhang Hua from him. Unknowingly, I want to trust him. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The three of them have never stopped and just walked like this. Whether it was Yinshi or Zhang Cheng, they asked Song Yang where the journey ended. But Song Yang always had a smiling face, the journey of life has no end. Zhang Cheng has learned a lot, such as some common sense in life, and also learned how to complain after Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng knew that there was a kind of person named samurai in this country, and Song Yang was a samurai. 1 year later. From today, let's make a home here. Song Yang said suddenly one day. What did you say suddenly? Didn't you say the journey of life has no end? Yin Shi spit out frantically. Yes, yes, this is the second point I want to say. In life, we have to learn to stop and admire the beautiful scenery. Song Yang said and looked at a group of children who were playing around the farmland in the sunset. It's okay for me, I'm up to you. Zhang Cheng, what about you? Yin Shi stood there with both hands resting on his back and said indifferently, and looked at Zhang Cheng who was still carrying the light blue umbrella. Me too. Zhang Cheng replied. After a year, Zhang Cheng's appearance has also changed a lot, he has grown a little taller, and he has become more handsome. The hair was getting longer and longer, but Song Yang briefly trimmed it and tied a single ponytail. When Yin Shi spit out more than once, if a cross-sword scar is added to his face, it is a proper draw. P.S. Tusai is Hayamura Kenshin, the protagonist of Rurouni Kenshin. In fact, during the 1-year journey, Zhang Cheng also learned how to fight and how to fight with Yin Shi. In the battle with Yin Shi, he is currently completely defeated. Although Zhang Cheng's strength is greater and his physical fitness is even stronger than that of Yin Shi, he is always fooled by some small tricks of Yin Shi. For example, during a battle, there is a plane over there. Yin Shi suddenly pointed to Zhang Cheng's back and said. The result is. But Zhang Cheng has slowly learned to be smart after this. Airplanes, spaceships, and the like can no longer fool him, and now he needs at least UFO or meteorite level to attract Zhang Cheng's attention. Voiceover, which one is smarter? I can't see it at all. Yin Shi once secretly asked Song Yang Zhang Cheng what happened to his body, but Song Yang did not give Yin Shi an accurate answer. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com only said that Zhang Cheng was an endangered race in the universe. Endangered that he may be the only one left. At the same time, Yin Shi discovered the difference between Zhang Cheng and ordinary people. Zhang Cheng would fall into a deep sleep in the middle of each month, and the time of deep sleep was 1 to 3 days. During this time, Song Yang carried Zhang Cheng on his back. Song Yang once told Yin Shi that this was the habit of Zhang Cheng. Outside, Yin Shi also found that it was just like a coincidence that whenever Zhang Cheng fell asleep, his luck with Song Yang would become particularly good. For example, a food magazine suddenly appeared on the road when he was hungry. Voiceover, shouldn't there be food? Do you want a food magazine to make trouble like that? Is this really good luck? Wouldn't it make your stomach hungrier? Is it Wang Mei to quench his thirst? Besides, the author is like this, is the number of words really good? Will readers not be angry? Certain author, everyone, wait a minute, this voiceover seems to be out of order, I will fix it a bit. In this way, on a dark and windy night for a month, I heard the screams of a certain voiceover in the room where the author was located. A certain author lit a cigarette afterwards and looked at the voiceover who was sobbing in the quilt and said, "Come on again, have you learned smart this time?" Voiceover hearing the sound, he stopped sobbing and nodded heavily. In this way, in this remote country, a private school named Matsushita Village School was born. As time passed, the reputation of Matsushita Village School gradually spread around. Said that there was a samurai with 2 children who opened a private school. He did nothing to educate the poor children. And this samurai is Matsuo Yoshida from Matsushita Village School. Chapter 3, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi and Gao Shan and Gui. Hey, Zhang Cheng had just climbed up this tall tree and shook Yin, who had been sleeping on the tree for an unknown period of time. Song Yang asked me to come to you and wake up. But it may be that Zhang Cheng's movements were too soft, and Yin Shi was still indifferent, holding the sword still snoring. It has been several months since the three people came to this place. Matsushita Village School. This is what Song Yang did during this time. Zhang Cheng and Yinchi were also asked by Song Yang to go to class with a group of children. Zhang Cheng has never skipped class, except for 1 to 3 days of lethargy in the middle of each month. And Yinchi, except for 1 to 3 days of class every month. Therefore, every time Yinchi skips class, Zhang Cheng is assigned by Song Yang to go back when he catches silver. Seeing that Yinchi showed no sign of waking up, Zhang Cheng sighed. It seemed that Yinchi had to give another crit on the head, Zhang Cheng thought in his heart. But at this time, the two children attracted Zhang Cheng's attention. There is a shrine not far below Izuri and Jintoki. A child with purple shoulder-length hair looks about the same age as Zhang Cheng. And another black-haired boy with a ponytail gradually walked towards the purple-haired child lying in front of the shrine. You really are here. Katsura Kotaro walked over and looked at Takasuji Shinsuke, who was lying in front of the shrine, and didn't know what he was thinking. I heard that you are fighting again in the private school, even if you are gathering your shoulders. Isn't the famous martial arts hall of the future hero of the country enough to hold your intricate material? Takasuji. Just when he heard Katsura's voice, Takasuji had already sat up and leaned on the pillar in front of the shrine until Katsura had finished speaking. Don't make me laugh, Katsura. Takasuji said nonchalantly, the gathering there is just a group of prodigal men who can only squeeze money and ways of parents. I just urged them to practice seriously before moving a little. That's it. A group of people who don't even know how to fight can guide this country to what kind of future? Speaking of this, Takasuji raised his mouth in disdain. It's really exciting. Takasuji. After listening, Gui tilted his head to the side, sighed and said, you are also in the blessing and no, not the blessing. There are many people in the world who are unable to read because of poverty. There are also many people who want to be unable to become samurai people. Takasuji chuckled slightly. It's because of the prodigy who was admitted exceptionally. What he said is different. With that, Takasuji stood up and walked towards Katsura gradually. If it's you, maybe I can be an outstanding samurai there. For that family, to die for the country. What a great samurai! I'm sorry, I don't even have the idea of being such a boring person. At this time, Takasuji had already walked past where Katsura was standing, and was still walking behind Chao Gui. In that case, what kind of samurai do you want to be? Where is where you want to go? Katsura thought for a moment, turning his head to look at Takasuji behind him. Who knows? Takasuji sighed as he looked at the 9 older children who were waiting for him with bamboo swords not far in front of him. If I knew it, would it be bothersome? And Katsura also reacted, realizing Takasuji's situation at this time. Takasuji, I heard that brother Yu has taken care of you. The child who seemed to be the leader said to Takasuji with an arrogant and unkind expression on his face. You have to take care of your own little things from the lower-level samurai family. A child beside the leader agreed. Takasuji snorted disdainfully, lowered his head and picked up the stick beside him. It seems that I can finally train more or less seriously. Hold on, Katsura put his hand on Takasuji's shoulder, and shouted to the children, use a private fight to vent the beams of training. You can also be regarded as a person who aspires to become a samurai. And still more. Bully. Gui? Exactly. The leader continued, I don't care about special enrollment or whatever. I can't bear to be a classmate like you, a poor ghost who can't afford to pay. You heard that, Katsura? Takasuji said, I said that there is no samurai here. Beat them together. The leader yelled, and the 9 children rushed over. It was too late to say, then, just as the children were about to rush in front of Takasuji and Katsura, there was a bang, gunshot. The bullet hit the leading child, and a sword was just right at the same time inserted in front of the child. The twittering is so noisy. Are you in the estrus period? Is this the so-called samurai? It's not as bad as a mentally dirty uncle who just thinks about planting offspring. Yin Shi and Zhang Cheng's the sound rang at the same time. Yin Shi, you. Zhang Cheng seemed a little surprised that Yin Shi had already woke up. I should be surprised, when did you learn this kind of thing, and when you mixed up so much, I forgot all the lines below. Yin Shi curled his lips and said. You are. Since you wake up, you should call me early. Zhang Cheng retorted. You look so excited, how am I embarrassed? Yin Shi replied. Just when Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi were about to quarrel, the leading child below couldn't help but looked at the two people on the tree and said, Who are you so special? Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi, who were about to fight each other, turned their attention to the person who was talking. The next moment, both of them jumped down from the tree at the same time, each with one foot, in the middle of the head of the child's face. After receiving this blow, the leading child fell to the ground instantly and played GG. I want to hurry up. Yin Shi moved his foot away from the face. No, I am faster. Zhang Cheng moved his feet away at the same time. No, I flew down in a jet plane. Yin Shi continued. No, my jet is faster than yours. Zhang Cheng said the same. You fellow. The two simultaneously tugged at each other's collars, seeming to be pinching them up soon. You said, which of us wants to be faster? Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi simultaneously turned their faces to the bewildered Takasugi and Katsura and asked at the same time. Hey! Gui suddenly recovered. In my opinion, you two came down at the same time. How is it possible? Times 2. I am obviously faster. Times 2. Hey! The spark between the two intensified. You are a rare species in the universe. You silver-haired booger. The two refused to give each other. At this volatile moment, one of the children shouted, Pay attention to the occasion. You two. When we don't exist. Said, the remaining children will rush to Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi. At this moment, a figure appeared behind them. With a few knocks, the children all lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi could no longer pinch each other, they hugged each other and looked at Song Yang with a smile on his face shivering. Even if it's wrong to bully the less with more, it's not necessarily correct to bully the weak with the strong. Song Yang said as he walked to the shivering Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi, I think something is wrong. Yin Shi is lazy and seems to use a very dangerous weapon, isn't it like that, Zhang Chenjun? Zhang Cheng was stunned in an instant, and a few ideas that could escape the crime were thought of in his mind, but before Zhang Cheng could defend him, Song Yang's fist had already hit Zhang Cheng's head. It hurts, it hurts. Zhang Cheng held his head, tears coming out of his eyes. And you, a half-samurai, want to learn to be lazy, it's 100 years too early. Song Jiang's fist did not let go of Yin Shi. It hurts, it hurts. Yin Shi immediately took the same posture as Zhang Cheng. You two, go back to school, too, Song Yang said while looking at Katsura and Takasugi, while both hands were not idle, and he dragged Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi at the same time. Little samurai classmate. The last sentence before Song Yang turned and left was still for Katsura and Takasugi. Looking at Song Yang, who was dragging Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi further and further away, Takasugi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. That's. So that's the case, Gui murmured, I heard the rumors. In recent months, a samurai with 2 children opened a private school. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com does not charge any money. Hand in hand to educate the children of poor families. He should be Yoshida Songyang from Matsushita Village School. Takasugi did not speak anymore, but remembered the 2 names Matsushita Village School and Yoshida Matsuo in his heart. Takasugi, don't think of doing stupid things. Katsura seemed to see Takasugi's thoughts. You don't need to worry about it, Katsura. Takasugi said directly and left. The next day, Takasuji looked at the wooden sign with Matsushita Village School hanging beside the door. I stepped directly into the door without thinking about it. It's just that Takasuji doesn't know, Katsura has been watching him not far behind him. Are you kidding? Jintoki looked at Takasuji while digging his nostrils. Just do you want to challenge Song Yang? I can hit 10 like you. Then you fight with me. Takasuji said without admitting defeat. Did you see that little ghost with orange hair? Yin Shi held the bamboo sword for practice and pointed to Zhang Cheng who was swinging the sword. You can challenge me if you win him. Isn't that the case in RPG games? Since Xiao Yi from the boss to the devil, each difficulty is different. But Yin Shi just finished speaking, and a practice bamboo sword hit Yin Shi's head. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to fight? Yin Shi looked at the innocent Zhang Cheng and said angrily. That sword seems to have its own consciousness suddenly, and thus went to find its own master. Zhang Cheng waved his hand and was still full of innocence. This sword seems to have its own consciousness, now I want to insert it in your chrysanthemum. Yin Shi held the bamboo sword and gritted his teeth and said, at the same time some friends stopped the two of them, and the two of them couldn't move. Everyone is already taking offense. Chapter 4, Samurai and Bushido. Who is the soldier in the RPG game? You silver-haired natural curly idiot. Although Zhang Cheng was framed by some friends, he was still not forgiving. Of course it is you. You endangered fool of the universe. Yin Shi retorted without hesitation. You are the creep in the RPG game. No. You are not even a creep. At most you can only be regarded as the weakest slime level for the protagonist in the novice village for the protagonist to proficiently play. After Song Yang, Zhang Cheng's speech speed became faster and faster. Just like a woman, a guy who has so many days a month is entitled to say this. Yin Shi's mouth was also notoriously damaged. What is the qualification of a person who picks his nostrils 24 hours a day? Are your hands in your nostrils? Can you stop for a while? Depending on his challenge plan, he almost went to waste. Takasuji shouted, if that's the case, you two will go together. After Takasuji said, the whole dojo was quiet, and everyone looked at him incredible. What's the matter? Takasuji was stared at, feeling a little unnatural. Hey, there must be a limit to arrogance, you short man with purple hair. Yin Shij held his forehead. In that case, I will accept your challenge. No, it's better for me to come, occasionally I want to discuss with different people. Zhang Cheng then said. No, I'll come. Yin Shi refused. No, as expected, I should still be allowed to come. Zhang Cheng did not give in at all. I said it first. Jin Shiki gritted his teeth and said. You say. Who do you want to compare with? Zhang Cheng looked as if he was about to eat Takasuji. At the same time, Jintoki looked at Takasuji with the same gaze. This kind of thing is fine. As long as I win the two of you, I can challenge that man. Takasuji picked up a practice bamboo sword from the ground while speaking, and set his posture. Seeing this, Yin Shi immediately raised the bamboo sword in his hand and rushed out. Silver, is it okay to foul? Zhang Cheng complained. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. I'm sorry Zhang Cheng, I took the task of teaching this short man with purple hair. Yin Shi said that he had already set his posture. Well, I'll be replaced next time. Zhang Cheng pouted, and walked between the two of them and took the initiative to be a referee. Then, let's start. Zhang Cheng finished yelling, Jintoki and Takasuji rushed to each other in an instant. When Takasuji woke up again, it was already afternoon. Really, I have never heard of kicking into a private school. Song Yang said with a little helplessness, sitting on his knees next to Takasuji with his hands in his hands. Song Yang continued to say when he looked at the high sweater looking towards him. Fortunately, I was slightly injured. Takasuji also sat up from the tatami at this time. In fact, I wanted to fight you, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of stuff. Takasuji lowered his head and said. You are already very strong, after all, you can compete with that boy Yinshi for that kind of purpose. Song Yang always had a faint smile on his face, kick the gym classmate. But I still lost. Takasuji said. Well, so, you can become stronger. Song Yang said naturally, the winner is self-satisfaction and self-arrogance at best. You have won something that is more meaningful than that. So you don't have it must be embarrassing. Looking at Takasuji who was a little unidentified, Song Yang tilted his head, and, that child, no, those two children are a bit special. One is to survive, the child who has to become stronger in order to survive, and the other is he was born with great power, and now he is just learning how to use this power. Did you pick them up too? Takasuji asked. Who knows? I met them within a day, it was like a miracle, now it seems that it is hard to say who picked it up. Song Yang shook his head slightly and replied. What can you do if you gather a group of little ghosts who don't know their origins and natures and teach them how to read and learn swords? Do you think that kind of people can become samurai? Song Yang turned his gaze to the door after hearing the words, well, who knows what will happen, I am looking forward to it too. After saying that, Song Yang closed his gaze again, and narrowed his eyes. I still expect you to tell me. Takasuji vomited. Is that right? Song Yang said, stood up, walked to the door, and continued, I also want to know what a samurai is. Can you tell me? Aren't you a samurai yourself? Takasuji said with excitement looking at Song Jiang's back. At least not the samurai you imagined. Song Yang ignored Takasuji who made a question. Continuing self-consciously, you want to say that you need to have certain qualifications to become a samurai? If you don't have a house that you can protect, you can't be a samurai without a loyal lord, you think so? But I don't think so. The so-called Bushido is to restrain the weak self and make it gradually move towards a strong self-will. Obeying the self-aesthetic consciousness, continuous diligence, and establishing this ambition is the key. Song Yang looked over the blue sky, so, whether it's them who are diligent and studious, trying to be a decent person, or you who come here to play in order to become stronger. In my opinion, they are all excellent samurai. Even if there is no lord to protect, there is no sharp blade to fight, said. Song Yang turned half of his body around, and looked at Takasuji who was listening attentively. As long as he establishes his own Bushido in his heart, anyone can become his own samurai. After a pause, Song Yang looked at the distant sky again. I can witness the birth of a samurai like this more, maybe, it is the Bushido that I established in my heart. You came here because you got lost, right? Me too, still lost. But it's okay. Sometimes worry and sometimes confused, you just need to be the samurai you look forward to. After that, Song Yang showed his signature smile to Takasuji. Takasuji was stunned. From this moment on, these words took root quietly in Takasuji's heart. At this time, Zhang Cheng and Yinshi were eavesdropping in a corner outside the room, and they were not the masters who could be quiet when they got together. They were still pinching at this time. But at a certain moment, the two suddenly saw a teenager standing outside the fence. It was the same teenager they saw with Takasuji yesterday. Perceiving the eyes of the two, Gui walked away without hesitation. It turns out that guys with that kind of personality also have friends. Yinshi vomited. Zhang Cheng listened, and stopped pinching with Yinshi, standing still thinking. But at this moment, the two suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. What are you two doing here? After hearing this, the two swallowed a mouthful of water at the same time. The two rubbed their little heads, and looked at Takasuji who was about to leave. Finally, Zhang Cheng did not hold back, and asked Takasuji, "What's your name?" "I'm Zhang Cheng, this silver-haired idiot is Jintoki, Sakata Jintoki." "Shinsuke, Takasuji Shinsuke." Takasuji said to the two before leaving. Since that day, every day, Takasuji will come to Matsushita village school to challenge. Sometimes it is silver, sometimes it is Zhongcheng. However, after a full month, Takasuji has not beaten either of the two. Hey, he card Jai Jun, classmate Xiao Gao, I can't bear to come every day. Zhongcheng couldn't help but sighed as he looked at Takasuji with his wounded face. Who is Xiao Taka classmate? Call me Takasuji or Takasuji Shinsuke, you guy. Besides, are we so familiar? Takasuji got up from the ground while complaining. Takasuji ignored Zhongcheng's extended hand. It's really a terrible character, Xiao Gao, but... Zhongcheng said, looking at Gui who was peeking inside the door, don't hide, that Mai Jun. Mai-kun? Takasuji asked in confusion, and followed Zhongcheng's gaze, so it's Gui. Even if you are a person with a bad and stinky personality, friends are concerned. Don't just stare at your own eyes. You reading www.yunsha.com should also look behind yourself. Ah, Xiao Gao, Zhongcheng said with a wave of his hand. I don't remember that I was a friend of such a bad and stinky person. Katsura said and stepped into the door. I am Katsura Kotaro, not Mai-kun. Suga, purple pole? So that's the case, wig? Yin Shizuo walked over while digging his nostrils. Zi la Gianna, ka zi la de. Not a wig, it is Gui. Why should I omit a pronunciation? Gui retorted. What does it matter? You may be bald one day. Zhongcheng took this stubbornly. What does this mean? What does it mean to be bald one day? Do you mean that I will definitely become bald in the future? And do I have to wear a wig if I become bald? Gui clenched tightly. Fist, shouted at Zhongcheng. Ah, I'm angry, Zhongchenman said casually, I will definitely be bald now, Mr. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Katsura. Besides, who said that you will become bald when you get angry? Forget it, don't be familiar with him, Wig. Takasuji patted Katsura on the shoulder at this time. It's not a wig. It's Katsura. Did you do that too? Takasuji. Gui shouted. Hey, you, what's the matter with your swordsmanship? There are no rules at all. Every time I think I can predict your next move, it turns out to be another trick. Why? Takasuji ignored Gui. Instead, he looked at Zhongcheng and asked. Awesome! When Zhongcheng heard it, he burst into laughter. This is my own self-satisfied swordsmanship, and Yin Shi gave it a domineering name. What's your name? Takasuji couldn't help but continue to ask. Blind Bee Pack. Chapter 5, Monster and Little Monster and Son of Monster. Shuga, it turned out to be a blind bee packing. Gui said while supporting his chin, and nodded at the same time. Should you not complain at this time? What kind of a bad name is this? This time it was Takasuji's turn to complain. I was just thinking, maybe this name has some other meaning. Gui raised his head to look at Takasuji and explained. This kind of broken name has the meaning of a fart. It is clearly that the number of words in the water of a certain author is good. It is good at a glance. Takasuji replied, but finally he sighed, forget it. Weird power, very human physical ability, coupled with your disorderly swordsmanship, it's almost like a little monster. Takasuji said while looking at Zhongcheng who was showing off his sword. It's not a little monster, it's just a rare idiot in the universe. Yin Shi could not help but said. What did you say? You silver-haired booger. Zhongcheng grinned suddenly. But this time, Yin Shi did not continue arguing with Zhongcheng. Instead, Takasuji looked to one side and said, but neither I nor this fool has ever taken a copy from Song Yang. Well, Takasuji didn't seem to care at all. I'm getting more and more curious about him. It's up to you, but you can't have the chance to challenge Song Yang until you win the two of us, Yin Shi said and turned around. If you say so, you can't beat me. Speaking of which, does it really matter that you skip class every day? Zhang Cheng suddenly asked curiously. It doesn't matter if it is today, because today is the weekend. After Gui finished speaking, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi were both stunned. Gui's words kept repeating in the minds of Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi. Don't you know? Gui continued. Do not you know? Do you know? Tao? Today is the weekend, the day is the weekend, it is the weekend, at the end. Zhang Cheng's mind is full of these two sentences. I think something is wrong. Why are there only two of us in the private school today? You two are really fools. Takasuji couldn't help but vomit. Then, all four of them laughed. Not mixed with anything else, just the purest laughter spread out from the dojo, reaching far, far away. Song Yang, Zhang Cheng shouted, and Song Yang, who was sitting in front of the door watching the sunset, turned his head and revealed his trademark smile. Zhang Cheng walked to Song Yang and sat down. It's so beautiful. Zhang Cheng also sighed while looking at the setting sun in the distance. Compared with the sunrise? Song Yang asked. I don't know, but, Zhang Cheng said after a pause, it's not just the sunrise and sunset every day, every moment of every day, I feel so beautiful now. It looks like you have found the answer to life. Song Yang said gratifiedly, and reached out and touched Zhang Cheng's head. Probably, Zhang Cheng lowered his head and touched his chest. I really want to see someone or two people again. Now I want to show them. But now I also have a new life that I want to try, with companions, maybe the family. She said at that time was like this. I started to feel reluctant and want to go on with you. So I will wait. In the future, one day in the future, I can stand in front of those two people and tell my life complacently. Because of them, my new life. In less than 2 years, have you grown to this point? It's really incredible. Maybe humans are such incredible creatures, Song Yang said, casting his gaze on the sun that is about to sink into the ground. So, you can continue to live according to your own will. Before you know it, you have grown into a disciple who makes me complacent. After finishing speaking, Song Yang smiled and the setting sun hit Song Jiang's face. This scene was also imprinted deep in Zhang Cheng's heart, forever. One book. Zhang Cheng shouted. Awesome! A group of children immediately surrounded Takasuji. Can beat that silver hour. Awesome you! It's not worth your hard work. The children rushed to Takasuji. Don't familiarize yourself one by one. Takasuji couldn't help but panicked. Am I the same door as you? Isn't it? Song Jiang's voice came from behind Takasuji at this time. I thought you had joined my sect a long time ago. After all, you are actively practicing sword every day. No, you are here to kick the club. Song Yang finished speaking. The children laughed at the same time, and Takasuji was embarrassed and shy. Hey! Where is the pleasant atmosphere? Yin Shishi on the ground couldn't help but shouted, that kid is here to kick the gym. The undefeated myth of the dojo has been broken. Hey! My beep film I was pierced. What invincible myth, isn't there still me? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but walk to Yin Shi's side and leaned down. In this way, I am the boss, Yin Shi. You can't hide the happiness on your face anymore. You bastard! Yin Shij looked at Zhang Cheng who was gloating with misfortune and turned into anger. What is the enemy and me? Let's make the rice ball together. Gui, who didn't know when he arrived, held the rice ball, leaned down and patted the shoulder on the other side of the silver and said. When did you come with the wig? Because Mao wants to pinch the rice ball at this time. Do you move instantaneously? Besides, who wants to eat your rice ball? Oh, I want to eat braised pork with braised pork, Zhang Cheng said at this time. It's not a wig, it's Gui. And where is that kind of thing? And I didn't say it can be eaten. It was just a pinch. Gui replied. What kind of ritual is that? Yin Shi vomited. Ah, Private Marseille, I have already eaten it. Song Jiang's voice came, and everyone looked over and saw Song Yang holding a bitten rice ball with a few grains of rice on his mouth. So fast. After Yin Shi finished speaking, everyone laughed. Even Takasuji, who was surrounded by the children, raised his mouth unconsciously, and laughed with everyone. Yin Shi, enough, why is it the 8th time today? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but cried out looking at Yin Shi who was defeated by Song Yang again. It's not yet, it's not over yet, Yin Shi gritted his teeth again and climbed up, my sword hasn't been broken yet, another match. Song Yang. Zhang Cheng did not expect the ending, but Yin Shi still lost in the end. Even he had never taken a copy in Song Jiang's hands. It was almost like a real monster. After the fight was over, the three of them sat side by side in front of the door, watching the sunset in the distance. Song Yang sat in the middle, and Yin Shi and Zhang Cheng sat on either side of Song Yang. It's a pity, you two, Song Yang said. Teacher, what do you say is a pity? Yin Shi asked with his head full of bags. That's it. Song Yang replied without thinking. Where exactly? Yin Shi connected instantly. Well, it's actually there. Song Yang replied. Song Yang, what can I do to become as strong as you? Yin Shi sighed and couldn't help asking, I didn't even lose a battle with an adult before I met you. A simple adult is not enough to describe you, it's giant. Then I am little giant. Yin Shi, let's go play volleyball together. Zhang Cheng interrupted. I knew I shouldn't lend you volleyball boy. You are wrong, Yin Shi, I am actually. Song Yang looked at Yin Shi, paused and said, I like Hanshin. P.S. Japan has 2 baseball team names, one is Giants and the other is Hanshin. Teacher, did you hear what I said? I mean I have never seen a monster like you. You two are enough. One is baseball and the other is volleyball. What are you obsessive about the ball? Isn't it normal for men to be interested in balls? Zhang Cheng retorted. Who said that it was the ball? Speaking of which, where did you learn so many bad jokes? You are the brain full of beep, the ball I'm talking about is not the ball you were referring to, bastard. Zhang Cheng counterattacked. Haha, the relationship between the two of you is really good. Song Yang couldn't help but smile when he looked at the two little ones who were about to pinch up again. Who has a good relationship with this guy/this kid, the two said at the same time. But Song Yang didn't mind, and continued to say, monsters, little monsters, and children of monsters are the same in a sense. Monsters are not humans. Monster swords cannot kill monsters. So, you two, don't imitate me to become stronger. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, Zhang Cheng has done a good job on this point. You have to use your own swords, human swords, to make yourself better than me. Stronger. I look forward to it and look forward to one day. Teacher, I don't want a son like Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng raised his hand and said. Who is your son? It's just a metaphor. Are you a white beard? Yin Shi couldn't help but vomit when he heard it. Teacher, don't you just listen to the first sentence and not listen to it? You are. The expression is completely embarrassed. Can you listen carefully when the teacher speaks, you bastard? Anyone who can't take classes for a few days a month has any right to say me. Zhang Cheng retorted without hesitation, and poked the painful spot of Yin Yin again, even Xiao Jiaojun has defeated you. You fellow! His shame was raised, and Yin Shi instantly exploded. Yin Shi, Zhang Cheng finally got serious, why do you want to become stronger? What's the problem? Yin Shimo curled his lips, does it take a reason to become stronger? Of course. But the next second Silver Hour was stunned. The answer seemed to be on the lips, but I couldn't tell it anyway. Why? Yin Shi suddenly didn't know how to answer. Are you too? Me too. Why do you want to become stronger? What is the meaning of becoming stronger? I can't find the answer. Zhang Cheng said and looked at Song Yang. Teacher, can you answer this question? Why do we, if you want to become stronger, why can't you help but want to become stronger? Who knows? But there is only one point. If it is the will that makes you stronger, then follow it to become stronger. In the future, perhaps your strength can become the backing of what you want to protect. Song Yang said twice. Both hands were placed on the heads of Zhang Cheng and Yinshi at the same time, and they rubbed their heads. Chapter 6, 2 Fools, no, already 4 fools. The sky was completely dark, and Gui, who was walking on the street, suddenly stopped and looked up in a certain direction. It's really a nice view, the fool is flying in the sky. Katsura said through the wall looking at Takasuji who was hanging from a tree. Well, it's really a good view, I can overlook the idiot. Takasuji replied without hesitation. So, what are you going to do next? Katsura asked, leaning against the wall with his back to Takasuji. What else can I do? Takasuji said indifferently, say that if I dare to go there again, I will break the relationship. So, my father can't stand the rumors outside. Gui lowered his head and continued, Matsushita Village School. Recently, it is rumored that children here will be summoning nearby children to criticize the government, subvert the country, and conduct suspicious teaching activities. Establish their own bushido in their hearts, everyone can become their own samurai. Takasuji couldn't help but think of what Song Yang had said to himself, and he couldn't help but snorted, it's not wrong, if all the samurai under the world become what he said, this country will eat juju pills. Perhaps, but... As he said, Gui's expression softened. When I get along with them, I don't feel tired. I have always felt that samurai is a kind of boring constrained by various things. Exist, even if I really want to be a samurai, I want to be such a free samurai. The next day, Takasuji stood outside the Matsushita village school, looking at Song Yang who was teaching the students, showing a trace of longing. The rumors are true. It was the child who was used as a stepping stone by Jintoki and Zhang Cheng at the shrine that time. I said you haven't seen you in the private school recently. I didn't expect you to be obsessed with this weird private school. For this reason, Takasuji, you are finally about to be expelled from the martial arts gym. The boy finished speaking, leading the group of friends to stop, and gloating at Takasuji. Takasuji turned around when he heard the sound, looked at the people who came with a calm expression, and said nothing. It's a pity that this private school is going to be destroyed tonight. The child continued to gloat, I told my father all the rumors about that private school. This time, the official messenger took care of the man's luck. No matter how good it is, you have to be driven away or thrown into jail. What kind of private school does the Ronin of unknown origin run? If he doesn't know his identity, he will fool me and wait for the samurai to end this way, the other kid said fiercely at the same time. Takasuji, you don't want to be a samurai anymore. After the leader said, he took everyone away. Wait a minute. Takasuji finally spoke. Hey? Do you want my uncle to raise your hand to let go of the private school? If you kneel in front of me and lick my shoes now, I can consider asking my father to plead for the private school. The leader stopped, turned his head and said arrogantly. I just want to say, I am waiting for you at the shrine, if you have the courage, come here. Takasuji said calmly. It just so happened that you escaped a disaster last time, this time. As he said, the leader laughed. What are you doing here, Mr. Wig? Zhang Cheng asked Gui looking anxiously. After the day's course was over, Song Yang began to send the children from the private school home one by one. In this gap, Zhang Cheng remembered the appointment with the big sister next door. Zhang Cheng Zhang, Big sister made delicious braised pork for you, eat it if you have time. This sentence of big sister reverberated in Zhang Cheng's mind for a day, and I was thinking about it during class. How to sneak out under Yanxi's eyelids to eat a delicious braised pork meal. What? You say share? No, Zhang Cheng will only bring back some for Song Yang. As for Yanxi, wherever you go, stay cool. Zhang became a chicken thief and avoided Yanxi, but he did not expect that, just walking out of the gate of Matsushita Village School, he saw an anxious Gui. It's not a wig. It's Gui. You guy wants me to say it several times. Gui was very angry by Zhang Cheng. Forget it, I have a very important thing to tell you, please tell Yashida Song Yang. I also have very important things now, if I don't hurry. Zhang Cheng looked solemn. I missed the best moment of braised pork. Broiled pork in red sauce. Yanxi's voice suddenly came from behind Zhang Cheng. I said I won't be able to find you after class, so I was thinking of going to the next door to eat alone. You gluttonous bastard! Who said braised pork? I said the fire cloud. Look, the fire cloud over there is beautiful, like a bowl of braised pork with oil just coming out of the pan. Zhang Cheng pointed to the horizon and said sophistry. It's a cloudy day today, where is the fire cloud? I just want to eat alone because of the popularity. Bring me occasionally. You selfish ghost. Don't quarrel with you two. It's just a meal, it doesn't matter. I really have something very important to say. Seeing that the two of you are about to pinch each other up, Gui crosses directly between the two and said. After listening, Yanxi and Zhang Cheng closed their hands at the same time, and looked at Gui suspiciously. In fact, it is like this. At night, when the bright moon was in the sky, Takasuji stood alone at a certain alley and leaned against the wall. Takasuji, Katsura said from behind Takasuji, is it really okay to wander around in the middle of the night? I will really be kicked out of the house this time. Don't worry. Even if you don't do anything now, you will still be swept out tomorrow. Takasuji said indifferently, because Takasuji invited the children to the shrine today and made a good repair. This incident will definitely happen tomorrow. At that time, not only the martial arts hall, but also his home will be bombed out. Gui, but you are still out at night at this time, the hard-won special admission qualifications will fly away. Don't worry. It just so happens that I'm getting tired of that kind of boring, leisurely education recently. Gui said indifferently, I've told them in advance that they will run away before dark, and the favors they owe will be repaid. The foremost child prodigy and evil child join forces. It's not difficult to get stuck in the footsteps of officials, right? Two famous celebrities? It really makes people laugh out loud, Yanxi said. It is the evil lair that cultivates reactionaries who are trying to subvert the country, right? 4 little villains from Matsushita Village School. I don't remember when I gave you what is called a favor. Zhang Cheng's voice sounded at the same time. Takasuji and Katsura looked at Zhang Sung and Jinchi, who came out of a dark corner in disbelief. Why are you here? Didn't you let you run away? Gui said with a trace of anxiety and blame. Should Song Yang run away quickly? Why should I run with him? Yanxi held a wooden knife in one hand and dug his nostrils in the other hand. It was indifferent and continued, not to mention you two. I have learned from skipping classes to staying overnight, and I am already regarded as an outstanding student under our school. I haven't eaten enough of the braised pork cooked by the beautiful big sister, at least let me finish the last bowl. Zhang Cheng said and took out a crock from behind. Only this time is special. Let's eat together later. Are you a fool? What do you want to do with braised pork when you come out to fight? Can you replenish your energy anytime? Yanxi spit out loudly. For such an enemy, I can do it with one shot. If it fails, I will have more shots. Zhang Cheng said as he gestured with his umbrella, and pretended to blow towards the tip of the umbrella. What are you going to make trouble with such a weapon? Are you still a samurai? It's a foul. Absolutely. Jinshiki continued to complain, "What's the matter with your proud eyes? Are you showing off that your weapon is better than mine? What is the principle of your umbrella? Don't you need to add bullets? Yo xi, put the braised pork here first, and then eat after completing the task." Zhang Cheng said as he put down the earthen jar in his hand, made a light leap, and jumped onto the wall next to him. Then Zhang Cheng lay down, holding the umbrella in his hand like a sniper rifle. And looking at several young men holding lanterns not far away, "The target has entered range, sir, whether to shoot, over. Over your head. Who is the chief? You guy. The more you talk about it, isn't it?" Jinshiki looked at Zhang Cheng, who squeezed his eyes at himself and gave him a thumbs up. You reading www.yukansha.com. I don't know how to say it. Being mixed up by the two of you, there is no tension at all. Gui shook his head at this time and smiled helplessly. Isn't it? I didn't expect Takasugi to be a classmate with these two idiots one day. Takasugi said the same. I just want to say that we will leave the rest to the two of us, and you two will pull hands as soon as possible. Anyway, we and Song Yang are also floating, and we can be home from all corners of the world without a fixed place. Yin Shi suddenly became serious. You two are not the same. If you have a relationship with us, you can't deal with it. Do you want to be deprived of the status? With that, Yin Shi had already passed the position of Katsura and Takasugi. At the same time, Zhang Cheng stopped playing with treasures. He turned over from the wall and stood beside Yin Shi. Yin Shi's words are what I want to say. Go back soon, you two. If I had a home, I would never come to this kind of ghost place from the beginning. Takasugi said and walked to Jinshi's side. After my grandma passed away, I was an orphan. At the same time, Katsura walked towards the three of them. The most important thing is that I don't think the title of scholarship is necessary anymore. If there is such a thing, it was not given by someone else. Takasugi continued. Takasugi/Katsura, you have to use your own eyes to discover, use your own hands to master. After finished speaking, the two drew out their wooden knives at the same time. That's it, then I won't say much. After listening to Yin Shi, he changed the laziness before. So, now, let us look forward to the delicious braised pork for a while. Zhang Cheng carried his umbrella, finished speaking, and licked his lips. Chapter 7, Sweet Dreams and Nightmares. You don't know yet, this guy Zhang Cheng likes Chinese food the most, and besides Song Yang, it seems that no one has ever asked anyone to eat the food in his hands. Yin Shi said with a smile. Is that so? Then I will wait for the delicious taste after tasting with anticipation. Gui replied. Hey, it's just cheap pork. Takasugi snorted disdainfully, however, since you have sincerely invited you, it seems that you don't want to taste it. At this time, the few people carrying lanterns finally found Zhang Cheng and the others. The leading middle-aged man with a bun and holding a lantern pointed the lantern at the four Zhang Cheng. Hey, the little ghosts over there, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Matsushita Village, Yashida Matsuo no 1, Sakata Jintoki. Same as above, Zhang Cheng, /Katsura Kotaro, /Takasugi Shinsuke. Come on! The four people shouted at the same time and rushed to the middle-aged hair-haired men. Seeing this, a crowd of people put their hands on the hilt of the sword on their waist. What do these kids want to do? A man with a bun shouted, and everyone was ready to draw their swords. But at this moment, please don't draw your sword. Sanjiang's voice came from behind the men with hair. In an instant, the men with hair buns turned their heads to look at Song Yang, and the four Zhang Cheng stopped in an instant. I hope that both sides can exercise restraint, just give up, please don't force me to draw swords. Song Yang continued. Yashida Song Yang, you bastard, a man with hair bun shouted, and at the same time, several men with hair bun all turned to look at Song Yang with ill-faced faces, and they were all ready to fight. But Song Yang didn't care at all, he still walked towards Zhang Cheng and the four of them, and these men with buns were frightened by Song Jiang's aura and consciously stepped aside. I know how to exaggerate and slander. If you think we are in the way, just move away from here. Song Yang stopped at this step, but if you dare to face my students, you will be true. It's not impossible to subvert a mere country. In fact, just when Song Yang uttered the word but, the group of hair-haired men discovered that all the swords they wore around their waists had been cut off. At the same time, perhaps only Zhang Cheng noticed. At a certain moment, Song Jiang's pupils turned red. But Zhang Cheng thought he was wrong. The men with hair buns exclaimed, and hurriedly fled in the direction they came. The lantern in their hands was also thrown away in a hurry. Song Yang. Zhang Cheng was still very happy to see Song Yang. Hey, I've taken you all. Looking at the four little ones who looked at him, Song Yang continued, I thought I had sent all the students home, but I didn't expect that there would be a few other gangsters. It's here. But, I'm sorry, classmates kicking the gym, Song Yang said, looking at Takasuji, there are no dojos and schools where you can kick the gym. Don't worry about it, it's not the dojo that I want to play in the gym, it's you, teacher Song Yang. Takasuji raised his head and said. Immediately afterwards, Gui also looked forward to say, for us, even if the teacher is in the wilderness, for us, it is our school. What's more, neither yours nor our Bushido are so fragile that they will be broken by this little thing, right? Takasuji said immediately. Zhang Cheng, Yinshi, you really brought students who are more arrogant than you to my door. Song Yang said that he had come to the front of the four little ones. And the four little ones also raised their faces and looked at Song Yang. Right. Jintoki took his fingers out of his nostrils and replied, raising his head. Really? Then let's start teaching on the road right away. Song Yang stretched out a finger, I want to learn night swimming, it's 100 years too early. Is followed by 4 clear knocks. Welcome to Matsushita Village School. Song Yang said while looking at the 4 little ones who were holding their heads. It hurts, Zhang Cheng stood up first, anyway, let's enjoy the braised pork now, teacher. Yes, but before that. Song Yang said, he punched Zhang Cheng on the head again, I said, you can't use such dangerous weapons against ordinary people. It hurts. Zhang Chengtong's tears were about to flow out. It's just that I went out in a hurry to find the wooden knife. When Zhang Cheng finished speaking, everyone laughed. Then, everyone was in a remote corner, in the moonlight, after eating the pot of braised pork that was already somewhat cold. From this day on, Song Yang took the 4 little ones and walked many places and stayed in many places. Every place where I stayed left a story about Matsushita Village School and a lot of laughter. Where there is Song Yang, there are children's laughter. Unknowingly, the first 4 are already the tallest among the children. Many times, Zhang Cheng feels that this joyful day will last forever, but the Matsushita Village School behind him has become a sea of flames. Zhang Cheng watched Song Yang being taken away by a group of people wearing black clothes and hats, but he could only remain indifferent, because behind him were dozens of children who were so scared that they were shaking. Because of impulse, he has been pressed to the ground now. If he acted rashly, the children behind him might be miserable, and Yin Shi was also held up by several men in black. Katsura and Takasuji guarded them in front of the children, looking nervously at the people in black surrounding them. Zhang Cheng, Yin Shi, don't worry, I will be back soon. In addition, Matsushita Village School will ask you for the time being. It is agreed. This is the last sentence Song Yang said before being taken away. Song Yang. Yin Shi and Zhang Cheng shouted hoarsely at the same time, and Song Yang had already followed several men in black to the distance. Finally, Zhang Cheng saw that Song Jiang's little thumb was raised by his bound hands. Meng finally woke up. Are you awake? Yin Shi looked at Zhang Cheng, who had just woken up, and said. It is now a war period. It has been several years since Song Yang was taken away that day. In order to regain Song Yang, a group of Song Yang disciples participated in the war against the barbarian under the name of the barbarians. It's just that their purpose may be simply to save their teacher, to return to the simple Matsushita village school full of laughter. A dilapidated room was crowded with wounded people, not only Zhang Cheng and Yinshi, but also Katsura and Takasuji. Of course, everyone was covered with bandages. What's going on? Military expenses. Zhang Cheng finally returned to reality. Zhang Cheng is no longer what he was like as a child. He is fully grown up. He is 1.8 meters tall and his hairstyle is still a single ponytail. A grey outfit. His forehead was tied with the iconic white hairband of Ziyizishi. Military expenditure can be supported until next month for the time being. It is only weapons, food, and medicines. Now it is difficult to raise funds even if there are funds, but Yin Shi stopped talking. Say quickly, it's a fart. Take a sip. I found Chinese liquor from many places. Yin Shi picked up a bottle of wine from his side and handed it to Zhang Cheng. Only you can pour this kind of spicy wine. Zhang Cheng took the wine, unscrewed the lid and took a few big mouthfuls. Tell me. What's the new situation? A man called General Nanhai, Dragon of Gibbon, contacted us. He claimed to be able to solve our material and financial problems and wanted to join us. Yin Shi finally said it. Do you know the details? I have investigated, and according to our investigation results, it's just a simple matter. Yin Shi replied. Wig, Zhang Cheng couldn't think of any strategy alone, and kicked Gui, who was screaming beside him. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Gui suddenly woke up and shouted. Serious things, what do you think of the Dragon of Gibbon? Zhang Cheng asked. It's not Gibbon, it's Gui. Gui got up and rubbed the that Zhang Cheng had kicked. I want to join him. Now we have no other way. If he can solve our material problem, then we can continue to fight, otherwise, this war is over for us. Takasuji was aside. Lie down and said, furthermore, you can't keep relying on Yinshi to take you to play small steel to earn military expenses, in case you are unlucky as last time. It turns out that everyone has gradually understood Zhang Cheng's abilities since then. Although you reading www.yuyuganshu.com will fall asleep for 1 to 3 days in the middle of a month, the people who are with Zhang Cheng have fallen asleep in the past few days. Luck will be particularly good. Take Yinshi as an example. When you bring the sleeping Zhang Cheng with you, you can win 9 out of 10 when you play a small steel ball. If you don't bring Zhang Cheng, you lose 9 out of 10. In one of the previous occasions, Zhang Cheng's lucky bonus suddenly failed once, which caused the entire army to squeeze for a whole month. There is also a characteristic of Zhang Cheng, that is, he can't drink any liquor other than Chinese liquor, and he will be drunk after drinking, and it is not only simply drunk, but can make trouble, and the three of Yin Shi cannot hold back the drunk Zhang Cheng. But this also developed another function of Zhang Cheng, that is, if he meets a difficult opponent, and Guan Zhang takes 2 other drinks and throws it into the enemy, then the problem will be solved. Voiceover, how do I feel a little pitiful, and when I was lucky, I was also a war machine. Although I don't like that kind of wide sex, I agree with Takasuji. Jintoki said, leaning against the wall. Then, let him join, I am also curious about what kind of man it is. At night, Zhang Cheng lay on the roof alone, looking at the stars in the sky. Hey! Takasuji shouted, threw a bottle of coke over, and walked to Zhang Cheng's side. Zhang Cheng caught the coke, unscrewed the lid and took a sip. What are you thinking about? Takasuji asked. Thinking about how to make myself think of nothing. Humans are not such simple creatures. Takasuji sternly said. Who knows, now I don't want to think about anything, I don't want to think about winning or losing, I don't want to think about right or wrong, I don't want to think about the meaning of this war, and I don't want to think about what the result will be. Jiang Chenman carelessly's reply. Chapter 8, Joy 5-member group. It's not like what a man called Red Beast would say. Takasuji said with a sneer. This time I fell asleep, and I had a long dream. In the dream, we were still having dreams one after another in the original classroom. Takagi, can we go back? How many times have you said it? Call me Takasuji or Shinsuke. Takasuji could not help but reminded loudly, but the next moment, Takasuji also looked at the stars in the sky, and his voice softened a lot. I will definitely be able to go back to the original Panasonic Village School. You two, go and relax together. I heard that there is a nice shop nearby. Jintoki shouted at the two people on the roof. Takasuji treat. Why am I inviting you? By the way, I haven't said to go, Kundan. Takasuji couldn't help but said, what are you talking about over there? Since Song Yang was taken away, Zhang Cheng has rarely pinched Yinchi. The object of pinching with Yinchi has become Takasuji, and Zhang Cheng and Gui have become mediators. In fact, Zhang Cheng couldn't understand why the so strong Song Yang chose to leave with the people in black. If Song Yang was willing, he would definitely be able to get rid of those people. What is it? There was no reason for Song Yang to fight, Zhang Cheng couldn't think of it. Moreover, I followed Song Jiang's words and did not fight, but chose to protect the small and fragile lives behind him. What about now? In the war, he took a lot of lives with his own hands, and also lost countless companions. Does this violate the original agreement with Song Yang? Zhang Cheng didn't dare to think about it. You go, I won't go anymore. Zhang Cheng said. What a disappointment, Jintoki couldn't help but muttered, and looked at Takasuji. Takasuji. Takasuji knows, and grabs Zhang Cheng and jumps down. I need to relax occasionally, this time I treat. Gao Shan dragged Zhang Cheng to keep up with Yin, and walked out the door. Where's the wig? Upon seeing this, Zhang Cheng knew that he couldn't push it, so he could only go with the two of them. Don't you know him yet? Yin Shi asked rhetorically. Su Jie. A few days later. Everyone stood on the beach watching the big ship approaching. A man stood at the forefront of the ship, and that man was Tatsuma Sakamoto, as Jinshi said before. Is that General Nankai, Kaihama Dragon Tatsuma Sakamoto? Takasuji said, holding his hand. It's not Gibbon, it's Gui. Gui stood beside Gao Shan and said, ah, no, this sentence seems to have been said in the previous chapter. Who talked to you? Takasuji continued, he looks pretty good. Takasuji pointed to Sakamoto Tatsuma at the bow. It's not the face, it's Gui. No one talks to you. I think he is unhappy, Jintoki said and walked over. Standing in the front row, Zhang Cheng, Takasuji, and Katsura looked at Jintoki at the same time. Yin Shi went on to say as he walked, I don't agree with Kuo Shao. Aren't the eldest men from a certain martial arts family like this everywhere? Not so much an eldest boy, but a short boy. Anyway, the boat was also given by my father. Buy a toy. It's the same as a little bit who asked his father to buy a bunch of brick soldiers and proclaimed himself governor. You must have never used cardboard boxes as a mini 4WD track, right? At this time, one of Takasuji's face was darkened, and the blue veins on his face also jumped, his eyes staring at Jintoki like this. Yinchi didn't seem to notice, and continued to say to himself, why do you run so smoothly in your life? Thanks to your dad who bought you the track, isn't it because your dad is more bullish? Whose army do you say is Lego bricks? Takasuji couldn't help retorting, besides, I've already severed ties with my family. At this time, Yinchi finally seemed to realize something. Hey? I didn't say a word that it was you. It turns out that Takasugi-san thinks he is a child of a rich family. I call myself a rich young man. Well, that kid is about to go ashore. Zhang Cheng persuaded from the side. Hey? That kid? Jintoki and Takasugi looked at Sakamoto Tatsuma, who was trembling with his mouth and body, as they had changed to the boat. They were a little annoyed. What is that idiot laughing at? Takasugi continued, and the blue veins on his face jumped. That's old Dan, do you dare to look down on Takasugi-san? Jintoki interrupted. Takasugi-san, you are so big that you will be despised by him. It's not you who are the 205,000 evil. Takasugi vomited. At this time, Sakamoto Tatsuma finally reached the shore, but Zhang Cheng found that Sakamoto Tatsuma did not look at anyone, but looked at the people behind him with a refreshing expression. This makes Zhang Cheng even more curious about this man named Sakamoto Tatsuma. You guy, are you stupid? Smile. Jintoki looked at the bow of the boat. Sakamoto Tatsuma Uniang said strangely, where is Takasugi-san funny? Is it Taka-cedar because he is short? You are the one who looks at me, right, Yin Shi? Takasugi said. But Sakamoto Tatsuma still didn't say anything, his eyes were still looking at the distance behind everyone. This defiant posture should be worthy of being Kaiban Dragon. Zhang Cheng said and walked to Sakamoto Tatsuma. Hey, it's almost enough to make a score. This guy is unusual, his eyes are fixed on the battlefield behind us, and he refuses to look at us. It seems that the Dragon of Gibbon may not be the name of Longed. Gui stopped playing treasures at this time. But just as Katsura had just finished speaking, Sakamoto Tatsumai vomited, and he was facing Zhang Cheng, Jintoki, and Takasugi. Ah, sorry, I feel sick because of seasickness. I was looking at the distant view just now, but I didn't find you. Tatsuma Sakamoto wiped his mouth and looked at the three people who were covered in mosaic. You guys, who are you? Tenshu. The three shouted at the same time, beating Sakamoto Tatsumai. This is the beginning of the quartet of quarreling the barbarian to the group of quintuplet. After that, Tatsuma Sakamoto quickly merged into Zhang Cheng and the others. Zhang Cheng also gradually discovered the extraordinariness of this man. Sakamoto Tatsuma used the tricks he was constantly digging into the opponent's heart, guiding support, raising funds, deploying weapons, and his ability to accumulate wealth is comparable to a fraud master. In this war, he is not a master. Use swords instead of doing business to fight against it. It's not that Sakamoto Tatsuma can't use swords, in fact, he is also a master of swords. Since Sakamoto joined, the fundraising finally did not rely on Yin Shi and Zhang Cheng. Now it is Sakamoto, the fraud master, who has supported Zhang Cheng in their entire battle. Sakamoto. Zhang Cheng looked at Sakamoto on the stretcher and couldn't help but shouted, "Who did it?" Zhang Cheng asked with a gloomy expression. I saw a huge wound on Sakamoto's entire right forearm. Although a life was recovered, from now on, I should never be able to use the sword again. Zhang Cheng turned around and rushed out, revenge. This is the only thing Zhang Cheng wants to do now. Zhang Cheng held the blue umbrella in his right hand. He didn't hold anything with his left hand, but he was holding a sword around Zhang Cheng's waist, a sword Song Yang once gave Zhang Cheng. It seems that you really need to be trained. Takasugi couldn't help but said to Sakamoto. Hey, please spare me, I finally got my life back, do you want me to die? Sakamoto Yuyu said. As a samurai, you are dead. Takasugi replied, looking at the wound on Sakamoto's forearm. Sure enough. I can't use a sword to peel an apple anymore. It's inconvenient. Sakamoto said somewhat mockingly. You don't have the right shape of a samurai. Maybe this way of death is suitable for a fool like you. Takasugi's gaze revealed a little softness. I'm not dead yet. Samurai may not only be able to wield swords, war may not only kill the enemy, Sakamoto Tatsuma's battle is not so petty, and he can't handle it with a stick. Jintoki said aloud, leaning on the stone behind. Remember what the enemy looked like? Takasugi turned around and just said the words. Suddenly, a ball wrapped in clothes flew over. The ball fell to the ground, revealing a head. I have avenged my grudges for you. Then you will stay on your exclusive battlefield, and we will stay on our exclusive battlefield too. Zhang Cheng walked over and said. As expected, Master Zhang Cheng. A soldier couldn't help but exclaimed. You reading www.youcanshu.com. You're too fast, too. If a man is too fast, you won't be able to please a woman. Yin Shi couldn't help but vomit. The Night Rabbit clan is known as the most powerful fighting race in the universe. The umbrella and your strength may be the best proof, but you may be a mutant Night Rabbit. Takasugi said in a deep voice. Zhang Cheng has no excuse. Isn't the most powerful fighting nation in the universe science? Yin Shi couldn't help but vomit. It doesn't matter what race, as long as we remember that we are partners. Zhang Cheng said and rushed out again. I checked a lot of information. Although the Yetu clan is the most powerful fighting clan, it is on the verge of extinction. Moreover, the Yetu clan has a weakness, that is, they hate the sun, so they will hold an umbrella. And, once when their emotions break through a limit, they will become an irrational monster who only knows to kill. Looking at Zhang Cheng's back, Gao Shan said slowly. How could it be? Zhang Cheng used to like sunbathing the most. Yin Shi could not help but retorted. Maybe it's some kind of variation, and don't you think the latter is very similar to the drunk Zhang Cheng? You said that. Yin Shi was stunned. Moreover, maybe it's just that he himself thinks he likes sunshine, maybe this is the reason why he sleeps for a few days every month. Because the body can't bear the sunshine, so he chose a certain state to self-regulate the body. Takasugi analyzes Tao. In fact, Takasugi's analysis was justified, but it was wrong after all. The umbrella was not Zhang Cheng's, and Zhang Cheng was indeed not Yetu. But Zhang Cheng didn't want to argue, maybe it would be good for them to think so. Chapter 9, There is only one place where both eyes look at from beginning to end. It has been a long time since Sakamoto was injured. Although the trauma has healed, Sakamoto can no longer use his sword. Why are those heavenly people going crazy these days, chasing us hard and stalking? Zhang Cheng sat in the room, sighed and said, there is no time to rest. Ah ha ha ha, now the wars across the country have gradually ceased, and only us are left, ah ha ha ha. Sakamoto Tatsuma touched his head and replied. So, did they turn all their forces to us? It's not good news, Zhang Cheng replied. It's not all bad news, we have also received more companions, which is much stronger than before. Yin Shizuo said. According to the investigation of the ghost soldiers, it has been found out so far. At this time, Takasugi opened the door and walked in. The guy Zhang Cheng killed with graffiti eyes on his head seems to be a big figure in a mercenary group, Chinyu, the Three Evil Stars or something. So, for revenge. Jintoki looked at Takasugi and asked. Who knows, but they were originally a mercenary group paid by the shogunate. Zhang Cheng will kill the man or not, they are our enemies. Takasugi leaned in front of the door and said. There is a plan, I will lead a team to stay after the break, you take the opportunity to retreat. Zhang Cheng said without hesitation. Don't be kidding. Those celestial beings have already issued a reward to your head. Their thermal weapons and spaceships are not something you can stop. Takasugi retorted. It's better to save strength as much as possible now. Zhang Cheng is right. I will stay with Zhang Cheng and you will retreat. Yin Shi replied. No, you should also retreat together. To deal with the heavens and humans, let me the heavens take action. Zhang Cheng stretched out a finger and continued nonchalantly, isn't there a saying to say that, to use magic to defeat magic. You just watched Jackie Chan's adventures all night. Your dark circles are the best proof. You pretend to be a hairy daddy? Yin Shi frantically complained. Well, all in all, now I want to protect the spell-named companion. Jiang Cheng continued, moreover, I am not such a weak man, that kind of cold machinery, no matter how many I will remove them. I request to break the queen with Senior Jiang Cheng. An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Cheng. Scare. Everyone was taken aback, and at the same time they turned their heads. You, who are you? I think I might be able to help, although I am a person with no sense of existence. Kuroko no Taisuk touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. When was there one more person? Yin Shi asked suspiciously. I don't know, ahahaha, ahahaha. I didn't feel his breath at all, he was such an amazing guy. This sentence was said by Takasuji. Actually, I've always been here. Hey Z, I have always remembered you. Jiang Cheng surreptitiously flipped through the team's roster, and said aggressively at the same time. If you remember, you won't turn the list, right? Jin Shiki shouted. What's the list? It's just a cartoon, just the jump I just bought. Jiang Cheng defended. Dare you dare to take out your hands? Is there anything I dare not? Jiang Cheng was still trying his best, but the next moment Jiang Cheng was stunned, because Jiang Cheng realized that he didn't know when he actually had a jump book on hand. This is, Miss. Jiang Cheng said in disbelief. P.S. In Miss Anime Kuroko's basketball, Kuroko's famous stunt. He uses his meager sense of presence to pass the ball. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind. On the battlefield, Jiang Cheng was constantly fighting the enemy. But suddenly, Jiang Cheng was hungry. At this moment, Jiang Cheng subconsciously realized that he had an extra piece of broiled pork in his mouth. You, please be by my side. Jiang Cheng stood up and bowed to He Ziyi. You just want to eat. Yin Shi kicked Jiang Cheng's ass. Jiang Cheng got up from the ground and rubbed his butt. I was just thinking, maybe he can help. Preserve less garlic. I know what is in your head. Well, Senior Yin Shi, Senior Jiang Cheng, please stop quarreling. Although it is a small matter, if I can help, I will be very happy. Kuroko Ye persuaded. At the same time, Hazy held a plate of braised pork and a jump in both hands. So fast. Didn't notice at all. Yin Shi thought to himself. So fast. Unexpectedly, he could cook such delicious food in such a short time. Jiang Cheng was kicked over by Yin Shi before he could even think about it. Don't you still just want to eat? Don't worry about so much, let's eat together. Jiang Cheng brought the braised pork on the table. Speaking of which, where did the guy with the wig go? Jiang Cheng asked, bulging his cheeks while eating. It must have gone to the survivor's house again. He likes it. Yin Shi was kicked before he could finish his words. At the same time, Gui's voice sounded, it's not the survivor, it's NTR. What are you doing, wig? Yin Shit got up and shouted. It's not a wig. It's Gui. Gui sat down, picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of meat on himself. Ahahaha, ahahaha. Tatsuma Sakamoto on the side was smiling unscrupulously. Night. You have something to say, it's better to speak it out and listen. Everyone can tell that you are hesitating. Jiang Cheng said casually, lying on the roof. Ahahaha, I thought I was hiding well. So, what is it? Jiang Cheng sat up and looked at Sakamoto. It's decided, I'm going to the universe. Whether it's just like continuing to crawl on the ground, or in the battle with the heavens and humans, you can't see the future. At the same time we are arguing like this, the heavens and humans are still in a steady stream. Coming to the earth, we can't fight the trend of history at all. This kind of battle is just wasting the lives of comrades in arms. I no longer want to see any comrades in arms die. Speaking of this, Sakamoto looked at the stars in the sky. In the future, it won't work if you don't look higher and farther. I want to look at the people on the earth, the heavens, and even the stars. So, I'm going to the universe. I'm driving a huge spacecraft in the universe to make a fishing. The fisherman of the stars. What do you think? P.S. The pronunciation of fishing in Japanese is the same as saving. If you want to go, go. Zhang Cheng listened and lay down again, and said casually. You are all amazing men, why not come with me? Sakamoto was interrupted by Zhang Cheng before he finished speaking. Sorry, our purpose, or what our eyes see, is only one direction from beginning to end. Go to your battlefield, and we will stay on this humble earth. Go catch the fish you want. Takasuji's voice came, and it turned out that Takasuji had been leaning down against the wall listening to the conversation between the two. That's right, you can go to the universe to show your skills. You are not suitable for just fishing for small fish, and spreading a big net into the universe, whether it is planets or stars, go and fish a lot. Yin Shi's voice said. Come. Go, friend, everyone said together. You guys. Sakamoto was moved in a mess, tears and nose poured out, and then he hugged Zhang Cheng who was aside. I will always remember you. Remember that you are tall. It's like we're going to die. And it's so dirty. You guy. Get me off. Zhang Cheng pulled Sakamoto in disgust, but he couldn't pull it away. Sakamoto is gone, and the Yi 5-member group has become the Yi 4-member group again, but Zhang Cheng doesn't know at this time. Soon, the war to save Songyang will be over. According to the original plan, Zhang Cheng led a team to stay behind, while the other teams retreated under the cover of Zhang Cheng and retreated to a safer place. The enemy's offensive was extremely fierce. A large number of celestial beings and the shogunate continued to attack the team led by Zhang Cheng. The attacks were wave after wave. Zhang Cheng didn't have the time to breathe at all. But this is the situation. Zhang Cheng persisted for a full 7 days, leaving enough time for the retreat of the large troops. Zhang Cheng didn't know how many enemies he had killed, nor did he want to know how many companions he had lost. Finally, the enemy's offensive weakened, and Zhang Cheng and his companions finally had a chance to breathe. At this time, Zhang Cheng and the remaining 100 companions were resting in a forest. It's not good. Senior Zhang Cheng. A voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Zhang Cheng instantly got up and looked at the bruised person who was a signal soldier who was responsible for spreading messages between the teams and liaising. What's wrong? Zhang Cheng asked. Senior Yinshi, Senior Takasuji, and Senior Katsura were ambushed at the same time, and they can't be contacted anymore, said the Yashishi with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, those guys can't be defeated so easily, Zhang Cheng said, patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. But even though Zhang Cheng said so, his heart trembled slightly, and a feeling of anxiety came out. You, all the single men in the family are leaving now, and the rest who want to leave hurry up and leave, I will give you cover. Zhang Cheng looked at the tired companions and shouted. Senior Zhang Cheng, it won't work. Hazy reminded out loud, today is the 15th. Don't worry, my body knows the best in my heart. So are you are also a single man in the family according to the information. Go back. This is an order. Zhang Cheng took the blue umbrella and turned it around without any hesitation. Go ahead, don't think about those heroic sacrifices, don't let me repeat, this is an order. Except for the single guy in the family, the rest who want to stay come with me. Chapter 10, Everyone is a poor worm lost in life. Senior. Kuriko Wild hesitated, I can still fight, at least let me stay. Don't let me repeat it. If you disobey the order, then I will personally send you to hell, and everyone else will do the same. Zhang Cheng said sharply, I will give you the task of escorting them away, hurry up, there is not much time. Finally, under Zhang Cheng's persecution, some people, including Hazy, had to leave reluctantly. All I can do is try my best to live, because this is an order, Zhang Cheng's last order. The remaining people come with me, we will buy time for them, and if we can survive, we will support Yinchi and them. Zhang Cheng said while standing in front of the remaining people. Zhang Cheng and the rest of the people knew that perhaps this should be the last battle, but no one was afraid. Everyone stared at the battlefield not far away as they died. There will be the final destination for everyone. Teacher, I don't know if I can see you again. Zhang Cheng raised his head and looked at the sky and sighed secretly. The next day. Wears a hat, wears black clothes, and has a crow tattoo on her body. Zhang Cheng will never forget this kind of costumed person. These people have a unified name, Naraku. However, it was such a group of Nairobi, who were standing on a high ground and watching Zhang Cheng, who was alone below, were fighting in the crowd. Takasugi and Katsura had been captured, and they were crushed to the ground by the crowd. At this time, Yinchi was standing in the midst of the crowd with his head bowed, holding a sword in his hand. And in front of Takasugi and Katsura, it is Song Yang that everyone is thinking about. Song Jiang's hands were tied behind him, and his whole body bowed his head and sat on the ground with his back facing Takasugi and the others. His body has reached its limit a long time ago, mutated night rabbit, a sad family. Ounce looked at Zhang Cheng who was still fighting underneath and said with a sigh. At the same time, Zhang Cheng had noticed the people at high places a long time ago, realized his own, and Yinchi's situation, and had already seen Song Yang. Wait for me. Teacher. Zhang Cheng constantly wielded the weapon in his hand, taking the life of an enemy army or several enemy forces with each blow. It's just that Zhang Cheng could feel that his body was protesting, and every cell in his body was screaming. The exhaustion that Zhang Cheng suppressed was constantly eroding Zhang Cheng's spirit. Now Zhang Cheng is no longer just fighting the enemy, but also fighting with his body and his will. This is just a trap. In fact, no matter which direction you flee, you can't escape. This war is over. Ozuruo pointedly said. You are so pale. Takasugi cursed, lying on the ground. This farce should be over. Oki glanced at Zhang Cheng who was about to kill all the enemies below, and then whispered. Finally, all the enemies were finally killed, and finally, the teacher was finally able to be touched again. Zhang Cheng thought this way, but Zhang Cheng's body no longer allowed him to make any movements. At this time, Zhang Cheng was covered with wounds. With the blood of the enemy and his own, Zhang Cheng had become a blood man. Zhang Cheng's consciousness has begun to blur, and even his breathing has become extremely heavy. In this state, you can still fight 1000 against 1000. In the final analysis, it is really a night rabbit. After Obi finished speaking, a group of Nailuozhong jumped directly, and their goal was Zhang Cheng at this time. Sure enough, Zhang Cheng was knocked down, and now Zhang Cheng has nothing to fight back. Zhang Cheng was by a crowd of Nairobi and taken to a high place. Zhang Cheng was smashed to the ground, falling beside Katsura and Takasugi. Old teacher. Zhang Cheng tried to open his eyes wide, and muttered as he looked at Song Yang who was only a few meters away from him. Finally, everyone is gathered. It's really sad, young people who are worried about the country have to accept such a fate, said the old man in black cloak and cloak in front of Song Yang. Is this what you are determined to do? Song Yang, the children you have taught are worthless under your teachings. Now, would you want to say this? Don't remember that I taught them this way. Then you might as well give it a try, and see if your disciples are willing to go to the Yellow Spring with you. Or, choose the path of killing the teacher with your own hands in order to survive. After finishing speaking, Yin Shi was pushed forward by the enemy and pushed behind Song Yang. No. No, Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng's voice was already very weak. But Zhang Cheng just made a sound. A member of Naraku kicked Zhang Cheng on the back. Zhang Cheng was in pain and vomited a big mouthful of blood. Zhang Cheng. Takasugi tried to stand up but was held on tightly, and Gui was in the same situation. Choose a teacher or a partner, you can choose one of the two, the old man continued. Jiang Cheng was horrified to discover at this time, Yin Shi raised his sword. No. Don't. Jiang Cheng bit his lower lip desperately, hoping that there would be more pain to bring some irritation to this tired body. No. No. Takasuji yelled, please. Jintoki. But the next moment, Yin Shi still dropped the sword in his hand. At some point before, Jiang Cheng saw it, and Song Yang turned his head and looked at himself and smiled. The last scene that Inari saw before falling asleep was Takasuji standing up and roaring towards silver time. Takasuji rushed over, but at this moment, Oki threw out a dagger and headed straight for Takasuji. The dagger slashed through Takasuji's left eye, and Takasuji fell to the ground, and a crowd of Narakus instantly surrounded Takasuji who had lost an eye. The life that your mentor took back for you, don't waste it. Ozi said. Do you really want to let this group of people go back to the mountain? The elder continued, are you trying to sympathize with that man, Oki? Hearing this, Osaki glanced at the 4 Songyang disciples. These people have lost the last thing they can protect. For them, it is equivalent to death, not to mention the destruction caused by their own weakness. It's worth noting that it's impossible to kill, and it's impossible to hold a sword in the future. No matter it was the silver standing with his head down, the Katsura who gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, or the Takasuji who was lying on his back, no one spoke. When Jiang Cheng woke up again, he found himself lying in a room with bandages on his body. Jinchi, Katsura, and Takasuji sat aside and said nothing. Takasuji's left eye was also entangled in gauze. Jiang Cheng remembering all the experiences that day. Jiang Cheng endured the pain in his body and stood up. Without hesitation, he drew out the sword at his hand and pointed it at Yin Shi. You! Gui raised his hand to stop. But in the end, Jiang Cheng did nothing, because Jiang Cheng remembered the last smile that Song Yang showed. Jiang Cheng knew that if he changed to himself, he might have made the same choice as Yin Shi. If you want to ask why, because I am a student of Song Yang just like Yin Shi. Jiang Cheng threw the sword in his hand to the ground, put on his clothes, took the umbrella, turned around and walked out without looking back. During the whole process, Jiang Cheng didn't say a word. The wind blew the clothes and hair of the 4 of them. The 4 of them stood in front of the high hills. This is the place where Song Yang was executed. A small grave stood in front of them. None of the 4 of them spoke. That's it. Quietly staring at the tomb. Perhaps for the 4, including Song Yang, all of the 4 were also buried there. Let's go, and finally put up their graves for those lost companions. Jiang Cheng said, turning around and left. One day later, the 4 of them erected countless graves, all of which were built for the lost companions of everyone. One by one, their swords were erected on each of the graves. The 4 stood silent for a long time in front of countless graves. In the end, it was as if an agreement had been made. At a certain moment, the 4 people left in 4 different directions without looking back. Until the end, no one spoke. A little bit different from others is that Jiang Cheng has abandoned his sword. Jiang Cheng held up his umbrella, although it didn't rain. Jiang Cheng finally understood that this war might not make any sense. In the end, he not only lost countless companions, but also Song Yang. Failure to abide by the agreement with Song Yang led to the death of countless companions, and he killed countless companions and Song Yang. Jiang Cheng continued to walk aimlessly, and suddenly a familiar voice sounded. Senior Jiang Cheng. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Hey Z's voice came, and Jiang Cheng raised his head and looked over. Jiang Cheng is the group of friends who were forced away by him before, and more than 30 people are standing in front of him. Seeing them, Jiang Cheng's nose suddenly sore. Perhaps, in the end, he was not unprotected. Master Jiang Cheng, everyone yelled. What are you doing here? Zhang Cheng suddenly choked up. We all know what happened, and we want to follow Master Zhang Cheng again. One person said, and then everyone began to rush to agree. From now on, I am no longer your chief, you are free. Zhang Cheng shook his head and said. But. No but, that Zhang Cheng as your chief is dead. What is in front of you now is just a poor worm who is lost in life again. Zhang Cheng said and continued to move forward. Everyone silently the land gave Zhang Cheng away, but whether it's the dead Zhang Cheng or me, the poor worm, I hope you can live well. This is the common wish of both of us. Everyone looked at the back of Zhang Cheng who was walking further and further under the umbrella, and could not let go for a long time. Senior. Aligato. He Zi shouted from behind Zhang Cheng, and bowed deeply to the departing Zhang Cheng. When they saw this, the others followed suit. Zhang Cheng listened to the sound coming from behind, and eventually tears fell. But Zhang Cheng didn't look back. Zhang Cheng was afraid. If he looks back, then maybe the previous Zhang Cheng will be resurrected. In this way, the war against barbarians is finally over. Goodbye, Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng whispered to himself. Chapter 11, If a boy is missing for a while, it end number 039, s like a different person. I'm starving to death. Zhang Cheng held the umbrella, rubbed his stomach with the other hand, and said helplessly at the same time. At this time, Zhang Cheng was wearing a clean grey kimono that was more self-cultivation, which was made by a girl I met before and gave it to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng might have forgotten that girl's name long ago. Is this a big city? It's really lively. Zhang Cheng looked at the streets of Edo at night and couldn't help but sighed. There are 300 yuan left. I should be hungry today. Zhang Cheng searched all over his body. Only 3 steel trowels were found. Brother over there, we have a lot of beautiful girls in our shop, do you want to come and sit? In front of a shop on the roadside, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup in a kimono shouted at Zhang Cheng enthusiastically. Zhang Cheng stopped and pointed at himself while looking at him suspiciously. I mean you, brother. The middle-aged woman walked over quickly and enthusiastically took Zhang Cheng into the store. I don't have any money. Zhang Cheng scratched his head and said in embarrassment. But the woman, as if she hadn't heard her, continued to pull Zhang Cheng into the shop by herself. Before entering the store, Zhang Cheng looked up at the name of the store, Yoshihara XXXX above ground branch. Zhang Cheng sat on the sofa, looking at the young girls who kept paying her respects with a dazed expression. I really have no money. Zhang Cheng emphasized again. What are you talking about, sir? How dare we take your money? The previous woman swayed over and sat on the other side. If you need anything, please tell me. I have already sent the rest of the guests. Are all driven out? Zhang Cheng understood. It turned out that he had admitted the wrong person, and was just about to explain, but at this time he screamed in despair. Immediately, Zhang Cheng's heart was overwhelmed. Eating this free meal first, let's talk about it. As for the next thing, I'll talk about it later. Zhang Cheng didn't do this kind of thing once or twice. For a long time, Zhang Cheng ate Ba Wang's meal. Afterwards, whether it was cleaning the dishes or what he did, Zhang Cheng did his best. But if the boss has a single and unmarried daughter, then the result is different, because there is no doubt that Zhang Cheng will be seen. After all, the flawless face is too attractive to women. Zhang Cheng didn't know how many romantic debts he owed over the years, so he survived all the way. Voiceover, I have never seen such a brazen person. Then, serve me full of Chinese food. No Japanese food. Chinese liquor for wine. Coke for drinks. Zhang Cheng put the umbrella away and put it next to him, pretending to be arrogant. Have you heard it? Hurry up and greet this adult as required. The woman looked at the waiters around and reprimanded. Then a dish of Chinese food was served in front of Zhang Cheng, but the speed of serving was far slower than that of Zhang Cheng. All the waiters ran to serve the dishes. Mother sang, "Is this adult really Night Rabbit?" The young lady on the side looked at Zhang Cheng, who was devouring, and couldn't help but look at the woman and asked. Only those people will hold umbrellas on sunny days, and I've only seen this appetite and this eating behavior in those people. The woman took a careful look at Zhang Cheng again, and then continued, "Before, I used to serve Lord Overnight King, and also entertain some of the Lord Overnight King's subordinates, those night rabbits. Then, the woman beckoned to call a waiter. The waiter knew and bent down. The woman whispered a few words in the ear of the waiter. But the face is really good." The young lady continued, and she also glanced at Xiang Zhongcheng from time to time. "Be careful, these guys are the masters of moodiness." The woman reminded, "I have sent someone to notify Beiwa. At this time, a silver-haired natural curler and a pair of glasses draped in human skin were standing outside the store, looking at the door with the words "Private Market Today" posted. "It's hard to earn some money by hitting small steel balls. I heard that a new store has opened here. I want to come here to be extravagant and relax. Are you worthy of the fruits of my hard day and night?" Yin Shi tugged the waiter standing in front of the shop shouted. "Hey, hitting a small steel ball is nothing like labor. Besides, I'm not old enough to come to this kind of place. What do you want to do with a minor boy to this kind of place?" Xinba Ha was crazy. "Make complaints? What are you kidding?" Yin Shi continued to pull the waiter like he hadn't heard Xinba Kai's complaints. "I'm extremely sorry, two guests. Actually, I am greeting an important guest, so it is not convenient to open the door to welcome the guests. You two can come back tomorrow." The waiter laughed. "Tomorrow? What important customer? All consumers are God. You will remember this sentence for me." Yin Shi continued to shake the waiter. "That's right, all consumers are gods, open the door." A woman's voice suddenly sounded, "But only one point, don't provoke the guests inside." "Big. Your lord." Seeing the visitor, the waiter said tremblingly, "But the one inside is. That's why I came here, and we will leave the rest to Beiwa. Yu Yang took a cigarette and took a sip and said. Yu Yang walked straight in as he spoke, followed by a group of Beiwa members. "If you want to come in, please come in." This sentence was addressed to Yin Shi in glasses. "Shinhachi, author, don't be too much. I am Shimura Shinhachi. Not glasses." Voiceover, "Humph, it's the same spit attribute, you look at me again. Did I say anything?" Zinbeiji, "Okay, it seems you are a bit miserable. Hey, Yin Sang, I think we'd better not go in. These women don't look like ordinary characters." Xinba Ha whispered into Yin Shi's ear, "Their kimonos are night clothes, absolutely right. If you venture in, you may be involved in some undesirable events. That's that kind of one-piece underwear, isn't it often seen in magazines and Beep V?" Yin Shizuo has just finished speaking, and at the same time, a kunao has been pierced into the silver. The back of the head at time. "Who did you say is Beep V Beep excellent?" "What's stuck on the back of my head?" Jintoki said that he stretched his hand to the back of his head and pulled out the kunao. "Hey, there are ninjas in this store. And it's too real. Blood, blood." Seeing the gushing blood, Xinbeiji panicked instantly. But Yu Yang didn't say anything, and continued to walk towards the store until he walked in front of Zhang Cheng. Orange-red hair, blue pupils, yes, that man. Yu Yang looked at Zhang Cheng slightly, "Chenyu 7th Division Leader, Divine Power. I don't seem to be right, boss." A member of Beiwa behind Yu Yang couldn't help but reminded him softly next to Yu Yang's ear. "According to Master Yewang Fengxian's description, you can't be wrong. Moreover, Master Yewang hasn't seen him for a long time. Boys are like this. Not seeing him for a while is like changing a person." Yu Yang replied. "It's amazing, the leader even knows this. Several members couldn't help but praise them softly. Voiceover, I totally admit it wrong, okay. Can you watch the complete works of Gintama beforehand? Let's get up and drive first, and let us Beiwa take over the next step. Yu Yang said to the girls around Zhang Cheng. Then a group of girls reluctantly got up and left, and still looked back at Zhang Cheng's handsome face from time to time. Then, Yu Yang sat down, and a group of Baihua members stood behind Yu Yang and watched Zhang Cheng, who was devouring with Yu Yang. But at this time Zhang Cheng was still immersed in the food in front of him, and he didn't even notice the people. If there is any accident, it is Jintoki who was helped in by the new 8. What Yu Yang said just now was heard by Yin Shi, and Yin Shi also saw the familiar face, and instantly understood what was going on. Xinbag, cooperate with me, today we can have a good meal for free. Yin Shi quietly said in Xinbag's ear. After speaking, Yin Shi walked straight towards Zhang Cheng. What do you want to do? A group of Beiwa members looked at Jin Shi and said with an unkind expression. Head, how did you get to such a place alone? Yin Shi said solemnly, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, then walked over to Zhang Cheng and sat down. Are you? Yu Yang was shocked. Yin Shi forced a serious expression and nodded. Nu Beiji, the head is here. Yin Shi shouted at the Xinbag, come here. Xinbag was still dazed, but after Yin Shi said that, he could only walk up to him and sit down beside Yin Shi. How can this food be enough for our team leader? Don't hurry up. Don't stop. Yin Shi's expression is as arrogant and domineering as he is. Speaking of Yin Shi, he also started to eat his chopsticks, and at the same time, he used his eyes to signal the new 8 to eat quickly, and ran away immediately after eating. In this way, from one person devouring it to 3 people devouring it. How long have these guys not eaten? All the members of Beiwa were shocked to speak. The stomach of Night Rabbit is different from the stomach of our people on earth. Yu Yang replied. But the boy with natural curly silver hair and the boy with glasses seem to be from the earth. One member couldn't help but say. Maybe it's just a disguise. How can a man who looks unharmed after being hit by my kunao is an ordinary person? Yu Yang whispered to the people behind him. It's not unscathed, boss. He was still spurting blood just now. I'm full. Zhang Cheng was finally full, raised his head and clapped his hands and said, thank you for the hospitality. But the next moment, Zhang Cheng was stunned. I don't know when, the person next to him has changed, and the naturally curly silver-haired man sitting next to him seems a bit familiar. Chapter 12, Idiot after 10 years, still an idiot. You got it. I just ate myself and didn't calculate the time. Yin Shi thought to himself. But in the next second, Jintoki looked at the shaku he was about to come on the table, and instantly thought of a solution. Your Excellency, Master Feng Xian asked me to invite you when he heard that you are here. Yu Yang said respectfully at this moment, Xiang Jiangchenj. Hey! Zhang Cheng obviously doesn't know what the situation is now. Well, I don't. But before finishing talking, Yin Shi directly took the cup and poured Zhang Cheng a cup of shaku. Head of God! The man in the bar can't put down the glass of wine. This is the most basic respect. Jin Shiki said. Well, I said I don't. Before he finished speaking, Yin Shi took a sip of wine. 3, 2, 1. Yin Shi secretly counted in his heart and got it done. But the result was unexpected by Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng did not drunk as before, but fell asleep with his head tilted. Nu 8 Chi, what's the date today? Yin Shi looked at Xinba and asked. The 15th, what's the matter? Xinbaji replied, rubbing his belly. It's nothing. Yin Shi looked at Yu Yang afterwards. Our team leader wants to rest for a while when he is full. Next, we have to help Zirampu on the other side of the earth. I heard that the election was very unsuccessful. Isn't it new 8 Haws? Seeing Yin Shi's wink, Xinbag understood, that's right. That's it, our team leader will beg you for the time being. Then Jin Shiki stood up and pulled Xinba Hao and left quickly. Yin sang, is that man your acquaintance? Xinbag asked curiously. That's right. Yin Shizuo replied casually, while stroking the bracing belly with one hand and digging his nostrils with the other. What kind of man is he? Just an idiot popular with women. But suddenly, Yin Shi stopped, and then said, come out, I've already found someone following. Boss, what should I do now? A Beiwa member looked at Zhang Cheng who was asleep and asked with some uncertainty. Take him back to Yoshihara, and wait until he wakes up and take him to see Master Feng Xian. After saying that, Yu Yang stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. Before leaving, Yu Yang glanced away. Zhang Cheng, who was asleep, flashed something different in his eyes, like hope and hesitation, but it was fleeting. Zhang Cheng opened his eyes and looked at the strange house and the strange environment. Then he sat up and couldn't help but sighed. Zhang Cheng has experienced this situation countless times over the years. Are you awake? Yu Yang stood outside the door and knocked on the door and asked. Oh, please come in. Zhang Cheng instantly turned off the bed and put on his clothes. Yu Yang opened the door and walked in. Your Excellency, Master Feng Xian is waiting for you in the living room. That, I'm not what you said in your mouth. Zhang Cheng was embarrassed and scratched his head in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Lord God! Master Feng Xian has been waiting for you for a long time. I'm really not that supernatural power, you have admitted the wrong person. Sigma, degree, Yu Yang showed the above expression, and instantly petrified. That, I'm so sorry. I can do everything, whether it's washing the dishes or doing anything. As long as it's not selling yourself. Zhang Cheng bowed quickly and said. Aren't you Night Rabbit? After a long silence, Yu Yang finally asked. Hey! Zhang Cheng struggled for a while before finally replied, for the time being, let's count it. Temporarily. It's like this. I was walking on the street alone, but I was suddenly dragged into a certain store. Then I really declared that I had no money, and it was twice. But, you all know the rest. Zhang Cheng explained in a hurry. Are you an idiot? Yu Yang couldn't help but vomit. You confessed the wrong person without authorization. Why do you all blame me? Zhang Cheng retorted, but he had no confidence at all. You fellow! Yu Yang shouted, but then her voice became quieter, and she continued helplessly, if you are also the Night Rabbit, the Night King Feng Xian, you should know this person, right? Wild King. Crazy Fairy. It's the Night King and Phoenix Fairy. You idiot! Yu Yang was really speechless. Are you Night Rabbit? It can be or not, it depends on the situation. Zhang Cheng said with a small smug face. I am proud of your size. What is so proud of? What famous saying is that? I have only heard of male and female she-males. You are an idiot, right? Absolutely. Well, don't worry, I understand it, that is, the Wild King Feng Xian is the head here, so I can't end up apologizing to him personally. Zhang Cheng said indifferently. I advise you not to do this, Yu Yang continued, because you will die. Which country's law is to punish the death penalty for eating free food? Yu Yang leaned in front of the door, took a sip of the cigarette stick in his hand. Where do you think you are now? Japan? Isn't it? Didn't I go abroad when I fell asleep? Which country is it now? Africa. Zhang Cheng was messed up. What are you thinking about? The underground city of Edo, Yoshihara. This is an underground city built by the collusion of the heavens and the shogunate 8 years ago, that is, Yoshihara Tajin Township. If you still don't understand, open the window and look. Looking outside, you can tell what kind of place it is. Yu Yang explained, holding back his anger. After listening, Zhang Chengzhen came to the window and looked outside. The area he looked at was all places for men to have fun. Zhang Cheng raised his head and realized that it was really dark here, and the entire sky was sealed. Because of the participation of heaven and human beings, this is a super-legal space that even the shogunate acquiesces. It is naturally a place for the rich and powerful to carry out all kinds of carnivals. In other words, it is a hotbed of corruption. Even the geisha here knows one thing. It's a state secret, so once you see the women on the street, once they come here, they won't be able to see the sun again. After a pause, Yu Yang continued. Women who come here are used as commodities. They are taken underground to squeeze out the youth that can be used. Anyone who wants to escape will be killed. This street is called the Street of the Night, and it doesn't refer to him. The place of wind and moon. For us, the hope of dawn will never come. We can only survive an endless despair and endless night. Zhang Cheng did not let Yu Yang continue, but went on to say, then what wild king is the master here and controls the entire Yoshihara? This kind of plot has long been seen in those vulgar movies. Hello. Perhaps it is the case, the Night King Fengxian, the man at the peak of the Night Rabbit, the King of the Night Rabbit, and the King of the Night Yoshihara. The former head of the 7th Division of Chenyu, a man comparable to the legendary Xing Gaifang master. Yu Yang went on to say. So what are you talking about? Don't go around, just say something. I don't like to go around, like rap game, step by step from mobs to the boss, there are levels, which I hate the most. That kind of feeling. Zhang Cheng leaned against the window and said casually. Zhang Cheng had already heard something in Yu Yang's words. Although we rarely come into contact with the outside world here, there are some things I have heard from some people in a few words. For example, 10 years ago, the 2nd Division of Chenyu, everyone including the commander, was wiped out on Earth. Am I right? One person wiped out the entire Red Beast Lord of the 2nd Division. After speaking, Yu Yang's expression finally became serious. P.S. This refers to the last battle of Zhang Cheng's war against barbarians. The commander of the Chenyu 2nd Division is one of the 3 evil stars of the Chenyu pirates, Ma Dong in the original work, with an eye on his forehead. However, it has been cut by Zhang Cheng in this book. I don't understand what you are saying at all. Zhang Cheng said casually, I'm sorry, you may have identified the wrong person. My name is Zhang Cheng. I am neither a night rabbit nor a samurai, but just a wandering man. Really? Yu Yang clapped her hands, and a door was opened instantly. Waiting for Zhang Cheng to see the scene clearly, he was stunned, and saw Yin Shi was holding the wine bottle with the harazi in his sleep. Next to him is a boy with glasses tied up. I'm really a good friend, it's just that I drank a few glasses of wine, listened to something nice, and I said it all. Zhang Cheng rushed over with a black line on his face, and kicked hard at Yin Shi. What are you doing? Yin Shi got up from the ground cursingly, and then he saw Zhang Cheng in front of him. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Are you an idiot? Zhang Cheng scolded while kicking. Although it is a faint hope, I also hope to seize it, please help us. Yu Yang came from behind Zhang Cheng with a pleading voice. Zhang Cheng turned his head and looked at Yu Yang, who was kneeling on one knee, not knowing what he should say. No matter what the price is, as long as I can get Yoshihara out of the hands of the Night King, I will not hesitate. You get up first, I hate this. Zhang Cheng could only say so in the end. Nu 8 Chi, what's wrong with you Nu 8? Yin Shi shook his face with a subtle Nu 8 Chi and kept shouting. His words are okay. Yesterday he just let him stay in a certain club for one night. Yu Yang's voice came. What kind of club is that? What kind of club will have such a professional bundling technique? Is it the kind of play? Yin Shi spit out wildly, but he still loosened the tie for the new 8. Yin sang. The unbound Xinbag rushed into Yin Shi's arms with tears. They have done so many things like this to me, you. Yozio Xinbag, don't cry, forget what happened to you as a dream. Yin Shizuo comforted. What an innocent boy, remember that Zhongcheng's first time was actually not worse than your reaction. Yin Shi was kicked from behind by Zhongcheng before he finished speaking. Is it good to see what the situation is now? You are an idiot. Absolute idiot. 10 years of not seeing you thought that your brain damage has been cured. How can there be friends who just drink a few glasses of wine? Zhongchen knew spout. No, they also gave me membership cards and vouchers, and a year of strawberry milk. Yin Shi retorted. Chapter 13, All in All, let end number 039, fill up the stomach first. I think there is only strawberry milk left in your head, soul light. Zhongcheng said as he picked up his umbrella and faced Silver. He was about to give the idiot's head a shot. It turned out to be like this. It seems that Ms. Yueyang has seen Zhongchen Sang's identity yesterday. Xinbag said while holding his glasses. At this time, everyone was sitting together and sorted out the ins and outs of the matter again. But I was really surprised. I didn't think that Yinsang and Zhongcheng Sang had participated in the war against the barbarians. I originally thought Yinsang was just an uncle. Xinbag said with emotion. Aside, Zhongcheng and Yin Shi are still pinching each other. It's all your fault. Let me be involved in this troublesome incident. Zhongcheng gritted his teeth while grabbing Yin Shi's collar. It's just a meal for you. Whatever you call it is all my fault. Who made you lose control of your legs? If you don't go in that store, wouldn't there be such a thing? Yin Shi also he grabbed Zhongcheng's collar and said. You silver-haired booger. You rare fool of the universe. Well, stop arguing between you two. If you two are capable, why not help them? Xinbag persuaded. It's just that Zhongcheng and Yin Shi turned their heads and saw a corner of a colored paper exposed in the arms of Xinbag. Hey, Xinbag, what's in your arms? Yin Shi asked. Wah, nothing. Xinbag said, hurriedly reinserting the exposed corner of the page. Youth, Zhongcheng and Yin Shi sat on both sides of Xinbag at the same time, patted Xinbag on the shoulder at the same time, and shook their heads at the same time. What do you two look like? This is just a discount coupon for the new CD of Atong sauce. Xinbag explained frantically. Explanation is to cover up, Yin Shi said. Disguises the truth, boy. Zhongcheng answered in a timely manner. A man is such a creature, congratulations to your new 8, you have graduated from a boy. Yin Shi continued. No graduation. What are you talking about? I'm still a boy from beginning to end. I understand that Yin Shi's reaction was exactly the same as yours. Well, Zhongcheng's reaction was actually more intense than you. He locked himself in the house and cried for several days. What did you say? ×2. Suddenly Zhongcheng and Yin Shi pinched each other again. You two seem to be a really good pass. Xinbag Yao's words were knocked on the head at the same time by Zhongcheng and Yin Shi before they were finished. Who has a good relationship with this idiot/idiot? Zhongcheng and Yin Shi shouted at the same time. Don't quarrel with you two, let's discuss the plan first. As he said, Yueyang took out a map and placed it on the table. This is the map of Yoshihara. But before Yueyang's words were finished, Zhongcheng poured cold water on him. Don't be wrong, I didn't say that I would help from the beginning to the end. I just want to let others save it. I hate such a guy the most. Although I am at odds with this idiot, my attitude is the same on this point. Yin Shi also refused. You two, can you be more sympathetic? Xinbag vomited. Excuse me, let's not say whether we can solve the Wild Kings. Even if it is solved, what should this dungeon do? Can those geishas really return to the ground? Use your brain. Glasses classmate. Zhang Cheng looked at Xinba Hao and said helplessly, then turned to Yu Yang and continued. You said before, those geishas know some secrets more or less. If they go to the ground and are used by some caring people, have you considered what this country will be like? In fact, even if we get rid of the Wild King, even if a short period of freedom is ushered here, but over time, it will return to its current status. Sooner or later, the Spring Rain organization will send a new leader, and the shogunate will participate again. That's right, although we have done some stupid things to fight against the shogunate and this country, but now at least we don't want to see this country fall into chaos again. Yin Shi took over. There is still me after Yoshihara, and Beiwa. That won't happen. Yu Yang defended. Can you fight the entire Spring Rain or the entire shogunate? Zhang Cheng asked with interest. Yu Yang was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Some things need to be more thoughtful. It's not just a passion. Otherwise, you will find that all your starting points are only your own desires. Not only are you ugly, but you will definitely fail. Zhang Cheng said with his face revealed. A trace of self-deprecation. How could this be? Xinbaji said in disbelief. Where is that phoenix or something? Take me to see him. You have to say hello after eating other people's food. After that, Zhang Cheng stood up and walked towards the door, but suddenly stopped when he reached the door and turned around. Umbrella pointed at Yin Shi and Xinba Hao. By the way, I don't care about their meal. Shengui 3 million yen, sell the body or sell the kidney. Yu Yang really looked at Yin Shi and Xinba Hao and said. What kind of meal is 3 million yen per meal? You are a black shop here. Jintoki roared. There are also the service fee of the two of you yesterday, the overnight fee, and the consumption of the glasses brother in the club. This is still a small amount. Yu Yang took a cigarette stick and found a bunch of consumption schedules from her body. Xinbag, what kind of club did you spend so much money in? Yin Shi yelled while pulling at Xinbag's clothes. Is that the Night King? I'm really curious what kind of anti-tank gun is installed on him to be called the Night King. Yin Shi looked at the Night King Fengxian who was sitting in the room and couldn't help but whispered. Don't talk nonsense, you two, I will explain it to Master Fengxian. After that, you two seriously admit a mistake, Master Fengxian shouldn't mind these trivial things. Yu Yang reminded in a low voice. The only people who came here were Zhang Cheng, Yin Shi, and Yu Yang, and the new 8 had been sent out by Yu Yang. The 3 finally arrived in front of the Night King. Shenwei, I haven't seen it for a long time. I didn't expect that the first thing I came here was not to tell me the old man. Seeing the person coming, Fengxian said with a light smile. Well, I'm not that kind of supernatural power. Zhang Cheng was about to plead. However, Fengxian didn't hear it, and said to himself, but it's really a rare visitor. The 7th division of the strongest force feared by people known as Chenyu's Thunder Spear, crawls at a young age. What is it that the sir in the head of the regiment is here to come to me? Say it. I'm not that supernatural power anymore. Can you let others finish talking? You smelly old man. Zhang Cheng said loudly. But I really didn't expect that in such a short time, I grew up to this point. I got taller, my face changed, and the expression on his face changed. Even the voice actor became Hiroshi Kamiya, if it weren't for you. With those blue pupils, even I can hardly recognize you. It's like a different person. Voiceover, hey, can the author point his face? Excessive delusion, right? Do you know how much it costs for Hiroshi Kamiya to dub? Is your salary as a street writer enough for Hiroshi Kamiya to dub a voice? If you do this, I will call the police. That, it's really another person, Jintoki said, raising his hand. Is this a new member? The current Chenyu is really depraved, so can a lazy man enter casually? Feng Xian still said to himself. Can you stop talking to yourself? It's not a supernatural power. I have never heard the name you said. Didn't you recite the lines beforehand? This is not the Gintama crew, you hateful old man. Zhang Cheng came to Feng Xian and shouted loudly. The two wine escorts who were accompanying Feng Xian were also taken aback. I see, do you want to say goodbye to the old self? Shenwei. What a great man! Then Feng Xian opened the fan in his hand and slapped it gently. Zhang Cheng was completely defeated, and then walked to the original position and sat down. Jintoki also sat down when he saw it. Zhang Cheng kept showing Yu Yang next to him with his eyes. Zhang Cheng, what should I do? This old man doesn't listen to explanations at all. He thought this was the Gintama crew. Did not recite the lines at all. Yu Yang, I don't know what to do. Can you stop showing me with your eyes? This is the author's fault. There must be no lines arranged. If you are old, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is exhausted physically and mentally. It is wine that can nourish the body, and the one that can nourish the soul is a woman. You don't understand when you are young, right? Smiled. Zhang Cheng, what do you do? This old man came exactly according to the lines of the Gintama crew. I'm completely caught in my own rhythm, hello. How should I answer? Yu, don't beckon me with your eyes. But at this moment, Jin Shizuo suddenly said, our team leader understands. In an instant, Zhang Cheng looked at Yin Shi in disbelief, hey! Forgive me. What kind of trouble did you follow him to say? Silver time, all in all, let's fool around like this first. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw you, do you finally understand the taste other than rice? Feng Xian smiled twice, if you want wine or want a woman, let's talk. I do anything. Zhang Cheng was interrupted by Yin Shi before he could finish. Our team leader wants both. The wine needs Chinese high-quality liquor, and the snacks need Chinese food. If you are a woman, you can come up to 80 or 90. If you are not beautiful, you can't do it. In addition, give me some top-grade Japanese sake. Zhang Cheng winked at Yin Shi frantically, are you crazy? Obviously the steps are there. Follow along and go down. Are you a fool? Do you find yourself uncomfortable like this? Yin Shi also replied with his eyes, the mouth was a little faster, and he said it subconsciously, can you blame me? Besides, I haven't eaten breakfast or lunch today. All in all, let's fill up your stomach first. Chapter 14, if you can't find time machine, please at least give. Hearing this, Feng Xian burst into laughter, I never thought that you would grow up to such a point. Not only a woman, but also the taste of drinking is so special. You really deserve to be that man's son. Then Feng Xian said to Yu Yang, prepare as required. Master Feng Xian, actually. Yu Yang hesitated to explain. Okay. I'll go. Zhang Cheng held the plate and pulled the delicious food in his mouth, and at the same time kept winking at the silver who was also eating and drinking. Zhang Cheng, what should I do? Can you stop eating? Are you a starving ghost reborn? Now this situation has no idea what to say. So embarrassing. Silver time, it's only that now. Zhang Cheng, is that? I don't know at all. When did we make a plan? Didn't all blame you at this point? Silver time, use what you are best at. Zhang Cheng, what is the best thing? He is not a woman. I have no interest in that kind of old man. Jinshi, who said it was that kind of thing? Wine, the Chinese wine next to you, get him drunk with that. Zhang Cheng understood in an instant, and put down the plate in his hand in time. Then, with a bottle of Chinese liquor in one hand, he walked towards Feng Xian. Master, why don't you try the wine I like? The one you drink is far worse than this. Jiang Cheng said. He poured Feng Xian a glass, at least 3 or 2. It's really rare. I never thought that the old man would have the opportunity to drink your wine in his life. If that's the case, then I'm disrespectful. Feng Xian raised his head and drank it. Well, the aftertaste is long. I didn't expect this kind of wine that looks clear and watery to have such power. The old man felt that his chest was burning. Feng Xian closed his eyes and slowly recollected. Waiting for Feng Xian to open his eyes, looking at Jiang Cheng who was blowing the bottle in a daze. Master, you drink too slowly. Jiang Cheng threw out the empty bottle in his hand as he said, and poured Feng Xian a glass again. Bring some more Chinese liquor, I want to have a good time with Master Feng Xian. Jiang Cheng shouted at Yu Yang, winking frantically. I see. Yu Yang understood, turned around and walked out. You can't feel the deliciousness of wine when you drink like this. Feng Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice. Come and continue to drink, you can't put down the cup. Jiang Cheng said that he filled Feng Xian with wine, and at the same time drove the 2 accompaniment girls beside Feng Xian away. I don't need them if you have me. Feng Xian couldn't figure out what Chen Wei really wanted to do, but he was also unambiguous, raising his head and drank it. Deep feelings, boring. Jiang Cheng continued to fill Feng Xian. Phoenix Xian drank it in one go. Strong feelings, I can't drink enough. Jiang Cheng refilled Feng Xian again. Phoenix Xian drank it in one go. Feeling iron, drink vomiting blood. All in one drink. Men don't drink, they walk in the world arbitrarily. Drink it all up. Men don't drink, they live like dogs. To the end. I would rather have a hole in my stomach than to let the feelings rip apart. Exhausted. If you are not drunk, I am not drunk, who will go to sleep on the street? If you don't drink, I won't drink, where should I put the good Chinese wine? Voiceover, hey, isn't this worldview that the whole universe speaks Japanese? Is it really okay for the author to fool around like this? Are you afraid of complaints from readers? Just like this, Jiang Cheng kept filling Feng Xian with wine, and at the same time, he kept blowing on the bottle, while Yu Yang would go out from time to time and bring in a bunch of Chinese wine. And Yin Shi didn't know when he also leaned over, drunkly following Jiang Cheng to fill the Phoenix Immortal. The 3 people drank more and more, and more, and more empty wine bottles were thrown on the ground. Finally, Feng Xian drank it. Master, your drinking is really bad. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but said looking at Feng Xian who was already confused. Hey, what is your name, old man? Isn't it a birthright? Big brother. Jiang became happy, and it seemed that Feng Xian really drank too much. Brother. Yin Shi yelled. Why are you drunk too much? Jiang Cheng kicked Yin Shi's face. After finishing speaking, looking at Yin Shi and Feng Xian, who are elder brothers and sisters with their arms around each other, Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. But I just drank 2 sips. Jiang Jingcheng felt that the taste was not right, so he stared at it, Japanese sake. Got it. This was Jiang Cheng's last thought before he lost consciousness. Actually didn't blame Yu Yang, because the 3 of them drank too fast, so Yu Yang could only go out and move in, without noticing that there was a bottle of other wine in the wine he was holding. It hurts, Jiang Cheng only feels pain now, his whole body seems to fall apart. Finally, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. You 2 finally woke up, Yoshihara's savior. A strange woman's voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng's eyes were dull, and he slowly turned his head mechanically. A beautiful woman sitting in a wheelchair, looking at herself with a smile on her face, and the person pushing the wheelchair behind her was Yu Yang. My savior, the woman shouted again and smiled. Jiang Cheng was instantly stunned and petrified. Is also stunned by the silver time who just woke up. How miserable the 2 of them at this time, the whole body covered in bandages is like a mummy. The 2 were lying on 2 separate beds. Thanks to you, Yoshihara got rid of the Night King. The woman continued. Jiang Cheng and Yin Shi just glanced at each other, and then the two of them moved surprisingly in unison. They got up from the bed in an instant, and then rummaged through the boxes and cabinets in the room to find something. Time machine. Where is time machine? The two yelled while rummaging. You two, calm down. Yu Yang couldn't help but shouted, there is no such thing. Then, please at least give me Dragon Ball radar. Bulma. Jiang Cheng turned his head and shouted. Who is Bulma? Who would like that scion with Mount Fuji hairstyle? What is the situation? Why did it become like this? As Mao wakes up, there is a woman who calls us Yoshihara's savior. I can't even imagine what happened. Hey! Tuko, sweat on his face. It must be that, time machine, someone sent us to the future with time machine. It must be so right. Silver time, we are no longer in the original timeline. If we want to go back, we have to find time machine. Come on, silver time. As he said, Jiang Cheng showed encouraging eyes to Yinshi. Well, it's definitely like this. This kind of setting is very common in animation, such as Stone Gates. Jintoki echoed. You two are enough. Yu Yang shouted, and instantly threw two kunao at the two of them, and the two of them fell down instantly. The two who fell on the ground began to make eye contact. Jinshi, what is the situation? I don't understand at all. Just remember that if you drink too much, you don't know anything. Jiang Cheng, you ask me who I ask. Otherwise, just pretend to be dead, just pretend that you don't know anything. Then Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes instantly. Silver time, hello. This is not a bear encounter in the wild. It's a fart to pretend to be dead. Wake up Jiang Cheng. Hey! It's useless to pretend to be dead. Get up quickly. You guys want to know what happened? Actually, I'm not interested at all. I have other things today, so I will leave first. Yin Shi instantly stood up from the ground and said that he was about to walk towards the door. Actually, I just remembered that I asked classmate Hazy to play basketball with him today. Jiang Cheng scratched his head and said with a smile, and at the same time he started walking towards the door. But before the two of them came to the door, countless Kyo had wiped them off and flew out. The two stopped in an instant. Hey, at least let someone finish the sentence. It's exactly the same as those men who pull beep mercilessly. Hey, Yinshi, did you do anything to be sorry for the woman with the scar on her face? She said beep mercilessly. Jiang Cheng whispered in Yinshi's ear. How is it possible? I think it's right for you to do something sorry for others. You'd better apologize seriously. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. If you don't have the money to pay, I can lend it to you. 1,000 yuan, but I have to pay it back. Yin Shi also whispered. No, let me lend you 1,000 yuan. Remember to apologize. No, then I will lend you 1,100 yuan. Then I will lend you 1,200 yuan. 1,300 yuan. 1,500 yuan. The two pinched again. Who is that kind of woman? Yu Yang shouted and threw a few kunao at the two. Jiang Cheng and Yin Shi sat down in front of the beautiful woman in a wheelchair, and Yu Yang sat opposite Jiang Cheng and Yin Shi. Actually, this is how. Yu Yang wanted to explain. Kiadu's sack. Jiang Cheng brushed his face with one hand, and reached out with the other hand to stop him. I seem to think back a little bit. Let me stroke. At first, I and Yinshi thought about getting the old man drunk and then slipped in. Then, the plan went smoothly. Not only the old man was drunk, but even the fool of Yinshi was also drunk, and then I have a little memory here. Blurred, let me think about it. As he said, Jiang Cheng frowned and recalled vigorously. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed, right. Sake. Japanese sake, I seem to have a few sips of sake. It turns out that it's all your fault. Yin Shi slapped Zhang Cheng on the desktop, and the entire desktop was broken. Why is it my fault? It's the girl's fault. If you don't have the wrong wine, nothing will happen, okay? Zhang Cheng wiped the blood from his forehead while pointing at Yu Yang, who was across the table. Retorted. Chapter 15, Men who are drunk are actually children. Pseudo Yoshihara Part 1 ends. That's your fault, so no matter what happens, it has nothing to do with us, so goodbye. Yin Shi looked at Yu Yang and said, and at the same time stood up and ran out of the door. Zhang Cheng is the same, but the direction is opposite to Yin Shi. Yin Shi ran out of the door, then Zhang Cheng was about to jump the window. You two calm down, at least let me tell you everything, it's not a great thing. Yu Yang sighed and threw out 2 kunao again, hitting the back of the 2 heads. What is it? Isn't it a great thing? Do you know what happens to this idiot once he drank other wine? Now I can't imagine it. Hey! After thinking about it, it feels like a disaster movie, good or not. Forgive me. Me, I really don't want to know anything, Yin Shizheng yelled irresponsibly. Do you mean all my fault? If it weren't for the wine, food, and woman you asked for, nothing else would happen at all. Hello! Zhang Cheng shouted. In the beginning, if you didn't enter the store, nothing would happen, so it's your fault. Yin Shit retorted at Zhang Cheng. I didn't want to enter that store. Zhang Cheng cried, and then suddenly took a shot. That's the fault of the aunt who pulled me in. It's all her fault. Search GA, solved the case, then it's all the lady's fault. The criminal has been found, so I'll leave first, Miss Police Officer. With that, Yin Shi gave a salute to Yu Yang and turned around to leave. Enough for the two of you. Can you just let someone finish it? Finally, once again, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi sat opposite Yu Yang, but a little bit different from the previous time, they both had a few kunao stuck on their bodies. Well, I would like to ask, how is the old man like Phoenix? Zhang Cheng raised his hand and asked in a low voice. It's finished. Yu Yang replied. Hearing the sound, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi instantly petrified. After a long time, the two people reacted, and at the same time they turned their heads to each other while constantly making eye contact. Zhang Cheng, finished? What does it mean to kill? Is this novel over? Is he killed for Mao alone? The author didn't notify me of this protagonist at all? Yin Shi, it must be that one, that is, to get the lunchbox. The old man must be secretly holding the appearance fee somewhere, eating pork chop rice and drinking beer. I don't know how happy it is. Finally, even if this is not the Silver Tama crew, I am the protagonist. Remember it clearly for me, hello. Zhang Cheng, I can't imagine it at all. Isn't he really finished in his life? Did you get your lunch? Isn't it true that his life is over? Also, I am the protagonist. Yin Shi, certainly not, don't worry. That old man is called the Night King. Surely it won't be so simple. But it's very possible that the lower body will be finished first. Zhang Cheng, even if the lower body is finished, it is not good. It's not a second in every sense. Is that still the Night King? Although looking at him indeed reached that age. Neither life nor his have been killed at the same time. Yu Yang couldn't help but reminded. Zhang Cheng, did you hear that? She said that the old man's life and his were all done at the same time. Just hang up. It's absolutely dead, right? Also, for Mao, can she see what we are thinking? Silver time, don't panic. Just laid off. I will be on duty again in 18 years. Not only in life, but also in the lower body will definitely be on duty again. You two are enough. Hey! Yu Yang was really shown by these two idiots. Hearing the sound, Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi stopped making eye contact instantly. First introduce, this is Helena, Yoshihara's son. After Yu Yong finished speaking, Helena smiled at Zhang Cheng and Yinchi. Hey, Yinchi, people in this place seem to have problems with their brains. She said that the woman is sun, isn't the sun the round thing in the sky? Zhang Chenja whispered in Yinchi's ear. It must be that kind of setting, isn't it what ancient mythology says that the sun is a golden crow? Maybe that woman is the body of the golden crow. Yinchi also explained in a low voice. Is this novel originally set in this way? The author hasn't explained it at all. Zhang Cheng continued to whisper. Isn't this kind of setting very common in China? Although it is called light novel, when you click on the light novel channel of the starting point, most of the top-ranked works are fantasy and the like. Yinchi just finished talking. He heard the son laugh. The two of you are really interesting people, Hikaran said with a smile on his face, but one thing is not bad. From now on, Yoshihara's sun will also be that round in the sky, glowing. Yes, something warm. Finally, I would like to thank you too for the old man, for playing with him so happily, at the end of his last. After listening, Zhang Cheng and Yinchi's face turned black, and at the same time they turned to look at their buttocks. It's not that playing, you two idiots. Yu Yong kicked them over in an instant. He is the Night King. What kind of play? Can you make it clearer? It's easy to get misunderstood. Zhang Cheng spit out loudly as he got up. For example, 3 drunk men sing and dance together shirtless, beep dance together, and then take care of themselves to hold the world's #1 martial arts meeting. In the process of holding the world's #1 martial arts meeting for the 3 of you, the Fengxian still said from time to time young people don't speak martial ethics, 5 flashes of lightning, don't know how to connect and send hair, because of it, no flash and so on. Then the 3 of them didn't understand. I took my weapon and fired towards the sky, I stabbed the sky into a hole, and then climbed outside the entrance of the cave, standing at the entrance of the cave and peeing down farther than anyone else. Yu Yong broke his fingers and chattered endlessly. Said. Don't say it. Yinchi was completely messed up. If you don't remember things, it's okay that it hasn't happened. Isn't it, Zhang Cheng? After Yinchi said, he laughed ha ha ha, and finished laughing because too guilty and whistled. When you said silver, how could your weapon poke a hole in the sky? It's totally impossible. Although I joked that the Night King was equipped with an anti-tank gun, it was just a joke, right? Time. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Cheng smiled with a guilty conscience after speaking. No, I really got a hole. If you don't believe me, just go take a look. Hearing Yu Yong's words, Zhang Sung and Yinchi pushed and shoved to the window. They looked up and saw a huge hole in the thick ceiling that originally covered Yoshihara. Sunlight came in through the hole. Yinchi, there was originally a hole there, right? Zhang Cheng pointed to the hole in the sky and said haha. Yeah, that's right, there was a hole there originally. Yinchi nodded and said. When are you two going to escape reality? Zhang Cheng and Yinchi immediately made up a scene. 3 big men stood shirtless on the roof, laughing and shooting at the sky while holding their umbrellas, while Yinchi laughed like an idiot. Applaud while applauding. Private Marseille. Zhang Cheng and Yinchi turned around and knelt and shouted at the same time. No, for us, the 2 of you saved the whole Yoshihara. Moreover, when that person played so happily with him at the end, he was really like a child at that time. Of course, at the end of the end, once again became an ordinary grandfather. Thank you. Sun Rin smiled and said softly. After speaking, Yu Yong looked at the 2 of them while pushing Sun Rin and walked out. Hey, Shuabao is enough, you have not seen you for so many years, you are still a fool. Yinchi looked out the window, but he was speaking to a fool in a certain room. With each other, aren't you still an idiot? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laughed. At the end of the end. You were actually sober from drunkenness at that time, Zhang Cheng. Who knows? Zhang Cheng said softly while lying on the ground, looking at the ceiling. Dividing line. Boy, you are not a supernatural power, are you? Feng Xian groaned while lying at the entrance of the cave. I have never heard of that name. Zhang Cheng also lay at the entrance of the cave, panting slightly. Are you happy, old man? Ha ha ha, happy, it's really been a long time since I've been so happy. No, I've never been so happy. Feng Xian laughed, but when he turned his head, he saw that Zhang Cheng had already screamed. And Yin Shi on the side slept more than Zhang Cheng. Ha 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 ha, it's really rare to be happy. Even the sun doesn't hurt, but it feels warm. It's so beautiful, the Sunday. Feng Xian said with emotion. Afterwards, Feng Xian kicked both Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi from the entrance of the cave with one kick. This kick should be your punishment for teasing the old man, and the last reward of this carnival. Such a beautiful sun, let the old man enjoy it alone. Voiceover, did the injury of the two come from this way? I understand. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com hates you who hates the sun more than anyone else, and you who want to touch it more than anyone else. Both are the real you. Sun Wheel doesn't know what. She has been pushed here by Yu Yang. The sun lightly opened the umbrella in his hand, covering the Phoenixian from the dazzling sunlight. Sun Wheel. Feng Xian smiled softly when he saw the person coming. I have always wanted you to take a look at the blue sky and the beautiful sun. What I said before will definitely make you reconcile with Father Sunday. I have always known it, no matter how bluffing, no matter what do something terrible, you are not the thing of a terrible person like the Night King, you just want to be like an ordinary grandfather who takes a nap under the sun. It's just a requirement, but it's built for it. Stupid Flower Street. As he said, the tears of Sun Wheel dripped down, dripping onto Feng Xian's face. Maybe, but I really don't regret it now. Whether the sun is high above or you are, it turns out to be so incredible and so beautiful in my eyes. I didn't expect it to be in this way. Those two brats are really incredible men, but, this is enough, and finally, tell the brats who have gone crazy with the old man, and Yoshihara will give them to him. With that, Feng Xian he laughed, and at the same time Feng Xian's body began to be continuously exposed to wounds by the scorching sun. However, Feng Xian didn't feel the pain, but wanted to sleep in the sun for a short while. Have a good dream. Voiceover, so, what happened to the Night King in the end? An author, don't ask, it's done. Voiceover. Chapter 16, is it either cat pie or dog pie? Give up this dangerous idea, Les. Hey, why escaped again? I am not your Chinese restaurant here. Yin Shi opened the door and saw Zhang Cheng who was looking through his refrigerator. Does it matter? Zhang Cheng said without looking up, and then closed the refrigerator door again. There is space in your refrigerator, right? There is nothing. Yes, yes, my place is so poor that even thieves won't patronize it. The kind of place where thieves have to leave me 230 yen when they come. Please leave as soon as possible and leave. Jin Shiki said. He took Zhang Cheng to the door. Well, Zhang Cheng sang finally came here, don't rush to others like this, just bought the hot pot ingredients, let's eat together. Xin Beiji said. Abandon your dangerous thoughts. Nu 8 Ha. This guy's stomach is not the same as the stomachs of our people on earth. This fool's stomach can no longer be said to be a simple thing like a stomach, it is just like another dimension. Yin Shi said sharply. Who is Doraemon? When Zhang Cheng kicked Fian, he put on a pose that he thought was cool, explain in advance, I'm not a cat pie. No one said you are Doraemon. Yin Shishi got up and shouted. It seems that Zhang Cheng sang is not the kind of cat pie. If you put it this way, Zhang Cheng sang is a dog pie. Xin Baha said with a finger out of his chest. Is it not a cat or a dog? The thinking of young people nowadays is really narrow, isn't it Yinshi? Zhang Cheng said as he walked into the living room of Yinxi's house and sat down on the sofa. Actually, I am from Panda. No, it should be OU. Yinxi took the words, but Zhang Cheng didn't give Yinxi a chance to finish speaking. He took out a handful of kunao from the sofa and threw it out, hitting the head of Yinxi. Why is there a handful of kunao here? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but said. Do you have amnesia? Escape here every time, every time. The mad woman who killed me chased me every time. Before I left a house of kunao. This is the house of everything. Not forbearance Gudian, Sol Dan. Jin Shiki said cursingly. Who do you think is a mad woman? Yu Yong's voice sounded behind Yin Shi. Also, I'm actually from the raccoon faction. No. No. Nothing said. Ha 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 ha. Yin Shi's cold sweat was already gone after hearing the sound. Also, no one asked you what kind of faction. Why did the topic go in this direction? In that case, in the end, Yin Sang and Zhang Cheng Sang helped Yoshihara get rid of the Night King in the end, said Zin Beiji. At this time, 5 people were sitting on the sofa. Yin Shi and Xinbag were sitting on the side, Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang were sitting on the side. Voiceover, 5 people? Aren't these 4 people? Where is the other person? It's just a smelly old man who likes to make trouble for people. When he talks to himself and throws the mess to the silver, I don't know where to go after receiving the performance fee. I am the most irresponsible person. I hate it, isn't it? Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng shook his head and said. What are you talking to yourself over there? What do you mean by throwing it to me? Didn't you throw it to you? Are you still trying to escape? Are you trying to hold me together? Dividing line. Let's adjust the time back to the end of the previous chapter. In short, these are the last words of Feng Xian. So now, are the 2 new lords of the Night King ready to take over? Sun Wheel smiled while sitting in a wheelchair and said to Zhang Cheng and Yinxi. Lord Night King, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Cheng bowed to Yinxi beside him, turned around, and was about to run away. Wait, Yinxi held down Zhang Cheng's shoulder. Who is Lord Yuang? I don't think the last sentence was spoken to me. Zhang Cheng. What are you talking about? Lord Night King, didn't you like to go to various shops before? You suggested to go every time. This is enough to be the Night King. Don't worry, you can do well. Yes. Come on. Yinxi. Zhang Cheng looked at Yinxi with a sincere expression. Hey, stop kidding, shouldn't the Night King be the Night Rabbit? I'm a real earthling, every cell, every pore, and every hair in my body is an earthling. You stay as that Night King. Come on. My house still has glasses in human skin waiting for me. I'll leave first. Yewang sa ma. Jin Shishi's expression is so treacherous and treacherous. As I said, I am neither a night rabbit nor a samurai, but just a wandering Ronin. And I still prefer sunny days. I used to like to bask in the sun the most. It's different, Yinxi, you just stay here and enjoy the treatment of the real Night King. Zhang Cheng did not give in at all. Don't be kidding. Give it to that kid, these words don't look like they were told to me. Don't look at me as a handsome boy. In fact, Yin Sang is already an uncle in my heart. This is the same for me too. Zhang Cheng, you are best suited to stay here and be the Night King. Otherwise, what are your interests? Of course it's water and spirit. Zhang Cheng subconsciously said out, but he stopped the car in time. You want to frame me? Look at what I said is right. Here are all Shui Lingling girls. Shui Lingling's life is waiting for you. Go. Zhang Cheng. No, it's the Night King Sama. Hey, you two, if you really don't want to stay, you will pay for the public property you destroyed at the price, as well as the money for your food and drink. Yoshihara is such a place. Men can leave after paying the money. Yuiong said with a cigarette stick in his mouth, and didn't know that he found out a thick list of prices from there. The two looked at the aggregated numbers, and then the long string of numbers was innumerable 0, and they were stunned. But then, as if he hadn't seen it, he continued to tear at the other party. But this time they only opened their mouths and made no sound. Obviously, they were so scared that they couldn't make a sound by the long string of zeros. "Don't pretend to be stupid, hurry up and choose," Yuiong said sharply. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng and Yinshi sat down immediately. "Well, can you pay in installments? First install it for 1,000 years. For the first 100 years, you only need to repay a portion of the interest every year." Jintoki asked tremblingly, raising his hand. "No. Well, can we implement a Night King rotation system? Let Yinshi do it for the next 100 years, and I will take over for the next 100 years. Zhang Cheng asked, raising his hand. "Well, this..." Yuiong lowered his head and started thinking. "Of course not. You fellow. There is no one in 100 years. Yinshi kicked Zhang Cheng again. "No, it's not actually 100 years. If you have a son in the future, you can pass the position to him when your son becomes an adult, and when your grandson is an adult, you can pass the position to your grandson. That's it." "It's exhausted," Zhang Cheng said, standing up, shaking his head and closing his eyes. "Are you Yugong Yishan? There are endless children and grandchildren. Before I had a son, my lower body had retired early. Don't worry about this. If you are worried about this, we can send you abroad for reconstruction. Although it may not be as good as the anti-tank gun you mentioned, ordinary armor-piercing guns can still do it." Yuiong said aloud. "Hey, did you hear that? Yinshi is just tailor-made for you. I knew it a long time ago. You are not satisfied with your weapon, right? Just listen to the armor-piercing gun. It's suitable for you, don't hesitate, come on, sign the contract first." Zhang Cheng said as he took Yinshi's hand and pressed it on the A4 paper that appeared on the table without knowing when. "Hey, I'm quite satisfied with my weapon, no matter the length or what, you are the one who is not satisfied with weapon. Who is crying after the first time, it must be because of the length of time. Isn't it enough?" Yinshi struggled to pull his hand, not letting it press down. "Enough is enough. You too." Yuiong jumped up and kicked the two of them. "How many silly things do you have to talk about in front of the two ladies? Actually, that grandfather, the last words should be addressed to Mr. Zhang Cheng." Helena stretched out a finger and said with a smile. "Ah ha 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 ha, then, I'll leave first. Zhang Cheng, sa Unira. My debt is handed over to you too." Yinshi disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com only left Zhang Cheng, who had been petrified in place. Click, click, click. "Yuiong, have you heard any broken noises?" Sunwheel looked at Yuiong and asked. "Dividing line. It is said that 3 meals a day will be taken care of, and in the end all kinds of deductions for food expenses, all are deceptive," Zhang Cheng said while picking up the hot pot on the table. "Hey, can you stop the chopsticks and talk about it? Isn't it enough to have 3 meals a day? Can you hurry back and eat your 3 meals a day? This is my home. My ingredients. Me. Hot pot. Is it really okay for you to discuss your 3 meals a day in someone else's house?" Yinshi spit out loudly. "Boy, I will prepare Chongqing hot pot next time. This kind of light hot pot tastes completely tasteless," Zhang Cheng said to Xinbag as if he hadn't heard Yinshi's words. "Sugar, then I will prepare in advance next time." Xinbag replied. "Hey! It doesn't taste much, but didn't most of it still get into your stomach?" Yin Shizuo shouted, "And you? Can you take this idiot back quickly? Why did you eat it too? Dang, is this a free cafeteria? Ah, can't you eat it? Yu Yang raised his head and asked uncertainly. Yes, please take your Night King Sama back quickly. You are not welcome here. Yin sang, you can't treat your friends like this, Xin Beiji said with a finger and shook it. Are you Okasan? Have you forgotten what your main job is? Your main job is to complain. Give me a note, you guy with glasses. Chapter 17, Dawn and number 039, T. Believe the fortune-telling in the morning show 100,000. So, what is the current situation of Yoshihara? Jintoki finally got serious. That's to say, there are always some people who have to be dealt with, the pro-shogunate and the pro-Chinyu pirates. Someone saw the incident that day. After dealing with this group of people, they pretended that the Night King was still there. Looks like. In short, I can only hide it like this first. Zhang Cheng replied casually. Is it worth it? Let my hands be covered with blood again. It's not me who did it, the battle is over long ago. Hey, why does the atmosphere suddenly become heavy? Xin Beiji couldn't help but say, everyone, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat it, you will overcook it. Xin Beiji greeted everyone quickly. Speaking of which, why is Zhang Cheng saying a panda? Xin Beiji couldn't help asking. There are 3 reasons. First, if you insist, it is very kawaii. Second, I can't eat. Third, I don't eat what it eats. Zhang Cheng said with a little triumph. I don't know how to complain, it's just because of cuteness and you are not in the food chain with you. Xinba Hao said with a black line, and at the same time turned to Yu Yang, why Miss Yu Yang is a raccoon pie? What about it? Is it because it's so cute? I belong to the bear faction, Aru. Raccoons don't seem to be bears? Is raccoons a bear? It's incredible that there are bear factions. Xin Bajia said with emotion. No, I didn't speak. Yu Yang raised his hand and said. Aru is the cutest bear, I have always wanted to raise one. Aru. Zinbeiji looked in the direction of the voice in doubt, and the other 3 also looked over. I saw a girl with orange-red hair and a ball head holding chopsticks, picking vegetables from the hot pot and delivering them into her mouth. Who are you? The 4 asked at the same time. Kagura, Aru. The girl replied without raising her head. Kagura. Aru. Put down the rice cooker for me. You don't know where Kalumuasiba, the little girl, is coming from. How much do you want to eat? How come you come in and eat at other people's homes just by yourselves? The rice cooker. Yin Shi pulled the rice cooker in Kagura's hand, but it didn't work at all, and the pot didn't move. But in the end, Kagura let go, and in an instant, Jintoki slipped and fell out while holding the rice cooker. However, Yin Shi found that the entire rice cooker was empty. One more pot of Aru. Kagura shouted. There is no such thing. This is not that kind of restaurant. Money, pay me after eating other people's food, you are so soulless. Don't drool over my hot pot. Why are you still eating it? Hot pot is not eaten like that. Yin Shi put the rice cooker back to its original position and looked at Kagura who was holding up the hot pot again. The rice cooker competition is over, and Yin Shi and Kagura have started a new hot pot competition. But in terms of the result of the fight with the rice cooker is exactly the same. Empty, empty. Yin Shi murmured while holding the hot pot he was fighting over. Well, anyway, I have almost eaten, this little girl looks like it hasn't eaten in a long time, don't mind so much. Xinba Hao came out to make a round. Don't mind so much about what it means. Yin Shi yelled, pulling on Xinba Hao's clothes, this is my home. She eats my family's rice. What she eats is my family's hot pot. I didn't know the Kagura who took out a pudding from there, that really can't work. That pudding is definitely not good. But it was too late, Kagura had already tossed the pudding into his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it. That. Yin-Shi knelt instantly, and kept tapping on the wooden floor. I hid it. I hid it so that Zhang Cheng didn't find it. Why? Why? Why does it feel like this all day? It's unlucky. The fortune teller on the show tomorrow morning said that my luck today is surprisingly good. Silver, are you also depraved? You actually believe in that kind of superstition? Zhang Cheng said with a sneer. It doesn't taste at all, I can just give me vinegared kelp next time, Aru. Kagura was shaving his teeth while belching his fullness, and at the same time stroking his bracing belly with the other hand. You are so bad. Do you know how many brain cells I have spent to hide this pudding? Me, if I add some sweets every day, I feel like I'm not motivated all day. You say, what do you want? Pay me. Then I will give you back, Aru, Kagura said as he put the empty hot pot in front of him again. Oh. After vomiting, Kagura wiped the saliva from his mouth. Give it back to you, Aru. How can you continue to eat? You are a fool. Absolutely fool. Just spit it out. Lose money. Or you can buy me a new one and put it in the original place. Hey, Edo is such a place, Kagura said with a sad expression. Anyone is indifferent and doesn't care about people. It seems that this is the smartest way to live, Aru. Even the face. I am unwilling to lend a helping hand to me, a very cute underage girl. There is no girl who can eat a whole pot of rice in one go. There is no girl who eats hot pot with hot pot, right? Yin-Shi vomited, and then he felt three strange gazes. What are your eyes? Why? Do you look at me with scumbag eyes? Are you saying it's my fault? How come everything seems to be my fault? Well, Kagura, why did you show up in our house? Did you encounter something? Zenbeiji put on an amiable look. I hate Aru, the man with glasses. Hey! I said a few words for you. Actually, I smelled a familiar scent, so I followed it from the chase, from the road, Kagura said to himself as if he hadn't heard it. Hey, I seem to have heard something terrible just now. She seems to have said the word chase and kill, she definitely said it. Xinba How interjected. But Kagura continued as if he hadn't heard. Finally, I came here to Aru following the familiar smell, and then I heard pandas and raccoons. Then the boy with eyes invited me to eat hot pot. You have been there since the beginning. Who invited you to have hot pot together? And what do you mean by chasing and killing you just now? Don't pretend that you didn't hear it. Xinba How looked at and turned to the side, picking his nose and blowing. The whistle of Kagura spit out. Actually I heard that I can make a lot of money when I come to Edo. Aru. So I came from a far-away planet. My family's poor jingle, 3 meals only have seasoned bibimbap. I hope I can at least eat eggs. Bibimbap. As mommy said before, there is a stupid uncle on the earth, so I think I can find him. But then, Kagura's expression began to become a little sad, and he hid his face and made a request. The way he was crying aggrieved. What are you talking about there? Such a sad story asks you to participate in the talent show. Those judges will definitely turn around for you. By then, eating en bibimbap every day will not be a problem. Yin-Shi couldn't help yelling. 2. So touching. Zhang Cheng sniffed, and raised it up as he said it. It said I win to you. Brand. That's right. This kid is really not easy, don't worry, your dream has been conveyed to us. Yu Yang said and raised the same sign. I can't imagine that you still have such a story, come to my team. Xinba How held up the sign while wiping tears. Hey! It really turned into a talent show. Hey! You guys are enough. Just when Yin-Shi finished complaining, the door was knocked suddenly. And everyone heard the sound of several cars. Who is it? Didn't I see Yin saying, I am getting angry. Yin Shige cursed and walked to the door. It's them. Kagura said, ran to the back window and jumped down. They. Jinshiki turned his head and saw that Kagura had jumped out of the window. Hey, don't just talk halfway. Silver, there is a smell of gunpowder from bullets. Zhang Cheng said suddenly. Hey. The door was pushed open as soon as Yin Shi made a sound, and at the same time a gun hit Yin Shi's forehead. An afro with sunglasses sneered and said, where is that little girl? Don't say I don't know, our people saw her come in here. At the same time, several explosives appeared at the door of Yin Shi. Looked badly at Zhang Cheng and others inside. But at this delicate moment, Zhang Cheng couldn't hold back a putchy laugh. What are you laughing at? An exploded head couldn't help but shouted. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Nothing, I never laughed at your afro, absolutely never thought your afro was funny, really, you believe me. Zhang Chenji stood up and said righteously. But after finishing speaking, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laugh again. Hey, brother, he said that he is not laughing at our explosive head. An explosive head said in the ear of the explosive head when he pointed the gun at the silver. This is not an explosive head. It is an explosive volume. You can remember it clearly. The leader still couldn't help but said to Zhang Cheng and the others in the room and the little brother. Really? But it looks like an explosive head, laughed Jintoki turned to the leader and said. Why do you have to add a bracket at the end of the sentence to laugh? Are you laughing at our hairstyle? This is the explosive volume, not the explosive head, the leader retorted. This is my habit, pudding, just like this. Jinshiki waved his hand and said. Suga, really an unusual habit, the leader nodded and said, no. We are here to find that girl. The leader finally reacted. But it was too late. Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang had already unloaded all their guns. At the same time, Zhang Cheng held his umbrella and aimed them at them, and Yin Shi also drew out the wooden sword. Voiceover, author, didn't you say that Kagura would appear in the last chapter? Why didn't it appear until this chapter? Certain bashing on the street author, hey? Haven't you discovered it already? I also asked why there are 5 people, isn't it? Voiceover, does that also count? You are totally fooling people. Mao Piaja author, well, the lens is so big, it's not normal to miss 1 or 2 people occasionally. Pick your nose. Voiceover. Chapter 18, Push Street Author, Respect the Original CP Fan. 4,000 words, God. Are you also a night rabbit? The Afro boss looked at the umbrella in Zhang Cheng's hand and asked in disbelief. What? You too? Is there a night rabbit with an explosive head? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. Ha, in fact, we are only here to sell newspapers, aren't we guys? The leader shouted at the group of younger brothers behind him with a guilty conscience. Exactly. I just came to promote the newspaper. Those Afro little brothers began to agree. At least I say that I'm selling Afro. Is it so bad to find a reason? Zhang Cheng said disgustedly, come on, shout with me, we are here to sell Afro. 1 or 2. We are here to sell Afro. Times N. Not neat enough. Do it again. 1 or 2. We are here to sell Afro. The voice is not loud enough. The feelings are not sincere enough. 1 more time. 1 or 2. We are here to sell Afro. Zhang Cheng nodded. What is the noise in the daytime? It also makes people not sleep. Mother Dengshi's voice rang, and everyone was startled instantly. Granny Dengshi looked up, is it your fault again? Silver time. What kind of face does the guy who owes the rent yell when the owner is sleeping? Rent. Yin Shi suddenly flashed, holding the leading explosive head, Baba. Actually this is my friend. Come to help me pay the rent. Is that right? Afro Man Jin's hero smiled sullenly, and whispered in the ear of the leader of the Afro, Just be honest, otherwise, I'll call the police. The headshot panicked for an instant, and turned to the grandmother Dengshi downstairs. Yes, yes, we are here to pay the rent for this silver-haired natural curler. Really? Why don't I remember you have such a friend? What are you talking about? Natural curly silver hair and explosive curly hair, don't they sound like good friends? Ahahaha. Yin Shi laughed when he finished speaking. Suda Suda, explosive curls and silver hair natural curls have always been good friends, ahahaha. The Afro who was threatened by Yin Shi also laughed. Hey, why do you feel that we are more like bad guys? In various senses. New 8th_ said so. That, the rent has already been paid for you, and 100 puddings have been bought, can you let us go? The leader knelt on the ground rubbing his hands and asked with a trembling smile. Well, I did a good job this time, remember that I won't have such a good treatment next time. Yinshi said impatiently, holding on to his pudding belly. After Yinshi finished, a group of people stumbled up and ran towards the door, for fear that the natural silver-haired curler would make some excessive demands. Zhang Cheng had already fallen asleep on the sofa, but Yu Yang looked at Zhang Cheng with a tangled face, and didn't know what he was thinking. Yin sang, why do you feel that you are the villain? After watching the group of explosive heads leave, Xinbag couldn't help but vomit. Remuneration, remuneration, shouldn't I pay the remuneration in advance before asking someone to do the job? Yin Shi said indifferently, and then faced his back window, the little girl under the window, if you have anything to say, now you can say it, after all, remuneration it has already been paid. Who wants your help? Aru. Kagura said, and then turned in again, but said very proudly, but if I really have to help, I can barely accept Aru. Well, don't try your best at this time. Tell me, do you want to go home or do you want us to help you find your stupid uncle? Yin Shi dug his nostrils and said casually. At that time, I was invited by that guy, and said would you like to change with me, all meals will let you eat salmon chajik rice Aru. Kagura sat down again and picked up the table. The rest of the pudding was eating and talking. Hey! Just talk about the point. I entered the memory without permission for Mao. Also, those puddings are what I plan to eat tomorrow. But Kagura continued to say to himself, I will go with him immediately after hearing those words. Why? At least the 3 meals should be different. Your conditions are too low. Xinbag couldn't help but vomit. I am a little stronger than the people on earth, so I have been helping them with errands, and then I can eat salmon chajik rice every day. Aru, I feel very happy. But my recent work is also viable. No, that says upgrade. Xinbag corrected. Even told me to fetch someone's life root Aru. Speaking of which, Beiwa often does this kind of work. Yuiang interrupted. It's not the root of life but life. Life is not the same as the root of life. It is different from the work of Beiwa. Xinbag corrected again. I'm tired of Aru, Edo is a terrible place, so I want to go back to my hometown. Kagura finally finished speaking, and the rest of the pudding on the table was also eaten. Are you an idiot? You can't believe the words between the guy in the explosion role and the woman in red, here alluding to the woman in Red Lantern Street, that is, the kind you know. Yin Shizi said casually at Xinbag. How can you say that you broke into this world yourself, you still have to clean up by yourself? This sentence is for Kagura. Yin sang, what you said is awkward, and hasn't the payment been accepted? Xinbag couldn't help but pat the table and said. Really ruthless men, no different from those men who go in and out of Yoshihara every day. Yu Yang said disdainfully. It's not far from the tram stop, right? This is a map, Yin Shi said, not knowing where he found a tram route table, pointing to the landmark named Terminal, Space Terminal, and said, here get off the tram and take the spacecraft home. If you want to help find someone, Please bring the photo. Chien-Aru, who didn't go back. Kagura lowered his head and said hesitantly. Tram? It's okay, I can still deduct this little money, 300 yuan? 500 yuan? Or 1000 yuan? Yin Shi replied casually. It's the money for the spaceship, you idiot. Kagura smashed the entire table with one foot. Yin Shi's cold sweat swiped down. Then I will help you find your stupid uncle. The photo? Is there a photo? Aru, who doesn't have that kind of thing? Kagura shook his head and said. What about the phone? What about your appearance? Age? Or ethnicity? When did you come to Edo? Shinhachi took out his notebook as he said, and was about to start memorizing it. Aru, what mommy said, 20 years ago, Dad Bai and mommy threw their uncle to the earth. Kagura thought hard while propping his chin. Did you say the word lose? Did you say the word lose? Xinba Hao's eyes twitched. Then, Aru is gone. Kagura continued. How can I find this piece of information? Are you kidding me? Xinba Hao spit out loudly. Speaking of it, it was discarded. Your uncle. It must be discarded. This situation is very embarrassing even if it is found. Right. No, the scope has shrunk a lot 20 years ago, the afro just said night rabbit or something, and Musiba's hair color and eyes. I don't know why, I can only think of one person now. As he said, he looked at someone Zhang who was asleep on the sofa. Xinba Hao and Yu Yang knew each other, and at the same time looked at Zhang Cheng. Yedo? Kagura sauce belongs to the Yedo clan. Xinbaiji said in disbelief when he reacted. Kagura nodded, and curiously followed the gazes of the three to look at Zhang Cheng who was asleep. If it looks like this, Zhang Sung-sang and Kagura-chan are indeed a bit similar, whether it is the color of their hair or the color of their pupils. Yin Sang seems to have also said that Zhang Sung-sang is not an earthly person. After looking at the faces of the two carefully, he said. Speaking of which, when did Yin Sang meet Zhang Cheng Sang? Xinbaiji asked. Hey, wake up, idiot! But Yin Shi didn't hear it, and kicked when he walked in front of Zhang Cheng. Take your idiot niece and go quickly. Sleeping on the sofa of someone else's house is not a thing. Polite. Yin Sang, I'm not completely sure that Zhang Cheng Sang is the uncle of Kagura-chan, right? Xinbaiji hurriedly stopped. Speaking of which, he also said that he is not a night rabbit. Yu Yang said musingly. Hey, hurry up and wake up. Hey? Zhang Cheng opened his eyes with a dazed expression at this time. Uncle. Kagura threw his tears and nose at Zhang Cheng. Nanny? What's the situation? Zhang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. It's a moving scene, New Beiji, SA, hurry back, go back and have a good reunion. Walk slowly, don't send it. Yin Shi said that he had sent Zhang Chenjiuyang and Kagura out of the door. Zhang Cheng was experiencing the discomfort of waking up from his dream, and the fact that he was deceived by a strange girl calling his uncle in reality. The two added up so that the whole person is still in a state of downtime. What's the joke? For a long time, Zhang Chenkai came to his senses and kicked open the door. I'm the single man in my family. Why do you just stuff a niece here without permission? Uncle, don't you want me? Kagura was about to cry as he said. His big eyes were watery, so Zhang Cheng didn't know what to say. Auntie. Kagura turned and plunged into Yu Yang's arms. Hey! That absolutely can't be said. The original CP fan will kill me. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng shuddered in an instant. Voiceover, hey, this sentence should be the voice of the author of the street. This is Yin Shi, Xinbaiji, Yu Yang and Kagura gathered together and looked at the little card Zhang Cheng placed on the table. The IDCard, Identity Certificate, look at it clearly says the Milky Way and Angxing citizens. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but vomit. Hian seeing. The others looked at Zhang Cheng in confusion. I seem to have heard that it is said to be a planet destroyed in the war. Xin Beiji said. Yeah, this was done when Hian Seeing came to Earth and boarded the spacecraft. Although I have never taken it out, and the author has never explained it, but there is such a thing that can prove my identity. Zhang Cheng, as he said, he put away the card. Voiceover, author UXXXX. Zhang Cheng Sang looked pretty cute when he was young. Xin Beiji couldn't help but said. Cute. Yin Shi couldn't help but sneered, Zhang Cheng, what is your hobby? Of course it's a lingering N. Zhang Cheng replied subconsciously, it's dangerous. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng responded in time. What a risky shit. The first syllable came out. I thought you were different from Yin Sang. I think you are a more reliable man than Yin Sang. After the complaint, Xinba Hao continued, so having said that, Zhang Cheng Sang is not Kagura-chan's uncle. I'm sorry, Kagura-chan. After speaking, Xinba Hao looked apologetically at Kagura, who was aside. But, don't be discouraged, since you have been paid, we will help you find it no matter what. Because we are House of Everything. Everything House. Kagura raised his head curiously. Well, I will do everything House of Everything. That is to say, we will help you achieve it no matter what you entrust. With that, Xinba Hao stood up, his face full of pride. Then, give me the money for the spaceship to go back. Kagura stretched out his hand and said. This really can't be done, even though it's a House of Everything, but it can't receive any stable work. Xinba Hao poked his fingers with his head down. Then, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com might as well just let this girl work here to earn money for boat tickets. Zhang Cheng suggested. What a prehistoric joke. Why don't you let her go to Yoshihara to work? Yin Shit pulled Zhang Cheng's collar and shouted. But before Zhang Cheng could reply, Kagura punched the floor, and the whole floor was cracked. What? Can't it work, Aru? Yin Shi was scared into a cold sweat. Why? Ha ha ha, I just feel that you are wronged by coming to work with us under your conditions. Yeah, Jintoki's words made Kagura very useful, and Kagura nodded, but now there is no other choice. If this is the case, I can also wronged Aru. In fact, this uncle's conditions are better and the salary is higher, if... Yin Shi pointed to the side and said. But when Yin Shi turned his head, Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang, who were still there just now, were nowhere to be found. It looks like... Zhang Cheng sighed softly. Hey! Yu Yang, who was with Zhang Cheng, looked at Zhang Cheng suspiciously. It's nothing, ha 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 ha. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but speed up a lot as he said. I am now, let alone complacent, I don't even have a little self-confidence. Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but curled his lips with self-deprecation. Dividing line. Voiceover, hello, everyone, I am the voiceover in this book who is in charge of Tuko. At the end of this chapter, why not let Zhang Cheng Gura recognize each other and take it away? In fact, the fundamental reason is that a certain smashing author is a senior nail palace cancer. If it is taken away, the book may turn into a roadless game full of screens in the later stage. A pounce on the street author, no road race. No road race. Bring hentai. Voiceover, yes, it's like this. Chapter 19, thinking of the title, my head will explode. Hey! The first part of Atong and number 039, SF. Are you a bunch of idiots? Zhang Cheng stood at the door of the Edo Detention Center under an umbrella, cursing at the trio of Wanzhiya who had just been brought out by him. Is there anyone who actively asked to stay in the detention center? Ah! Why do you want to keep my phone? The pork chop rice in the detention center is delicious, Aru. Kagura raised his hand and said. What do you know? Do you know the current situation of our family? Since this big stomach King Musi came, there is only salt left in the house. That kind of place where only salt is left is not a home at all. Yin Shi retorted. So, you ate all the pork chop and rice in the detention center? After you ate it, you kept clamoring, if you don't give the pork chop and rice, the detention center will be demolished? Hey? Then the detention center called Yoshihara? I put down the newly bought FPS game and came here to take you out by myself? What a joke! Go to work if you don't have money. Go to the streets to find a job if you don't have a job. Volunteer if you can't find it. Kind of volunteers. Zhang Cheng yelled endlessly. But in the end, Zhang Cheng turned around, turned his back to the three of them, and said arrogantly, one time is okay, but if you have ramen, you can eat as much as you want. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he heard the Shinbeiji and Kagura cheering behind him. Woo, this is a good friend. Different from wigs who like to cheat people, Yin sang I am so touched. By the way, can I pack it? Yin Shi put his hand on Zhang Cheng's shoulder and said. Pack your head. Give it to me to eat in the store. And only this time. Zhang Cheng just complained, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Wigs? Have you encountered a wig? Entering the detention center was all thanks to that fool. I was mistaken for the bomber who was with him. Don't worry, I didn't give him your phone number, just gave him your address. Yin Shi finished, stretched out a thumb and winked Zhang Cheng's eyes. Isn't it worse? Zhang Cheng was defeated by this scam. Forget it, are you going now? Ramen. I want aru with all the garnishes. 10 more char siu. Kagura shouted first. Hi. Zhang Cheng nodded with a helpless smile. Me too. Xinbhe yelled. Hi. Then I. Yin Shi was interrupted by Zhang Cheng before he could finish. You just have to eat ordinary food without any added ingredients. Why treat differently? Both of them are underage. They eat more to grow their bodies. Zhang Cheng stretched out a finger and said. Yin sang, my heart is still a teenager. You didn't say that in chapter 16. Zhang Cheng looked at Yin Shi with contempt. Speaking of which, why haven't you been with Miss Yuiang this time? Xinbei asked curiously. Because the author is afraid of being scolded by the original CP fans. No, because Beiwa has a lot of work. Hey, you seem to have said something terrible just now. Xinbei vomited. I suddenly thought that there is a place to go. I am afraid I can't eat the ramen, he said, turning around and started running. See you next time, Zhang Cheng sang. Yo Xi, then give me the bowl of Xinbag. Jin Shiki nodded and said of course. You can just eat your unsalted ones. Zhang Cheng smashed Yin Shi's fantasies aloud. Then give it to me. I'm still growing aru. Kagura shouted. I really can't do anything with you, okay. Zhang Cheng turned his face for fear that the two would see the unnaturalness on his face. Just after Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps, and at the same time the police whistle sounded. Shunshi Zhang Cheng followed the sound and saw an uncle with a scar on his face facing him on the roof of the detention center. Xiang ran over. And behind him, there are several policemen chasing after him. The uncle jumped down and held Kagura, who was thinking about ramen in his head. Don't come here. Otherwise I don't know what will happen to this girl. The uncle shouted to the police who had stopped. You fellow, the policeman in the lead couldn't help but say. Only today. The uncle murmured, and then turned his head to look at Zhang Cheng and Yinshi. Hey! The two over there. Natural curls and the umbrella supporter, will drive. But before Zhang Cheng and Yinshi could speak, the policeman took the lead and drew the knife first. Dare to resist us, Do you think you can easily escape? Well, calm down. Zhang Cheng saw the uncle's embarrassment, and saw that he didn't really want to hurt Kagura. Zhang Cheng turned his head and looked at the policeman. The prisoner may also be involved. Some unspeakable concealment, doesn't it just take one day? Give it to him, and I will guarantee it. You. I'm really sorry, my lord. The policeman saw Zhang Cheng and immediately took the knife back. If it's your request, we can agree, but we need to let our people follow to prevent him from doing something. What endangers public order? Well, no problem. Zhang Cheng replied. Who is that adult? The policeman next to him couldn't help but whispered. The agent of a certain adult in Yoshiwara, please don't offend it. The silver-haired natural curls and the little girl were just brought out by him. The leader of the policemen explained in a low voice. Let go of that little girl, you should have heard everything just now. Zhang Cheng said to the uncle. This lord, thank you very much. The uncle let go of Kagura as he said. No need, let you go, but you must not disrupt public order, otherwise it will be difficult for me to do it. Zhang Cheng said aloud. I want to go to Aru with me. Suddenly, Kagura said nonchalantly. It seemed that he was curious. What a joke. I just said I'm going to eat ramen. Jintoki exclaimed. What about ramen? Zhang Cheng asked. Actually, I am not hungry now. I originally wanted to eat ramen, but I just wanted to eat tomorrow's meal ahead of time, so that I won't be hungry tomorrow. Aru. Kagura explained seriously. Hey, what does it mean to eat tomorrow's meal? Do you have a time machine in your stomach? Yin Shi said that he was going to pull Kagura away, but Yin Shi couldn't pull Kagura. Well, it's actually fine. Let's go and have a look. After all, it is my guarantee. If there is any accident, it will be difficult for these police officers to do. Zhang Cheng said with a smile. When everyone brought the uncle to his destination, they were all stunned. This, what is this? Yin Shi couldn't help asking. This is the first concert of the most popular idol right now, Tara Mendori. The uncle replied. Zhang Cheng looked at the girl who seemed to be Atong, who was singing and dancing on stage. Her face turned black, but before Zhang Cheng could speak, Yin Shi kicked the uncle first. You bastard! What do you take your life for? Break out of jail for a mere idol. Are you planning to spoil your life for temporary pleasure? That's how you were thrown into the cell, idiot. Yin Shi finished. The uncle rubbed his head and stood up. Looking at your expression, I thought it was your wife's memorial day, wedding anniversary, or children's school day. Are you worthy of the day I want to be free for you? You are so pale. Zhang Cheng couldn't help shouting. Because I am a person who is eager for a moment of enjoyment, I understand better that there are some precious moments in life that cannot be missed. The uncle said and started cheering for Atong on stage again, so, enjoy. L-O-V-E-A, Tong, L-O-V-E. The uncle swayed and shouted. Enough, I want to go back. Hey, the police are waiting for you at the door, remember to go back with the police after reading. Zhang Cheng said and turned and left. At the same time, Jintoki patted Kagura on the shoulder. Go back, Kagura. Hey, I want to see it for a while, Kagura said with a small mouth. Yin Shi just wanted to refuse seriously, but Zhang Cheng stopped at this time and returned to his original position. Me too, or just look at it for a while, Yin Shi, ahahaha. You shouldn't be a lowly controller. Zhang Cheng, don't I remember that you used to like plump ones? When you go to the store, you always choose. Yin Shi said in disbelief, but he didn't finish. Kicked over by Zhang Cheng. Don't you think the eyes of the stand of this uncle are different? You idiot! Zhang Cheng defended without thinking, then, look at the back www.readaloud.com, there is a surprise. Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Yin Shij glanced back, and saw Shinbeiji wearing the clothes of the name Temple Gate Pass guards, standing in front of a group of people wearing the same clothes, constantly directing. "Why are you here?" Yin Shi rushed to the front of Xinba Hao in an instant, "And why does it look like a captain? I was born as the captain of Atong's guard." Xinba Hao replied subconsciously, but when he turned his head to look at Yin Shi, why is Yin Sang in such a place? "I still want to ask you, I didn't expect you to fall for such a boring thing." Yin Shi could not help but sighed. "How are you going to explain to your sister?" "Captain! Leave him alone. Let's continue." Zhang Cheng, Kagura, and the Uncle Scar did not know when they also put on the clothes of the Taramantong guards, and stood beside the new 8. "Why did you put on your clothes too? And it's too fast. I don't know how to complain." "Hey!" Yin Shi was messed up. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and said something softly in Xinbag's ear. "What? This is from A Tongchen." After listening, Xinbag looked at the uncle with the scarred face in disbelief. "What is Atong sauce? Isn't it just a middle-aged and elderly fan? What's special?" Yin Shi asked 3 times. "Those gentlemen with silver hair over there, don't walk around, or it will disturb other audiences." A Tongchen's mother and agent stood in the aisle and couldn't help but say aloud, but the next moment, seeing the uncle with the scarred face, his face changed. "You." At the same time, the scar-faced uncle also found A Tongchen's mother and manager. Chapter 20, The thing more hateful than not being able to keep the promise is forgetting the promise. "Agent, this is..." Xinbag wanted to explain, but Zhang Cheng stopped it at this time. "Let the adults solve the problems of the adults, and the children can do what they want to do," Zhang Cheng said. "But..." Xinbag wanted to say something, but Zhang Cheng, who was smiling while looking at him, could only swallow what he wanted to say. "What the is going on?" Yin Shi leaned at the door and asked Zhang Cheng, who had already taken off the guards of the temple gate. "It's just an idiot father remembering the appointment he made with his daughter many years ago," Zhang Cheng replied casually. "That's it, you are the agent of Atong, the uncle with scar face." "No, it should be said that it is Atong Jiang's father, sitting on the bench in the big lounge outside the concert with his head down. It's amazing that the mother and daughter have worked hard to this point." After speaking, Atong Jiang's father couldn't help but laughed at himself. "It's nothing to be happy to be praised by you. Even now, you can still show your face calmly." Speaking of this, Simon, that is, the manager and mother of Atong Sauce, paused, took a cigarette, and looking to the side of Atong Chan's father with his head down, and, "Speaking of it, you should still be serving your sentence? Why are you here?" But A Tongchen's father lowered his head and said nothing. "It's really speechless. It's been 13 years, and it looks like you haven't made any progress," Simon said, squeezing out the cigarette butts on the trash can beside them, and discarding them in the trash can. "You can live as you like, but have you ever thought about it? What do others think of our mother and daughter crying in the dark? Just because of a dad like you, how much did Atong suffer? Have you ever thought about it?" Miss Temple City continued to question. At this moment, Simon Shi couldn't help but recall. At the press conference, the reporter asked Atong, "What attitude did my father show about the concert?" Such words, A Tongchen's confused and unforgettable expression. "It is your sin to make Atong so painful, please disappear, and never show up in front of us again." As he said, A Tongchen's mother turned around and left. "Please don't remind the child again. Something unhappy, my father is a murderer or something." At this time, Atong Chan's father finally raised his head and looked at Atong Chan's mother, who had already walked to the door. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and the door closed. But at this moment, suddenly one hand held a piece of chewing gum and reached out in front of A Tongchen's father. "Do you want to eat chewing gum?" Yin Shi did not know when he had already sat on the right side of Atong Jiang's father. Why would I eat that kind of food that children love? Tongchen's father replied without thinking. One of the secrets of living happily is not to forget the innocence, and to escape from prison to watch her daughter come on stage. Isn't it something a fool like a kid can do? Jin Shiki said and looked at Atong Jiang's father. It's not like that. Whatever I have to say, because it was an appointment. With that, Atong Jiang's father couldn't help but remember the promise he had with Atong Jiang, who was a child 13 years ago. At that time, I once said, if you can have a concert, I will hold 1,000,000 roses and go to the front to cheer you up. In that case, but now. I don't remember. After all, it's been 13 years, maybe even if I remember, I don't want to think about it anymore. Atong Jiang's father couldn't help but smile. Because of me, she doesn't know how much hardship she has suffered, she must not even want to see me. Go back, after all, I forgot to buy the roses. As he said, Atong Jiang's father was about to get up. Then, do you want to order this? It's not something children love to eat. At this moment, holding a bottle of Chinese high-grade liquor in one hand, he suddenly stretched out in front of Atong Jiang's father. Hey! Are you kidding? How do you drink such a high alcohol? Atong Jiang's father couldn't help but vomit. Is it tall? Is that higher than the prison wall? Jiang Cheng stretched his hand back, bit open the lid, and took a few guts of liquor. The promise you want to complete, the promise you want to complete without hesitating to cross the high prison walls, whether that daughter remembers it or not, can you remember it? And, I believe, that daughter must also remember it, and I don't care if there are 1,000,000 roses. The more sad thing than the failure to complete the agreement is to forget the agreement and remember it, uncle. You. Atong Chan's father just wanted to say something, but at this time Kagura yelled and ran over. Silver sauce. What's the matter? Jintoki asked. Looking at Kagura panting. Aru was in trouble at the venue, and a guest ran away and fired. Kagura was called off by Jintoki before he could finish. Speak to me normally, I don't understand at all. Jintoki said, pinching Kagura's face. No, there is a celestial person at the venue, and even worse, it is food lovers. It is a perverted celestial Aru who swallows the opponent he likes when he gets excited. Kagura just finished talking. I saw Atong Jiang's father standing aside at an extraordinary speed and rushed into the venue. What did that uncle do? Do you want to protect Atong Sauce Aru? He's just an ordinary person. Kagura said. Parents are such creatures. Jiang Cheng sighed lightly. Jiang Cheng, I remember that you said you were an orphan? Where did your parents come from? Yin Shi couldn't help asking. Aren't they all acting like this on TV? Jiang looked at Yin Shi like an idiot. But at this moment, I suddenly heard the exclamation of the audience in the venue. Then, the door was squeezed open, and a large number of the audience ran out in panic. Let's go, that uncle is not an opponent of that kind of creature. As he said, Jiang Cheng dodged the crowd flexibly, and entered the venue at the same time. After Jiang Cheng entered the venue, he saw a huge humanoid creature dressed in the temple gate guard's costume standing on the stage, with a huge mouth on his stomach, and dozens of long red ones sticking out from it. Tentacle. At this time, the uncle was wearing a plastic bag, which had been knocked over to the ground, and Atong Chan and her mother were beside him. It looks like it should have just blocked a blow for Atong Sauce. Wake up! Tongchen said in surprise. Tongchen's father realized his situation and immediately got up. Who on earth are you? Tongchen couldn't help asking. It's just an ordinary fan. As Tong's father said, he once again stood in front of Tongchen and her mother. At this time, the celestial man once again launched an offensive towards several members of the guards who wanted to stop him, seeing that his huge hand was about to hit the new 8. Shin Beiji closed his eyes in fright, but the expected attack did not fall. Zhenbahao opened his eyes and saw Zhang Cheng standing in front of him. Boy, the first lesson for you is to never close your eyes when facing the enemy, whether you resist or run away, never close your eyes. Said, Zhang Chenjiang's umbrella in his hand was facing there. The celestial being threw it hard, with so much force, he forced the celestial person back tens of meters and nailed it to the wall. The deity also fell into a coma. Too strong, Zhang Cheng sang. Xinba Hao shouted in disbelief. I actually hate tentacles the most. I don't have the desire to look at it. I don't want to click on it when I see the cover. Zhang Cheng said disdainfully. Hey, have you listened to others? No one asks about your hobby. Xinba vomited. Hey, the meeting place is so tattered by you, I still like to mess around as always. Yin Shi's voice came, and Zhang Cheng's umbrella was also thrown over. Zhang Cheng stretched out his hand to catch his umbrella, jumped off the stage at the same time, and walked to the door without looking back. You three hurry up. If it's late, please don't invite the good ramen. Uncle, Yin Shi said, and threw the flower he had picked from outside at the father of A Tongchen, who was covering his head with a plastic bag at this time. Although it is not enough for 1,000,000, the rest is just fool around with what you love. After that, Jintoki, Kagura, and Shinbachi also walked to the door at the same time. The father of A Tongchen, who received the flower, couldn't help but snorted, then turned around and handed the wild flower in his hand to A Tongchen. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. A Tongchen took the flower with some doubts, but the next moment, the memories deep in her heart began to wake up, but at this time, A Tongchen's father was about to walk to the door. Next time remember to bring a rose. A Tongchen shouted, I will be on the stage until then. Dad. Uncle stood at the door and stopped, but then opened the door and walked out. It's just that the tears are already streaming down. Hey, is the tearful farewell finally over? Jin Shiki leaned out of the door and said. It's not saying goodbye in tears, I will definitely come to see her again. A Tongchen's father had already taken off the plastic bag covering his face and said in tears. The policeman who had been waiting here at the door stepped forward to handcuff A Tongchen's father again and took him into the police car. Before leaving, several policemen greeted Zhang Cheng on the side. You know? Yinshi, in fact, at that time, in the end, we didn't protect everything. Zhang Cheng said and threw an envelope at Yinshi. When silver time catches and opens, there are dozens of photos inside. This is their photos. What wedding photos, parent-child photos, children's full moon photos, children's school photos, they send me a lot of them every year, and it's annoying. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but smiled. It turned out that the photos Zhang Cheng gave were those of the comrades who were driven away by Zhang Cheng before the last battle of the anti-barbarian war. Because of Zhang Cheng, they survived and started a new life. Looking at the various new lives of the old friends in the photos, the corners of Yin Shi's mouth can't help but raise slightly. But in the end, Yin Shi threw the photo at Zhang Cheng again. Ramen is a mess. Chapter 21, Gipei Qigong was taught by teacher Wu Tian, Yuankai Dan was taught by Master Gwa. Hey, so, why do you come to me at this delicate time? When I was just about to eat lunch, what did I want to do when I came here? Zhang Cheng looked at the trio of the house of everything in front of him with a look of contempt. But at this time, the three of them did not speak, but stared at the food on the table in Zhang Cheng's house. Hey, don't drool. Zhang Cheng was completely defeated. Forget it, let's eat together if you are hungry. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, the three of them ran to the table in an instant and began to gobble up. Okay, good Aru. Kagura said while eating. Hey! Swallow the food in your mouth before talking. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but shouted. After listening, Kagura instantly swallowed the full food in his mouth. Chew well. Luffy just eats like this. Let's talk about it. What are you doing here? It's not just for the sake of eating rice. If that's the case, I will really despise you, Yin Shi. After the meal, Zhang Cheng looked at the three people who were constantly burping. Said. Actually, I was looking for a pet. A certain big man's pet was lost, so I entrusted the house of everything. I came here to see if there are any clues. This is a photo. Xinba Hao knelt up and said, and put a picture. The photo was handed to Zhang Cheng. This, I seem to have seen this somewhere. Zhang Cheng murmured as he looked at some familiar creatures in the photo. Really? Xinba said in surprise, and then looked at Jinshi and Kagura. It seems that it is the right choice to come here, Jinsen, Kagura-chan. I will think about it again, Zhang Cheng said, closing his eyes and thinking hard. That's right. Hearing the sound, all three of them looked over expectantly. This is Piwu, the devil. I'll just say why there is a familiar feeling, although it still doesn't feel like it, then Bobby D is the one who entrusted you. Zhang Cheng just finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground by the three of them. Stepped on for a long time. Majin Piwu, you are so big. Although that Prince Hata is indeed a bit like. It's the octopus in the photo. Do you see if Dragon Ball is stunned by the devil? Jintoki said while kicking. Q-Pai Kigong, Q-Pai Kigong. Kagura shouted while kicking. No, I just think it really resembles it. If it's the complete works of Dragon Ball, I can lend it to you, but I really don't have any impression of this kind of octopus. You know, I hate food like sashimi the most. Zhang Cheng got up, wiping his nosebleed and said. Speaking of which, I seem to remember that Zhang Chengsang likes to eat Chinese food. Xinba said. Majin Piwu Gipe Kigong Alu Kagura beside him should be still immersed in the topic of Majin Piwu that Zhang Cheng just mentioned. That's not right, Kagura sauce, Mojin Piwu can't be destroyed with Turtle Kigong, only Kakarote's vitality bomb can be destroyed. Xinba couldn't help but reminded. Then, Vitality Bomb ALU. Although Kagura changed his lines, his posture was still in the pose of tortoise-style Kigong. Posture, the posture is wrong, since you called out the name of the Vitality Bomb, you should assume the pose of the Vitality Bomb. You are still in the pose of the turtle-style Kigong, be optimistic, it will be like this. Zhang Cheng said. He stood up, and just about to raise his hands, he was kicked over again by Yin Shi. The Shinbaha and Kagura on the side were also knocked down one after another. Enough of you guys. We are here to find octopus base. Not to teacher Wu Tian to learn tortoise-style Kigong and Vitality Bomb. Yin Shi yelled. No, Yin Shi, you have a wrong memory, the Vitality Bomb was taught by Lord Zhuang. Zhang Cheng got up, stretched out a finger, and shook his head. Soda, Kagura and Zinbeiji nodded while holding hands. Search for a head. It's okay to figure out what you are doing now. Yin Shiki knocked the three down again as he said. What's not clear is whether you are good or not. Come to Yoshihara to find a fart octopus. Is this a place for underages like the two of them? If you want to find it, go to a Japanese food store or a seafood market. Zhang Cheng retorted, standing up. Soda. Kagura and Zinbeiji nodded, holding hands again. Is this the reaction again? Okay, I just want to go out and buy a new FPS game, and I will send you out on the way. Zhang Cheng said, pushing and pulling the three people out of the room. Hey, how do you feel that Yoshihara's doorman is a bit familiar? After leaving Yoshihara, Jintoki couldn't help but said to Zhang Cheng. What are you talking about? It's just an ordinary uncle, which was just hired not long ago. Zhang Cheng waved his hand and said, the resume said that he was an extra before, and he played several scenes of the same type. Later, I didn't want to. When I do, I want to find a place to be a security guard or something. I want to eat takoyaki aru. Kagura raised his hand and shouted. Then, Zhang Cheng unconsciously walked to the shop selling small octopus and ordered 2 small octopus balls. When Kagura saw it, he walked forward happily, leaning beside Zhang Cheng, looking forward to watching the master who made octopus skillfully making the balls. Hey, Yin Sang, don't you feel a little subtle? Those 2 people. Xin Beiji looked at the backs of Zhang Cheng and Kagura, and then said to Yin Shi who was beside him. But when Xin Beiji came over, Yin Shi had already surrounded him. Do you want to eat too? Xin Bag vomited. I don't have your share. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but said to Yin Shi on the side. At the same time, he handed 2 small octopus to Xin Beiji and Kagura. Don't Zhang Cheng sang eat it either. Xin Beiji couldn't help but ask when he took the ball. Well, I hate food that smells like fish, even the smell of the sea. Zhang Cheng nodded and said. Zhang Cheng sang is indeed different from Yin Sang, like a mature adult, like a reliable uncle. Xin Beiji couldn't help but praised. But just after speaking, Xin Bao discovered that the meatball in his hand had been secretly eaten by Yin Shi in half. Hey! When will you be as mature as Zhang Cheng sang? S.A. See you later, I'm going to buy a new FPS game, don't you still have a job? Zhang Cheng looked at the trio of Wanzhiya who started fighting for octopus and said with a smile. I almost forgot, uncle, have you ever seen such an octopus? Xin Beiji passed the photo to the chef who made octopus balls. Although I have seen a lot of octopus, this face is very raw. The master who made octopus took a look at the photo and said, Hey, Saburo, do you know this octopus? The master who makes octopus the photo was handed to the apprentice aside. But at this time, Zhang Cheng had already walked far away with an umbrella. Looking at the back of Zhang Cheng who was going away, Kagura thoughtfully. What's wrong, Kagura-chan? Xin Beiji asked curiously. He has a familiar smell Aru. Kagura said. Smell? What smell? It smells like Aru like mommy. Kagura replied. Hey? You don't think Zhang Cheng sang is your uncle, do you? Hasn't he already denied it personally? Xin Beiji couldn't help but replied. Go, you two, found a clue. Yin Shi said aloud at this time. Xin Beiji and Kagura have come back to their senses. So, the 3 of you, who came to me at night, just in time for my dinner, what are you going to do? How is the job? Has Beth found? Zhang Cheng still looked at me with contempt. Headed by Silver Time. Beth it, finished. Suda, is over. After listening, Zhang Cheng nodded and said. It's nanny when it's done? Has it ever showed up? It seems that it's done before it shows up, right? So it's done on work? It's just a failure, right? And then I want to come back again? You really have enough. Zhang Cheng was completely convinced. But at this moment, I don't know who the 3 of them have a grunting bell. Zhang Cheng smiled helplessly, oh one last time, let's eat. All of a sudden, the 3 of them cheered and ran to the dining table in Zhang Cheng's house again and gobbled up. After dinner, Zhang Cheng looked at the 3 people who were burping again and shook his head helplessly. Then Zhang Cheng took out a photo and threw it on Yin Shi's face. Take care of you, and entrust you with a job. What's the job? Assassination? Or? Jintoki picked up the picture and took a closer look. What do you want such a young kid to do for us? Basically, a kid who comes to Yoshiwara every day, like a kid born by a geisha during the reign of the Night King, but for various reasons, he was sent out by the sun, and now he mistakenly believes that he is his own mother. Thinking of seeing the sun wheel. Zhang Cheng explained aloud. Do you want to start with such a small child? Are you still a person? Yin Shi pulled Zhang Cheng's collar and said, but if the reward is enough, it can still be discussed. Yin Shi stretched out. 5 fingers out. Zhang Cheng shook off Yin Shi's hand and kicked Yin Shi away. What do you think? Hailun wants to adopt him, but according to some investigations, this child may have gone on an evil path. The job for you is to take this child. Just follow the right path and bring it over. We are not a correction center for problem children. Jin Shiki got up and said. Then, I can only do it myself. Hey, I can only spend the money myself. Jiang Cheng said, he didn't know how to draw a thick envelope from there. Everything is responsive. Please be sure to entrust us to do it. It is our duty to save a child who has gone astray. Yenshi's attitude changed instantly. Hey, the attitude has changed too quickly, I don't want to vomit anymore. Xinba Hao said and looked at Jiang Cheng, why don't my children want to adopt him? That day doctor? It seems that the child was protected and sent out by Hikarin. In the past, if a geisha in Yoshiwara gave birth to a child, then both the mother and the child would be executed. That should be the case, Jiang Cheng said. People rushed outside, I'll take care of the work, and I will pay you the rewards after the work is completed. Go back quickly. Chapter 22, Haruta and Number 039, S Bizarre Adventure. On. Is that the kid? Jin Shiki asked, picking his nostrils. At this time, the Wanchaiwo trio, Jiang Cheng and Yu Ayong, were following a dirty-looking child on the street. At this time, the 5 people were hiding on the corner of the street looking at Haruta, who was dangling in the street. Well, yes, he is Haruta. Yu Yang said. It's just a kid. If you want me to say it, just grab him and lock him up for a month of jump. Sooner or later, you will understand the 3 elements of jump, friendship, hard work, and victory. Isn't that enough? He waved his hand and said casually. Wait beep then, follow the plan, it's up to you to fuck. Jiang Cheng said and kicked Yin Shi out. Is he really okay? That kind of silly man? Yu Ayong asked with some uncertainty as she looked at the silver that swayed past. Big, probably, ha 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 ha. Jiang Cheng replied uncertainly. Aren't you old friends? An old friend who hasn't seen you in 10 years. Jiang Cheng replied like this, maybe Kagura-chan and Shinbeiji-kun know him better than I do. It's Aru. Kagura reminded, and then everyone quickly looked at Jintoki, who had already begun to act. Came across to a silly-looking silver-haired samurai, this one will never run away. Haruta thought so, and deliberately walked over with her head down in the direction of Jinshi. Ah, I'm sorry. After deliberately hitting Yin Shi, Haruta lowered his head and said softly, his pace was much faster and he ran away quickly. When Haruta looked back at the silver that was gradually going away, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised, and then ran into the side alley. Haruta took out his own harvest, silver times wallet. This kind of drum, it seems that I really picked a good target. I didn't expect that there is such a rich samurai in this era. Haru laughed too much, but when he opened his wallet, he couldn't laugh anymore. What the is this? Except for 230 yuan, everything else is blank paper filled with friendship. Hard work. Victory. How obsessed with jump are these guys? Haruta said cursingly. At the same time, he took out the 230 yen from the silver wallet and prepared to put it in his wallet, but when Haru touched the chest where he originally put the wallet, Haru was too panicked. Where is my wallet? P.S. Jump Weekly is priced at 230 yen per copy. The mission is complete. Jin Shiki said with confidence, don't worry, I put 230 yen in my wallet, and a note full of friendship. Hard work. Victory. Hey, what are you holding in your hand? Jiang Cheng looked at Yin Shi with contempt. Ah, this, careless. Yin Shi looked at the wallet in his hand, if you don't pay attention. Yin Shi was kicked over by 4 people before he could finish talking and started a gang fight. Whatever you don't pay attention to. You can start with a child's wallet. You really misunderstood your silver time. Jiang Cheng scolded as he stepped on it. Isn't it good? Yin Shi, who was already bruised and swollen, got up. Let him know that he may be punished if he makes a mistake. This is education in disguise, education. Stealing this kind of thing, every time when I stretch out my hand to steal something from others, I will lose important things too. Such words. Yuiong pressed his chin as if thinking. But no one noticed at this time. Kagura had snatched the wallet in Jinshi's hand and rushed out. Ah! Whose wallet has lost? Aru Kagura pretended to have just picked up a wallet. Mine. Haruta hurriedly ran towards Kagura after hearing the sound. Thank you very much, this is my wallet. Haruta looked at Kagura and said. Don't be so careless next time, Aru Kagura said and handed the wallet to Haruta. At the same time, secretly turning back to Zhongcheng and the four behind him, they made an okay gesture. Seeing Kagura talking and laughing with Haruta, the jaws of Zhongcheng and the others were almost shocked. It seems to be before Kagura-chan's debut, right? Xin Beiji asked uncertainly. Believe in Kagura sauce, aren't you partners? Zhongcheng couldn't help but said. Suga, maybe Kagura-chan has thought of a better way. Xin Beiji stretched out a finger and said. But as soon as the new eight haunts finished speaking, everyone heard a grunt in their stomachs. It was from Kagura. The sound was so loud that even the four people who were far away from Kagura could hear clearly. Well, since you helped me find my wallet, I should thank you too. I'll treat you to something. Qingtai smiled helplessly. Really, Aru? I know I'm grateful when I get help. Kagura sauce has one hand. Zhongcheng couldn't help but praise. As expected of the sign of the house of all things. Kagura-chan, come on. Jintoki couldn't help but cheer for Kagura behind. Let me just say it, Kagura-chan must have his own ideas. If this is the case, at least it can be seen that Harutai-kun's nature is kind. Xin Beiji said. Kagura-chan, who accepted Haruta's invitation, took Haruta to the Dengshi shop below the house of all things. This doesn't seem to be a place to eat, right? Haruta couldn't help but uttered while looking at the Denshi shop in front of her. What are you talking about? Aru, I've always eaten here Aru, and I can add food. Kagura said, pulling Haruta into the Denshi shop. Toba sauce, misayomisi Aru. I said this is not a place to eat. And during the day, the door is not open. Why did she walk in and sit down on her own? Mother Dengshi just finished speaking. She felt something was wrong in her hand. She lowered. I saw Zhongcheng huddled in the counter. Zhongcheng made a silent gesture, and at the same time stuffed a few 10,000 yuan bills into the hands of Grandma Dengshi. And start to make gestures with gestures to let them cooperate. The mother-in-law Dengshi was about to ask, but the next moment Zhongcheng showed his signature smile. In an instant, mother-in-law Dengshi fell. Woohoo! Voiceover. What is woohoo? It's all 70,000 characters. Does the writer want to add any weird settings at random? You can't do anything about it, only this time. Granny Dengshi looked at Kagura in front of her and said. Yin Sang, what was that just now? Woohoo or something, is it really plagiarized from other animations? Xin Beiji couldn't help but whispered. So, didn't you say it before? This guy is just an idiot popular with women. Jin Shiki said, picking his nostrils. One more bowl. One more bowl. One more bowl. Looking at Kagura, who was just eating and yelling one more bowl, Haruta couldn't help touching her wallet, fearing that she would not have enough money when she paid for it later, so she wanted to stop Kagura with a loud voice. But I feel that someone else has found my wallet, so. It's careless. Zhongcheng couldn't help but said. Well, it was really careless. Yin Shi said the same. Well, I was careless, Yu Yang said. Hey, you three. What should we do about this situation? Haruta's face has changed from shocked to unlovable. Kagura-chan's attention has been completely absorbed in the meal. Looking at the three people on the side, they couldn't help but vomit. Don't think that you can completely get rid of the responsibility with a careless sentence. Hey! That kind of big stomach King Musiba, how can you be fed with Harada's wallet? Well, you can't get enough. Jiang Cheng said uncertainly. Well, I must not be full, Yin Shi agreed. Well, definitely and definitely not enough to feed. Yu Yang echoed. You have enough. At the next moment, Jiang Cheng's inspiration flashed. Yin Shi, go directly to the topic. After speaking, Jiang Cheng kicked Yin Shi out of the counter. You. Seeing some familiar faces, Haru couldn't help feeling a little panic. And Yin Shi sat down at the bar on his own. Ahem, kid, there will be gains and losses. You stole my wallet, but you encountered this kind of result. www.readaloud.com. This is karma, did you remember it? After listening to this, Harada began to cry aggrieved, and couldn't stop it. I just want to see my mother. Why do you have to suffer so much? After speaking, Harada lay on the table and started crying bitterly. If you want to meet, can you just meet? But use the stolen money to achieve your own goals. I believe your mother will not be happy even if you know it. Jin Shiki poured himself a cup of soju and said. How easy is it? If you don't have money, you can't see your mother at all. I'm just an orphan, how can I get money if I don't steal it? Harada looked up and said excitedly. In this world, there is no mother who needs money to see, so let's talk about it. What is going on? I was abandoned by my parents when I was young. The appearance of my parents is completely unimpressed. From the time I was sensible, the grandfather who adopted me was in front of me, and the grandfather passed away due to illness 3 years ago. I said before, don't feel inferior, Harada, you are not abandoned, but saved. Your mother saved you from the darkness, you have to be proud. Your mother is still in the darkness of the long night. I'm alone, glowing like the Sunday. In that case, that person might be the mother. Haruta said, sobbing aggrieved again. That person? Granny Dengshi couldn't help but ask. Well, that person, the son of the underground city Yoshiwara, the first geisha, the son we'll called Yoshiwara's son. But no matter how I shouted, that person didn't look at me, so I need a lot of money. As long as you have a lot of money, you can see her. I want to see her and talk to her. Chapter 23, Haruta and Number 039, S Bizarre Adventure. Under. Hey, what the is going on? Why did Haru call out so hard that Dr. Sunrin still didn't look at him? Xinbag looked at Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang and asked. Ah, this is actually for a reason. Jiang Cheng smiled embarrassedly. What reason? I used to say it's boring to stay high every day and so on. Then I bought her a pair of invisible wireless earphones, with high-fidelity sound effects, surround stereo 3D sound, and completely cut off outside sounds. Take it, there is only you in the whole world. Now you don't need 98,000 or 58,000 to buy it, you can take it home as long American Samoa 18888. Boy, my heart is not as good as. Jiang Cheng was overturned by Xinbag before he finished speaking. It turns out that it's all your fault. What is called is my fault. It's just that the author has forgotten Harada. Only now I think of filling in the hole. It's all the fault of the author. Jiang Cheng retorted. You are putting the cart before the horse. Do you think your mother will be happy because of doing something like that to meet your mother? Mother-in-law Dengshi said while smoking a cigarette. Harada wiped away her tears and looked at the mother-in-law Dengshi. Let's work here, although it is not enough for you to meet the woman in Yoshihara, but there is always some help. So, thief or something, don't do it anymore. Mother-in-law Toji said. Harada couldn't help being red again. Got an eye. Thank you so much. At night, Haruta was dragged by the new 8 to take a bath and fell asleep upstairs. And downstairs, in the Dengshi Xiaodian, Zhongcheng, Yuiang, Shinbaki, Kagura, and Yinshi are discussing plans in front of the bar. Finally, the hero Haruta defeated the Demon King Night King, and finally saw his mother. Zhongcheng said, could not help but leave tears. How about this plan? Absolutely the best of the year. RP game. It's rotten to the point of scumbag. What a vulgar plot. The plot designed by you, who has never loved playing RPG games since childhood, is as bad as shit. Jin Shishi couldn't help but roar. I think my role can be a little richer for Aru. For example, if Haruta collects 100 vinegar kelp, he can get the help of Kagura sauce, so the plot will be more complete. Aru, Kagura said from the side. It should be revised like this. Jintoki said and started writing and drawing on the paper. Here will also be changed. Xin Beiji grabbed the pen and said. Here also. Here too. So, a bad script called Haruta Agarwood Otsuki Black to save his mother was officially completed. Hey, it seems to be worse. Zhongcheng couldn't help shouting after reading the script. It's really unexpected that the heir of the Yuang Fengxian is such a person. Grandmother Dengshi couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Zhongcheng. Then, Auntie, Haruta will leave it to you during this time, Zhongcheng said as he took out an envelope from his body and handed it to Granny Dengshi. But Granny Dengshi did not accept the envelope. No, I can relax with one more kid. Thank you very much, then. Zhongcheng said with his hands folded. Unknowingly, a period of time passed. Haruta has now completely changed a person, the whole person has begun to become clean, and the expression in his eyes has also become soft. The whole transformation was a big success. All that remains. Today, the plan is about to officially begin. The actors in Yoshiwara are already in place, and you must learn the lines by heart. Zhongcheng couldn't help reminding. Hey, I didn't expect that one day I would also accompany my children to play house wine. It's really an irritating kid. Yin Shij glanced at Zhongcheng and said. What are you talking about, Yinshi? I remember that your personality was bad when you were a kid. No matter how you compare, Harute-kun is much more cute than when you were a kid. Zhongcheng replied. Hey, did Zhongcheng Sang and Yin Sang know each other when they were young? Xin Beiji asked curiously. Well, Yin Shi has been like this since he was a child, picking his nostrils all day long. I didn't expect it to be deducted for 20 years, and I don't know how big a piece of nose can be deducted for 20 years. Zhongcheng replied. I can't imagine it. Xin Hao said with emotion, Yin Sang's nostrils may be like a black hole. He unconsciously sucked Yin Sang's hand into it, and he couldn't get rid of it for 20 years. Do you think so too? Haha, I think so too. It's hard to imagine what a person would look like if he could buckle his nostrils for 20 years. But I understood when I saw Silver, I buckled my nostrils for 20 years. It will become like him, with naturally curly silver hair with no motivation at all. Zhongcheng just finished speaking, and he felt that there was a chill behind him, and it was getting heavier. You too apologize to all the silver-haired natural curls. Ah, no, apologies to my nostrils. Jin's hero said that he had pressed the heads of Xin Hao and Zhongcheng on the table. Voiceover, Haruta, the brave who has assembled his partners, natural curly silver hair, glasses in human skin, and vinegar kelp girl, finally came to Yoshiwara. Tonight, can he go to the last level and defeat the Demon King, Night King? So we rescued our mother, let's wait and see. Now we are advancing to an ad. Commercial time. Can it really be done? Yin sang, I always feel a little scared. Haruta constantly looked around her, fearing that something bad would happen. At this time, the trio of Haruta and Wanshiya had sneaked into Yoshihara. Zhongcheng put it in deliberately, and it should be said that they hadn't walked far after entering the gate. We will definitely let you see your mother. Don't worry about Aru, Kagura said with a confident pat on his chest. But just after finishing speaking, Kagura exclaimed, "Ah! I encountered a trap, Aru. Now I can only save me by collecting 100 vinegar kelp. Hurry up! The place where you put the vinegar kelp is 200 meters in front of you. Aru under the slate." After speaking, Kagura collapsed directly to the ground. Trap? What trap? Why didn't I see anything? Could it be poisoned? Then why are we fine? And why vinegar kelp can detoxify? Why is there vinegar kelp under the stone slab 200 meters ago? Why are you? Will you know? There are too many slots. I don't know where to start complaining. Ching is too messy. Because Kagura-chan is not a human being on Earth, this poison only targets Kagura-chan, so we are fine. And Kagura-chan has the ability to detect the position of all vinegar kelp within 200 meters. Rounded the past. Really? Haruta asked uncertainly. Really, of course it is true. Essay. Hurry up, brave. The task of saving Kagura-chan is left to you. Jintoki patted Haruta on the shoulder and said. Okay, okay. Haruta said and started tentatively moving in the direction of Kagura. Hey, Kagura-chan, your acting skills are too bad. I finally helped you clear this lie. At least find an acceptable reason next time. Zinbaha whispered to the lying on the ground. Le said, Kagura, Kagura. Kagura. Why are you falling asleep? Hey! The vinegar kelp is back, let's detoxify it quickly, Sister Kagura. At this time, Haruta hurried back with the vinegar kelp he found. But at this time, Kagura is still screaming. Jinshiki quietly kicked Kagura, and Kagura finally rubbed his eyes and stood up. Where is this? Is it time for lunch? Is this the poison that can disrupt memory? Haruta's eyes were misted. For me, to do this for me. Silver Hour. New 8. In this way, the four began to challenge the sand sculpture levels one after another. For example, when collecting 2 bottles of strawberry milk to save the silver that was suddenly depressed, or wiping the glasses of the new 8 chicks to wake up the sleeping new 8 chicks, and then collecting 2 of them. The little lace that fell on the ground came to defeat a Beiwa member and collect 3 pieces to recruit a Beiwa member for his own use, and so on. Although it was dangerous, it finally came to the final boss. The residence of the Night King. At this time, the Night King, Zhang Cheng, is working hard to recite the lines. Jin sang, I finally came here. Hurry up. Haruta said with joy, but just now, Zhang Cheng has come behind Haruta, kicking Yinchi, Kagura, and Shinpei. Ha all kicked off. The 3 of them instantly fell to the ground and vomited blood to play GG. Jinsen. Sister Kagura. New Mina. Haruta exclaimed. Are you able to come here, kid? You have the qualifications to challenge me. As long as you can defeat my Yuangjiang, Feng Xian, you can meet your mother. Come on. P.S. Collect the braised pork on the ground. If the meat exceeds 100 yuan, feed it to the Night King and you can win without fighting. Zhang Cheng said. What's this setting? Although he was complaining, Haruta still did, and opened the plates one by one on the ground, and threw the braised pork he got to Zhang Cheng piece by piece. Zhang Cheng didn't waste it at all. Swallowed it all into the stomach. Finally, 100 yuan is enough. Amazing brave. Unexpectedly, I can defeat my Yuangjiang. Feng Xian, your mother is waiting for you behind the door. Go. After speaking, Zhang Cheng fell to the ground instantly, typing GG, and vomiting at the same time. Blood, tomato juice. Finally, after the heartfelt acknowledgement segment, the whole show ended. Great kid, since you defeated me, then the title of Night King is given to you. Zhang Cheng got up and wiped the tomato juice from his mouth. I will give you the whole Yoshihara, Zhang Cheng turned around and left. But Yu Aiyong didn't give Zhang Cheng a chance, and she hit Zhang Cheng in no time. Zhang Cheng fell to the ground again, but this time he might really want to GG. Don't add drama to yourself without authorization. You are so soulless. Yu Yang cursed. I just think that this is the case, the plot is more reasonable, Zhang Cheng said, standing up, and this kid will definitely become an excellent Night King, I believe him. I believe you are tall. This is, what the is going on? Harita asked, rubbing her crying red and swollen eyes. Finally, after learning the truth, Haruta couldn't help but laugh. When human beings are dominated by sensibility and emotion, humans at this time will not consider the rationality of the situation at all. Although it may sound stupid and funny afterwards, I always think that this is also the flash of humanity. 1 point. Zhang Cheng rubbed Kingta's hair, keep it in mind, kid. Finally, such a philosophical sounding passage has a fart. Reward. Reward. Hand over the reward. Yin Shiki kicked Zhang Cheng before stepping on it. Ah, here, 3 copies for 1 person. Zhang Cheng got up, took out 3 envelopes from his arms, and wrote the names of the 3 people in Wanchaiwu. It's so thick. Yin Shi took his share, it has to be 1 million. Thank you, Zhang Cheng sang. Xinbag took the envelope and said. You can buy a lot of vinegared kelp for Aru. Kagura bounced. But when the 3 people opened the envelope, their expressions were completely different. The envelopes of Yinshi contained a denomination of 1,000 yuan, and the envelopes of Shinbaki and Kagura-chan contained 10,000 yuan denomination. Why mine is the least? Chapter 24, Children don't need to know such and such things. In a restaurant. Kagura sauce, I will never release water. Zhang Cheng said viciously. This is the same with me as Aru. Kagura replied with a sneer. Then, start. Haruta shouted. The incident should start in the morning. Due to the persecution of the 2 women, Sunrin and Moonrime, Zhang Cheng was unwilling to take Haruta on the streets of Edo. He spent the whole morning in some playground and so on. At noon, when Zhang Cheng gang was about to take Kingta home, he happened to pass by a restaurant. Even more coincidentally, the 2 discovered the Yin Shi and others in the restaurant, and it happened that this restaurant had a challenge for the big appetizer free order. You can get a free order after eating the store's special super large ramen within the specified time. So there was the beginning scene. Zhang Cheng sang. Come on. Haruta kept cheering Zhang Cheng on. Don't lose. Kagura. Jintoki also cheered Kagura on the sidelines. I really didn't have any money. The competition was extremely fierce. Only 2 contestants were holding a bowl larger than a wash basin and constantly pulling ramen noodles into their mouths. The speed is as fast as Luffy. Enough of you guys. This doesn't seem to be the main purpose of our coming out. Xinbag's face was full of black lines and finally couldn't help it. We are here to discuss how to deal with that stalker. Shinbagi had just finished speaking. Almost at the same time Kagura and Zhang Cheng put down their bowls at the same time. It's really a matchless game, Kagura sauce. Zhang Cheng seeing said with sympathy. Well, it really is a game regardless of winning or losing Aru. Kagura also replied. Hey! Listen to people talking, hello. The new 8 jokes again. At this time, Zhang Chenkei finally found out that a girl in a kimono was sitting next to Zinbeiji. This is? Zhang Cheng asked. You must have been mentioned by Shin Chan. You have been taking care of Zhang Sung Sang from All Things House. I'm Shin Chan's sister, Shimura Maya. Miao Mian Zhang Cheng said with a smile, our family's Shin Chan is really thanks to it. You took care of it. There, our house god. Yin Shi is thanks to your new Bajiao for taking care of it. Xin Bajiao is really a good boy. Zhang Cheng also smiled and replied. I didn't expect that the man with unreliable silver hair would have a reliable friend like you. Amiao said with emotion. Hey, did you say card just now? Did you say card? Xin Bajia interjected. But Zhang Cheng seemed to have not heard him, and continued to say to himself, "Ah, do you think so too? Ha ha ha. Next time if you have a chance, please come to the shop where I work and give me a chance to thank you in person." Amiao said kindly. Shop? Zhang Cheng asked in confusion. Zhang Cheng sang, "My sister works as a wine girl in a store, but recently she encountered a stalker who constantly harassed her sister. I came out today to discuss this matter." Xinba Hao explained. "Suga, that's really disturbing. I can't as well directly call the police and let the other party reflect on it for a few days in the police station." Zhang Cheng extended a finger and proposed. The other party is the police." Xin Beiji replied with a dilemma. "Hey!" It was Zhang Cheng's turn and was shocked. Are the Edo police officers doing this kind of virtue now? Can Edo's security issues really be guaranteed? I don't think this is good. Someone wants to marry you, Yin Shi said while eating parfait. While your nature has not been exposed, let's get the household registration first. And the other party is also a civil servant. Yin Shi hadn't finished speaking yet. Amiao stepped directly on the table with one foot, and pressed Yin Shi's head with one hand, and the glass broke into instantly. What does that mean? Xinbag, your sister is really bipolar. Zhang Cheng looked at the Xinbag and said in a low voice. Actually, there is only one pole. Xinbag replied in a low voice. At first, I thought that he would give up soon, and he didn't care much. Amiao sat in his position again, showing embarrassment. But wherever he goes, there are shadows of men. It's really abnormal. It's really embarrassing to hear it like this. If it doesn't work, let Beiwa do it. I will let them do it very clean, since it is Xinbahao's sister. Zhang Cheng proposed. Isn't there yet? Xinbhe yelled. Beiwa? What is that? Amiao asked curiously. Nothing, nothing. Xinbeiji said quickly. The organization that specializes in dealing with stinky men, assassinate. Zhang Cheng just said the word assassination and was covered by Xinba Hao. But fortunately, Amiao didn't hear Zhang Cheng's words clearly. Yin sang, this time I came out to make you think of a way. That stalker has caused a lot of trouble to my sister's work and life. Xinba Hao complained to Yin Shi. What do you want me to do? Jinshi looked indifferent. If you entrust me to work, make a move when it's time to make a move. Yin sang, I haven't received a salary for 2 months. Xinba Hao looked at Yin with contempt. You should also make a move when it is time to make a move. Even if you say shoot, I will. Hey, if you don't show up any energy, you will really be looked down upon. If you don't believe me, look at it. Xinbeiji leaned to Yin Shi's ear and said, and at the same time motioned Yin Shi with his eyes. Yin Shi understood and looked at Amiao, who was talking happily with Zhang Cheng at this time. What are you looking at? You are naturally curly with silver hair. After Amiao finished speaking, she faced Zhang Cheng again with a smile on her face. So, haven't you said that before? That guy is just a fool who is popular with women. Jin Shiki said casually. That's not it. Didn't you say in the 15th chapter, although I'm not from the Silver Tama crew, I'm also the actor? That kind of thing, but if you don't show some energy, you really want to be Zhang Sung Sangbai go down. Xinba Hao explained in a low voice. Nu 8 Hans just finished speaking. Yin Shi instantly stood up, and shouted at the restaurant hall, Soul Stalker! Where are you? Waiting for me to take care of you. What a fart! You are so faint. Come over and try if you have the ability. Kondo Hoon got out from under a diner's table and yelled at the same time. It's really here. Xinbag didn't know what to say. The stalker came out after being called by someone, what a fool. Jintoki looked at Kondo-hun in front of him, and said disdainfully, do you admit that you are a stalker? Hearing the sound, Kondo-hun chuckled, humans are chasing stalkers who love to run. Kondo-hun's expression became serious. I said, you guy, you have been very close to Miss Amiao just now. Speaking, what is the relationship? It is really jealous. You saw it with that eye. Are you blind? Why don't you open your eyes to see who is talking intimately with Amiao? You blind gorilla stalker. Yin Shi pointed back Zhang Cheng and Amiao, who were talking and laughing on the side, said. At this time, Amiao and Zhang Jinkei finally discovered the current situation. Who is the blind gorilla stalker? Kondo retorted, and then lowered his head, if it's just that kind of opponent, you can't beat it. Hey! What do you mean? It means that you and the other party are not of the same level. So did you deliberately pull me down from the same level as you? Hey! Does that mean that? Who is the same level as your orangutan? So, what is the relationship between you and Miss Amy? Kondo-hun asked again. Hey! Do you want to perfuse it like that? At this time, Amiao looked at Zhang Cheng and then at Yin Shi, and finally made up his mind to stand up, walked to Yin Shi's side, and took Yin Shi's arm. This is my fiancé. I married him in the fall. Besides, we have done all kinds of things. Please give up on me. Amiao said with a smile, her eyes already bent into crescents. Things like this mean. The veins on Kondo's face jumped. No, there is no such thing as such or that thing. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com xin Beiji stood aside and couldn't help but say. No, if it was silver time, such and such things might have been done. Zhang Cheng appropriately fanned the flames. Speaking of which, what on earth is such and such things? Haruta raised his hand and asked. Children don't ask so much, everyone shouted at the same time. It's okay, Miss Amy. Kondo-hun turned around, seeming to look away, no matter what life you take, I will accept you completely. Hey! Amiao let out a question. But Kondo-hun still said to himself, you even love my ass, and I will love you like you love me. When did I love? Hey! You silver-haired curly hair. I don't care if you are Miss Amiao's fiancé. I will love Miss Amiao more than you. After a pause, Kondo-hun finally said his ultimate goal, let's duel. Take Miss Amiao as a bet. Inari, Haruta, Amy, Shinbeiji, Kagura, the five are on the wooden bridge looking at Kondo who is standing under the bridge. Just don't let any unnecessary panic. Amiao said with a sigh. Indeed, I think things have gotten worse. Xin Beiji replied. Also, that orangutan is probably very strong. The calm look before the duel is the evidence that he has escaped many times. Amiao said, looking at Kondo who was waiting calmly. Don't worry, Yin Shi won't lose to that kind of orangutan. Zhang Cheng said with a smile. Hey? Is that kind of unmotivated man really all right? Xin Bao was shocked. Well, it's okay, if you want to say the reason. Zhang Cheng hesitated to say something. Chapter 25, the orangutan is finished, next is the precious dog? Sister, don't worry, even if Yinjiang is in danger, I will add fire to Aru. Kagura said, and gestured with the umbrella in his hand. Be careful not to kill anyone, Amiao reminded. Kagura-chan, are you talking about this kind of fire? Zhang Cheng said, pointing his umbrella at Kondo under the bridge. After that, a dense number of bullets shot at Kondo. Wow, it's amazing, there was not a bullet that hit him, Aru. Looking at Kondo, who was forced to jump up and down by Zhang Cheng, Kagura's eyes showed stars. Don't worry, orangutan, I have played all FPS games since I was a kid, and I have already practiced my marksmanship to the point where I will never hit you with a bullet. Zhang Cheng said, putting away the umbrella and facing he took a breath at one end of the smoking umbrella. Hey! What a joke! Who would believe that? I think you just want to kill me. You absolutely want to kill me. Also, I am not a gorilla. I just look like a gorilla. Then, I'll come to Aru, too. Kagura said, and pointed the umbrella at Kondo, but before she could launch it, he was held tightly by Shinbeiji. Don't. You don't have the kind of marksmanship that Zhang Chengsang did. The orangutan will definitely become a dead orangutan. I don't care about you. Kondo said to the new eight on the bridge, Hey, those four eyes. How is that guy? Hey, Kagura-chan, it seems that it is allowed to shoot gorillas in the wild. Shinbeiji let go of Kagura. I know. Upon seeing this, Kondo confessed his mistake quickly, that handsome guy with glasses, where did the silver hair go naturally? Well, he seems to be going to the toilet. Shinbeiji replied. Cut, facing me, he can still be so calm. Kondo muttered disdainfully. So in the long wait, the crowd on the bridge gathered more and more until dusk. At this time, Zhang Cheng was sipping a can of coke leisurely. Kagura, Shinbaki, and Haruta stood on the bridge and sold melon seed beer mineral water. What's the matter? Someone asked from the crowd on the bridge. It seems to be a duel. I don't know who replied. It seems to be for a woman. It's really rare, there are still people fighting these days. The people on the bridge talked and talked. Hey, is that silver hair natural curls scared? Kondo and others were a little impatient, shouting at the bridge. But just after speaking, Jintoki's voice sounded. You are stupid, how can I run away with an opponent of your level? Is it finally here? Kondo chuckled and looked at the incoming person. You are too slow, did you go to L? How is it possible? Of course it is to add sugar. Jintoki said as he walked. Stop sugars properly, or you will get diabetes sooner or later. Jinchi didn't mind, but looked at the sunset behind Kondo. It's great, it's the sunset. Duel in the sunset, not bad. Humph, you have natural curly silver hair, you can actually say something elegant. Kondo replied. You gorilla, you can't talk too much. Who is a gorilla? Although I may be a bit like a gorilla, I really am not. Kondo became anxious at the first hearing. It's okay, SA, should we start? I said what weapon do you plan to use? If you want to use a real sword, I will lend it to you, whatever you want. With that, Kondo was about to draw the sword. This wooden knife is enough for me, so let's hit it like this. Yin Shi said, and was about to pull out his wooden knife. Look at me. You are so pale. Sorry, I'm not too exaggerated to bet on someone else's life easily. Yin Shi shook his head, and then said, in other words, let's use my life as a bet, and use my life instead of a meow as a bet. Even if you win, a meow will not be yours, but I will disappear from this world if I get in the way, and then you can chase her anyway, whatever you want. Of course if I win, you can't shoot a meow. After listening, not only Kondo, but even the crowd on the bridge were shocked. Don't worry, just keep watching. Looking at a meow who was a little worried, Zhang Cheng said aloud. A meow looked at Zhang Cheng suspiciously, but Zhang Cheng didn't give any answer, and still looked down with interest. Ha 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 ha, you kid, you are a good man with kind, Kondo said with emotion, and then when he looked at Silver, no, compared to women, I think you are more popular with men. After finishing speaking, Kondo threw his knife on the ground, and shouted at the new Ha on the bridge, boy, lend me your wooden knife. But Kondo has just finished speaking, and Jintoki has already thrown his wooden knife in front of Kondo. You are also very kind, use this, my proudest love knife toy Akko. Yin sang. Xinbhe yelled, and threw his wooden knife to Yin Shi. It is unlucky, Zhang Cheng couldn't help sighing in a low voice. Who? Yin sang. Xin Beiji asked curiously. Just keep looking. Oh. Jinshi took the knife and said to Kondo, who had already picked up Lake Toya, it seems that no matter whether you lose, there will be no grudges between the two sides. Yes, it's purely as a man to fight the battle. Kondo said that he had already set his posture. Bring it on. Dignified. A showdown. ×2. Said, the two rushed to each other at the same time, and simultaneously swung their knives. But at this delicate moment, the toy Akko in Kondo's hand, was broken. Wait, the knife? Kondo looked at the broken knife in his hand, panicking. But Silver She did not give Kondo a chance to hesitate, so he slapped Kondo in the face. Kondo instantly fell to the ground and played GG. It seemed that his cheeks were swollen for several days. The people on the bridge are all staring at the silver time below. It's so naive. How can I borrow a weapon from the enemy, but I have been in the toilet for a long time, and it will break if I just wave it. Jinshiki said smugly. You guy. You did that kind of thing. Kondo said while lying on the ground. It would be stupid if someone has to lose something for this. In order to handle this matter satisfactorily, this is the best trick, Jinshiki replied. Is this consummation? After speaking, Kondo fainted. Hey, how is it? Have you seen my beautiful tricks? Yinshi said somewhat complacent to everyone on the bridge. But just after finishing talking, Kagura and Shinbeiji jumped down in an instant, kicking Jinshi over, one person and one kick. Looking at the three people fighting below, Zhang Cheng said helplessly, I said before, I will definitely not lose, because that guy is such a person. A meow on the side inevitably hid his face and laughed. However, the incident can be considered as successfully resolved. Zhang Cheng said again, Haruta, go back. After speaking, Zhang Cheng left with Haruta. While Amiao stayed where she was, she looked at the three people playing underneath thoughtfully. Suga, the incident has been successfully resolved, thank you, Yin sang. Amiao said to herself. One day in the afternoon, Zhang Cheng had lunch and was about to take a short nap when he saw Yinshi appear in his room with Xinbahe and a huge white dog. The heads of Yinshi and Xinbahe were covered with bandages. It's going to happen like that. If you take the dog for a walk, I suggest you go to the park. Zhang Cheng looked at Yinshi with contempt. In fact, it's a god. I just got such a dog, thinking that maybe Yoshihara needs it, so I can use it to look at the door. Jinshiki made a look for Zhang Cheng's sake. Do you think I believe it? Do you know how much this dog costs? With your income, if you have to fight for hundreds of years, you may not be able to afford it. Zhang Cheng said and went to Ding Chun, looking at that. Ding Chun is very close to Zhang Cheng. Really? Is this kind of dog really so valuable? In an instant, Yinshi's mind became active. Of course, browsing god, also known as dog god, is a very, very precious dog breed. The whole universe is uncommon. Zhang Cheng said while rubbing Ding Chun's chin. Inu god? Why would Zhang Cheng sang know the race of Satoru? Xinba How asked curiously www.readaloud.com. This, actually has been wandering in the past few years. Sometimes I can't help but eat some wild animals. In order not to kill me by accident. I have learned some knowledge about rare animals when I encounter rare species. Zhang Cheng explained. I don't know how to complain. Xinbag whispered. This number, how about this number, as long as this number is enough, I will give Ding Chun to you. Yin Shit extended 5 fingers and said. Go back. Zhang Cheng said and blasted the two out of the door. Open the door. Is it expensive? That's the number. Yin Shi said and stretched out 4 fingers again. But Zhang Cheng has put on earplugs and got into the quilt. But before Zhang Cheng fell asleep, a loud impact sounded, and even Zhang Cheng, who was wearing earplugs, heard it. Zhang Cheng climbed up and saw Kagura playing with Shinyagi during his crazy silver beating, and Kagura's mouth kept yelling at the same time. The door of his room was completely broken into scum. Zhang Cheng took off his earplugs, and then he heard what Kagura said. I said that when I wake up in Dingchun, I will disappear from Aru. So you two still want to discard Satoru? Hey, give me a break, the door is broken, you will pay for me to repair it. Can you let people have a good nap? Let's make a noise. Zhang Qingkai shouted at the same time as the three of them were fighting. Wow! Satoru shouted. Sadaharu, long time no see, do you miss me? Aru Kagura intimately hugged Dingchun's head and said. Hey, what the is going on? Zhang Cheng asked Yanxi, who looked aside contemptuously. Chapter 26, Shock. Zhang Cheng also had pets. The ending is. That's it, but Kagura-chan seems to like it very much. Zhang Cheng said and looked at Kagura, who was fighting with Dingchun on the side. Also, it seems that Satoru also likes Kagura-chan very much. At this time, Zhang Cheng, Yanxi, and Xinbag were sitting on a bench in the park, watching Kagura playing and chasing with Sadaharu on the lawn. Girls are still more suitable for large dogs, Yin sang, Zhang Cheng sang. Xinbag aside. Anyway, Kagura-chan likes it, and Sadaharu seems to like Kagura-chan too, so it's better to raise it first. Such a precious dog might bring good luck to the house of everything. Zhang Cheng said indifferently. What a joke! That dog is not likable at all. Look here! Look here again! Yin Shizuo yelled, and pointed to the scarred heads of himself and Xinbao. Finally, he said helplessly, why doesn't it play with us? Because it feels by its animal nature that we want to throw it away, Yin sang. Xinbao lowered his head and explained. Hey, what a weak man, he can't even handle a dog. Zhang Cheng said disdainfully. Why is Sadaharu stuck with Kagura-sa so much, Shinbeiji? Jinchi asked, lowering his head. That's not called sticky, it's just attacking Kagura-chan, but Kagura-chan is not taking her seriously. Yinsen, looking at S.A., who was just rushing towards Kagura, was held by Kagura's hand. Dahalu, Xinbao explained with a bit of anguish. I can't see it at all. Is it as evil as you said? Zhang Cheng asked in doubt, and stood up, then I will try. Wait. Xinbag just wanted to stop, but Zhang Cheng had already walked over and walked in front of Satoru. Sadaharu, Zhang Cheng put on a kind face, sit down. Something that shocked Yinchi happened, and Sadaharu really sat down. Shake hands. As soon as Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Sadaharu stretched out his front paw. Sadaharu is really amazing. Aru Kagura rubbed the head of Sadaharu's big dog. Zhang Cheng turned his head to look at Yanxi and Xinbag on the bench, showing contemptuous eyes. Hey! New Beiji! What's going on? Why can he make Sadaharu be so obedient? Why? Is it possible that people who like women are also like dogs? No, Yinsen. Sadaharu is just scared. Didn't you see that his whole body is shaking? The animal's intuition is like encountering a natural enemy. If you don't do it, you will be killed. Sadaharu's psychological activities must be like this. Xinbao said with a light sigh, it's really amazing, Zhang Cheng sang. It turned out to be like this, it really is like this. After that, Jintoki sighed and bowed his head completely. What kind of character is Zhang Cheng sang? Why does Sadaharu feel threatened by him? Yin sang. Xinbag asked curiously. But Yanxi did not answer, still bowed his head and looked unlovable. At this time, Kagura was finally tired from playing, walked over and sat down on the bench, and let out a long sigh of relief. You look very happy, hello. Jintoki cast a glance at Kagura. Well, I like animals very much. Kagura looked at Jin with a satisfied expression. Girls like cute things, and you don't need a reason to like Aru. Yin-Shi looked at Satoru shivering in front of Zhang Cheng, and didn't know what to say. Go find Kagura sauce, she is your master. Zhang Cheng touched Satoru's chin and said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Satoru immediately ran towards the three of Yin-Shi, as if running for his life. Fortunately, Yin-Shi and Xinbag reacted quickly and got up instantly, but Kagura, who was still on the bench, was not so lucky, and was hit by Satoru into the sky. But Kagura didn't care at all, and kept saying, "It's so kawaii, it's the first time that an animal likes to stick to me so much. Kagura sauce, you almost gave me the motive for discovering it." The Xinbag who stood still couldn't help but said a little helplessly. After Kagura landed on the ground, he ran to Sadaharu and said as he ran, "I used to have a pet named Aru, called Sadaharu No. 1. It is a very cute little rabbit. I also like it very much. Although Sadaharu No. 1 is usually raised outside Aru, but one day, I wanted to sleep with it anyway, so I concealed it from my parents and hugged it to sleep, but I didn't expect that I couldn't fall asleep. In the end, I had a nightmare, waiting for the nightmare torture enough, but when I woke up, Sadaharu No. 1 stopped moving." After speaking, Kagura squeezed out 2 tears. On the side, Zhang Cheng, Yin-Shi, and Xinbag have long been associated with the picture. The little rabbit sleeping soundly was given a nightmare by this strange little girl. Yin-Shi and Xinbag suddenly had black lines on their faces, while Zhang Cheng was sorrowful. "Since then, I have stipulated that I am not allowed to touch animals anymore. If I don't know how to control my strength, I will only bring misfortune to everyone." Then, Kagura walked to Satoru and touched Satoru's nose. "However, I think if it is Satoru, he might be able to mingle with me. This must be a gift from God, definitely." After saying that, Kagura smiled happily. "I forgot that the vinegar kelp is finished, I'll go buy some, and Sadaharu will hand it over to you for the time being." Kagura suddenly came and ran away. "I'm so touched," Zhang Cheng said with tears in his eyes. "Hey, what's so touching about this? Isn't it a copy of your childhood? This kind of story has happened to you too." Yin-Shi couldn't help but hammer Zhang Cheng with a fist in the head. "It's totally different, okay? The little animals I have raised have changed another way to continue to accompany me," Zhang Cheng retorted. "Hey? Is it a poop?" "Yin-Shi, what you said is too disgusting." Zhang Cheng replied, "It should be said that it has become protein. Besides, wasn't you the one who had the most delicious food at that time? Hey, you two are 100 times more than Kagura sauce, okay?" Xinbag roared, "I now fully understand why Satoru is afraid of Zhang Cheng saying. Sadaharu, these two will also be your masters in the future, let's play with them," Zhang Cheng said to Sadaharu. Then, Sadaharu finally got tired of playing and fell asleep on the ground, curled up and fell asleep. Yin-Shi and Xinbag were finally liberated, and instantly lay on the lawn beside them. "Sleeping looks are very cute," Xinbag said breathlessly. "This thing must be a dog-shaped weapon, a weapon." After a pause, Yin-Shi continued, "In this crazy world where dogs are so cruel, it's absolutely impossible not to be cruel. But I always feel that Kagura-chan loves it so much." Xinbag stopped talking. "Hey," accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a male voice rang, "I was here." Zhang Cheng looked over curiously, only to see 2 men in uniforms walk to the front and stopped. The one who made a sound was a little brother with V-shaped bangs. "It's you guys," Yin-Shi said casually when he saw the visitor. "Are these two Yin-Shi's friends?" Zhang Cheng asked curiously. "Who is a friend with him?" Tagata Shiro was blasted when he heard it. Zhangcheng-san, these two are members of the Edo police agency Ginseng Group. The stalker was their chief last time. Shinbeiji explained softly in Zhangcheng's ear. That orangutan. Zhangcheng was shocked. Abe. On the 14th, I heard from my heart, who do you say is an orangutan? Although Kondo-san looks like an orangutan. But you can't directly say that he is an orangutan. Then, the gorilla. Zhangcheng frowned and seemed a little embarrassed. Yet. Okada Sogo nodded from the side, if the orangutan is not good, I think it should be okay for the gorilla, Tufuzang. It's just a big one. Why are you standing with that kid too? Sugo. 14 shouted at Okada Sugo. Well, calm down, we are not here to fight. Sugo said, pointing at Satoru who is sleeping on the side, is that dog yours? It can't be counted as mine. Jintoki replied, what are you asking for? Then Zouwu looked at Zhangcheng on the side. Zhangcheng did not speak, but pointed to Yanxi silently. An important person who has a close relationship with the upper shogunate wants an animal like this, so this dog, please leave it to our Shinzengamai. No, I won't give it to you, I don't want to do what Shinzengamai said. Jintoki sat up and said while rubbing his shoulders. Don't you already have a gorilla? You can ask the big man if he likes it. If it doesn't work, you can let this V-shaped boy wear a collar, and remember to add Wang at the end. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com Zhangcheng suggested in a flash. Shuga, it turns out that there is such a method. It is a good method. Thank you. After saying that, Okada Sugo turned his head and left. Hey! Orangutan, orangutan, orangutan is endless. But the road of the tooth, I have to bear you for a long time. The guy with the umbrella on the sunny day. After saying that, 14 pulled out the sword. Well, don't be angry. If you don't like the term gorilla, you would have said it earlier, then primitive gorilla, or chimpanzee, stalker gorilla, gorilla. Zhangcheng hasn't finished yet, the 14th the sword has been cut down. However, Zhangcheng blocked him with an umbrella. How dangerous, V-shaped brother. Can the police do whatever they want? Freedom of speech, don't you understand? Before you take care of others, take care of your own chief orangutan, don't let it go. He's a stalker again, okay. You fellow. 14 found that his sword was blocked by a huge force. Your companion has already gone far, don't hurry up to follow. Zhangcheng finished speaking, and 14 reluctantly put away the sword. Remember it for me. You fellow. After saying that, 14 followed in the direction of Sugo. Finally, Kagura came back, looking at Satoru who had just woke up, he couldn't hide his smile. Go back, remember, since you want to raise it, you have to take care of it, and its dog food will be deducted from your salary. With that, Yanxi has already gone far. Thank you, Ginchin. Kagura held Satoru and looked at Jinchi's back and said, although he has never received a salary, Aru. Then, I should go back too, bye-bye the new 8 jokes Kagura sauce Zhangcheng said and started walking in the other direction. Goodbye, Zhangcheng sang. Chapter 27, Human beings will not change easily. Old friends too. So, what do you mean by calling me alone? Zhangcheng said as he sat on the sofa in the Jintoki room. At this time, there is only Jinchi in the house, and Ding Chun is alone with a dog, and Kagura and Zinbeiji have just left. I didn't call you, but the wig called you. Yanxi sat at his desk and said with his back to Zhangcheng. It's not a wig. It's Gui. A familiar voice sounded. Zhangcheng looked at the place where the sound was made, and Gui jumped in the window after turning over. Is it a wig? So what's the matter? Zhangcheng said indifferently. It's not a wig. It's Gui. Gui punched Zhangcheng as he said. Should you use uppercuts to greet your old friends after a long time? Zhang Cheng stood up and took out the cell phone he had just bought. Moximosi, I am a small citizen in Edo. I seem to see Kotaro running away on the wanted order. The location is... Before Zhang Cheng could finish speaking, he was cut off by Katsura. Hey! You guy! This is the latest smartphone. Not only can you watch all kinds of videos, you can also make video calls anytime, anywhere. Do you know how much money? You guy! Zhang Cheng dragged Gui roared his collar. That's it, it's not a wig, it's Gui. What you said is true. Not only can you see a beep, but also naked beep. Gui in turn pulled Zhang Cheng's collar and gritted his teeth. He said, answer me. Answer me. Are there too many because they can't stand their husbands for so many years? Children are not obedient in elementary school, they are called parents by their female classmates in class, father-in-law is obsessed with gambling, and then because of his own eyes witnessing her husband's derailment, so getting thinner and lonely wife is up there. Hey! You guy! Have you done it yet? No, have you done it? You are faint. You want to deprive me of my only interest. Hobby. Die, wig. Zhang Cheng said, pointing his umbrella at the wig, and only you would think of that kind of trivial thing. Not a wig is Gui. Boom. The house of everything exploded. Hey, the two of you are enough. Be careful to lead Shinzengamai over after a while. Yin Shi's hair has turned into a real explosive curl. Don't worry, those guys are searching for Princess Jinjai, the general's sister who ran out of the general's mansion. Gui also replied confidently against the explosion, so rest assured, there is absolutely no time to catch us. No, I caught you. Zhang Cheng reminded. Zhang Cheng, even you have become like this. I listened to what Yin Shi said, and I was able to fix the legendary Night King and Phoenix Fairy. As long as you have your power, we can change this country, said the wig. Then, he took up his sword. With me, take up the sword again. Take your fearful sleeping beep Kogora Jinshi's lucky star, the facade of the 5-member group responsible, horrible man, smelly boy, popular with girls, dagger without a scar, red beast, lend me the power again. Moximosi, love crazy X, Yoshihara XXXXX Zhang Cheng Xiao. Hi, thank you. Zhang Cheng was making a call from the landline on Yinshi's desk at this time. Zhang Cheng hung up the phone and looked at Gui with a puzzled look. Did you just say something? Did you ask me to buy one for you? Yes, but you have to pay. Gui He repeated with his face, come with me, take up the sword again. Take your fearful sleeping beep Kogora lucky star of silver time, the facade of the 5-member group, horrible man, smelly boy, popular with girls, daughter without a scar, red beast, lend me the power again. Mosi Mosi, give me one more, green, he should like it. The address, wait a minute, let me ask. Zhang Cheng asked Gui, holding the phone. Wig, your address is. Why did you look at me like that? Did you just say something? Gui's face darkened, but he repeated it patiently, with me, take up the sword again. Take your fearful sleeping beep Kogora Jintoki's lucky star responsible for the facade of the 5-member group, horrible man, smelly boy, popular with girls, daughter without a scar, red beast, lend me the power again. Well, send it directly to Genzengamai's large prison, and collect the wig and Kotaro. Zhang Cheng said to the phone. At the same time, Katsura was already intolerable. He stood up and cut the phone on Yinshi's desk in half with a sword. Not a wig is Gui. Hey! This is my home phone. My home. You too. Yinshi said, kicking the two of them one by one. Well, it's half of the water. According to the progress of the animation, 20 minutes has been water for 10 minutes, so it can start. Then, now it is officially started. What exactly are you asking me to do? Zhang Cheng sitting on the sofa again, he looked at Gui and asked. Voiceover, hey! How can I tell the truth of the author? The magical skill in the battle with the heavens and humans has the name Red Beast that makes all the heavens afraid of the wind. No one knows what you really look like, because the heavens and people who saw you are all killed. So, I sincerely invite you again, once again, and once again join me to save this country. Gui said excitedly. But Zhang Cheng stood up long ago and walked to the door of Yinqi's house. If there is nothing wrong, I will go back. Wait, at least give me the purchase hotline for that kind of mobile phone. Gui shouted. But just after shouting, he was knocked down by Jin Shiki. Let me do it, let this idiot say that neither chapter can find the point. Yin Shizuo sighed and said. In fact, we were involved in an accident yesterday. Kagura and Shinbaki were taken away by a group of Chinyu people. Due to some accidents, I worked with the Wig to rescue Kagura and Shinbaki. That's about it. Hearing this, Zhang Qinkei sat down again. Although the opponent is only the lowest level in Chinyu, he can still hear a few words. Chinyu has not given up looking for you, looking for the legendary Red Beast. Gui took the words and continued. If the other party can find me, come find me, I don't care at all. Zhang Cheng looked indifferent. Your home is the battlefield. It's not the kind of sensual Yoshihara. Gui said with a sincere face, and Gui closed his eyes with a look of resentment. Why? Why are you in a place like Yoshihara? Really, so envious. So did you think about this? Jin Shizuo put his wig down again. Actually, I got your address in Yinqi before, but I haven't been able to sneak in. Every time I get to the gate, I am stopped by an inexplicable security guard, and then I don't know anything until I wake up again. Gui stood up and explained. Tao. In fact, I gave your picture to the uncle security guard, and told him that as long as this person comes to the door, he will find a way to blast out. I didn't think this uncle is really reliable in doing things, so I will give him processing money when he goes back. Nodded with satisfaction and said. Photo. You still have my photo. It looks like you haven't forgotten me. Zhang Cheng. Gui Lei said with a full face. No, the streets are full of your wanted warrants, I just tore one off, don't get me wrong, wig. Zhang Cheng explained. It's not a wig, it's Gui. With the end of the war, you all disappeared. I have never understood what you are thinking or what you are looking at in your eyes, but I know that you two are the most people who know each other. Moreover, they are both so powerful. If you two are assembled again, we must. The meeting was interrupted by Zhang Cheng and Yinqi before they were finished. So you have always been an idiot, wig. Neither I nor this guy know each other at all. And, I told you a long time ago, our battle is over long ago. Jin Shik pulled his nostrils. Said. It's not a wig www.readaloud.com, it's Gui. That's right, our battle is over long ago. I'm sorry, I'm not interested at all. So, bye, the FP's game I just bought in the morning hasn't been opened yet. Zhang Cheng said that he had opened the door and walked out. It's just that Zhang Cheng didn't notice, and Gui followed. Hey, the little girl from Yetu has something to do with you. She is in a very bad situation now, Zhang Cheng. Gui suddenly appeared beside Zhang Cheng, who was walking on the road, and said. What do you mean? Zhang Cheng stopped and asked. As I said before, all the police in Edo are searching for the general's younger sister. Guess where is the general's younger sister now? Who is next to the general's younger sister? But Gui just finished speaking. Zhang Cheng has already pointed the umbrella at Gui. Wigs, some jokes are unacceptable. Ha ha ha, it's still the same as before. I just tried it like this. I didn't expect you to admit it. Also, it's not a wig, it's Gui. Gui smiled. It didn't matter, don't worry, this matter it has nothing to do with me. I just saw the general's sister and the leader in the park on the way here. But I'm not sure what the police would do. After all, the leader's temper is not weak to be bullied. If you really choose the team. Regardless of. Before Gui said, Zhang Cheng has already rushed to the distance. Seeing Zhang Cheng Yuan's back, Gui smiled helplessly. Really, what has changed? It's exactly the same as before. But just after speaking, Gui suddenly remembered something and shouted in the direction of Zhang Cheng's departure. Hey! The phone purchase hotline hasn't told me yet. Hey! Does it support installment payments? Hey! But Zhang Cheng has long been gone. Chapter 28, To wash the underarms, at least 3 times a day. Kabukicho Park. At this time, Kagura was sitting on the swing and chatting happily with Cheng Ye-chan, whom he had just met. And Zhang Cheng Zheng hid in the grass behind them. I said it would be better for you to stay away from this place. This is the most dangerous street in Edo. Kagura said pretentiously while sitting on the swing. Ah, really? Princess Cheng Ye asked in surprise. Kagura nodded seriously. Well, what are you eating in your mouth? Princess Cheng Ye asked, pointing to the jealous kelp in Kagura's mouth. Vinegar kelp alu, come 1 piece too. Kagura took out a piece of vinegar kelp and handed it to Princess Cheng Ye. The old father who saw this scene. Zhang Cheng was so touched that he was shocked. What a good boy, he grew up very, very well, Sister Jianghua. Zhang Cheng thought so. Ah! So sour. More sour than GS armpit. Princess Cheng Ye was surprised. This kind of acid is addictive to Aru. Kagura looked serious, that GS armpit must also be addictive. Impossible, absolutely not. That GS armpit is definitely not addictive. Princess Cheng Ye replied without thinking, and then looked at the vinegar kelp in her hand and said with emotion, the residents of the people are all here. Eating this, it's all things I haven't seen before. After speaking, Princess Cheng Ye smiled, and her eyes were bent into crescents. Miss, aren't you a local Aru? After hearing this, Kagura asked curiously, silver sauce and the residents on this street exude a poor and sour smell, but miss, you are very fragrant. Hey, where I came from. With that, Cheng Ye pointed to the general mansion in the distance. Hey! Your house is so big! Kagura exclaimed, Jin Jiang told me that there was once the place where the greatest samurai in this country lived. But when the gods came, it was just a display. Said he has become the poorest samurai now. That's right, no one in this country respects that city anymore. Princess Cheng Ye replied, and then lowered her head, looking a little lost. It's better to destroy the city of props that have no appearance. In that case, I can also become a free body. Miss, do you have anything to worry about? You can talk to me about everything. I am the famous Kagura of the House of All Things. Kagura stood up and introduced himself solemnly. After listening, Sumiya couldn't help but laugh. Your name is so many, not only the Queen of Kabukicho, but also the famous ones Hiaya Kagura. But, it's annoying, yes. Then, Princess Cheng Ye raised her chin, and after a while she raised her head and asked uncertainly, so, can you be friends with me for a day? Of course Aru. And Zhang Chenglei, behind the two of them, wanted to take Kagura away before, but when he heard this, he gave up. This is the first time Kagura has made friends with girls of the same age. Father. Zhang Cheng was moved in a mess. S.A. Kagura sauce. Go. Father. Uncle will help you stop Zhen Sengamai. Ah, isn't this Kagura sauce? What are you doing here? Zhang Cheng pretended to pass by here inadvertently and found Kagura inadvertently. Is this your friend? Oh, Zhang Cheng Zhang. Seeing the incoming person, Kagura greeted happily, and then pointed to the general mansion in the distance. Of course, this is the one. But before he finished speaking, he was covered by Cheng Ye. Mouth. I am Cheng Ye. Cheng Ye said while looking at Zhang Cheng with a smile. Chinjai sauce? As long as it is a friend of Kagura sauce, it doesn't matter what the name is. Zhang Cheng said with a smile, so, are you going to play next? Kagura sauce. Kagura nodded. Then, play with your friends, Zhang Cheng said and sneaked to Kagura's side and stuffed a roll of money into Kagura's hands. This is the pocket money that Yinshi asked me to give you, uncle, I will pay it back. If you have something else, I'll see you first. After finishing speaking, Zhang Chenggong left quickly. Kagura-chan, the one just now is? Cheng Ye asked after calming down. Zhang Cheng-chan, Yin-chan's friend Aru. Kagura looked at the money in his hand and was a little confused. He is a very good adult, Xin Beiji always said that. He will also treat us to delicious food. Su Jie. On the other side, at this time, Tagata Shiro was next to the vending machine, complaining about why he should wear such an airtight uniform in such a hot weather. It's such a sultry day, why don't you come out to find someone, what are you doing? With that, 14 took a sip of the dropped drink. If it's so hot, why don't I help you change into a summer uniform, Tu Fang-san? Sugo's voice sounded. 14 subconsciously turned his head and saw Sugo slashing down with his sword. 14 wailed, and instantly avoided. It's dangerous, please don't move, it's easy to get hurt. Seeing the 14 who dodges, Zhou expression is a bit regretful. Dangerous? You are the most dangerous existence, right? Why are you doing it? 14 sat on the ground, still a little frightened. What? I just want to help you make a sleeveless shirt. Sugo hissed. You bullshit. 14 pointed to Sugo and said, you just want to chop my arm together. In fact, the summer uniform I designed is now selling hot. Do you want to buy one? It's very handsome. Sugo took out a sleeveless Genzengamai uniform jacket, and the shoulders of the uniform were still jagged. Shape. Who wants to wear that kind of thing? It is clearly that your prank work is good. The earthwork spit out frantically. But at this moment, as the footsteps approached, Kondo's voice came, hey, how is the investigation? Seeing Kondo wearing a jagged sleeveless uniform exactly like Sugo's hand, Shivya was speechless. It would be much easier to search for a hidden barbarian, but if you are looking for that kind of person, you can't act rashly. Kondo said as he walked between the 14 and Sugo. 14 then took out a photo of Princess Sumiya. Is Princess Sama running away from home? Humans have different troubles, but I won't understand Princess Sama's troubles in this life. It is true that even if the stand is different, she is still a young girl. Father's eyes are so disgusting recently, dad has a middle-aged smelly etc. There are various troubles, Kondo said. Everything you said is dad's business. 14 said silently. Then, maybe it's because Grandpa G's armpits are too sour. Well, this possibility is also very high. Hearing the sound, Kondo said with one hand supporting his chin. Suga, Grandpa G's armpits are too sour, causing the princess to run away from home. Then, why don't you just hold a party here to draw the princess out? Sugo suggested. The plan has nothing to do with Grandpa G, okay. The preface does not follow the words, is it good? There is no logic, okay. You apologize to Grandpa G. Apologize to Grandpa G in Edo. 14 madly complained, and that this trap like Japanese folklore will only be caught by you. Then, it's better to arrest all the G-men of Edo, so that it makes sense. Since the source is due to Lord G, you are not allowed to find Princess Sama this time. Next time Princess Sama will run away for similar reasons. However, it seems a bit too much to catch it, so let Chuanzhong Mr. G of the household is obliged to wash his armpits 3 times a day. Orangutan. Kondo nodded and said. 3 times, isn't it a bit too much 3 times? Sugo said thoughtfully. Hey! It's not over, right? It's not over with Lord G, right? Who on earth talked about Lord G first? Who is it? 14 shouted, and looked to the side not knowing when the three of them were mixed in. Zhang Cheng in the middle, so it's you. Zhang Cheng grinned, smiled at the three people who looked at him, and said hello, Saxi ignore it, V-shaped Lu Haijun and Gorilla sang. Saxi ignores your size. Are you familiar with you? 14 angered, why don't you just stay under your ground and ran to the ground for anything? You can't see the sunny guy. Well, it's a police agency, it's efficient, and my identity has been investigated in such a short time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhang Cheng said with a sigh of emotion. Underground? Isn't he the handsome guy who was talking and laughing with Amy Ao-chan that day? Kondo asked in confusion. Ah, I have encountered it before, and after I went back, I investigated it, but the result is really incredible. It turned out to be from Yoshiwara. 14 replied casually with a cigarette in his mouth. I hope you can be honest, otherwise I won't let you off as easily as last time. But Zhang Cheng is now happily communicating with Kondo and Sugo. This is a discount coupon, please come to play when you have time, there are many beautiful girls. Zhang Cheng whispered in Kondo's ear, and stuffed a few discount coupons into Kondo's hand. Kondo snorted disdainfully, who would go to such a place? I only have Amy Ao-chan in my heart. Although he said that, he still put a few discount coupons into his clothes. These are the experience coupons for some good clubs, please accept them. Zhang Cheng said as he squeezed several experience coupons with figures of villains with S and M in the hands of Sugo. Hey! Have you listened to anyone? 14 is about to explode. Ah! I'm really sorry, I didn't prepare you, Zhang Cheng said in surprise. In fact, I don't know which type of V-shaped Lu Haijun likes, so I didn't prepare. Boss, if there is a human body covered with mayonnaise, Tu Fang-san will definitely like it. Sugo raised his hand and said. Ah, this doesn't seem to be true. Zhang Cheng's face was embarrassed, but then a flash of inspiration, looking at the sincerity of 14, he immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry. When I go back to ask if there is any the girl who is willing to smear herself full of mayonnaise. Chapter 29, After an appointment, there will be another one. Boss, is it too much for the girl? After all, it's such a thing as mayonnaise all over her body. Sugo frowned and stopped talking. That's what I said. Zhang Cheng also frowned. Well, what Sugo said is reasonable. After all, it is not acceptable for ordinary people to cover the whole body with mayonnaise, and the women in Yoshiwara will not accept such habits so easily. But only in beep. How about spreading mayonnaise with beep? Kondo suggested, it might be easier to accept beep and beep spreading with mayonnaise. It's really good, this method, Zhang Cheng praised. When I go back, I will ask if there is a girl who is willing to only apply mayonnaise on beep and beep. Ah, I still think it's a bit too much. It's better to just spread mayonnaise on beep and don't apply mayonnaise on beep. Sugo suggested again. Enough of you guys. How many times do you have to say beep and beep? Just think of the author being cut. Readers imagine it is very terrifying, okay. 14 could not bear it, rushed the three of them shouted, besides, who likes that kind of thing? Please don't combine the sacred mayonnaise with that kind of thing. Then what is our purpose? You won't forget. We are looking for Princess Chang Ye who ran out of the general's mansion. After finishing speaking, 14 realized something, and then looked at Zhang Cheng, forget me all what I just heard. Don't worry, V-shaped Bang's brother, I didn't hear anything. Princess Jinjai who sneaked out of the general's house. Father's eyes are so disgusting. Dad has body odor. I didn't hear anything like that. Zhang Cheng, he said with an okay gesture. I just heard it. Hurry up and forget it, forget it. 14 said, grabbing Zhang Cheng's shoulder. Ah, I have forgotten now, I have forgotten. Zhang Cheng replied. I didn't let you forget. I asked you to forget the contents of Hello. 14 frantically vomited. But at this moment, Yamazaki ran over. Director Yamazaki Reedy also yelled while wearing a jagged sleeveless Shinzengumi jacket. What's the matter, Yamazaki? Kondo asked aloud as he looked at the visitor. Yamazaki retired to a halt and replied with a respectful face to Kabuki Fuji, there is information from witnesses, it seems that the princess has gone to Kabukiko. Kabukiko. 14 couldn't help but whispered, but the next moment 14 realized that there was Zhang Cheng next to him. Perceiving 14's gaze, Zhang Cheng pretended not to hear anything, and then whistled. Hey, don't pretend you haven't heard it. Nanny, I didn't hear anything at all. His Royal Highness ran to Kabukiko. I can't remember this at all. Zhang Cheng squinted his eyes and waved his hand. Well, Zhang Cheng Sang doesn't seem to be the kind of person who talks everywhere, don't worry 14. Kondo said. But the next moment I saw Zhang Cheng who was chatting with the little sister on the road. Miss Sister, what are the policemen doing over there? Zhang Cheng, I don't know at all, it seems to be saying something. His Royal Highness ran out secretly, the direction is singing and dancing. Before Zhang Cheng finished speaking, 14 covered his mouth and dragged him back. At this time, the young lady was still shouting from behind, handsome guy, leave a phone number, handsome guy. All in all, this guy has to follow us to find the princess, otherwise everyone in Edo may know that the princess has escaped from the general's mansion and is hanging out in Kabukiko. This kind of thing, ordinary people forget it. If it reaches the ears of the Yizushi, I don't know what will be done. 14 said while pulling Zhang Cheng. Hey, people just see such a hard-working policeman on the road and they want to show their condolences. Zhang Cheng looked innocent. Consolation? Do you have my part? Yamazaki asked with some excitement, pointing to himself. No, virginity. Zhang Cheng replied without thinking. Tong, virginity. Yamazaki stammered, why can you see it? Why didn't virginity sympathize? Yamazaki, don't deliberately pretend to be surprised to add drama to yourself, he is obviously a dead virgin. Obviously a dead virgin. Sugo said aloud. Captain Okada. Why are you doing this too? Yamazaki exclaimed, and why do you repeat it again? Shut up. Virginity. 14 couldn't help but shouted. Even the vice chief, you. Yamazaki has already begun to doubt life. Don't worry, Yamazaki, the so-called man starts with virginity. No one will look down on a man who can keep his virginity, laugh. Kondo said comfortably at this time. Yamazaki was already moved by the first half to cry, but at the end. Then why add a bracket at the end of the sentence to laugh? Voiceover, so, here is so lively and started to go to Kabukiko to look for Sumiya, who didn't know whether he disliked his father's body odor or because his arm was too sour and escaped from the house. On the other side, in Kabukiko, at this time Kagura is squeezing the Orange Knight Princess into a crowd of gangsters to fight in the casino. But to be honest, Kagura's gambling luck is indeed much better than that of a certain silver-haired natural curl. After a while, Zhang Chensai's money to Kagura has doubled. Princess Orange Knight also had a great time. On the other side, Shinzengumi was looking around Kabukiko like a headless fly, especially with the messenger Zhang Cheng. Looking at Kagura again, Kagura not only took the Orange Knight Princess to the small casino, but also went to the game hall, went fishing by the lake, played badminton in the park, took photos together, and went to various small casinos. In the shop, under the setting sun, Kagura and Princess Jinjai were sitting on the bench in front of the Tuanzi shop. It's amazing, you are younger than me, Queen, but you know so much, Princess Changye said with emotion. It's okay, Kagura said while eating meatballs while holding an umbrella. After a big drink, he rushed into the Love Hotel. They are the young people nowadays, although they are all listening to Yinjiang. Said. The queen is so good, so free. Chang Ye said, lowering her head, I have hardly been out of the city, so I don't have many friends, and I don't know anything about the outside world. All I can do is stand tall. The high upstairs, overlooking the street in the distance, I really want to be like the corner jumping around freely, playing freely, living freely, thinking alone like this. I thought so, and I escaped from the city without knowing it. Princess Chang Ye wanted to continue, but at this time an umbrella completely blocked herself and Kagura. I seem to hear the voice of a young girl here just now. Is your Royal Highness really not here? 14 questioned. It may be a hallucination, Tu Fang sang, after all, people with V-shaped bangs are prone to hallucinations. Zhang Cheng said while gesturing frantically towards the Kagura and Princess Jinjai behind the umbrella, Go, here, have me. Really? Is there really such a rumor? Didn't you make up it now? Cried 14. How is it possible, ah? Zhang Cheng suddenly exclaimed, and then pointed at the other side of the street, It seems that I saw a young girl running over there, Tu Fang. Really? The earthwork instantly looked towards Zhang Chenzi's direction. At this moment Zhang Chenkai turned his head to look at the Kagura and Princess Jinjai behind him, and made an okay gesture. At the same time, he was pulling the earth and walking to the other side. But at this time Princess Chang Ye suddenly said, Enough is enough, in less than a day, I am already very happy. Thank you, Kagura-chan, Zhang Cheng sang. If I am away, it will cause a lot of trouble to many people. Of 14, who was just about to leave, discovered Kagura and Princess Jinjai behind Zhang Cheng. Why are there two little girls here? Zhang Cheng said before 14 to speak. I see it is you deliberately good or not. You are so faint. 14 said and looked at Princess Jinjai who was aside, You are right, that's exactly what you said, come and go. Right. After listening, Princess Chang Ye stood up, but at this time, Kagura suddenly grabbed Princess Chang Ye's hand. Zhang Cheng put on a good cover, and slightly blocked the sight of 14 with his umbrella. The next moment, Kagura picked up Princess Jinjai and ran away, but at this time 14 also reacted and shouted to the other team member, Protect the princess. Hearing the sound, a group of Shinzengami members looked over. It's just ordinary members who can't stop Kagura with full firepower, and it's all overwhelmed by Kagura in a short while. In the next moment, Kagura took Princess Sumiya and jumped onto the roof next to her. It's all your fault. You are so soulless. 14 said as Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth. The purest friendship between two girls of the same age, the purest smile that Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com when they play together, can't you see it? Do you really have the heart to destroy it? The word Lu Hai Jun. Zhang Cheng pretended to cover his eyes and choked. You pretend to be pure and innocent. It's obviously from Yoshihara. Zhang Jiichi is playing Tai Chi with a group of Genzengami members to buy more time for Kagura and Princess Chang Ye. Hey! Come out! 14 shouted at the roof, I don't know how you met Master Chang Ye, but she is an important person in this country. If we get in the way, even you will be arrested. Oh! Why are you shouting so loudly? This is my house. This is the first time that Kagura-chan has made friends of the same age. Zhang Cheng yelled at 14 and at the same time yelled towards the roof, Don't worry, Kagura-zhang, say goodbye to your friends and make an appointment for the next meeting. You guy! How could that kind of sour girl be friends with Princess Jinjai? 14 retorted, and shouted at the roof again, Princess Sama, don't listen to that kind of thing. Follow that, it will become the general's shame to make friends with a little girl full of weird and sour taste. But as soon as he finished speaking, Kagura jumped down with Princess Chang Ye, and stepped on the face of 14. So, have you made an agreement, two eldest ladies? Zhang Cheng asked with a smile. Of course. 2. Kagura and Zhang Cheng stood at dusk and looked at the back of Princess Cheng Ye, who was leaving with Genzingamai. So, when will we meet next time? Zhang Cheng asked. Girl's secret Aru. Kagura said, and smiled, and waved at Princess Sumiya, who turned to look at him, who also. Chapter 30, Freedom is more than just talking. Feel it. To listen. Rainy day, Kabukiko Park. Zhang Cheng sat alone on the bench, and the light rain was falling densely, but Zhang Cheng did not hold an umbrella. There was no one in the park. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and was soaked in the rain silently. It could be seen that Zhang Cheng's body was still trembling slightly. The rain flowed down Zhang Cheng's cheeks. At this moment, Zhang Cheng remembered what happened today, remembered the fight he had with Yu Yang, and remembered the reluctance and determination in his eyes when Yu Yang said to let himself go. I remembered the different meaning in Chiarita's eyes when I left without looking back. Finally, Zhang Cheng couldn't help it anymore, laughed. Freedom. This is the feeling of freedom. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Cheng laughed towards the sky. Again, I feel this feeling again. This is freedom. Brother, are you okay? Are you stupid? Brother. Zhang Chenkai finally heard the sound next to him, stopped smirking and looked aside. Who are you? Big brother with sunglasses. Zhang Cheng couldn't help asking as he looked at him sitting beside him with a mustache and sunglasses. On the other side, in the Wanshi house, the three-person group of Wanshi house who had decided to rest on a rainy day welcomed a small guest who had never thought of it. Hey! Zhang Sung-sang ran away from home. What is going on, Haruta-kun? Xinba Hao sat on the sofa and looked at Haruta beside him in surprise and asked. Actually, the homework arranged by the teacher in the school, let my family and myself practice their favorite TV series or animation clips at home, but my mother, so in the end I can only let Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang accompany me to practice. King Tai said hesitantly. Hey, I don't understand at all. Could it be because of a conflict in the casting? What you said didn't catch the point at all. Xinba Hao exclaimed. No, there were no conflicts during the casting. I was the protagonist, my mother was the director, and Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang were supporting male and female actors. The practice went smoothly, but... King Ta stopped and said his face was unspeakable. Hey! You're enough, kid. What happened? Can you hurry up to the point? I'm really curious. In fact, only Shinbeiji is interested, and Jintoki and Kagura are buckling their feet. The scene is that the two of them had a big fight, and then Zhang Cheng went out. The practice went smoothly. The two of them also practiced like in the script. Zhang Cheng finally came out, and then, until I did not come back after the practice. What's this? Is it too deep into the play? And why do you want to play this kind of horrible 8 o'clock gear? This is that? The couple quarreled, and the husband left the child and ran out alone with the mother. It must be this kind of bridge. Why did you choose this kind of clip? Your hobby of a kid is too weird. The new 8 scorpions are endless. It's not that kind of bridge anymore. It's just a scene in Kamen Rider. Haruta retorted. After Haruta finished speaking, not only the Shinbeiji was silent, but the Jinshi and Kagura who were buckling their feet were also silent. Is it nonsense? Hey, is there really such a part in Kamen Rider? It's totally unimpressed, okay. Shouldn't children like the fighting scene inside? Why did you choose such a clip? Too many slots, I can't finish vomiting at all. You are wrong, Xinbeiji. Think carefully about the protagonist's supporting role as a man and a woman, and often disagree, you know which work it is. Yin Shi also got serious, holding his hand and said. I can't think of it at all, okay. Basically everyone is good. Let alone the far away, even the first night 01 that just ended this year is similar to the one that ended last year called The End of Heisei. Is the bridge section good? Kamen Rider number 1 Aru. Kagura stood up as he said, and performed a standard Showa Knight transformation action, Ina. Overhaul card. Hey, your age is too old. You are now the second knight of Reiwa. After vomiting Kagura, Shinya turned his head to look at Haruta, then, that is to say. In the process of playing the Kamen Rider Bridge segment, Jang Sung-sang never came back after performing his part, right? Well, it's like this. Everyone thought that Zhang Cheng would be back soon. Who knows that he didn't come back for a long time. Sister Yuiong has taken Beiwa and the security guard at the door to look for it, but there is no result yet. Mom suggested I came here to look for it. Haruta replied. But I'm really sorry. Zhang Chengsang has never been here today. Xin Bahao looked at Haruta apologetically, but I don't feel worried, Zhang Chengsang has always been a mature adult. Nothing will happen. Yes, that guy is notoriously tough, and he will never encounter any danger, because there is nothing more dangerous than himself. Don't worry, so hurry back, we are not a children's playground. Yin Shi said casually. Hey, aren't you friends? Is this kind of reaction really good? Zhang Chengsang will definitely be sad if he knows it. Xinba roared, then patted his chest and said to Haruta, don't worry, I will also help find Zhang Chengsang. Sister Yuiong told her mother that if we can't find brother Zhang Cheng today, she will reconsider making Yinsang the new Night King. Just after Haruta finished speaking, she saw that Yinshi had already used Kagura. Mentioned with Xinba how? How can it be done if you are so slow? Hurry up. Hear what the kid said clearly. Don't hurry up. Be sure to find the target within a day. Hey, your attitude has changed too quickly. Xinbaji yelled while holding his glasses. It's troublesome to find someone on a rainy day, saying that Seta Halo's nose is useless for Aru because of the rain. Kagura looked helpless. In the park, Zhang Cheng, who had been complaining about Meideo for a long time, finally couldn't help it. You are wrong. Do you think you really have nothing in your life? Just because you beat Prince Pega once, you were unemployed. The emperor ordered you to have your stomach amputated and your wife ran away. Although you found a new job, it was because of Pega. The prince was unemployed again, and was never able to find a stable job afterwards. He would be fired if he couldn't do all the work for 3 days, and he would be called Meideo. Because of this, do you feel that there is really nothing in life? No. You see what you have left. Really? Is there really anything left? Hasegawa began to doubt himself, isn't there really only sunglasses left? Yes. That's the name. Meideo. This name is more than just the uncle who is completely incompetent or the uncle who walks with integrity will only ruin your life. It is a kind that only very few people can understand. The true meaning of life here. That is. After a pause, Zhang Cheng turned his head, looked into the distance, and slowly spit out the famous quote he made up, Make yourself and your heart freedom, freedom, for short Meideo. Hey! There is no such abbreviation. It looks like you just made it up. The grammar is wrong too. It's just made up. Freedom, this is the ultimate pursuit of life, not only the body, but also the soul, and freedom is the ultimate pursuit. Now you are free. Not only the body but also the soul. But you did not feel it. Why on earth? Do you know? Zhang Cheng yelled at Meideo. Why? Hasegawa couldn't help asking. Listen and see. Take the bench under your as an example. Do you think it is free? Zhang Cheng asked, but before Hasegawa answered, Zhang Cheng had already given the answer first, no. It's no. Not free. It has lost its freedom after turning from a tree to a chair. The same is true for humans. From the moment you enter the company, you are no longer free. From the moment you have a family, you are no longer free. Go listen. Is that chair crying? weeping because of the loss of that freedom. I didn't hear anything. Hasegawa, who lay down and pressed his ear to the chair, asked in confusion. Shut down your heart, close your eyes, and listen carefully. It's whimpering. After finishing www.readaloud.com, Zhang Cheng gave Hasegawa the time. Hasegawa listened quietly according to what Zhang Cheng said, and finally. Really? I can really hear the rustle, and I can feel the feeling of moisture. Is it tears? Voiceover. Isn't it raining? It looks like you already understand the first stage. Then start to understand the second stage of freedom. Zhang Cheng nodded and continued, do you know how many people want freedom? Do you know why Ning Ci stopped an arrow for Naruto and felt free before dying? Why? If you want to know, just become one with nature. Spread it, untie yourself, stand in the rain, and experience the feeling of being one with nature. Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Hasegawa understood in seconds, and instantly took off all his clothes and stood in the rain. Is this all right? Hasegawa asked, turning around. The posture is wrong. Let the golden rooster be independent. Only the second step, as long as this step is completed, and finally throw off the sunglasses, you can proceed to the third step. Zhang Cheng reprimanded, after the second step is completed, you can experience the freedom of your body. Third step is about the freedom of the soul. Spread it, do it quickly. Imagine that you and nature are one. You are the wind, the free wind. After half an hour. Really? I really feel dizzy. The whole person is also erratic. Hasegawa said in surprise. Not enough. I said to imagine yourself as the wind. Free wind. Let your thoughts float away. Go wherever you want to go. At that time you no longer have any emotions. You have become your own God. God who rules himself. Go. Meideo. Chapter 31, Dog smell is inherent. The uncle on Elizabeth also smells. After another half an hour. I feel that my thoughts have drifted farther and farther, and my body is light and fluttering. Can I proceed to the third step now? Hasegawa asked aloud. Not enough. Change one foot and continue. Hi. Hasegawa said, changing one foot, and continued to stand alone. But at this time, the group of Wanchaiwu and the group of Beiwa brought by Yuiong met in the park. The two teams looked at Zhang Cheng, who was constantly reprimanding Hasegawa, and were speechless. What are you doing? Soul Light. Yuiong took the lead and threw out a few kunao. Ah, isn't this Yuiong? Why is it here? Zhang Cheng got up and said while pulling out the kunao stuck in his forehead. Why are you still asking? You are an idiot. Absolute idiot. Why don't you go back to Yoshihara and do such boring things here? Jin Shiki kicked Zhang Cheng while stepping on and said, it's just acting in a scene, it is so serious. You are an idiot. Absolute idiot. Can you hurry back and don't cause trouble to others? What is a boring thing? Helping Meideo, who has lost everything but retains freedom, finds the true meaning of life, is this a boring thing? Zhang Cheng was about to start a long talk, but Yuiong did not give him this opportunity. Directly ordered the security guard to drag Zhang Cheng away with scars. Hold on, Zhang Cheng yelled quickly, but he couldn't get rid of the uncle security. In the end, Zhang Cheng could only yell at Hasegawa, the last step is to throw away his sunglasses. Feel the real freedom. Come on. Even my share of freedom will be given to you. Meideo. Then there was no more, Zhang Cheng was dragged to the ground by the security guard, and the people following Yoshihara walked farther and farther, leaving only a long blood mark on the ground. Well, it is said that people who have lost freedom are teaching people who have freedom what freedom is. Does this really matter? Xinba Hao said silently. Can I proceed to the third step now? I feel that my consciousness has been free, as if I saw a river, that. Hasegawa couldn't help but say. No, you will be really free next time. Maybe you can freely choose your next life. Xinba Hao looked at Hasegawa, who was still stuck in the same place as a golden rooster, and didn't know what to say. At night, Hasegawa was found by kind passers-by and taken to the hospital. Zhang Cheng, who returned to Yoshihara, also caught a cold after being exposed to rain for a long time. 3 days later. Hey? Train for Sata Halu? Why? Zhang Cheng looked at Yinshi and Xinbag in front of him and asked. Actually, I saw a pet game, so I thought, but Sadaharu doesn't listen to us at all. Even if Kagura-chan is directing it, it hurts both of us. Zenbeiji twisted. Said pinchingly. But just finished speaking, Zhang Cheng has already sent the two out of the door and closed the door. Sorry, the cold just got better, and I don't want to participate in any outdoor activities for the time being. Wait. The prizes won by participating in the competition can divide you in half. Maybe you can give you the latest FP's game. Jinshiki yelled as he knocked on the door. Just after shouting, Zhang Cheng has opened the door and stood in front of the two of them, then don't hurry up. As he said, he dragged them out. That's right, it's the latest limited edition Half-Life commemorative edition. Zhang Cheng said as he walked. That? Isn't that money that can't be bought? Xinbag just finished speaking and was covered by Yinshi's mouth. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Yinshi said. Say it. In the park, watching Sadaharu, who was trained by Zhang Cheng to be very standard in every movement, Yinshi and Xinba Hao were speechless. Kagura clapped happily on the side, and continued to encourage Seidei Clue. Sure enough, when facing Zhang Cheng saying, Sadaharu would be so obedient. Xinbagia said helplessly. In this case, this competition will never fail. The champion is definitely in the bag. The luxurious prizes are ours. Jinshiki snickered. No, what about the FP's game you promised Zhang Cheng saying? You can't get it. It's absolutely impossible. You have to explain it afterwards. Hey. However, Yinshi's face is full of no matter, don't worry, then you can just use Contra or something to fool it. It's not a big deal to buy a Zioba Wang learning machine in the second-hand market. It's definitely two things. It's definitely not possible. Hey? What's wrong? Isn't FP's game just a game with a gun? There is no difference. Hey! You apologize to all FP's game players. Apologize to FP's game players all over the world. No, it's not an apology, please cut your belly, you are so soulless. Xinbaiji couldn't help but vomit. But just after finishing talking, Katsura and Elizabeth appeared behind Shinbeiji and Jinshi. Hey, what are you doing? Gui looked at Zhang Cheng who was training Sadaharu not far away, and asked with Xinba Hao in doubt. What? It turned out to be a wig. Yinshi turned around and said. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Gui continued, I said, I'm asking what are you doing? Don't you understand it after reading it? Kagura walked towards Katsura at this time, we are teaching Sadaharu skills. Oh, this way. Gui nodded and said. At this time, Zhang Cheng also came over, and said to Sadaharu who had been trained by him for a long time, S.A., find your silver-haired natural curler master to play. After finishing speaking, Sadaharu rushed to Yinshi, and put Yinshi's head in his mouth. It's a good relationship. It seems that Sadaharu really likes you, Yinshi. Zhang Cheng said with emotion, but the next moment he saw Gui on the side, it turns out to be a wig, what are you doing here? It's not a wig, it's Gui. Gui said, just like you, take your pets to the park for a walk. At this time, Zhang Cheng discovered the mysterious creature beside Gui, what is this? It's nothing, it's Elizabeth. Gui solemnly corrected. It feels disgusting. Zhang Cheng vomited. The idiot Sakamoto gave it to me a few days ago. Most of it was picked up from a certain planet. He seems to be obsessed with his cosmic navigation as always. Gui explained. Sakamoto? Ah, that man with a loud voice, it's been a long time since I saw him. It's incredible that he is still alive. Zhang Cheng said with emotion, but, don't you hate creatures outside the earth? How can you tell me to hate this kind of thing that can't even think? Gui retorted, and don't you think it's cute? After finishing speaking, Zhang Cheng petrified in an instant, and it took a long time to relax, and he came to Elizabeth and looked left and right. I haven't noticed the cuteness, but why does Elizabeth have the smell of a middle-aged uncle? Zhang Cheng looked at Gui and asked. At the same time, Kagura also came over, and after smelling it, she also looked at Katsura. Really, Aru? It really smells like a middle-aged man. It's exactly the same as the smell of a bald dad. What nonsense! This is Elizabeth's stink. It's exactly the same as a dog's stink. Gui retorted, although it smells like an uncle's stink. But this is Elizabeth's stink. At this time, Yin Shi finally broke free from Sade Cruz's mouth, but his face was covered with blood. It's impossible for Yin Shi to train this dog by himself. Sure enough, did he ask you for help? Gui looked at Sada Halo and Zhang Cheng again and said. I don't know, it's just that Yin Shi said that he would participate in the pet competition. If I win the first place, I can give me the latest FP's game. It's a simple transaction. Zhang Cheng replied. Also, Sada Halo will be on TV this time, Kagura said while touching Sada Halo on the side. I'm training for this. Yin Shi took the words and said to Gui, of course it has nothing to do with a wanted criminal like you. Hey, you didn't tell me about going on TV. Zhang Cheng looked at Yin Shi disdainfully and said. Does it matter? As long as you get the first place, you can give it to you no matter what game. I swear. Jintoki raised his hand and said. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Really? Zhang Cheng still didn't believe it. Really? Yin Shi said while covering Xinbag's mouth. If you dare to go back. Zhang Cheng said with a fierce face, and even Sadaru who was on the side was taken aback. How is it possible? I will never go back. Yin Shiji assured again. Then, let's train again. Sadaharu, practice again to jump into the air and spin 720 degrees and turn to the ground. It won't work for more than one time, Zhang Cheng said, pulling the shivering Sadaha. Lu is gone. What the is spinning 720 degrees in the air? Is there this kind of training? What is the purpose of training for such a project? Are you going to dive? Xinbagia vomited. While the neglected Gui stood still thinking. Finally, the time came to the day of the game. Zhang Cheng, Yin Shi, Kagura, and the new 8 jokes took Sadaharu to the 7th Universe First Monster Pet Grand Prix. This is a cosmic creature from Kabukiko, Sadaharu, and his owner, the Sakata family. Following the introduction of the host, the 4 Zhang Cheng and Sadaharu officially appeared on the stage. The winning team will have the right to challenge the Miss Garter belt of the previous champion, Mr. Matsuzamu's house. The host just finished speaking. A sea lion humanoid holding a red wine glass appeared on the big screen in front of the 4 Zhang Cheng. Must be the last champion, that the host said. Let the horse come here, the sea lion humanoid called. At the same time his pet also howled. What made Zhang Cheng speechless was that his pet was also a sea lion. Chapter 32, Before entering the competition, you must prepare your acceptance speech. Yoshihara, Harada, who was watching TV in the house, was stunned when he saw Zhang Cheng appearing on the TV, and hurriedly shouted, Mom! Yuiong's sister! Zhang Cheng is on TV! Then, Yuiong walked in with the sun wheel. Looking at Zhang Cheng on the TV, Yuiong was full of black lines. Didn't that idiot say to buy the latest game? Why did you participate in such a boring show? You said so, why do you want to record? Hiron said with a smile. I just want to record the stupid thing of this idiot. Yu Yang said through gritted teeth. Hey, who is the owner of the two and who is the pet? Zhang Cheng whispered to the Xin Bajia next to Xiang Xiang. The one who can talk is the master, Xin Baiji replied in a low voice. Hey? Speak? Language? Don't you think it's weird? You can communicate with sea lions, right? I mean using sea lion language to communicate, so what is the meaning of speaking in Japanese? Don't you think it's weird? Nu Chi Jun. Zhang Cheng murmured in a low voice, that's absolutely foul, it's the same race as the pet, just like if I took the silver to participate in the pet competition, did we get the rules wrong? Isn't it easier for me to take the silver to participate in the game? Isn't it easier to win? After all, it's easier to communicate with the same race, isn't it? Hello. I'm not a sea lion. I can't speak sea lion language. I am an earthling. An earthling. This is just a headgear. Song Zayamu at the end of the screen finally couldn't help but yelled out while pulling the sea lion headgear over his head. Came down, this is just to show the feelings between me and my cutest Miss Garterbelt. The feelings between the owner and the pet. Suga, it's okay if you didn't say it earlier, is it easy to misunderstand you like this? Also, you can't remember the name of a pet so long, okay? Readers will have opinions, okay? Say it again. Does it take up a lot of characters? I was originally a lazy author. What if I copy and paste several times? Zhang Cheng chattered with his chin. Well, what is your pet's name? Sea Lion Miss Garterbelt. Matsuzeo Mu replied with a proud face. Sea Lion Miss. What is it? Zhang Cheng closed his eyes and thought back hard. Miss Skayubtaru. Kagura reminded from the side. Hey! Gaia has come out. That sea lion evolves too fast. Xinba House spouted wildly. Suga, misped, let's call it BT for short, so it's easier to remember. After that, Zhang Cheng didn't care about the frustrated Mr. Songzao Mu, waved his hand and said casually, you and yours. Only BT waits for me. The champion is definitely ours. It's Miss Garterbelt. Not BT. Mr. Matsuzeo Mu stood up angrily. It's not BT, is it DT? It's really a good name, simple and easy to remember. Zhang Cheng praised, then wait for us with your DT, see you later. Zhang Cheng finished speaking and waved, at the same time the host also turned off the big screen in front of Zhang Cheng. DT, it means virginity. Well, this is Ding Chun-kun who is holding on to Mr. Sakata. The host said, handing the microphone to Jintoki. At this time, Ding Chun is lying behind Yinshi. But before Yinshi could answer, Zhang Cheng ran over first, leaned in front of the host, grabbed the microphone and said, no, it's just an ordinary teeth stick. Teething rod? How long does the teething rod look like? The host wondered. Ah, now there are an endless stream of various molar rods on the market. This is a silver-haired natural curly human-shaped molar rod specially designed for Ding Chun. Zhang Cheng replied, while Zhang Cheng glanced at Yinshi beside him slightly. As if to say, dare to speak, it will waste you. Must win. Is that really a real person? It has already been bleeding, is that blood? The host pointed to Yinshi's face that was bitten by Ding Chun and asked. Of course not. It's just strawberry milk as bright as blood. Zhang Chenji replied. The host didn't believe it, so he leaned forward and sniffed, really? It really smells like strawberry milk. At this moment, Xinba Hao looked at the judges who were constantly looking at him, and finally settled down. It seems that I have been fooled. Xinba Hao thought this way, and let out a long sigh of relief. It is indeed Zhang Cheng saying. At the same time, Zhang Cheng secretly made an okay gesture towards the new 8. So, Next we have to invite the next team. As the host's voice fell, the door behind everyone opened again, and then the host's voice sounded again, the next strange pet is a universe creature. Little Elizabeth and its owner, Captain Space, leave Mr. Offa. Seeing Gui with Elizabeth, wearing a pirate suit and a skull goggles, Zhang Cheng was speechless. What are you doing, that idiot? Jin Shizuo whispered, the guy wanted by name, what do you do to get on TV? It seems that he really likes that pet. Xin Beiji said in a low voice. Hey, Kagura-chan, give you a task to kill that strange penguin. The champion must be ours. Zhang Cheng said viciously, the Half-Life limited edition can only be mine. Understand, Aru? Kagura said and raised his umbrella at Elizabeth. But Xinbag quickly hugged Kagura, what are you doing? Zhang Cheng sang. Stop making trouble. To say that what is going on, the host asked in confusion. Ah, it's actually like a screaming chicken. Zhang Cheng said blindly. Suga, the host said, turning his head to Gui again, that, Mr. Fake Offa, Captain Space, what do you mean in a nutshell? To sum up, it is the captain of the universe. Gui replied. Hey! The host was a bit unclear, but he continued, you will face off against Xiao Dingchun over there, and the winner will participate in the finals. How confident are you? That's just a bigger dog. Taro in my hometown is that big too. Gui Pai glanced at Zhang Cheng and said. What are you talking about? Soul Light Wig. Jinchi was displeased when he heard it, like your penguin, you can turn on the tap in my hometown and you can get a lot of it. Who believes you? Don't tell such unbelieving lies. Xinbag whispered, also, you are a molar rod now. A molar rod? Well, I seem to have heard your molar rod talking again just now. The host frowned and looked at Zhang Cheng. Oh, that, it's just a screaming chicken with a computer chip. Zhang Cheng said solemnly. Suga, then, let's start the game directly. The host opened his hands as he said, it's time for self-exhibition. The audience applauded. Then the first round, please fully demonstrate their respective charms. Although it has been repeated many times, please review the teachers with a unique and biased attitude to score. Then, first of all, please have a humanoid screaming chicken with a computer chip installed. Bang Sakata's family. The host has just finished speaking, Zhang Cheng can't wait. Sadaharu. The air is turning 720 degrees. Go on. After Zhang Cheng shouted, he saw Ding Chun jump directly into the air, like a somersault, and landed successfully after making 2 laps in the air. If there were any accidents, it was Yin Shi who was still in Ding Chun's mouth. As Ding Chun landed, Yin Shi was also heavily thrown to the ground. Turn around 720 degrees on the right, again. Following Zhang Cheng's instructions, Ding Chun jumped into the air again, turned sideways for 2 weeks and landed again, and of course Yin Shi. Turn around 720 degrees on the left. Again. Turn backward 720 degrees. Again. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Looking at Yin Shi who had been fainted a long time ago, Xinba Hao covered his face. Sure enough, Zhang Cheng sang is also a natural S. Yes, Sadaharu. Kagura praised, and looked at Katsura in time, have you seen Aru? This is the result of the special training. Achievements? Don't be kidding. Gui Hun laughed, Ding Chun has been trembling from the beginning to now. It's like saying if you don't follow the instructions, you will definitely die, this is simply not correct with pets. The way to get along. But Zhang Cheng didn't listen to half a word. Instead, he walked off the stage, grabbed a piece of photography equipment and rushed to the stage again, slapped Kagura, Ding Chun, and Shinbeiji. Kagura-chan, look more natural. Relax your movements. Are you ready for your acceptance speech? New 8th www.readaloud.com You too. Relax, it's just that you won an award in the last show. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Xinbag really twisted out a crumpled piece of paper. Xin Beiji looked at the camera and was about to start reading, but was interrupted by the host before he even started. What are you doing? The game is not over yet, the host reminded. Elizabeth just finished showing off her talent here. The judges haven't started scoring yet, okay. At this time, Zhang Cheng, Xinbag, and Kagura turned their heads and saw that Elizabeth was still holding a paintbrush in her hand, and there was a painted portrait in front of her. To be precise, it was an abstract montage portrait. In terms of temperature and humidity, the painting may be gooey and Elizabeth. Say it in advance, I hate abstraction. Zhang Cheng looked disdainful. No one asks whether you like it or not. The host was about to collapse, so, now I have the judges to rate the two pets. But I have to say that both pets are very good. After finished speaking, the scores of the two teams were displayed on the scoreboard soon. Ding Chun 500, Elizabeth 500. Haha, it looks really evenly matched. The host sighed again. What a joke. How could that kind of trained beast be better than our Elizabeth? Look. Gui pointed to the painting, this line full of tension. The full-faced character. And the emotion that Elizabeth showed. That's not better than that, wow. Gui was slapped and flipped by Zhang Cheng before he spoke. Zhang Cheng turned his head and smiled at the host and said, then, hurry up and start a new round of duel. Chapter 33, The victory or defeat of life is the beginning of no one shouts. Then, after the advertisement, we enter the second game. After the host said, it finally came to the intermission. It's not good, it seems that the white penguin is not easy to deal with. Zhang Cheng muttered, then looked at Kagura, Kagura, if it's really not good. Zhang Chenbai made a gesture of wiping his neck. What terrible thing you said with a refreshing look. That's enough. Xinba How finally couldn't help it, I can only believe in Satoru. I just secretly heard that the second game is about physical strength. It's more advantageous. After all, Elizabeth doesn't look like she has good physical strength. Don't worry. We can definitely win Aru. Kagura said vaguely while picking rice in his mouth. Hey, where did you get the box lunch? Xinbag asked, narrowing his eyes. Behind the studio. Kagura replied vaguely. The game is not over yet, what is the operation of taking the initiative to eat the box lunch? It's not lucky. It's not lucky. Throw it away. Xinba How started to grab the box lunch in Kagura's hand. It should be for the silver mulberry that fell down over there. Yin Shi, I will avenge you. Zhang Cheng said while wiping his tears, what Elizabeth, what DT, give it to me. With that, Zhang Cheng placed the wild flowers he picked randomly on the ground. Lying on Yin Shi with his eyes rolled on the ground. Then Zhang Cheng got up and walked away, leaving time for other family members. Go and say goodbye to the body, I believe Satoru and I will definitely avenge the silver times. Zhang Cheng said, picking a small yellow flower from the ground and handing it to Xinbag. What revenge? Isn't it all you and Sadaharu did? You natural s. Xinbag vomited, also, it just rolled his eyes and passed out. Not dead yet. Jin sauce. Kagura lay on Yin Shi's body while crying. It was as touching as it was, and the scene was comparable to a certain sea actress on a talent show, and Zhang Cheng gave full marks in an instant. Don't be too sad for your family, they will pass. Zhang Cheng patted Kagura on the shoulder, and showed a sad expression on his face, we will remember him forever. After speaking, Kagura turned and threw himself into Zhang Cheng's arms. The two of them were just about to bury their headaches and cry, when Xinbag kicked over from behind. You two will never end. Xinba Hao was completely helpless. The game is about to start, okay. Then, take revenge for silver time in the game. Zhang Cheng got up and said, wiping the tears that can be seen with a 100,000-fold magnifying glass from the corner of his eyes, revealing a face of determination. Yet, Kagura also had the same perseverance. Sadaharu, for the silver time. For my game. Let's work hard together. Zhang Cheng shouted. Wow! Let's enter the second matchup, the host shouted, standing in the middle of the two teams, and took a bone from his arms. The one who threw me back with the chicken bone first is the winner. Feeding. The Lord can induce pets, just to mention that if you win this round, you will get 30,000 points. Please challenge yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng and Gui turned their heads to express their dissatisfaction at the same time. Hey, host! What happened to the first matchup just now? Gui said uncomfortably. Well, the first round is the warm-up match, and the second round is the main match. The host stretched out a finger and said, then, the two teams in the first round were tied. Do you have any dissatisfaction? Of course. The lines full of tension. The full-faced character. And the emotion that Elizabeth showed. That's not better than that. Wow! Gui took out the painting that Elizabeth just drew again and said, but before finishing talking, he was once again caught by Zhang Cheng Kong kicked over behind him. I have objections. Zhang Cheng immediately said, can you not use chicken bones? It is very dangerous for a dog to swallow chicken bones by mistake. It is not easy to digest, and it is easy to get stuck in the throat. Hey? It makes sense for you to say that. There are also many cases of dog deaths caused by accidental swallowing of chicken bones, so. The host was interrupted by Zhang Cheng before he finished speaking. I applied to use Seta Halo's molar rod instead. Zhang Cheng had just finished speaking, and Kagura had lifted the lying silver time. At the same time, Zhang Cheng came to Jinxi's back in an instant, and at the same time Kagura was preparing to wave his umbrella. 1. 2. Zhang Cheng finished shouting. In an instant, Jinxi took off. The direction is where Matsuzayamu and his sea lion pet DT are located. Only a boom was heard, and Zhang Cheng and Kagura gave an instant clap. Now, one has already been killed. Good job, Kagura sauce. Zhang Cheng said as he stretched out a thumb to Kagura. Coach. Kagura instantly fell to the ground and knelt down to tears. Shinbeiji stopped thinking while looking at the reckless silver in the distance. What about the finals? The host also stopped thinking. This is the final. Essay, Sadaharu, a cover. Zhang Cheng finished shouting, and instantly Sadaharu started running, sprinting in the direction of Jinxi. At the same time, Gui also reacted, Elizabeth, hurry up. Hayaku. After speaking, Elizabeth also rushed out. That I haven't said that the game starts. The host said weakly. Did someone call the start of the game in life? Zhang Cheng severely criticized, from birth, the victory and defeat of life has already begun. Coach. The host knelt down on the ground in tears. Hey! Enough of you guys! Xinbag finally couldn't help shouting loudly. Well, now we see that Ding Chun sauce and Elizabeth sauce flew towards the molar stick that was just thrown at the same time. The host said while wiping tears. Hey, although Elizabethan seems to be at a disadvantage, it's even at the same speed as Ding Chunjiang. But just after speaking, the host saw Elizabeth's exposed leg hair. Is it an illusion? For a moment, why do you seem to see uncle-like leg hair? Hey, see again, uncle. But at this time Gui has put the sword on the host's neck. Don't find any more faults, Elizabeth has been working hard for this day. Do you know how hard it is? Don't talk about uncles anymore. Ah, Private Marseille. The host replied weakly, and at the same time began to explain the game again. It seems that Ding Chun sauce is faster, there are only 50 meters left. Hey? What's the matter? Why did the teeth stick stand up? Why did you run in the other direction? Hello? Actually, it's because of the computer chip. Zhang Cheng said blindly again, and then shouted in Yinshi's direction, what are you running? Just let Satoru take you back. This victory or defeat? I won. What a joke. This stupid dog didn't have a lot of my lines tossing today. Give it a little more time, I really want to get a box lunch. Yinshi yelled as he ran, I don't want to kill. I am the protagonist. Can't be done. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Cheng said as he rushed out, as did Kagura. At the same time, Gui rushed out, leaving only the host with a bewildered look. What is the situation now? The host asked weakly. New 8. What a joke. If you don't get the championship, you won't get the Half-Life Limited Edition. Stop it. Zhang Cheng shouted while chasing. Luxury prizes are not as important as Yinsang's life. Yacht butterfly don't all. Whoever loves to be the champion should go, Yinshi yelled as he ran, I will give you Contra. Forgive me. Who wants that kind of thing? Stop it. Yinshi. Zhang Cheng found that Yinshi was running really fast, and he couldn't catch up no matter what. Kagura sauce. Zhang Cheng stopped and looked at Kagura beside him, and Kagura Hui also stopped. The two raised their umbrellas at the same time. Boom! Today is another day of nuclear peace. Yinshi was bombed into the sky. Come on! Satoru! ×2. But Zhang Cheng and Kagura had just finished yelling, and after Jintoki landed on the ground, he ran away again without looking back with his explosive head. Again! Kagura sauce! Zhang Cheng shouted. You reading www.youcanshu.com. Well, I don't seem to be able to see their shadows anymore, and the time for the show is almost here, winner. The host said hesitantly while looking at the new Beiji on the side. Seeing this, Xinbag couldn't help it anymore, and shouted in Zhang Cheng's direction, there is no Half-Life Limited Edition at all. All are lie to you. There is no one at all. When Zhang Cheng heard it in the distance, his face turned black in an instant, and he didn't know where his strength came from. He rushed to Yinshi's back in an instant, and gave Yinshi a kick. Then there was a big melee, a melee of 2 pets and 4 humans, Zhang Cheng, Yinshi, Katsura, Kagura. Finally, until dusk, the melee had a result. Zhang Cheng dragged the dying Silver Time, and Kagura rode Sade Crew back to the competition venue at the same time. Gui and Elizabeth, who had passed out, ignored them. Hey! Host, you can announce the result now. Zhang Cheng shouted at the host. It can be, but the show time has passed, the staff are already off work, the prizes were also taken away by the staff. The host replied tremblingly. What did you say? At night, Zhang Cheng went back to Yoshihara in despair and returned to his room. But when Zhang Cheng sat down in front of the computer in the room, he found that there was a Half-Life Limited Edition of his own mind next to the computer. Hey! It's just a game. Yu Yang said, standing behind Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was moved by tears and burst into tears. He turned around and hugged Yu Yang, but Yu Yang threw Kyo in the center of his forehead, and instantly fell to the ground and hit GG. Chapter 34, Mecha and Large Robots Are Always a Man and Number 039, S Romance. Hey! Festival. Zhang Cheng did not put down the game controller in his hand, and continued without looking back, why don't Yu Yang do things like accompany the kid to the temple fair? Appropriate going out to exercise is good for your physical and mental health. Sun Wheel stretched out a finger and said, also, festivals are not the same as temple fairs. Zhang Cheng waved his hand, and when he refused, he blurted out, "Sorry, a little bit of interest, ah." Hadn't finished speaking, Yu Yang had already put Zhang Cheng down, dragged Zhang Cheng's back collar and walked out without turning back. Qing Tai followed closely behind. This is a commemorative festival to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the founding of the country and the lifting of the ban. I heard that the general will also rarely show up. Haruta was jumping all the way. Hey, only children like this kind of thing. Zhang Cheng said disdainfully. Did brother Zhang Cheng didn't like festivals when he was young? Qing asked curiously. Of course. Zhang Cheng replied without hesitation, but then he muttered softly, but, a friend seems to like the festival very much. Friend? Yinsen? Haruta asked. No, it's just a friend who likes festivals and Yakult. It seems to be Takagi. Zhang Cheng replied. Hey, don't you remember your friend's name clearly? Haruta complained. Anything like that is fine, Zhang Cheng said casually, but the next moment he was attracted by something under the bridge. A robot. Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he jumped off the bridge in an instant. But Zhang Cheng didn't notice that there was a familiar silver-haired natural curl beside a bunch of robots. Hey, brother Zhang Cheng! Haruta shouted from behind, while Xiao Xiao said helplessly, who is the kid? Looking at the beating Yin Shi and Xinbag, Zhang Cheng's eyes twitched. What are you doing? Zhang Cheng shouted, kicking the two of them a few meters away, and then quickly ran to the side of the pile of robots, and looked left and right. His eyes were full of stars. Hey, what's the matter with this kid? The old man who was repairing the robot couldn't help asking. It's just a fool who likes Bumblebee. Jin's hero replied casually, getting up. Hey, now, are you making these robots alone? It's so cool. Zhang Cheng only noticed the old man outside the source. Hey, really? Without boasting, the old man outside the source smiled casually, touching his bald head. Unexpectedly, there are still people who are so interested in robots in this era. Mecha and large robots are always a man's romance. Zhang Cheng's back seemed to be rising from the waves and the waves. These are just some pieces of iron, Haruta said with her lips. At this time Haruta and Yuiyu also walked down. What are you talking about? Kid. Zhang Cheng was immediately unhappy. When I go back, show me the Transformers series and Gundam series 100 times. This is your extra summer homework. Hey! Then, let's go first. Yin Shi said, and started to run away with the new 8. But Yuanwei's old man has quick eyes and hands, and both wrenches are all over. Don't want to run. Work quickly. Really, there is no time. But Mr. Hiraga, the festival is about to begin. Although I really want to help you, it's too late. Xinbei rubbed his head and stood up, while retorting in a low voice. This thing will only be used at night. If it is done before the sun goes down, there should be no problem. Yuanwei old man, no, it should be said that Hiraga Yuanwei replied like this, and turned his head again and started beating. Listen, Haruta. Zhang Cheng said with his eyes closed. The sound of human hands repairing the robot, the sound of beating, the of each screw, how touching. Just like this, one by one, full of life. The robot was born. This is a miracle. However, Haruta, who was beside Zhang Cheng, ran to the side of Kagura a long time ago, and dressed up the house wine with Kagura. Don't just say why. Kagura stood facing the robot Saburo in front of him and took out a white handkerchief with a lip print, honey. Do you think we don't know anything? This shirt it's stained with lipstick. I won't be deceived by you anymore. Yes. Robot Saburo replied. You will only yes all the time, and it is because of this that you will be looked down upon by your subordinates. Occasionally say no to see. You are a 10,000-year leader. Yes. Ah. Domestic violence. Haruta, your dad will let him die. You should be no such dad. Kagura said and raised Saburo. Seeing the situation, the old man outside the source was finally unable to sit still, and quickly ran over to stop him. Stop, stop. Who is the other party? Sachiko. The ugly subordinate who came to celebrate the move. Kagura was still addicted to the house wine. Stop, why do you have that kind of entangled house wine? Yuanwei said while pulling his Saburo. For you, it may be the house wine, for me it is the whole world. Kagura replied with a cry. Haruta stayed where she was. Why should I participate in such a house wine? In this way, the three of you have broken the robot, making it impossible to participate in the festival. Zhang Cheng looked at the three people in the house of all things in disdain, and to be precise, it should be the head of Yin Shi. You guys! Do you know what stupid things you did? Zhang Cheng said loudly and aggressively, you ruined the romance of all Edo men. Do you know? Well, brother, a few of them have already realized the mistake, this is already helping me fix it, it should be able to catch up with the festival. Yuanwei old man persuaded. Since you have said so, then forget it this time. Zhang Cheng turned his head and snorted disdainfully, but Zhang Cheng didn't notice the contemptuous look of Yin Shi behind him. After, Zhang Cheng took Haruta and joined the repair team. P.S. Zhang Cheng is voluntary, Haruta is forced. And Yu Iong was watching from the sidelines, not participating from the beginning to the end. Evening. It seems that I have finally caught up, although there are still some problems with the details. Xin Beiji wiped the sweat from his face and said, thanks to Zhang Chengsang and Qing Taijun for their help. If it wasn't for the three of you to make trouble, you wouldn't have to spend such a long time at all. The old man of Yuanwei looked at the rows of robots in front of him and said with disdain. What are you talking about, the old nuisance man? We came here because the old woman couldn't stand it. Yin Shi grabbed his hair and said, but the next moment, the old man outside the source threw a bag of money to Yin Shi. I have to carry out the final maintenance. Please don't get in the way of me. It doesn't matter where the festival is, wherever you fall in love and where to go. The old man Yuanwei said and walked to the pile of robots again and started to check. Upon seeing this, Kagura immediately grabbed the money bag in Yin Shi's hand and turned his head away. Yin Shi turned his head and chased after him, while Xinba Hao stayed in place and thanked the old man from outside the source before turning around and chasing Yin Shi. Gone. Meanwhile, Zhang Chenjiu Iong and Haruta also turned and left. P.S. Zhang Cheng was forced and was dragged away by Yu Yang. It's really a group of noisy guys, San. Yuanwei's old man smiled helplessly, and at the same time turned his head to call Robot Saburo, but at this moment he saw Saburo following in the direction where everyone left. Saba, you can't go, Saburo. The old man Yuanwei rushed over to stop him. But even Zhang Cheng just didn't notice. On the bridge beside it stood a man in a purple kimono embroidered with butterflies. At the entrance of Shinzengamai's mansion, all the members of Shinzengamai have assembled. Kondo and 14 stood in front of the crowd and gave their final remarks. Listen well, all the Shinzengamai members are dispatched to protect the general at night, and a fly can't let it get close to the general. Did you hear them clearly? 14 shouted at the neat Shinzengamai members in front of them. Hi! Times N. Then a team of people got in the car and left in an orderly manner. www.readaloud.com. Speaking of which, will Takasugi really come? Deputy Chief? Yamazaki asked curiously. I don't know, it's just that I have received such information. During the meeting with the Wuxia, all dozens of senior shogunate officials were killed. The most extreme and dangerous man among the barbarians was the most extreme and dangerous man. Such a good opportunity makes it hard to believe him. It won't show up. 14 said as he spit out a cigarette, and slowly spit out the name of the person, Takasugi Shinsuke. It's amazing, Saburo seems to be very happy, too. The old man of Uny looked at Inari, Kagura, Shinbaki, and Haruta who were walking with Saburo and said with emotion. Kagura and Haruta sat on Saburo's shoulders and commanded. Zhongchenjai Uiang walked side by side with the new 8. That must be happier than an old man who is rigid all day long. Yin Shi said and took a sip of wine. At this time, Yin Shi and Yuan Wei are sitting in front of a small stall having a drink. Say the same thing to my son. Son? Jin Shizu asked, do you still have a son? Although he is dead. As he said, the old man outside the source put down his wine glass. He ran into the battlefield on his own terms, but lost his life. He is no less enthusiastic about robots than me. That stinky guy used to be with me fiddle with those robots. Looking back now, that time was probably the happiest time in my life. It used to be just because I like to play with robots, and I don't have to think about other superfluous things. But since I was called the #1 inventor in Edo, robots have become a means for me to obtain something. That stinky boy is opposed to that. Of course, I ran away from home and never came back. As he said, the old man outside the source laughed at himself. Chapter 35, Takasuji, hey, you guy gave me everything. Speaking of which, I heard Granny Dengshi say, have you ever been on the battlefield? I'm just a shrimp soldier and crab general. Jintoki replied casually, however, many of my companions really died. Have you ever thought of revenge? Yuan Wei old man asked slowly. Yin Shi was also a little surprised. But the old man Yuan Wei continued, have you ever thought of firing on the shogunate and the heavens for your companions? Old man, you. Oh, I have to make the final adjustments. I will go back first. After saying that, the old man outside the source stood up and prepared to leave, and said hello to Saburo not far away, hey, Saburo, go. Oh. Zhongcheng Yuiyu brought Kagura's new 8th Chi and Haruta, and the 5 continued to walk around in front of each stall until you. ×2. Hey, do you really listen to what I said? Freedom, freedom. Working in such a place will lose freedom again. Meidao. Zhongcheng pointed to Hasegawa who was greeting customers in front of a booth. Who are you? Hasegawa was puzzled. You fellow. You can forget all the teachers who taught you the meaning of life. Zhongcheng said sadly, hiding his face and weeping. Well, Zhongcheng sang, since the last time you left Mr. Hasegawa naked in the rain for a few hours, I heard that I was sick for a long time. Mr. Hasegawa's head seemed to be burnt out. I can't remember what happened that day. Xinba Ha explained in a low voice in Zhongcheng's ear. Search GA, it's okay, then just let him remember it again. Zhongcheng's confident face was just about to let Meidao find the true meaning of life once again when he was about to make a long story, so Yu Yang locked his neck from behind. Shut up, idiot! Hearing the sound, Zhongchenma closed his mouth obediently, but couldn't help but said, Yu, you're OU. Zhongcheng was tightened by Yu Yang before he finished speaking, until he foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes. Isn't this Mr. Hasegawa? It seems that you have found a new job. Congratulations. Xinba Hao looked at the Hasegawa in front of him and said hello. Haha, thanks, what are you doing? Are you visiting the temple fair? Hasegawa scratched his head, a little shy. Shooting, let's have fun, Zhongcheng sang, Qing Te Jun. Xinba Ha turned his head and said to Zhongcheng and others behind him, but when he turned around, he saw Zhongcheng who was half dead and full of murderous expression. Yuiang, this is. Come and play. I'll make it cheaper for you. Hasegawa replied. If you hit it, can you give me anything? Kagura said, already picking up a toy gun from the booth. Of course, aim well. Hasegawa was headshot just after he finished speaking. Kagura's first shot was directly hit on Hasegawa's sunglasses, and the sunglasses fell to the ground at the same time. Give me sunglasses, Kagura said. Wait, that's not right, aim at the shelf. But just after that, another shot hit Hasegawa's watch. It hurts. Watch get, at hand always understand the voice. Suddenly, an invisible spark was produced between Kagura and Sugo. I will give you everything, not including me. Hasegawa yelled, have you two heard me? But Kagura and Sugo didn't hear it, and they set up their racks and were ready to shoot again. Along with a few crisp shots of toy guns, Hasegawa was scratched. Shinbeiji and Haruta behind them went from helpless to speechless to full of black lines. Kingta, let's go, this idiot still said that he has to watch a robot show. With that, Yu Yang dragged Zhang Cheng, who was half dead, and turned to leave. Kingta heard the sound and followed, and turned around to talk to the new one. Bieha said hello. Not far from the stage of the festival is a tall watchtower. Needless to say, it must be the place where the general is. Below the watchtower is a fully armed ginseng group. 14. Sugo, that kid said to go and poop, why is he gone forever? Kondo asked Shizi next to him. Maybe that kid skipped work again. 14 replied with a cigarette. 14. It doesn't matter to doubt others, but I will never allow myself to doubt my own people. I believe in Sugo. Kondo turned his head back again. I believe he must be old and unable to come out. I believe it is being believed so by you. I don't think it is as good as doubting, 14 Toko said, and glanced around at the same time. Speaking of which, Yamazaki is really slow. What did you do? That kid. The general said that he wants to eat takoyaki, he is really leisurely. Before the 14 was finished, he was interrupted by Yamazaki's voice. Deputy Chief, I'm back. Yamazaki said as he ran, while still holding a fast food box in his hand. You're really slow. Do you remember to pour the mayonnaise? 14 said as he took the fast food box, but when 14 opened the fast food box, he was stunned. Hey, this is... I saw the fast food box. There are only 3 octopus balls. Actually, because I ran too fast, I fell over halfway. I'm sorry, this is really the failure of my life in Yamazaki's retirement. Yamazaki said solemnly. Is that so? I think the sauce you didn't wipe off your mouth is your lifelong failure. Just after the 14th, Yamazaki turned and ran. 14 handed the takoyaki in his hand to Kondo, then turned and chased after him. In an instant, Yamazaki was stepped on the ground by 14. No, this is the sauce of the pancakes I ate halfway. Yamazaki said while holding back. However, the 14 still did not stop the action, kept stepping, and kept saying, who believes you? But when I turned my head and saw Kondo, who was actually eating, the whole body was not good. Hey! Why are you eating too? Don't be so tight, 14. Today is a festival event. Kondo said while eating. How is it possible? 14 retorted, that fellow Takasugi doesn't talk about any thoughts at all. He is just enjoying the chaos itself. How could such a large-scale festival be missed by the bastard? Just finished speaking, a firework lit up the night sky, shocking both Shizi and Kondo. The other side. The following is the show of Genge Hiraga, the first robot technician in Edo. After speaking, the host walked off the stage, leaving the stage to Genge and Saburo. At this time, Yinshi was at the end of the crowd, watching the sky full of fireworks, and didn't know what he was thinking. Sure enough, the more magnificent the festival, the better. A familiar voice rang behind Jinshi's. In an instant, Jinshi's reaction was about to draw his sword, as did Takasugi who made the noise. But the next moment, the two of them were stunned, both the knife and the hand were blocked by huge force. Hey, if you don't have a referee, you can use the knife privately. This is not the rule. Zhang Cheng's voice came, and Jintoki and Takasugi also took their knives back. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng grinned, oh, Isn't this Takagi? Saxi ignores it. He patted Takasugi on the shoulder. Although this title made Takasugi very uncomfortable, in order to maintain his personality, he still sneered and said to Jinchi, the so-called Shiro Iyasha will be calculated from behind. Jinchi, are you weak? What? Hey, why ignore me? Gaozi? Gaozi? Zhang Cheng shouted again. Zhang Cheng, you have a wrong memory, it should be Takajingo, not Takagi, ... Yin Shij retorted. Hey? Really? Then hi beep, long time no see, hi beep. Zhang Cheng finished, even Takasugi, who thought he needed to maintain a high cold setting, couldn't help it. The blue veins on his face jumped up and down. I'm not here to play tricks with you two, watch it obediently, the very exciting show is about to begin. As he said, Takasugi began to laugh. And the old man Yuanwei on the stage finally started his final plan. Yuanwei old man Ming Saburo pointed at the observation deck in the distance. With the sound of an explosion, the entire watchtower was shrouded in smoke. All the audience began to scatter for their lives. It's a smoke bomb! 14 shouted, everyone keep the watchtower for me, don't let a mouse escape in. Just finished speaking, everyone in Shinsengamai found that there were robots in the smoke. Remember? You too, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Takasugi walked to the side and leaned in front of a booth, looking at the sky and continuing, I used to lead a volunteer army called Ghost Army. There is a man named Saburo who knows nothing about swordsmanship, but he is very proficient in mechanics. He often says I'm not here to fight, but I am angry with my father. It is a 3-sentence dad's guy. But it's just such a guy who died before returning to his father. It's too much. We obviously used to fight so hard to protect the country, but the core shogunate succumbed to the heavens so quickly. The ghost soldiers is no exception. It has been wiped out. Seeing his son's head being shown to the public by the river, Dad can't imagine what it's like in his heart. Takasugi, you instigated the uncle, right? Jintoki turned around and said at the same time. While Zhang Cheng on the side lowered his head and did not speak, but Yu Yang was bandaging Zhang Cheng's hand that had just been cut by holding Takasugi's blade. After the bandage was done, Yu Yang took Harita and left. Instigate? What silly thing to say, I just saw the great fangs, I just helped him sharpen it, I can understand the pain of the old man, because there is still a beast in my body in pain. Tumble, help your partners take revenge, and let those souls taste the pain of the past. Kill them, such a voice echoes in my ears for 24 hours. Can you two really not hear it? Speaking, Gao Shan grinned and looked at Zhang Sung and Yan Shi. No, I really can't hear you, I'm blind to the past, you who are alive and free, and you who have your fangs removed, it's impossible to understand our feelings. Chapter 36, Class Reunion. Uninvited guys are the most annoying. It end number 039, S fiercely high. It really should be Takagi, not Takajingo. Zhang Cheng suddenly raised his head and said seriously. Takasugi. Silver hour. It's still the same as before, who doesn't listen to people at all. At this time, Takasugi still tried his best to maintain his personal settings, and said with a grin. Also, is the beast or something real? When did you go to the Naruto crew, Takazai? You got such a dangerous thing in your stomach? Is it Kyuubi? Zhang Cheng said and walked to Takasugi. Squatted down at the same time, looked left and right at Takasugi's abdomen. Does it matter, Naruto? Are you already Ranjalai? Does the seal really matter? I have secretly learned the basics of ninja for a long time. The 12 seals, all the ninjutsu that has appeared in Naruto have been learned, the ghouls that will bring sisters are sealed and the seals of the 4 elephants are all over my back. Takasugi seemed to be a little intolerable at last, and the blue veins on his forehead couldn't help but jump, raising his foot and knocking Zhang Cheng down. It seems that Kyuubi really doesn't matter, it doesn't affect Takasuji-kun's character at all, don't worry, Zhang Cheng. Yin Shi added. It looks like it is, ha ha ha. Zhang Cheng got up and walked aside and took Takasuji's shoulders, then, Yin Shi, go and stop that old man, what has turned the romance of men into something, let's go for a drink with Gao Ziyi to reminisce about the past. With that, Zhang Cheng dragged Gao Shan and left. Hey! Yin Shi just wanted to say something, but at this time Zhang Cheng and Takasuji had already gone farther and farther, and they could hear Zhang Cheng's laugh from time to time. Really, let me know what troublesome things are. Although Yin Shi said so, he still rushed to the direction of the stage. On the other side, Shinzingami, who is fighting with the robot army, is really in a lot of conditions. Although these iron block robots are slow and stiff, they are still difficult to deal with. After all, the members of the Shinzingami team have knives, which are very useful in the face of mortal bodies, but they are not so easy to use in the face of these big iron blocks. No, Kondo's knife has been cut off for cutting iron. No. My famous sword, little tiger iron quilt. Kondo wailed in disbelief, looking at only half of the blade. No. 14, my little tiger iron, isn't it? You are noisy. Isn't it time to talk about this? 14 on the side replied. But, this loan hasn't been repaid yet, isn't it? No matter how you chop, it will come out endlessly. 14 grumbled. But at this moment, a row of robots not far from the 14th was all destroyed, as if they were attacked by themselves. What's the matter? ×2. Just after talking with Kondo, I saw two creatures with inexplicable aura coming out from behind the destroyed robot. Kagura, I made trouble at the festival. Sugo, which brat is it? Oh, that's the monster Jineazai, who specializes in punishing the ancient monsters of the Buzu clan who disturbed the festival. Kondo explained to the camera. No, I don't think it is. 14 said. After is the performance of Kagura and Sugo, facing the two people burning with inexplicable arrogance, each of the robots is torn down by the two. Seeing this scene, Kondo was ecstatic, the spirit of the festival has come. The victory must be ours. On the stage where only Genge Father and Robot Saburo were left, Genge Father raised Saburo's left arm and pointed it at the watchtower. Next is the live ammunition, take a good aim. Saburo. Yes. But yes, just finished speaking, an unexpected person has rushed onto the stage. Please stop. Xin Beiji shouted, the general has already escaped. Suga? My eyesight has deteriorated and I haven't seen it at all. The old man Yuanwei said and began to adjust Saburo's left arm. It doesn't matter, then this time I will blast the guy named Genzingami. Mr. Hiraga. The new 8 harp stopped again, but before finishing speaking, another voice sounded. Hey, your show really made a lot of noise. Jintoki was already on the stage at this time, and stood in front of Saburo. Do you want to play the hero show? Then let me have a heroic addiction. You are not qualified, let me go. Yuanwei old man replied. A man who wrote the script alone talking to himself, there is no reason to even dominate the position of the actor. Jintoki continued, it is no longer popular to say revenge. You are like this, Saburo will cry. Which Saburo do you mean? Which one will do? Jinshiki continued to persuade, no one would expect this ending, don't you understand it in your heart? I understand, but I really can't bear it, my son suffered such a bad hand, and only I, an old man, lingered. Then, the old man outside the source remembered the life he used to live with his son, it can only. Looking at those painful memories all the time, I'm tired. It doesn't really matter whether I can take the head of the general. I also know very well that what I do with the deceased is of no avail, I just want to choose the method of death that fits my beliefs. So, if you leave me and stop me, even you, and I will not be polite. Then, I can't let it go, he said, and Jin Shij glanced in a certain direction. Your enemy is neither the general nor the true selection team, but we, no, I am alone. We who did not protect them. We who did not protect the promise. We who sent them to the guillotine. Open your eyes and see clearly, your enemy is right in front of you. Yin sang, you. Xinbhe muttered. It is enough for me to bear whatever sins are. But I won't die. Even though I am full of sins, I still have something I want to protect. I am also very angry when I am said that. Black. Whether it's a wild beast or a white pet, I know everything. Boy, you, with that guy. Yuanwei old man murmured, but in the end, Yuanwei old man lowered his head, said nothing, and did not give Saburo any more instructions. But at this time, Saburo put down his raised left arm himself. Old, daddy, playing with the robot, you, like it, as if, it's muddy, jumping, like. Saba, you. The old man outside the source looked at Saburo next to him as if he had seen Saburo before. What the hell, every guy is like this, what should I do? How should I survive? After finishing speaking, Yuanwei's old man choked up. Who knows, but longevity alone is already great. Yin Shi still looked in a certain direction. The guys who are more painful than you do not know how many times are still. Yoshihara, in Zhongqingyu. Gaoze, I look thin, eat more, ha ha ha. Zhang Cheng kept picking up vegetables for Gao Shan. I haven't seen him for so many years, or I haven't grown up. Isn't he not eating well? Isn't that okay? You won't grow taller if you only drink Yakult. There are only 2 people in the house at this time, and no one is bothering. Hey, let's talk about business. I need people or money. Takasugi stood up, walked to the window, leaned against the window, and said, I know, those, the guys you saved last, you guys. I did it for them. Before Gao Shan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Cheng. I don't care about money or anything, but they can't, Gao Zi, it doesn't matter what you want to do. I will not deny your life, but their position is definitely not. We'll give it to you. It's exactly the same as before. Takasugi laughed and then said, what do I want to do? I just want to destroy everything until the day when the moaning of the beast stops. Does your guy's head still stay in the summer of the 2nd year of the 2nd year? The 2nd year is endless, right? Destruction? We can't destroy anything. There is no enemy in our eyes. If there is any, it's just ourselves. That's it. Zhang Cheng's tone was always casual, and as he spoke, he began to loosen the bandaged wound on his hand. But the shocking thing is that the wound has healed. It's a convenient body, and multiple injuries will heal itself in a short time. It really is the night rabbit. Takasugi sarcastically said this scene. It's just old friends meeting and drinking and chatting, how can the atmosphere be so embarrassing? Gui's voice sounded, and Gui jumped in from the window at the same time. Wigs? Hey, why didn't Uncle Security stop you outside? Zhang Cheng asked in confusion. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Gui said as he sat down at the table with self-care. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The class reunion is here without the invited guy talking to himself, really. After that, Gui picked up the chopsticks and ate on his own. Well, please turn up the air conditioner a little bit, just 26 degrees. Hey, the one who is not invited is you. Zhang Cheng roared, what kind of trouble is to behave like a master? Hey, it's really a class reunion, what I can see, the undead of those lost companions are now crowded with this room, ha 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 ha. After speaking, Takasugi sneered again. Hey, do you think I am Silver Time? Want to use ghost stories to scare me? Zhang Cheng sneered, and at the same time moved his position toward Gui calmly. Takasugi, who saw this scene, did not penetrate, and said again, I took half of the treasure house of the Phoenix, that's it. After speaking, Takasugi walked to the door and opened the door and walked out. The remaining half, wow. Gui was fanned by Zhang Cheng before he could finish. Dying while. You are the person most like a teacher. You have a good personality or something else, even though you say you are not a samurai. Therefore, Takasuji wants to destroy the existence. Interrupted by Zhang Cheng. Isn't it a gathering of old classmates? Zhang Cheng said, filling the 3 wine glasses in front of him, and shouting out the window, Yin Shi. The wine is poured, you should come out too. Spread, cheers. Zhang Cheng yelled, Yin Shi, Gui and Zhang Cheng had a drink, and drank them all. Puff. ×2. Chinese liquor. ×2. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 37, The perverted thief and the righteous thief are basically 2 different things. What? Zhang Cheng was sitting in a restaurant while stuffing food in his mouth, shouting, what the is that? Things should start from this morning. Originally, Zhang Cheng Jindian got up happily and prepared to play his newly bought game, but when he got up, he found out that there was a lace cutout pant in front of his bed. Zhang Cheng was curious. I picked it up, but Yu Yang and Haru, who was pushed into the scene, saw it too. Thinking of Yu Yang and Haru's scum-like eyes, Zhang Cheng explained that they both had that kind of eyes anyway. Even walking on Yoshihara Street, Zhang Cheng felt that passers-by were looking at him with the same eyes. How could I be that kind of person? Zhang Cheng stood up and shouted, shocking the entire restaurant. Then Zhang Cheng continued to sit down, venting his anger at the hill-like food in front of him. I didn't notice the trio and Amiao on the next table at all. Well, what's going on with that? Xinbag looked at Zhang Cheng on the side table with a black line and asked Xiang Yinshi. Who knows? Yinshi still ate his parfait on his own. A lot of food. I now kind of understand why Yinsang said that Zhang Chensang's stomach is another dimension. Xinba Hao said with emotion, but then he reacted again, hey! I didn't seem to be talking about this when I came out today. Right. It's about the underwear thief. But Amiao pressed Xinba Hao's head on the table, I'm in the way. I don't know if Zhang Chengsang likes fried eggs. It's probably not something you like or not. Xinba Hao whispered, if it's your sister, your fried egg, you can't swallow it anyway. Xinjiang, what did you say? Amiao looked at Xinbag with a smile on her face. Nothing, nothing, Xinba Hao hurriedly replied, speaking of which Zhang Chengsang seems to like Chinese food, and doesn't like fishy food. Hey! We seem to be here to discuss underwear thieves. It's all your business. Don't underestimate fried eggs. Isn't fried eggs Chinese food? Even Chinese people can't not eat fried eggs. Amiao said, giving Xinbag another a chestnut. Well, if there is nothing wrong, we will leave first. Jintoki raised his hand and said, at this time, the food in front of Jintoki and Kagura had been taken care of by the two. Wait, wipe your mouth and just want to go. What's the difference between men who don't recognize people when they put on their pants? Amiao said with a smile, but she shuddered when she looked at Yin Shi. Haha, what are you talking about, then, what the is it? Yin Shi said haha. In fact, it's an underwear thief. During the time I was living in the house of all things, my sister's underwear was hit twice. Is there any good countermeasures? Xinbag said helplessly. Underwear thief. Jintoki said, propping his chin, I heard that people in the past don't wear under kimono, whether it's a little girl, or a little princess. Is there any difference between what you said? Xinbag said helplessly again, even if you enumerate, also say something like grandma and girl. Idiot. Only girls are allowed to talk about topics like sports shorts and not wearing panties. Jintoki Yoshito said. Well, only Uncle Aru can talk about sports shorts. Kagura added. A lie. Xinbag was a little surprised. You can't talk about pants, Yin Shi added again. Someone still talks about it these days. Xin Bajia vomited. The worst thing is that tea-back. That thing took away the shyness of the girl and the fun of the boy. Jin Shiki said with a hand in his arms. I have Aru with short pants. Kagura interjected. When I heard it, Yin Shi and Xinbag were a little unbelievable. What nonsense are you talking about? Lie. Jintoki said to Kagura. It's not a lie, I have a pair of that I have worn for too many years, and only the belt is left. Kagura replied solemnly. What kind of are they? The corners of Xinbag's eyes twitched. In a sense, it's also vintage Aru. Kagura replied. An antique that is worthless, throw it away. Yin Shi waved his hand and said, after all, the ancients don't need it, no one wears it. I really envy the ancients, hee. Yin Shi showed a look of yearning. You are a princess, but under the kimono, there is no elegance. This contrast is good. She looks virtuous but unrestrained and passionate. However, Amiao did not give Yin Shi the opportunity to sigh with emotion, and hit Yin Shi's face with a fist. I'm not interested in listening to your pant theory. My favorite fighting shorts were stolen. Soul Light. After speaking, Amiao once again glanced at Zhang Cheng, who was gorging on the table next to him, and found that he hadn't been seen the way he was just now, so he could not help but sit down again with a sigh of relief. Fighting panties, who are you going to duel with, big sister? Yin Shizi said while covering his nose with a napkin. Kid, listen up, in certain times and occasions, you can win with one book. Don't underestimate it. Amiao replied with a smile. What the do you want me to do? To regain the winning weapon of the duel? Will you be able to calm down if you take it back? Jin Shiki asked cautiously. Retake thee and kill the thief for the blood sacrifice. A second said with a smile. Hey, don't use such a refreshing expression to say such harsh words. Sister. Xin Bajia reminded. The underwear thief is a woman's public enemy Aru. Big sister, let me wish you a hand. Kagura interjected. Kagura sauce. Said Amiao and stood up. That's a good point, come with me, let our sisters join hands to make him. After speaking, Amiao and Kagura went out. Amiao Shun took and greeted Zhang Cheng on the table next to him. However, Zhang Cheng hadn't noticed at all, he just felt as if someone had greeted him, and he hummed without looking up. And Kagura took the sheep from Zhang Cheng's table and took a bunch of food. Wait a minute, you will kill you. Xinba called out to stop, but it was too late. The two had already walked out of the store. This has happened, and the most brutal combination has formed. What about this? Do it? Yin sang. It's okay, isn't the prisoner right here? Jintoki said as he pointed his finger under the table. Shinbeiji looked along and saw Kondo crouching under the table. Masaka. Kondo interrupted Shinbeiji as soon as he was about to speak. Soul Dan. Don't you suspect that I can't make it? Kondo exclaimed, I am a samurai. How could it be possible to do such a despicable act of stealing underwear? There is no samurai in the world who is a stalker, Jintoki said as he walked to Zhang Cheng's table and sat down. Even if I am a stalker, I will never steal underwear. Kondo climbed out of the table and retorted, be careful, I sue you. Now we are going to sue you this bastard. Xinbeiji said. In the future, Shinzengamai will disband, it's really gratifying. Jintoki said as he picked up the sweets on Zhang Cheng's table and began to eat. Wait, take a look at this first. Kondo hurriedly took out a newspaper and handed it to Zinbeiji. What's this? Xinbeiji opened the newspaper, haunted again. Weird thief crotch cloth mask. The thief who recently made trouble on the street, dressed as the name is very weird, covered his face with a bright red crotch cloth, wearing only a pair of shorts and running into the night. Stealing beautiful girls' panties, and then to the unloved men, he is a very weird guy. Kondo just finished speaking, and Zhang Cheng here can't sit still. Hey, is what you orangutan said just now is true? Zhang Cheng pulled Kondo's collar with a kind smile on his face. Hey, could it be that Zhang Cheng sang is also? Before the new 8 jokes finished speaking, they were startled by Zhang Cheng's eyes. That guy, definitely want to kill him. Zhang Cheng smiled sullenly, not only ruined my uncle's innocence, but also insulted me. I definitely want to kill him. Even if Edo is razed to the ground, this uncle will also do it. Kill him, ha 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 ha. Hey www.readaloud.com Yin sang, things seem to be getting worse and worse. You can say a few words quickly. Xinba Ha just turned his head after speaking, and saw Yin Shi take it out of his arms. A little trousers. That's it, these have this meaning. Yin Shizuo said to himself, I thought it was Santa's gift. So you received it too. Xinba was full of black lines, besides, how can there be Santa Claus at this time now? You too, did you receive it? Ha ha ha, that's a medal for a man who is unloved. Kondo said and laughed, but for a moment he was frightened by Zhang Cheng who was erupting with special arrogance. What are you talking about? You orangutan? Do you want to go to so much? Do you want to be reincarnated so much? Hey! Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed fiercely, like beasts. Nothing, I actually received it too. Kondo said as he took out a pair from his chest, and knelt down with Jiang Cheng, please don't eat me. Orangutan meat is not delicious. Hey, you two, since we all have the same experience, then, let's kill him together. Zhang Cheng helped Kondo up and said, but his face was still smiling. Kill some. Kondo was frightened by Zhang Cheng's eyes again before he finished speaking. Hi. How about you? Silver time. Hey, it's just a pervert, what a righteous thief. Yin Shi tore thee in his hands. Why do you think this uncle is loved by no one, that bastard? Then, let's get rid of him together. Zhang Cheng said and dragged Kondo and Jintoki to the door. When he reached the counter, Zhang Cheng did not forget to check out. Wait, I actually have a plan to say. Yin Shi said. Chapter 38, When boys wake up every morning after entering puberty, they always stand. Shimura. 35th round, the crotch mask arrest battle. Yin Shi finished speaking, and the crowd applauded and cheered. At this time, a group of people were standing in front of Yin Shi, sisters and brothers of Shimura, Kagura, Zhang Cheng, and a group of people from Genzingamai. 35th time, what's the thing? Xinba Hao pouted while standing in the noisy crowd. Xinba Chi-jun, don't worry, this is the last time for that bastard's life. Zhang Cheng patted Xinba Chi on the shoulder and said, but before he said he was interrupted by Xinba Chi. I'm not complaining about this at all. Don't worry, I'll be very measured, I just want that to cross a bridge, drink a bowl of soup and sleep comfortably. Zhang Cheng promised, patting his chest, maybe I can start a second life. Just like the second spring of a divorced old woman. To save the lost lamb, when I think of this, I can't stop being moved. After that, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but wipe his tears pretendingly. Xinba has been unable to complain. Ah, I didn't expect Zhang Cheng sang to think the same way. Miao squinted and smiled. Then, let's ask the intern chairperson Kondo to speak. Jintoki passed the microphone to Kondo, who just came to the stage. Arshinzengamai exists to protect the peace of the city. The so-called peace means that people can live and work in peace and contentment, and everyone's bit of happiness can combine to form the peace of the whole city. Zhang Cheng laughed and talked about Miao's body, and his old face blushed immediately and said, so, the new 8 protecting the little sisters is also our Zhenxian group's mission. Ah, our director is really #1 in the world for this kind of superficial excuse. always comprehending his voice. Hey! Kondo became anxious when he heard that, and immediately wanted to refute. I said, why did the Zhenxian group even come? Xinba Househung asked irresponsibly, and at the same time looked aside Zhang Cheng and A Miao, who were joking and laughing, but burning with unusual arrogance. These two have already begun to make the whole event develop in seconds, plus the true selection team. Vengeance, right, earthwork. After Sugo finished speaking, Xinbag wanted to look back for the earthwork that was sitting on the floor behind everyone. It was only then that I discovered that the earthwork that was originally sitting on the ground did not know when it also joined Zhang Cheng's discussion with Amiao. The same smile on his face, but the body also burned with inexplicable arrogance. Ah, this plan is really good. When I think of sending a who made a big mistake to start a new second life, I can't help but get excited. 14 said with a refreshing expression. It's really surprising that one day I can have the same idea as the deputy head of Genzingamai. Zhang Cheng replied with the same refreshing expression. Hey, the terrible three people have formed a terrific united front. Xinbagi said with a black face, but then he reacted, the earth mulberry? Could it be that even the earth mulberry has received? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Guyu. Really, there is an idiot who gave us a pair of trousers to our earth-moving mulberry. After speaking, he took out a white trousers from his arms. Pants. The earthwork that was talking with Zhang Cheng and A Miao instantly made a knife, and after the sound of the blade cutting the air for a few moments, the Insugo's hand were broken into pieces. Beautiful sword technique. Zhang Cheng took the lead in applauding. Then, can that bastard's lower body be controlled by me? 14 said with a smile, turning his head again after taking the knife. Hey, didn't you say you chop them up and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks? You are too cunning like this, Mr. Tufang. Zhang Cheng complained. Hey, does this really matter? Xinbagi said with a black line on his face. Heartbeat. Women's piles of crotch-cloth masks arrest the battle. Jintoki stood in front of the stage again and said, and everyone clapped and cheered again. What are the piles of women? Xinbag once again stood in the noisy crowd and vomited. Then we will put our posture again. Yin Shi finished speaking, everyone was quiet, and then Yin Shi continued to speak, with the full support of Ms. Shimura, we will choose the decoy combat method. Bait. Xinbag had just raised his doubts when he saw that Amiao was already standing on the stage and stretched out a pair of panties. I offer Pan Ci for fighting, and it's Mickey Rourke's cat punch that is more powerful. A Miao just finished speaking, Kondo wailed in the audience cat fist. His nosebleeds flew all the way and fell to the ground. P.S. Rourke, translated name Mickey Locke. American actor, once went to Japan for boxing. He is called Cat's Punch for his ugly boxing skills of getting close and scratching people. PS2, the pronunciation of boxing is similar to that of panties. Wait for me, this is too scary, ordinary men can't stand it. They will be scared away. Jin Shiki said from the side. Yet. After thinking about it for a while, A Miao took out a pink with a cat pattern again. What about this one? Name it, Shu no slams head on. Akabo, Akabano, the original sumo yoko gang, later as a boxer, but repeatedly defeated, often face down like a dead person in the game. If you are interested in Japanese sumo, you can check out Fire Maru Sumo, which is okay. Very passionate, although the ending is a bit hasty. At this time, Kondo, who had just gotten up, took another blow and fell head on, nosebleeds all over the place. No, this is crazy. Yin Shi said again. The new 8-Haws in the audience finally couldn't help frowning and said, Sister, you took out so many and dangling, also think about my younger brother. I don't have a place to show myself, it's better than my family. It's a lot more embarrassing to see it together. In this way, young people can step up to the adult ladder. Kagura nodded while holding his hands. Don't be there to summarize easily. Well, calm down, Xinbhe Jun. Zhang Cheng persuaded him aloud, and at the same time, he stuffed a few experience coupons full of villains in Xinbhe Kai's arms and attached them to Xinbhe Chi. He whispered in his ear, I haven't given any of these photos. This is the real step to adulthood. Whenever you need it, use it if you need it. After finishing speaking, Zhang Cheng stood up again and looked ahead, but his hand secretly gave Xinbhe a thumbs up. That's too early. He can't stand the irritation at his age. Let me keep it. Yin Shi stepped off the stage and said to himself, and took out the coupons from Xinbhe House arms. He came out and put it in his arms. What are you doing? Silver time, what do you mean by taking the steps from the young to the adult? Zhang Cheng suddenly became unhappy. Hey, I haven't spoken from start to finish, okay? Xinbhe said with black lines. It's too early. Learn to stand up before you learn to move. Jintoki Yoshihide said righteously. You know what a fart. Boys wake up every morning after they enter puberty stand. Zhang Cheng retorted. The two pinched again. Enough of you guys. Xinbhe finally couldn't bear it. But at this moment, a Miao took a long knife and made a cross cut, and everyone fell to the ground to dodge. This lady is gambled on in her life. You fools have time and time, why don't you catch me quickly? Hi. Times N. Sister Aru is so handsome. Listen. That guy pays more attention to the quality of girls than the number of panties. Nature is a pervert. So he will definitely sneak in here again, we are waiting for the opportunity to attack. Yin Shi still stood in front of everyone. Just with the difference just now is that everyone is standing outside now, and Yin Shi's head is the little trousers hanging on the hanger. This kind of evil deeds of girl innocence and masculine pride are absolutely unforgivable. Pull your spirits. One blow will kill. Blood stains his white shorts. After Yin Shi finished, everyone responded and raised their hands. Guys. This is... Zhang Cheng looked at the big parcel that Zhongwu was carrying on his back. I was wondering if I would encounter something similar, so I brought these from the warehouse in the city. Zhongwu said and put down the big package. Zhang Cheng curiously squatted down to watch Zhongwu put it down. The package is unwound. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What are these? Xinbhe also leaned over and knelt down and asked. How do you say, like a landmine? Sugo explained. But when I just finished talking here, Zhang Cheng has already left with a large pile, digging holes, laying mines, and burying the soil in one go. What do you mean by similar? This is a landmine at all. Nu Baha yelled. It's not easy to secretly take it out, it's very strict over there. As if he hadn't heard it, Sugo continued to say to himself. Snakes have snake paths, rats have rat paths. 14 said from the side. It's such an understatement, exclaimed the new 8. As long as the yard is covered with mines, this kind of simple house can become a completely invincible strong fortress. Sugo said with a finger. Just let it continue to be simple. Xinbhe vomited, moreover, you are breaking the law at all. Is it good for you to break the law at all? It is the law enforcer breaking the law. The outside is the outside, and the inside is the inside. Sugo stood up and explained. Leave aside your weird theory, Xinbhe pointed to the package on the ground, that's a weapon. Do you think you are fighting? No. 14 said, holding his hands aside, the real name is landmine analog. Nonsense. Just as Xinbhe spoke, he was interrupted by Amiao's voice. Xinjiang, as you said, this is already a battlefield. If you think it's a joke, just give me home. Amiao walked over and said righteously. Sister, Xinbhe pointed to the floor, this is my home. Say the battlefield is home? Good kid. 14 praised. Chapter 39, If you are in a bad mood, there must be one part of the weather. No, I didn't mean that. Xin Beiji quickly denied. The unsuccessful people don't need to talk nonsense with him, even if they find fault, they will beat him up. 14 hugged his hand and said with emotion, it's been a long time. Sugu nodded, too. No, it's better to pierce him. Amiao said. Isn't it better to be crushed? 14 answered. Pull it out, then tear it to pieces. Amiao continued with a smile on his face. Slowly approach, the hole slapped him like a fly. The 14th had just finished, and the new 8 jokes separated quickly. Hey! You two are terrible. What the new 8 ha said, how can you do that kind of thing? After catching someone, you can hand it over to me. I promise that he will never appear in this world again, forever. Zhang Cheng walks come over, said with a smile on his face. You are the most dangerous one, okay. I can't imagine it at all. The new 8 chicks spouted wildly, but immediately reacted, Zhang Cheng saying, why are you covered in dust? Ah, it was really hard to bury the landmine analog just now. Zhang Cheng said, rubbing his waist. At this time, Xinbag glanced into the bag on the ground. Hey! Why is it empty? Are all buried? Finish work, ALU. Kagura ran over to the dust covered in the same dust, and saluted Zhang Cheng. Yozio Xi, buy what you like. Zhang Cheng took out several 10,000 yuan bills and handed them to Kagura. Took the money, Kagura ran away excitedly. Report, mission completed. Kondo also ran over in dust. Buy the banana you like. Zhang Cheng took out a few coins and handed them to Kondo. Thank you. Kondo took the coin and was about to leave, but he suddenly reacted, why should I buy a banana? As I said, I am not a gorilla. I just look alike. But Zhang Cheng ignored him, then, wait for that to come. After speaking, he laughed, and Amiao and 14 also laughed. Hey, enough for the three of you. At night, the bright moon is in the sky. A group of people lay in ambush in the bushes next to the wall. Not far from them is the main house. Under the eaves of the main house is a clothes rack. Only a pair of trousers used as bait is hung on the clothes rack. Why do you only bite me? Yin Shimo asked the mosquito off his face. Because silver paste, your blood is the sweetest Aru. Kagura said. Why hasn't that perverted thief come? I can't wait. Zhang Cheng held his umbrella and looked around. That's right, Xinbag helped his glasses, isn't it not coming today? Or is it never coming? What are you kidding? Zhang Cheng suddenly became unhappy, what about the free experience tour I prepared for him? Don't worry, it will come, Jin Shiki said aloud. Why do you say he will come? Xinbag asked. There is such a bragging pair of Aru hanging here, how could the underwear thief miss it? Kagura replied. It's because it's too explicit. It looks like a trap at a glance, okay. Xinbag retorted. Xinjiang, for the thief, the more difficult it is to achieve the goal, the more excited it will be. Amiao said. Suga is exactly the same as Kaito Kid. Zhang Cheng echoed, I know there are traps, but I still want to go. Soda. Except for the new 8, everyone at the same time held their hands and nodded. Why do you make your own personal settings for him? Xinbag retorted, what if you are a coward? Don't worry, if he doesn't come, wouldn't it be okay to blow up the entire Edo into the sky? Zhang Cheng patted the shoulder of Zhenbahao and said, while looking at Sagoto aside, is that right? Okada-kun? What the boss said is reasonable. Not only the underwear thieves, but even the soil mulberry can go to the sky. Then I am the deputy head of the Ginseng team, Sogo replied with a refreshing expression. Enough. You two natural s. Zenbaiji couldn't help but said, blast Edo to the sky, and there will be no Gensengami. It makes sense, Sugo said, squeezing his chin, but suddenly his inspiration flashed, then just blow up the earth mulberry in places other than Genzingamai. Reassure, I will give you a place to live in Yoshihara then. Jiang Cheng promised, clapping his chest. I did not mean that. Xinbag was interrupted by Yin Shi before he finished speaking. Don't yell, what if the thief is scared away? Yin Shizuo frowned and said impatiently. I want to abolish you. I still have to stay here in such a hot day. Xinbag turned his head and said to Yin Shi. What are you talking about, Hun Dan? Believe it or not, I made your second cake invisible. With that, Yin Shi pinched Xinbag. On the side, Zhang Guo and Shizi had already pinched, and Jiang Cheng was still adding fuel and jealousy to the side. Just cut off the bangs, why do you face the neck every time? Your knife skills are really bad, Okada Lord. In short, just like this, you push me to fight, and the small chaos turned into a big chaos, and everyone except Kondo participated in it. I said you stopped, don't fight. Kondo, who became an idler, persuaded from the side, because the weather is too hot, everyone is in a bad mood, right? Yo West, then take a rest. But everyone still didn't stop the chaos, but several different voices came from the melee. Jiang Cheng, shut up, gorilla. Silver Time, shut up, you are defeated. Amiao, shut up, shit. Kagura, shut up, Muyu. 14, shut up, miso bread. Sugo, shut up, gorilla. Jiang Cheng, I have already said it. Sugo, oh, then shut up, chimpanzee. Kondo's face darkened, and tears burst into his eyes. It's all because of the hot weather. It's all the bad weather, let's go buy something iced so that everyone can calm down a little bit. Jiang Cheng, ice coke. Kagura, red bean shaved ice. Silver Time, any parfait. Amiao, Häagen-Dazs. Sugo, the more expensive the better. 14, a big bowl of beef rice with mayonnaise, and a big bottle of 500 ml drink. New 8, I want tea. Okay, I'll buy it back right away, and you guys will be nice to me. Kondo said as he turned his head and left, while still muttering constantly, I can't do anything with this group of guys. But just after speaking, I heard under my feet. There was the sound of di-di-di, and then a huge explosion sounded. Everyone also stopped fighting and looked at Kondo, who was lying on the ground in the bomb pit. Ah, Kondo-san exploded. Amiu covered her mouth and made a surprised look. It must be because of the hot aru. Kagura waved his hand and said. So it exploded, 14 took over. How could it be that he stepped on the landmine he had buried himself? Yin Shizi said, I don't know where I buried it and walked around. It's an idiot. After speaking, everyone laughed at the same time. Wait a minute, Xinbag took the lead in reacting, could it be that no one remembers where the landmine is? At this time everyone finally reacted. Oops, the grandpa who will deliver the newspaper tomorrow will step on it. Amiao said aloud. Don't worry. Isn't this the wall? Jiang Cheng said, patted the wall behind him, jumped up and stood on the wall. At the same time Jiang Cheng heard the sound of dididai under his feet. Zhongchenpu Street. Why are there mines on the fence? Jiang Cheng asked intermittently when he got up. Didn't you say that you don't miss every place, Aru? Kagura raised his hand and said. Is it all your fault? Xinbao roared, wait a minute, except for this area. Xinbao said and looked at the entire yard, are all the mines buried? But just then, a man's laughter came from the roof, ha 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 ha. That guy is. Xinbag said in disbelief. At this moment, a man with a bright red crotch cloth covering his face and wearing only a pair of shorts jumped onto the main house. But before speaking, I heard the voice of Dididai, followed by a loud explosion. That, are there mines on the roof too? Xin Beiji asked with a black line on his face. Well, because every place can't be let go Aru. Kagura nodded and said. Hey! Our house was blown to the sky first. Xinba roared. A small sacrifice is inevitable, and, don't worry, the orangutan will bear the compensation. Zhang Cheng wiped his nosebleed and said. Even if you say that. Xin Beiji squeezed, it's not the time to say this. How about that underwear thief? Is anyone going to check it out? There seems to be no sound. It's all bombs, how could someone be so stupid to look in the past? Zhang Cheng said with a grin. Who is to blame? Who is to blame for all this? Xinbhe snorted angrily. Don't worry, I just called the police. It is said that the director and deputy director of the Zhenseng team who are patrolling outside will come to clear the landmines. Zhang Cheng replied. Hey, these two people are here now. Xinbei shouted again. Hey? Really? Zhang Cheng was surprised. Hey! Is it okay to pretend to be surprised? Ha ha ha, this is far more difficult. The abnormal underwear thief's voice just sounded, but he just took a step forward, and the voice of Dididai sounded again. Hey, I didn't even look at it. This is the first time. This is too miserable. The whole body is hurt. Xinba Hao covered his eyes and said. I won't give up. These alone can't defeat me. Finally, the man stood up again. www.readaloud.com. The man who took one step at a time was finally only the last few steps away. Go to the eaves. Stop. If you continue like this, you will, dead. Jintoki shouted. The perverts, rascals, perverts, paranoias of the whole country, are still waiting for me to go back, their voices are giving me strength. As he said, the underwear thief swayed again, took a step forward. Di-di-di. Boom. That, it seems to be over. Xinbei couldn't help but said. It's really over. Sure enough, it's over. Everyone said in a rush. Then, what shall we do? Xinbei asked again. Yes, what should I do? What should I do? It hurts my brain, what should I do? Everyone said rushingly again. Don't worry, isn't there an orangutan mine-clearing machine? Zhang Cheng said, pointing to Kondo who was still lying in the pit. Really? Unexpectedly, there is an ape's demoning machine here. Zhang Chensang's eyes are really good. Miao praised. Then, please, gorilla. That night, the entire Edo heard the screams and uninterrupted explosions of a certain orangutan. Yoshihara. Well, you seem to have been misplaced by me and put them in Zhang Chensang's room. As if thinking of something, Sun Wheel suddenly said, I wanted to find Zhang Chengsang. The dirty clothes were washed together, and as a result, you forgot your panties. Haruta. Chapter 12, Wanzi, let's talk briefly, including follow-up. The application for signing the contract was rejected, and I guess the same result will be the same. Therefore, I am not prepared to bother with that effort. The book will not be cut, as I said in the group before, no matter how you go, this book will continue to be written down until the end. The outline is actually written quite a lot. The outline of the main article has been set, including the general assassination, the Woyang decisive battle, and the Silver Soul. These outlines have been written in advance. There are also small long stories, such as the first chapter of Shin Yoshihara, meeting Shinmei and Zhang Cheng, Qing Cheng chapter, Dragon Palace chapter, Yanajihu chapter. These have also set the outline, how the protagonist participates in the event, what changes occur, are all designed. There are also some daily articles, not only the original works, but also a part of my own design, although they may be much worse than the original works. Then next, it is officially generating power for love. Office workers, weekends, work more leisurely, have a girlfriend, I am probably in this situation. I said in the group before that if you can't sign a daily change, or double change every 2000 words, let's talk about this later. At present, it still maintains 3000 words per shift every day. I am a stranger and I like to insist on very subtle things. Therefore, this book will not stop updating. And so, can you brush up on collections, recommendation tickets, comments, and what this chapter says a lot? Autumn pear paste. Give some motivation. Chapter 40, Life is not like an RPG game that will make you level up slowly. Hi! Have you finished watching the Gundam and Transformers series that you have watched 100 times? Zhang Cheng couldn't turn back, his eyes still fixed on the computer screen. That kind of perverted task can't be accomplished anyway. Haruta exclaimed. This is the kid nowadays. When the summer arrives, he clamors to go to the beach. Like when we were young, there was nothing in the summer, without air conditioning, and we could only eat popsicles with a red and white machine in a sultry room. Comic. Zhang Cheng was still staring at the computer in front of him, holding the handle in his hand and operating continuously. If you want to swim, you can go to the swimming pool. If you have to go to the beach, the water in the sea is dirtier than the swimming pool. The summer when you were a kid sounds like nothing short of it. It's just that there is no air conditioner. Haruta spit out, and then said, Mom and Sister Yuiong are ready, only you are left. Sorry, no interest at all. Yuiong walked in at this time, put Zhang Cheng down with one foot, and at the same time dragged Zhang Cheng away. Go, Haruta, the car is ready, remember to bring lubricating oil. Hey! What kind of lubricating oil to bring to the beach? What do you want to teach the children? Just bring a telescope. Zhang Cheng roared, and then said to the three people who were ready to go, trust me. You three go and read and unheard flower name again, and you will never have the idea of going to the beach again. Believe me. You are. What do you want Haruta to see with the binoculars? Yuiong replied, hurry up and get ready to go. But Zhang Cheng seemed to have not heard him, secretly got up and had to go back to his room, but Yuiong did not give Zhang Cheng a chance. Luxury extended black car. Ah, this is the first time to go to the beach after entering Yoshiwara. Hinawa said with a smile, and then made a look of empathy. The last time I saw the sea was before I entered Yoshiwara. At that time, it seemed that it hadn't been too sunny. Is old. I have become an old woman now, and the powder on her face can hardly cover the wrinkles. Zhang Cheng before he was finished muttering, he was struck again, and a Quanwu precision pierced Zhang Cheng's head. Hey! Can you stop hitting me with kunao? Do you know how many kunao you waste a month? The money for making new kunao can buy a lot of games, okay? You trash otaku! Every day, you only know to play games in the room. Are you qualified to say such things? Yuiong countered, also, half of Fengxian's treasure house was sent out by you, right? Send it out for your own sake. Is it my fault? Is it all my fault? Does that guy blame me for taking it away? Zhang Cheng retorted without confidence, besides, I saw old classmates who didn't mix well at the class reunion. Isn't it normal to want to help you unconsciously? Hearing the words, Yuiong couldn't help but snorted and said, Takasuji Shinsuke, the most dangerous and radical barbarian, can that be called an old classmate who has a bad mix? Haha, Zhang Cheng made a haha and scratched his head and continued, actually, I didn't know that Gao Ziyi did such a dangerous thing. I thought it was just a bad mix in a certain company. There is also Kotaro Katsura, known as the noble son of madness. I am really more and more curious about what happened when you got together before. Yuiong muttered disdainfully. The author didn't write. Zhang Cheng replied without thinking. That's it. Speaking of which, Yin Sang is also a former friend of Zhang Cheng, Qing Tai said aloud when the atmosphere was a little stiff. That's right, Zhang Cheng replied casually, but when he wanted to say something, he found the car stopped. What happened? How did it stop? Is it here? Zhang Cheng shouted to the cab. I'm really sorry, my lord, the driver replied, it seems that there was a car accident ahead. I need to wait a little bit. After listening, Zhang Cheng rolled down the car window and looked a short distance ahead, and he saw a few familiar people. This car is really inferior. Yin Shi looked at the scrapped car in front of him and muttered disdainfully, at least I will stop a car like that next time. Yin Shi finished pointing to the extension not far behind. Edition limousine. That is to say, I can't put the cassette, it's really awkward. Kagura took the conversation, and pointed to the limousine behind him. That kind of car will definitely be able to put the cassette in Aru. Kagura sauce, that kind of high-end car definitely doesn't have the function of a cassette player. Zinbeiji couldn't help but reminded. That's impossible, even if it kills the three of you, it might just be the driver who came down and threw down a few coins and then stretched out. A Miao said with a smile. Hey! Is your brother's life worth a few coins? Am I your own brother? Zinbeiji was displeased when he heard it, and immediately retorted. Suda, at least give 1,000 yuan bill. Hasegawa said at the same time. 1,000 yuan, are you satisfied? How worthless is your life? Xinba How roared. Hey! Is my life worth a few coins? Don't be kidding. Come out a familiar head. Oh, do you take a hike with your family? It's you. Zhang Cheng stretched out his head and greeted him skillfully. Hey, you guy, quickly open the door. Yin Shi pulled the car door vigorously, but the door didn't move, because Zhang Cheng was pulling the car door hard. Hey, when did you guys get in the car? Yin Shi looked at Amiao, Xinbag, and Kagura who had entered the car and didn't know when. The whole person was not good. Excuse me, this car only carries ladies and minors. You don't meet the requirements. Goodbye, Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng nodded and said, but Yu Yang was kicked from the window before he finished talking. Zhang Cheng, whose face touched the ground first, watched the starting car slowly leaving. Hey! Why did you leave me too? Zhang Cheng shouted while chasing. Didn't you mean that you only carry minors and ladies? Yu Yang replied seriously, and at the same time rolled the car window. Master, hurry up. Why? The hot sun made Zhang Cheng's whole person bad. Why should I walk with you? Suddenly, my mind is more balanced. Balance your uncle. How far do you have to go in this situation to reach the beach? Brother, are you going to the beach too? Hasegawa said. Ah, Haruta said that he wanted to go to the beach, and then he was tied up. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he could only reluctantly follow the two and a dog. Did you read the newspaper? Hasegawa said, and took out the sweat-soaked newspaper from his arms. Here, it is said that a huge monster appeared on the beach, so there are no guests. Zhang Cheng was stunned in an instant. That means there is no Miss Bikini anymore? So what is the meaning of my coming to the beach? There is no meaning at all, okay. Zhang Cheng said while shaking Yin Shi's neck. Hey, I'm almost choked to death by you. No matter what, I'm going to take a taxi and go home. Zhang Chengbian said and stopped a car, but then Zhang Cheng found out that the wallet in his pocket was missing. Zhang Cheng didn't seem to bring it when he came out. So, you came to the beach to defeat the monster? Haru asked too excitedly. It's amazing. It's like an RPG game. Well, it's actually not what you think it is, it's just that someone offered a huge reward for that monster, so to supplement the family. Speaking of which, Xinbag was a little embarrassed. Beach. Monsters. Brave. Wow. Haruta didn't hear the words behind the new 8. It feels like Haruta-kun has been obsessed with RPG games since the last time. Xin Beiji smiled awkwardly. No, this is not the reason, Yuiong reminded. Hey? What's the reason? Xin Beiji asked curiously. It's all Zhang Cheng's fault. He told me that RP game was not good and forced me to play FP's game all day long. He also said that there is no time for you to upgrade slowly in life. Things like this. Qing Tai complained. Zhang Chensang's character is really elusive. Xinba Ha smiled bitterly. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but it's not wrong. The real life really has no time for you to gradually upgrade. All kinds of the reality is always one after another. Zhang Chengsang may want you to understand this. Ah, the beach is here. A Miao looked out the window and said in surprise. Hey, is it so fast? Xinbag was a little unbelievable, looking at the sea outside the window was a little hard to follow. Kagura on the side looked at the window with interest. The level of excitement was about the same as Haruta. When everyone got to the beach, they got off the bus one after another. The latest one was the sun wheel pushed by Yuiong. Go and pick up that idiot. Yuiong turned to the driver and said. Hearing these words, Hiren couldn't help hiding his face and smiled. Hey, how did the two of you stop the car? Zhang Cheng couldn't stand the heat anymore, and his whole body was almost gone. Jintoki and Hasegawa had already been lying on the ground, and didn't want to move one step further. First, raise your hands and hug your head, and then, inhale into your belly. Bend your body forward and pay attention to the cleavage. Yin Shizuo said weakly, lying on the ground. Zhang Cheng listened more and more wrongly, until he heard the last sentence, I have cleavage. Finally, pounce on the coming car. Yin Shiji slowly said the last sentence. This is the highway. It will be dead. Zhang Cheng roared. But just after the roar, Zhang Cheng felt that a car had stopped behind him. Zhang Cheng turned his head and saw the familiar car. Then quietly opened the car door and sat on it. As the car started, Yin Shi was still lying on his stomach and didn't notice. Chapter 41, Miao, the real name of this work is Miao Hun, so I remembered it all. Hey, haven't the car been stopped yet? I'm really dying. Yin Shi turned his head slowly and said, but Zhang Cheng was nowhere to be found. Yin Shi looked into the distance, and then saw the familiar car. In an instant, Yin Shi got up and rushed at a speed of 100 meters, what a joke! Master driver, give them a speed that can't catch up and can't shake off, just let them run to the beach. Zhang Cheng glanced back and said at the same time. And he poured himself a cup of ice. Ah, it really doesn't work anymore, I feel like I'm going to die. Yin Shi is really not good at lying on the beach, I feel that I have run at least 100 kilometers rounded up. Hey, at most 1 kilometer, your rounding is too much. Zhang Cheng roared. At this time, Yu Yang and the others also walked towards Zhang Cheng. It looks like there are monsters, I'm really excited to think about it. Harita's face was full of excitement, but the new Bajiao on the side was not so excited. Yin sang, high rewards, or something, all are deceptive. Xinbag hesitatingly said to Yin Shi. Then everyone heard a broken sound. This is the crit of Aru in RP game, remember it clearly. Kagura stretched out a finger to explain to Haruta on the side. In fact, the uncle who bought fried noodles made a joke, and that uncle didn't expect anyone to come. Xinbag said again. Hey! Yin Shi stood up, but with his head still hanging down, he slowly walked towards the fried noodle stall not far away, but everyone could feel the inexplicable arrogance burning on him. Zhang Cheng also followed. Hey, why did you make that kind of joke? Yin Shi lowered his head and said, then raised his head. A creature like a man, even when making a joke, he has to bet on his life. What he said to himself, the party is responsible to the end. The boss with big yellow hair and sunglasses couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said with a smile, that little girl has eaten 30 portions of fried noodles. This is sea cucumber fried noodles. Very expensive. Ah, really? Jiang Cheng squatted down and sniffed the fried noodles on the iron plate. It really smells like the sea, and it smells terribly stink. Yin Shi finally couldn't help it, and raised his hand to press the head of the shop owner on the iron plate, and the iron plate instantly made a tsit-sizes sound. Wait, calm down. The shop owner hurriedly said, I have no money, yes. But I will give you the equivalent. Oh, let's take a look first. On the beach, Jiang Cheng stuck his umbrella on the ground, lying still under the umbrella. There is also a big parasol on the side, and under that there are a group of women and children, Hylan, Tsukiyoshi, Kagura, Miao, and Haruta. Sadaharu was digging holes in the sand. It seemed that he could dig through the earth before the end of the novel. At the side of Jintoki, Shinbeiji, and Hasegawa were sitting on the beach side by side without saying a word, wearing the so-called collector's edition t-shirt that the shop owner just brought out, the white t-shirt that says Beach Beach Samurai. This t-shirt is really good, Yin sang. Xinbeiji said, lowering his head. Yes, if my mother accidentally puts on this thing during adolescence, it might cause domestic violence. Yin Shishi lowered his head and replied. That t-shirt, but it is a rare item that only the employees in my store can wear. The chow mein boss on the side shouted, put on that dress, you are both the pride of the sea. So let me go. The pride of the sea won't do such a thing. The shop owner yelled as he carped on the ground. But the three people on the side seemed to have not heard it at all. Yin sang, what should I do next? Xinbag asked in a low voice. This one. Jin Shishi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Hasegawa, that's just a shot. What are you doing? Jin Shiki replied. On the deserted beach, a monster and 3 beach warriors. If we don't protect the sea, who else can protect it? Hasegawa looked at the sea and said with emotion, how do you recover when you encounter a frustrated thing? Mood? Human beings can probably be divided into 2 types according to the method of rejuvenation. As he said, Hasegawa spit out a smoke. One is, looking at something humble than himself, looking for the bottom to find self-comfort. The other is looking at something greater than himself, kicking awake fiercely. I'm the latter. I always run to the beach when I encounter unpleasant things. In order to see my insignificance, by the way, my encounter with my wife Zyoko was also at the beach, do you understand? The sea is my textbook and my teacher. With that, Hasegawa stood up and faced the sea and continued, no matter who it is, there will be 1 or 2 things that are in my heart. Even if I keep changing jobs, my heart is always here. The so-called work is just to feed such self-giving food, it is definitely not a renunciation of gold. This is my vocation. Can you understand? You too. It was Hasegawa who turned his head, but it was only then that Yin Shi and Xinba Hao had run under Jiang Cheng's umbrella long ago, and the 3 were vying for the shadow under Jiang Cheng's umbrella. Hey! Do you have to squeeze the big umbrella next to me? You 2 souls! Jiang Cheng pushed the 2 hard. Hey, are you listening to me? Hasegawa shouted. Don't worry, Madeo, readers must have seen it, we don't care. Yin Shit shouted while pushing Jiang Cheng. Well, thanks to you, I don't know how many words are the author of the street. I don't know what to say if I am secretly happy. I wanted to end 2 chapters, but it seems that I have to write 3 chapters again. The author is now I must be thanking your whole family. Jiang Cheng also shouted. Yin sang, Xin Zhang, at this moment A Miao and Kagura came over. I tried to contact the neighborhood committee on the street. As long as I defeat the alien monster, I will get some reward. Really, sister? Xinbag immediately stood up. Okay. Then you should get your spirits up again. Yin Shi also stood up and lifted Zhang Cheng up. Hey, it seems to be all right with me, Zhang Cheng said, staring at Yin Shi. What are you talking about? All life evolved from the ocean. Your mother is suffering, shouldn't you, a son, come forward? Jin Shiki retorted. My mother is the sea of Hin Xing, not the sea of the earth. Zhang Cheng raised his hand and said. Basically, readers will not remember this setting, so don't worry. Jin Shiki replied. Hey! What kind of person do you consider your readers? Xinbag roared, and at the same time the camera smiled. I'm sorry readers, this silver-haired naturally curled head has some problems. It's such a big lens, you have it all by yourself, what do you want to do? Yin Shi was upset, it's just a pair of glasses that are responsible for complaints. Only glasses that are responsible for complaints. Go away. You too. The camera is mine. I am the protagonist. Zhang Cheng kicked the two directly out of the camera. It's just right. Then it's time for a showdown. Decide who is the protagonist of this novel. Jin Shiki got up and said with a chuckle. Compared. Who is afraid of you? Zhang Cheng was not to be outdone. Hey, all of you are enough. In an instant, A Miao did not know where to take out a box, threw 3 pieces of indescribable dark matter exuding black aura, and hit Zhang Cheng, Yin Shi, and Xin at the same time. 8 chicks. The 3 of them fell to the ground and played GG. Actually, the full name of this novel is maybe this fake Gintama, the real name is Miao Hun. A Miao said with a smile at the camera. Author, hey! Don't tamper with the name of the work casually, okay? A Miao, hey? Do you have any comments? Author, Private Marseille. Voiceover, sure enough, the wicked still need to be grinned by the wicked. A Miao, what did you say? Voiceover, Private Marseille. Isn't the time to talk about this? Xinbag stood up and shouted. I said, how could you reading www.yuyuganshu.com become like this? The fried noodle boss was tied to a cross by the crowd and inserted into the sea as bait. Uncle, did I do anything bad? Uncle, I'm just cooking noodles. Let go of my uncle, my feet are about to soak, the fried noodle boss shouted loudly. But it has no effect. Everyone on the beach has no idea to save people. Harita, it's not right, apply it evenly. Yu Yang, who was wearing a swimsuit, poured a bucket of lubricant on Harita as he said. Did you really bring lubricating oil? What posture do you want him to learn? This is not that kind of shop. Zhang Cheng Kuang spouted, and then looked at the smiling sun wheel, you mother don't care. Is it just dobing beep there? Yu Yang murmured. Swimming only. Nothing to paint. Zhang Cheng roared, and then sighed, Haruta, come here and I will teach you to swim. Really? Harita said in surprise. Yet. After Zhang Cheng replied, he directly mentioned King Tai who was wearing shorts. The density of seawater is much higher than that in the swimming pool, so it is easy to learn. After that, Zhang Chenbei projected pose, go. Haruta. After finishing speaking, Zhang Cheng threw Haruta into the sea. Hey! It's going to be dead. The new Beiji on the side is not good. What are you talking about, new 8 June, Zhang Cheng waved his face, it doesn't matter if boys learn to swim. When I was a child, I was thrown into the sea to learn things like this. I learned things like this. It is more reliable to master than others taught. Looking at Haruta who was struggling, Shinbeiji jumped into the sea quickly. Chapter 42, I really can't think of a title, so let's do it. Haruta, it doesn't matter. Shinbeiji has brought Haruta to the shore, but Haruta's condition is not very good. No. Nothing. Haruta stood up and replied dizzily. Then, let's do it again, Zhang Cheng said and raised Haruta again. I guess you can learn to swim after another 100 times. Come on, Haruta. Hey! That's enough. At least let Haruta-kun add a swimming ring. Sure enough, it's a kid, Zhang Cheng sighed while looking at Haruta and Jin who were swimming in the sea with a swimming ring, and muttered a few words in disdain. How can that kind of thing make people learn to swim? Maybe in the future. He will become a man with natural curly silver hair. Zhang Cheng sang, the alien monster is no longer in this sea, right? Xinba Hao said with a yawn from the side. Just so, I hate seafood the most. Zhang Cheng replied, lying under his umbrella. No, no, Hasegawa walked over at this time, that guy must be in this sea, I can feel it. Alien monsters are waiting for us to confront us, waiting for the decisive battle between men. The excitement when there is nowhere to go. And the feelings of a man. The alien monster must be waiting for the tense battle to come, hiding the entity and not showing up. Can you understand this feeling? After finishing speaking, Hasegawa finally raised his head, but by looking at it, he did not know when he jumped into the sea. And Zhang Cheng on the side had fallen asleep long ago. Next to him are Kagura and Miao holding umbrellas. Miss, can you understand my mood? Well, I can. Amiya replied, and once again took out a lunch box, opened it and handed it to Hasegawa. If you don't dislike it, do you want one? It was made this morning. Egg boiled. Looking at the indescribable thing exuding darkness in the lunch box, Hasegawa swallowed his saliva. That. If you are hungry, you can't fight. Amiao replied. Hasegawa looked at Amiao's clear eyes and could only pick up a piece of it and put it in his mouth, but after chewing for a few bites, Hasegawa's complexion, no, it should be said that the complexion turned green and grey. Kind of. If you don't dislike it, do you want another one? Amiao handed her lunch box again. No, I'm very full. Hasegawa quickly rebuffed, pretending to be full, and looked to the side of Kagura. Little girl, can you understand my mood? It's great, everyone can swim. Kagura said as he looked at Haruta and Shinbaki who were playing in the sea, and Jintoki who was lying on the swimming ring. That's right, girl, you are afraid of the sun, so you can't bathe in the sea. Hasegawa understood and looked into the sea. But, it's actually safer not to enter the water. Maybe the alien monster will jump in a while. Come out, it doesn't matter if that group of people. No matter what, these people who don't listen to people die and forget it. Just after Hasegawa finished speaking, he saw Kagura walking by holding a spherical stone whose diameter was more than the height of an adult. It's great, everyone can swim. Kagura raised the stone and looked towards the sea. Little girl? What are you planning to do? Hasegawa said quickly, besides, where did you find such a big thing? Looking at other people's happiness, it's better to destroy them all. Kagura said solemnly. Everyone, run, there is a crazy girl. This kid is absolutely crazy. Hasegawa just finished shouting, he saw something like shark fin appearing behind the uncle who was used as bait, and getting closer. Hey, everyone, run! Two sides are hit. Hasegawa hurriedly shouted. But the distance is a little far away, and the people playing in the sea can't hear it at all. Girl, wait a minute. Hasegawa shouted to Kagura beside him. Oh! Kagura put down the big rock as he said, but what he didn't notice was that it happened to hit Zhang Cheng next to him. Hey! Brother! Brother, are you okay? Hasegawa looked at Zhang Cheng who had vomited blood and asked quickly. It's not a big problem, Zhang Cheng said as he raised the big stone, and stood up. Kagura-chan, beach volleyball is not played like this. Zhang Cheng held a stone in one hand, and wiped the blood from his mouth with the other. See clearly. The real beach volleyball should be played like this. Zhang Cheng said and threw the big rock out. The direction was exactly where Yin Shi was. After throwing it out, Zhang Cheng was still shouting, "Yin Shi, pick up the volleyball." Yin Shi was finally awake, looking at the stones getting closer and closer to him. He didn't know what to say. At the same time, Yin Shi also heard the screams of the fried noodle boss coming from behind him. At this moment, Yin Shi looked back. At this time, I finally found a huge alien monster resembling a shark, but it was much larger. It's really a two-sided attack. Jintoki murmured. At the same time the stones fell into the sea, and after the huge splash, the sea calmed down again. It's all your fault, brother. Hasegawa on the side saw that the situation was not good. Ah, there are really alien monsters. Zhang Cheng said in surprise, but waved his hand. Don't worry, I will hold a funeral for them at the same time. Is it time to talk about this now? Yu Yang ran over angrily, dragging Zhang Cheng and throwing Zhang Cheng into the sea. After seeing this scene, Miao thought for a while, and at the same time threw Hasegawa into the sea. Hey! Why? Hasegawa shouted in the sky, why even me? Only you two men are left. Men have to take responsibility at this time. Yu Yang shouted from the shore. That's right. Miao agreed. Puff. Zhang Cheng exposed his head from the sea and spit out a mouthful of sea water, the salty and fishy smell, it's really annoying. Zhang Cheng said and retched a few times. At the same time on the sea, Hasegawa also appeared. It doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this now. Look behind us. Hasegawa shouted. At this time, Zhang Chen slowly turned his head and saw the alien monster who was grinning at him. You, hello. Zhang Cheng smiled reluctantly, and the next moment he turned around and swam wildly towards the shore. Hey! Brother! Wait for me! Hasegawa shouted from behind, aren't you here to save people? I will cry for 10 more minutes at the funeral, let them rest assured. Zhang Cheng shouted without looking back, and I really hate the smell of sea. Swim back for me, soul light. Yu Yang shouted and jumped down, hitting Zhang Cheng's head. What are you doing? Zhang Cheng shouted, covering the wound on his head. Then the two pinched again in the sea, but just as the two were up there, a huge shadow appeared on Zhang Cheng's head. Zhang Cheng and Yu Yang turned their heads at the same time, and they saw eyes larger than human heads watching themselves. You, hello. Zhang Cheng said and turned to swim to the shore again. Hey! Leave the woman and run away. Are you still a man? Yu Yang chased after www.readaloud.com and shouted. Hey, you two don't have to run. Hasegawa's voice sounded behind. Hey, there seems to be a sound. Yu Yang said. Don't look back. When you look back, you will definitely be eaten. Do you know the story of a ghost? This must be the situation now. Zhang Cheng replied without thinking. You too, it's really okay. Hasegawa's voice sounded again. Would you like to look back? Yu Yang suggested. Don't look at it. It's just the sound of death. It's the same level as the singing of the mermaid. Zhang Cheng replied, and shouted without looking back, Maideo. Don't worry, I will make one for you. A magnificent funeral. Can you listen to people talking? How big is your brain? Yin Shi's voice sounded. Even Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng wiped the corners of his eyes a little bit, and shouted without looking back, Yin Shi. Your funeral is a year of strawberry milk, don't worry. But that's the end. The next moment, Xinbag was thrown by Yin Shi, and it happened to hit Zhang Cheng in the head. At this time, Yu Yang turned around and found that everyone was lying on the back of the alien monster without incident. Zhang Cheng sat on the beach, watching the ecstatic people playing with the alien monsters in the distance, curled his lips and lay down again. Although it looks like that guy is not bad. Hasegawa said to the side. That guy must just want to play with us, I understand, because the guys who live in the sea are not bad. Because the sea can wash all evil. But Zhang Cheng is already asleep. Chapter 43, Men Really Pay More Attention to Women and number 039, S appearance. True Selection Group Single. Thank you so much, Zhang Cheng sang Xin Beiji said, rubbing his bracing belly. Following this, poor samurai also suffered, both of you. Zhang Cheng paid the payment, put away his wallet, and said casually, you should eat well when you are underage, not picky eaters, otherwise you will not grow taller. Why can't you be picky eaters? Haven't you been picky eaters since you were young? Have you secretly put all the spinach in the wig lunchbox? Yin Shi murmured disdainfully, also, why just ask me to eat a bowl of unsweetened food? Ramen. Why can they choose whatever they want? Why treat it differently? At least buy me a cup of parfait. I never said I would treat you to it. I will pay for my own ramen. Zhang Cheng said and walked out of the shop, followed by Kagura and Shinbaki. Speaking of which, why didn't Zhang Cheng sang come out with Haruta today? Zinbeiji asked curiously. Last time I heard from the doctor that Zhang Cheng sang is now Haruta's tutor. Well, he hadn't finished the Gundam series and Transformers series that he arranged for him 100 times before, so he was banned by the Sun Wheel. Zhang Cheng replied casually. It's just a summer vacation, it can't be done at all. Xin Bajia vomited, besides, there is no summer homework to watch Gundam 100 times. How much do you like Gundam? Xinba how, ask yourself, don't you want such a cool big robot? Zhang Cheng turned his head and asked, do you really don't want it in your heart? Don't you want a hornet that can be deformed like this? Sports car? Do you really want to have Megan Fox sitting in the co-pilot? Do you really want to do something that cannot be written on the hood of the Hornet with Megan Fox in the field? P.S. I only like one or two the heroine. P.S. Megan Fox, the heroine of the first and second Transformers movies. Hey, the last few subjects have completely become Megan Fox. Xin Bajia vomited. Megan Fox? Zhang Cheng continued to say to himself, ah, I understand. I also like the scene of the engine overhauling the engine on the hood. The score is 10 points. Is that so, Aru? Kagura stopped a car as he spoke, kicked the hood, and put on the same pose as Megan Fox, and pouted his ass. A bit. Looking at the passers-by and the driver shivering with fright, Zhang Cheng and Xinbag were full of black lines. It's very destructive, Xinbag replied. Ahaha. Zhang Cheng gave a haha without answering. In this way, is the type that Zhang Cheng sang likes Megan Fox's type. Xinbajia finally turned the topic back. No, the genre I like is that of Wang Zuxian, who plays Xiao Qian in the Hong Kong movie A Chinese Ghost Story. Zhang Cheng replied earnestly. It's a distance from one end of the earth to the other end. I don't know how to complain. He sighed softly, and Xinba how had to follow Zhang Cheng's words. Wang Zuxian in A Chinese Ghost Story is indeed beautiful. It's plausible. Zhang Cheng was excited when he heard it, yes. Especially the little bit of playfulness and sexiness that comes out of the innocence, which is simply overwhelming. Especially the scene in the wooden barrel, wet body beep, it's so impressive. Hey, it seems to have said something terrible. It has nothing to do with the first half of your sentence. I only like it because I am wet. Xinba how didn't know how to complain. Hey, forget it, I don't want to complain anymore. Speaking of which, there is really little work recently. This summer seems to be very hot, no one wants to go out. Xinbajia sighed. Go out more, in fact, work is everywhere, don't believe me. Zhang Cheng pointed to the urgent. Recruit a mage, said the paper. This is. Xinbajia walked over as he said, looking at the paper carefully, this is posted by Genzingamai. And the commission is high. Look, isn't this kind of work suitable for you? It must be a job like chuling. You can make a lot of commissions if you change your costume and flicker at will. No one can see it anyway. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Feel free to say. As long as this can be done, I can change to a big air conditioner this summer. Xinba Hao said excitedly, and at the same time looked at Yin Shi, who was behind everyone with a look of lovelessness, and shouted, Yin Sang. Work. High commission, effortless work. Really? Yin Shi was resurrected on the spot for an instant, and rushed over at a speed of 100 meters. Where? Where? I just paid all the money on my body and the jump I just bought. For the ramen money. Look, here. Xin Beiji tore off the notice posted on the telephone pole and handed it to Yin Shi. Yet, Suga, this kind of work is simply tailor-made for the current house of everything. Yin Shi had finished the change after saying that he had never got a hat on his head and used it at the same time. The bandage wrapped his entire head around, leaving only 2 eyes. Kagura didn't know where he got a hat on his head, and at the same time snatched a pair of fortune teller's sunglasses. Xinbag is even simpler, covering his entire head with a white cloth, and changing into a pair of toy glasses. Hey, come over there. Jiang Cheng pointed to Yamazaki, who was posting notices not far away, and reminded him softly, Look here. Look here. You also give me a change of outfit. Yin Shi whispered, and at the same time, the new 8 jokes and channel will be a reformation to Jiang Cheng. Hey! Why do you want me to participate in your work? I have to go home to play games. Jiang Cheng retorted, but Jiang Cheng did not have the slightest resistance against the crowded trio of the House of Everything. After changing Jiang Cheng into the clothes of an old fortune teller, Yin Shi cleared his throat while watching Yamazaki, who was running over, and said, Ahem, brother over there, I see a haze between your eyebrows. But it's not very accurate. Come closer. Hey, really? Can you really see it? Yamazaki rushed over excitedly. After Yin Shi took a closer look, he sighed and shook his head. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who was beside his face, said in a low voice, This situation seems to be very tricky. Jiang Chengdu hasn't reacted yet, and hasn't said a word for a while. Master! Is it really serious? Is it so serious that you can't say a word? Yamazaki was obviously frightened, and then he bowed, Masters, please help us. This. Silver Time paused, as if a little embarrassed, It seems that you are something that you can't provoke. Even if we make a move, although we can eliminate it 100%, our Taoism will at least be depleted. More than half. There is no problem with the rewards. Yamazaki said and handed over his wallet, This is just a deposit. I will definitely give you a generous reward in the aftermath. It's not a question of remuneration, it's just, hey, it doesn't matter, meeting is also fate, we will go with you to cast demons and slayers. Yin Shi calmly took out all the 10,000 yuan bills in Yamazaki's wallet and put them into himself in his arms, said at the same time. Really? Thank you so much. My Yamazaki retires will spend my whole life thanking you. Yamazaki said in tears. Seeing Jintoki and Yamazaki walking in front of him, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of a good idea, smirked in secret, and whispered to Kagura and Shinbaki, Hey, you two, do you want to know Jintoki? Weakness. At the same time, really choose the group. It's really horrible. Hello, how many are these? 14 looked at the members of the Shinzengamai who were being brought in, and his expression was a little ugly. Well, it's already the 18th person. Sugo replied, More than half of the members have been brought down. At this point, even I am a little hairy. What a joke, the world-famous Shinzengamai was brought down by ghosts. www.readaloud.com. This shameful thing must not be revealed, it is too shameless. After 14, he slowly spit out a puff of cigarette. 14, don't confuse me, I was brought down by mayonnaise. Kondo said on the side. What you added is really superfluous. 14 replied without looking back. The incident should start from last night. Last night, Shinsengamai members gathered together with flashlights to tell supernatural stories. The Shinsengamai member named Inuyama told a strange story about a woman in a red kimono. It was about to be said. When he was excited, 14 appeared behind the crowd with fried noodles and shouted, "There is not enough mayonnaise." Was really frightening a group of people, especially Kondo, who rolled his eyes in fright and fainted with foam. Then the time came this morning. When it was time for the exercise, they found that half of the people were not doing exercises. The 14th was about to be angry, but suddenly received a report from the subordinates saying that those who did not come to exercise were all in a coma and were still sleeping. Saying this nonsense from time to time, it seems a bit painful. Amidst the bewildering nonsense, women in red kimonos appeared. Sugo sat at the table and analyzed, "Is it the weird story that Inuyama said? Stupid. I don't believe in ghosts." 14 retorted without hesitation. "If you despise the spirit too much, you will get retribution." 14. Kondo said, sitting at the door, "This house is cursed, it must be entangled by an incredible spirit." "What kind of stuff? It's stupid." 14 looked disapproving, but then remembered that there seemed to be something on the roof at night. "Ah, isn't it?" But at this time, Yamazaki's voice sounded, "Chairman, I brought it." Chapter 44, Can an egg hatch a baby chick? Only the mother who lays the egg. Seeing Zhang Cheng and the trio in the house of everything who had been dressed until they were unrecognizable, 14 couldn't help but feel a little depressed. "What? I can't find these guys to play acrobatics. No, I just want to invite them to get rid of spirits." Kondo explained. "What are you kidding? These guys are suspicious at first sight." 14 looked at the four of them again and said, "Oh! Behind you, my brother!" Kagura exclaimed, pointing to the back of 14 and stopped talking. "What's wrong? What's wrong behind my back?" 14 asked. But Kagura didn't answer, but murmured to the Jinchiki on the side, but the 14 still heard things like, "I can't save it, I can only donate it. Can I slash them? Can I?" After saying 14, he would draw his sword. But Kondo on the side hurriedly stopped, and looked at the four of Zhongcheng who were dressed up in disguise. "Master, can you think of something? This is really scary, and no one dares to go to the hut." "Leave it to me, gorilla." Kagura stepped forward. "Ah, did you call me a gorilla just now?" Kondo reacted and said, "You call me a gorilla?" In the room, the four Zhongcheng and the three Genzengamai sat opposite each other. "I looked around the house just now, and felt a very powerful spirit fluctuation, gorilla." Jintoki said aloud. "Hey! You did say a gorilla this time." Kondo replied. "Hey, let's try chuling first, but the corresponding price is not cheap, gorilla." Kagura said at this time. "Hey, you guys are addicted." 14 This is an allowed reminder. Speaking of which, what kind of spirit is it? Orangutan? Sogo asked. Infected. The habit of the orangutan at the end is infected. Kondo exclaimed. That is the factory manager. Kagura was punched by Jin Shizuo just after he said it. That is the spirit of the factory manager who was choked to death by the conveyor belt. Jinchiki replied. I said, what everyone sees seems to be a female spirit. Kondo said. That's wrong, said Zinbeiji, squeezing his throat. That is a factory manager who is said to look like a conveyor belt, but is actually the spirit of a woman who committed suicide. Aren't you too long? There is no need to say whether the factory manager's attributive is good or not. It's just the number of water words. 14 shouted, and at the same time looked at Zhang Cheng who had been silent on the side. Hey, why have you been silent, why? Not talking. Zhang Chenshi didn't expect to be Q at this time. Although he hadn't thought about his lines yet, he still bit the bullet and said, "It doesn't matter whether the factory manager or the female spirit is good. It doesn't matter if women can't be women. Is the factory manager." After listening to, everyone's faces were revealed, so it is so. Shocked expression. But Zhang Cheng was a little bit happy at this time, so he didn't stop, and continued editing, and said, "Moreover, the trouble is not the spirit of the factory manager, but you." V-shaped Lu Haijun. What did you say? 14 became anxious when I heard it. Don't talk nonsense, believe it or not, I cut you off. Humph, do you always hear someone whispering in your ear in your sleep? Keep saying things like kill you. Of course not. 14 just wanted to refute, but suddenly remembered that this was the case, and was stunned for an instant. No. 14, you. Kondo also saw that something was wrong. So, the trouble is not the spirit of the factory manager, but you. Zhang Cheng said, closing his eyes and pretending to say a few words, then opened his eyes and shook his head and sighed, "Private Marseille, I powerless." Really, is it really that serious? Kondo said. 100 times longer than that red-clothed factory. Zhang Cheng replied without hesitation. At the same time, he stood up and walked to the door. I just discovered this situation, so, then. Before he said goodbye, he said, "Hey, even if there is, it is just the spirit of the smasher who died under my sword. I don't care about that level. 14, I just told you just now, don't despise the spirit." Kondo said and quickly got up and stopped Zhang Cheng, "Master. Please save the 14. It's not impossible, but, hey," Zhang Cheng sighed as he finished speaking, and faced the three people in the House of Everything, "Let's go, this is no longer something we can solve." After listening, the Wanchaiwo trio also stood up and walked towards the door. All three of them understood Zhang Cheng's routine. At this critical moment, 14 finally lowered his head and said, please wait. Then, please tell us about the general hobbies or habits of the Turkmen. I want to analyze it." Zhang Cheng said in a deep voice. At this time everyone sat down again. "Well, I have to eat several bottles of mayonnaise every day, I have to put mayonnaise on everything I eat, and I have to smoke every day." Kondo was interrupted by Zhang Cheng before he could finish. "That's it. I already know it. Hey! Isn't it too sloppy?" 14 vomited. "No, not sloppy at all." Zhang Sung raised his head, and Conan's BGM sounded, "There is only one truth. That is mayonnaise. Hey! It has nothing to do with the spirit at all. I really cut you off," cried 14. "It doesn't matter. You are so young." Zhang Cheng snorted disdainfully, and at the same time asked 14 questions. "Then, let me ask, what is the main ingredient of mayonnaise?" "Egg." 14 replied without thinking. "That's right. The truth is eggs." Zhang Cheng said blindly, "We all know that eggs are divided into those that can hatch chicks and those that can't. So, how do you distinguish the eggs used in the mayonnaise you eat? Is it possible to hatch chicks or not? Even if the merchants say they use eggs that can't cover the chicks, but they carelessly put in the eggs that can hatch the chicks, what should I do? Eat every day. Have you ever thought about this problem when you lose a lot of mayonnaise? In other words, how many unborn chicken lives have you taken away? Do you understand?" 14 cigarettes fell out of his mouth. At this time, the heart of the three people in the House of Everything was completely shocked. New 8, really? Really Flicker? Perfectly clothed? There is no excuse at all. It's Zhang Cheng saying. Silver time, I have completely ignored the topic of the woman in red. I'm completely caught up in Zhang Cheng's rhythm. Terrible man. Kagura, have I also eaten eggs that can hatch chickens? Aru. So, according to the master, is it a collection of grievances of those little chickens who failed to come to this world? Kondo analyzed. That's right. Zhang Cheng replied. Open, open, what a joke. 14 roared, it's not my fault, right? Shouldn't they go to the wrong person? I'm just a consumer. Consumers? Hey, Zhang Cheng sneered again, if there were no consumers, there would be no mayonnaise. And do you think they didn't go to the person who picked them wrong? Everyone was dumbfounded again. You mean, the woman in red? Kondo murmured. That's right. The woman in red is the factory manager of the mayonnaise factory. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he quietly gave the 3 people in the house of everything an okay gesture, and the group of 3 people in the house was shocked again. Silver time, lying in a big trough. New 8, 2 strong. Perfectly clothed. Completely seamless. The whole story is completely strung together. Not only the spirits of the little chicken cubs made up, but even the red-clothed women were also strung in. Kagura, Private Marseille. Eggs. That, Sugo raised his hand at this time, didn't you just say that you committed suicide? That red-clothed factory manager. So it's still too young, Zhang Cheng said, shaking his head. For them, disguising a person as suicide is as simple as a high school student calculating addition and subtraction within 10. Well, what will happen to him at 14? You just said there is a way. What should I do? Kondo asked eagerly. Hey, don't be kidding. 14 said intermittently, how can I agree with that kind of thing? Then, please give me a bottle of mayonnaise. Zhang Cheng stretched out a hand and said. Hey, what can you read from www.youkansha.com? 14 said so, but he still passed a bottle of mayonnaise to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng looked at the mayonnaise in his hand, looking left and right, still counting. There seem to be 3 in this bottle, Zhang Cheng said casually, the spirit of the 3 little chickens. In an instant, the cold sweat on the 14 heads came down. No, did you read it wrong? Yin Shi snatched the bottle of mayonnaise. No matter how you look at it, there are at least 30. Look here, 1, 2, 3, 4. The sweat on 14's face is getting more and more, and his face is getting worse. Hey, what the is going to do? 14 asked intermittently. Let's leave it to the 3 of us. You don't need the master to get rid of the spirit. Leave it to the 3 of us. Jin Shiki set out first, although it will reduce our Taoism by more than half. But Yinchi hadn't finished speaking yet. 14 had already taken out his wallet, put all the banknotes on the ground, and pushed towards Yinchi. Jin Shiki calmly put it in his arms, and at the same time gave Shinyagi and Kagura a wink. The 2 understood, and stood up at the same time. Anyway, your name is Yamazaki, right? Jintoki walked to the side of Yamazaki who was sitting at the door and said, I will let the spirit fall on you and then get rid of it. Looking at the 3 people with bad expressions, Yamazaki was a little panicked for a while. Bridge, Kiyadusak, may I ask, what is the so-called removal method? Pick one piece with you, Yinshi replied. What? Then anyone can do it. What do you want? Yamazaki retorted. No, not everyone can do it, only the virginity of Yamazaki. Zhang Cheng said while sitting in the room. Chapter 45, Perseverance and Momentum Don't Work Everywhere. Hey! Why? Why must it be called Yamazaki? And why must be virginity? Why is there such a specific condition? And why can you see virginity? Yamazaki shouted. Shut up, Yamazaki, it's just a virginity. Readers who take up so many words will be angry, but it's just a virginity. Always enlightened. Hey! Why do you say it twice? Wow! As soon as Yamazaki's words were spoken, Jintoki punched him in the stomach, and instantly rolled his eyes. Now the spirit is attached. Jinchiki explained loudly, next, we only need to eliminate Yamazaki and the spirit together, and it's enough to beat Bien. Chiao, Kiyaduzak, 14, who was sitting with his head down, said at this moment, that, is there a way to eliminate the little chicken spirit? Looking at 14 who raised his head seriously, Zhang Cheng couldn't help being a little bewildered for a while, but he still bluntly said, it's not without, but, just now, our spiritual power has been exhausted. After that, Zhang Cheng turned to Yin Shizhen. The man winked. The three of them understood, fell directly to the ground and began to twitch, spitting out a red, unknown liquid. Even Zhang Cheng is the same. What's the matter? Master. Kondo said quickly. Just said that spirit is too powerful. Zhang Cheng got up and rubbed his chest, raised his head to pretend to be weak, but smirked secretly, and thought to himself, sure enough, just now the Fanta I bought is in line. Unexpectedly, to do this for us. Kondo's nose and tears welled up. Then let me come. 14 stood up and said at the same time. You are just an ordinary human. Zhang Cheng was surprised. All are my fault, so, this sin should all be borne by me. 14's face was a little gloomy. Hey, good vibe, Zhang Cheng said with a grin, that evening. Finally finished, please ascend to heaven. 14 said to the countless small graves that he had erected in the yard. An empty bottle of mayonnaise is buried in every small grave, and small tombstones are erected, densely filled with words, Jiichiro, Jijiro, Jisaburo, Jishiro, Jishiro. And 3 incense sticks are lit in front of every small grave. Hey, are we going too far? Xin Beiji asked in a low voice, will the earth mulberry dare not eat mayonnaise again in the future? What are you talking about, 8th? We are helping others, Yin Shi replied casually, quitting mayonnaise is good for his health, and we are also accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. Are you saying that? Kagura. Jinshi turned his head to see Kagura. I didn't know when he also ran to the graves, and kept chanting sorry. Never eat egg rice bowl again and so on. Hey! We have a fool here too. Xinbag was dumbfounded. At that moment, 14 came over and asked Zhang Cheng, is this all right? Hey! Zhang Cheng was communicating with Zhang Guyu just now about some unknown things, and he didn't notice that 14 came over, so he was a little dazed for a while. That's okay. It's important to your mood. The thoughtful mood of those little chickens. The mood of wanting them to go to heaven. Don't worry. If your mood is serious, then you can feel it whether it's the spirit or anything else. In the mood. 14 spit out a smoke ring, and slowly turned his head to look at the sunset in the distance, his eyes as complicated as they were. Zhang Cheng, Yinshi, and Xinbag who looked aside all laughed secretly. What should the spirit of that woman in red dress do? Kondo said at this moment. The most troublesome thing has been solved, you can use perseverance momentum whatever you want at that level. Zhang Cheng replied casually. Hey! Perseverance momentum, it won't work. It won't work no matter what you think. It's absolutely impossible to deal with that kind of thing. Kondo shouted. Hey! Is it possible that you are afraid? Zhang Cheng glanced at Kondo and said, as the world-famous director of Shinzingami, I am afraid of the spirit of a woman in red? Are you still a samurai? That's right, we are samurai. 14 turned around and said, samurai shouldn't be afraid of that illusory thing, master, I understand. Children can be taught. Zhang Cheng's face was slightly raised, revealing a relieved expression. Kondo leaned into 14's ear and whispered, 14, can you accompany me to the toilet? It's been almost a day. But Zhang Cheng and several others have also heard. 14 just wanted to give a reprimand, when Kagura leaned over and said with a smirk, it's so pitiful, Do you want me to accompany you to the bathroom? Dare to fool the samurai. Kondo was anxious when he heard it, but his attitude turned around 180 degrees, then please accompany me to the toilet door. You actually ask her. 14 was very angry. I can't help it, it's really been too long. Kondo turned his head and said innocently. Come on, let's go. Then Kagura led Kondo to the toilet. Looking at Kondo's back, 14 had a black line on his face. Please keep this matter secret. 14 said to Zhang Cheng. Don't worry, you see a lot of this kind of situation. Zhang Cheng said brazenly, we won't talk about this kind of thing. Does it really matter? It seems to be serious, Xin Beiji said, squeezing his throat, although we don't care about that level of spirit, you ordinary people. Who should I look down on? 14 said disdainfully, if you think of the other party as a 3D projection, there is no need to be afraid, after all, there is no entity. Hey? Tu Fang-san, did you really see the woman in red? Sugo asked. Can't tell, but... 14 thought of the scene last night. At that time, it seemed that I really saw something unclear. That's the attitude. It doesn't matter what kind of things. Zhang Cheng said a little bit. But at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a scream. It was Kondo. Everyone reacted and rushed to the toilet. What happened? 14 rushed into the toilet first and asked. It may have been zippered to Aru. Kagura replied. What a joke. 14 said and kicked the door open, only to see that Kondo's head was stuffed into the toilet, and the whole person was completely scared and passed out. Looking at Kondo, who was lying on the tatami and constantly saying things like woman in red kimono, everyone didn't know what to say. This situation. 14 had just made a sound, and was stunned by Zhang Cheng's operation. Seeing Zhang Cheng help Kondo up and go down with a knife, Kondo stopped whispering. What are you doing? Soul pale. Don't worry, just sleep in this situation. Zhang Cheng replied casually, then, I'll go to the toilet. After that, Zhang Cheng stood up and walked to the door. Kagura, I want to. New 8, I want to. Sugo, then, I want to. After speaking, the four of them walked out one after another. Only the 14th and the silver hour that have not reacted are left. After going out, Zhang Cheng and the four did not go to the toilet, but followed Zhou to a utility room. Remove the disguise, Sujun is his own. Zhang Cheng said, removing the disguise from his body. Hey! Hey! Xin Beiji was a little unbelievable, pointing to Zogo for a long time and was speechless. Okada-san also, when did you get together? Humph, the communication between men sometimes only depends on one look. Zhang Cheng said casually. But Xinbag saw the dangerous aura on the faces of Zhang Cheng and Zhongwu, and couldn't help but vomit. No, it's natural that you can use eye contact. But having said that, Kagura-chan is too much for you to do. It scared the gorillas so much that I almost never came back. www.readaloud.com Zhang Cheng complained, but then watched. Xiang Zhonggu, are you ready? Don't worry, boss, I prepared it exactly according to your requirements. Sugo said and took out several red kimonos, wigs, and flashlights from behind. Hey, have you prepared something like this? Xinbag didn't know what to say. The three people gathered around the red kimonos and wigs to discuss the plan, but they didn't notice the words of Kagura behind them, the orangutans are not my Aru. Then, the plan is Heartbeat. A night of horror with silver-haired natural curls and V-shaped Lu Hai Jun. Zhang Cheng said to the three of them who had changed their outfits. Hey, are we a bit too much? Zinbeiji pulled his red kimono and couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. What are you talking about? New Beiji? That silver-haired natural curler who doesn't even get paid, this is a punishment. Zhang Cheng said while adjusting his wig. Unexpectedly, Tu Fang Sang was afraid of such a thing, and the position of deputy chief may really belong to me now. Zhou Wu turned on the flashlight and smiled. Then, turn off the switch first. Zhang Cheng stretched out a finger and said. On the other side, when the 14 and the silver were sitting in the room, seeing everyone hadn't come back for a long time, he couldn't help being a little impatient. Hey, why haven't those 4 people come back? 14 couldn't help muttering. Maybe it's a big one. Jin's hero replied casually while flipping through the jump he didn't know where he was looking for. But the next moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and then the 2 heard a scream of screams, and it was the 4 Zhongcheng who had just gone out. Chapter 46, There will always be various accidents in the set script. Hey! What's the matter? Yin Shi was completely stunned by the situation in front of him. Have you been recruited? Although the 14 was panicked, he forced a calm expression, that nasty spirit of the red-dressed woman. Hey, you, are you scared? Jin Shiki asked with a trembling. That, there is. 14 said stiffly, I see, you are scared, the spirit remover is afraid of the spirit, it makes people laugh out loud. You are the one who is, afraid of. You don't know what you are talking about. Yin Shi would rather die than admit that he was afraid. Didn't you say that you want to treat the spirit as a 3D projection? It's not easy to speak. 14 retorted, anyway, you have to check and repair the switch first. Who is going? Yin Shi asked. 14 did not reply, because 14 got stuck, and I don't know how to answer. No matter who goes, 2 people will be in a state of 1 person. It's better to go with 2 people. Jintoki suggested, I am not afraid, but I am worried that you are afraid alone, so I proposed that. Cut, I am worried that you are left alone and afraid, so I didn't speak. 14 retorted. What did you say? But at this moment, a gust of wind blew in, shocking both of them. I found. Zhang Cheng stood outside the door hiding in the dark, pinching his throat, and said hoarsely, 2, only. Hey! Did you hear any noise? Yin Shi was sweating, looking at the 14 who was aside. No. Nothing. 14 also panicked, that's just the sound of the wind. It's just the sound of the wind. Suda. It must be the sound of the wind. Yin Shizu comforted himself, the sound of the wind is like talking. Really? I found. Sugo pinched his throat and said, 2, only. At this time, Sugo was hiding opposite Zhang Cheng. Hey! Okay, it seems that there is another voice. Jin Shiki said with a vibrato. It's just the sound of the wind. 14 bit the bullet and said, it's just the sound of the wind. Nothing. Yes, no. Get up, eggs. Kagura squeezed his throat and said, lying on the roof. Hey! There is another voice. It seems to have said an egg. You said an egg, right? Jin Shizuo was already trembling with fright. It's still the wind. The sound of the wind, you are so big. Don't comfort yourself at this time, okay? Yin Shishi roared, go out and surrender. Hey, your voice, why does it sound so familiar? 14 finally reacted. With the help of the faint moonlight, he could slightly see the somewhat curved silver pieces exposed in the gap between the bandages on Yin Shi's head. Hair, so it's you. 14 said while tearing off the disguise of Yin Shi. This is actually a misunderstanding. Yin Shi said quickly upon seeing this. Misunderstand your size. Wow, a lot of eggs. Nu Beiji pinched his throat as he was hiding under the floor at the door of the room. There seems to be another voice. Jintoki said, that. You guys did it all. Don't think this will scare me. 14 continued to pull at Yinshi's clothes. This is not in our plan. Yin Shizuo exclaimed, we just want to make easy money. Suddenly, the 14's hand stopped. Really, what you mean, really, really? It's true. Yin Shi had just finished speaking, and another gust of wind blew in. At this time, the hearts of the two of them had already cooled for half. Kichiro, Kisaburo. This is Zhang Cheng. Gyo's hero, Giro Kuro. This is Sugo. Ji Chi Lang, Ji Beep Lang, Ji Lang. This is Kagura. Ji Shi Lang, Ji Shi Lang. This is the new 8. Hello. Didn't you say you have ascended to heaven? 14 shouted. It must be that your mood is not pious enough. Yin Shit retorted, and at the same time knocked off the hand on his shoulder. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. I should have said this. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. 14 said and patted the one on his shoulder. It's all your fault. Yin Shi tugged at 14's collar and shouted, hurry up and apologize. What are you talking about? You are so pale. It's you who should apologize. You angered her. It's all your fault. 14 was unwilling to show weakness, and both hands grabbed Yin Shi's collar. Hey! Didn't you say not to pat me on the shoulder? The two shouted at the same time. But the next moment both of them were stunned, because their hands were pulling each other's collars, and they turned their heads mechanically. With the help of moonlight, they finally saw the owner of those hands, one with an open mouth and a long tongue. Of women in red kimono. Ah! The two shouted at the same time and they rushed out at the same time. But as soon as I left the house, I saw Zhang Cheng hiding at the door. Ah! The two changed directions and ran, but they turned their heads and saw Sugo again. Ah! The two ran directly towards the yard, but they saw the new 8 chicks again. Ah! The two jumped on the roof in an instant, but Kagura was already waiting here. Ah! Ha 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 ha, I'm so ridiculous, my stomach hurts with laughter, no more, ha 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 xinba how almost laughed while clutching his belly. Where is this? Sugo said disdainfully. This is just the beginning. Zhang Cheng and Zhang Guo said at the same time. I think it's almost done. Xin hesitated. What are you talking about, new 8 June, how can this punishment be enough for the silver-haired natural curler who is not paid? Zhang Cheng waved his hand and said, then, let the 5 of us officially begin this night of fright. Right. Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. He always realized the voice. That's right, 5 people together. Kagura replied. I really can't do anything with you, then 5 people together. Xinbag said helplessly, but then he reacted, 5 people. It's 5 people. The makeup made by this guy is really lifelike. It must be arranged by Su Wujun. This makeup technique is really amazing. Zhang Cheng pointed to a red who didn't know what to add to the 4. Yi woman said. That's really true. If I don't tell me that this makeup is fake, I can't tell it. Xinba Hao looked at the red woman carefully and said. Really, Aru? Kagura said and tugged at the face of the woman in red. It's cold, it's amazing. This is not my arrangement. Sogo said at this moment, raising his hand. That was the arrangement of the new 8 haunts, right? Well done, the new 8 haunts. Zhang Cheng said with emotion. No, it's not me. That's Kagura sauce. Zhang Cheng said from his lips, but he had already set up an escape posture, and the other 3 were the same. How can you think about this? Let's run away. After Zhang Cheng shouted, the 4 of them disappeared from the same place in an instant, and began to flee with their lives. It's a real woman in a red kimono. The fake encounter is real. Zhang Cheng said as he ran. Hey! You really have a female spirit in red here. Xinba Hao spit out frantically, and at the same time his footsteps did not stop. How do I know? Sugo said without looking back, Anyway, let's run first. Hey, Xinbag, you turn your head and take a look, is the woman in red still behind us? Zhang Cheng proposed to the Xinbag. No. Don't die. Xinbag said while speeding up. Seeing Zhang Cheng also speeded up, so did Sugo and Kagura. As a result, the four of them caught up with the 14th and the silver hour running in the blink of an eye, and surpassed the past. Hey! Why are they running faster than us? 14 cried, and stopped at the same time. Jinshi also stopped suddenly. Yinshi, V-shaped Lu Haijun, Private Marseille. Please pose for death. Zhang Cheng shouted in front of him without looking back. At the same time, the four of them were in the way and removed all the disguise on their bodies. It turns out it's you guys. 14 didn't fight, and was about to scold him. www.readaloud.com. One hand was on 14's shoulder, and 14 was helpless with a cigarette. Said, you have to be careful to tease the vice chief. How many times is it? You are Yamazaki, right? Hey, really? Jintoki turned around with a grin, tugged the hair of the woman in red kimono behind him, but found that he couldn't pull it off. The cold sweat flowed down instantly, and he ran away instantly. Run a fart. It's just Yamazaki pretending to be a hammer. 14 said indifferently. That is real. Jintoki said as he ran. Hey? Really? Are you kidding me? 14 said, then turned around. Yamazaki, give you 10 seconds to remove your disguise, or you'll cut my belly. But the woman in the red kimono did not speak, but spit out a long tongue. Ah! 14 moments of confusion, but the foot has already taken the lead, and quickly followed in the direction of Jintoki's escape. I was killed. I was really killed this time. Xinbag murmured, holding his head, we are still pretending to be her, and we will definitely be killed this time. At this time Zhang Cheng, Sugo, Shinbeiji, and Kagura were hiding in a small warehouse. Congratulations, it's time for me to sit on the throne of the vice chief. He always realized his voice. Is it the time to say such things? Xinbag was not well. Don't worry, Zinbeiji, now mourn for the two of them. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he began to recite the death mantra. Is there anyone lighting a lamp? Sugo said while groping on the ground. Oh, I found a mosquito coil. I always enlightened a plate of mosquito coils and placed them on the ground. What the is that? What the is going on? Zinbeiji murmured. Chapter 47, Masangamai Supernatural Event, End. Is Yinjiang dead? Is he really dead? Kagura squatted on the ground, hugging his legs and said. Actually, I used to summon demons by evil methods before in order to make the earth mulberry die. Sugo stretched out a finger and said analysis, that stuff, shouldn't it be my time? I said, what is your black belly index? Xinbag yelled. You turned out to be the culprit. Kagura said as he pounced on Sugo, I want to avenge Yinjiang. I said, this place is narrow enough. Stop it, you two. Why do you two meet as soon as you meet? Zinbaha shouted as he looked at Kagura and Sugo who were fighting together, and then looked at them. Zhang Cheng, who chanted the curse of life, Zhang Cheng sang, you can talk about the two of them too. Hey, be quiet, you guys. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but persuade, the two should be out of help. Let's recite the mantra for them now. With a pious heart, this is us. The only thing I can do. At least, let the next life of Yin Shi have a silky hair. Then let Tu Fang Sang's next life bid farewell to the V-shaped bangs. Sugo took the words. Then let the silver sauce bid farewell to the dead fish Iaru. Kagura said. The earth-moving mulberry bids farewell to the mayonnaise. Sugo continued. Silver sauce bids farewell to jump and sweets. Kagura said. Okay, this is not just talking. You have to pray with a pious heart, come, and recite the mantra of rebirth with me. Zhang Cheng finished. Zhang Guyu and Kagura really followed Zhang Cheng together meditated on the rebirth curse. Hey! The three of you are enough. Xinbag was so angry, those two may not be dead yet. But I just finished talking. Shinbeiji glanced towards the crack of the door. It didn't matter, I saw that the woman in the red kimono had her face tightly against the crack of the door, and she looked at the four people in the room with her eyes. In an instant, Xinbag screamed, tears were frightened, and Zhang Cheng and the three people on the side were also frightened. Beiji, what are you screaming at? By now I have forgotten to pray until Aru. Kagura frowned and complained. Soda soda. Zhang Cheng and Zhang Guyu on the side nodded while holding hands. There. Xinbag looked at the three Zhang Cheng and pointed at the door, that, the woman in red. Hey? Nothing, are you scared and confused? Zhang Cheng glanced at the crack of the door, but saw nothing. Hey! Xinbao let out a suspicion, and looked in the direction of the door again, as Zhang Cheng said, there was nothing there. But turning his head, Xinbag saw the mosquito coil burning next to him, and based on the touch that Kagura said at that time, Xinbag made a bold assumption. I just said it might. That may not be something. Xinbag said while helping his glasses. Looking at the three questioning gazes, Xinbag said again, it's just a hypothesis. Anyway, I have to go and see it now to see the members of the Shinzengami group who have been brought down. That, sayonara. Zhang Cheng said, opening the door to Zhou Wuzhang, and kicking Xinbag out with 1 foot and 1 person. Hey! It's just a hypothesis. Hey! Xinbag shouted as he knocked on the door, don't you want to figure it out? But Zhang Cheng and the three people didn't care about the shouts of Xinbag. But at this moment, Xinbag felt cold behind him. Xinbag swallowed his saliva, and turned his head slowly mechanically. Was about to scream, but then the door opened. Zhang Cheng and Sugo kicked the woman in red behind Xinbag. It's okay, Nu 8. Zhang Cheng asked. No, it's okay. Xinbag hadn't recovered yet. Why? Humph, there is no bait, how could it be possible to draw her out? Zhang Cheng muttered disdainfully, and at the same time Zhang Cheng and Zhang Guyu looked at each other. Moreover, I thought of the new Frightening Night Chapter 2. I was so scared just now. Xinbag muttered softly. There is no need to be afraid of physical things. Zhang Cheng said that he looked at the woman in red who was kicked by him and walked over. At the same time Zhou Wu took out a piece of rope in time. You two, are you still thinking about that kind of boring thing now? Xinbag was completely convinced. How can it be a boring thing? Zhang Cheng replied, I feel extremely excited no matter how I think about it, isn't it, Sugo-kun? The boss is really a savvy person, Sugo said as he tied the woman in red skillfully. Then the real night of fright. Hey, what the are you? Zhang Cheng asked. The woman in red who was still bewildered just heard the sound and finally reacted, but it was of no avail, Sugo was really too solidly. That. Seeing Zhang Cheng and Zhang Guyu who were gearing their hands, the woman in red had to confess and tell her all about herself. I'm really sorry. I'm a celestial being, a bit like yours on Earth. The mosquito mentioned, recently accidentally conceived the child of the boss of the unit. In order to give birth to the child, I need to replenish energy. That person has my own family and asked me to raise this child by myself. Just as I was looking for blood all the way and feeling helpless, I found out that this is an excellent dining hall full of hot men. I'm really sorry. But I really want to be strong. In order to raise this child, I want to be strong. Woo, it's so touching. Zhang Cheng said while wiping his tears. Although I am a little touched, it's not that time now, right? Xinbag vomited. Well, is there enough blood for a man? I always realized that, the blood of the man with the V-shaped bangs, if you want it, you can give it all to you. Hey! Xinbag was anxious. Xinbag, a mother who works hard for the remaining children, isn't it worth helping? Zhang Cheng retorted. So? Shinbeiji hesitated, but still asked the female deity, those members of the Shinzingami who were sucked blood are okay, right? Well, I will wake up tomorrow, there will be no problems. The female deity promised. Listen well, we can help you, but you also have to help us. Zhang Cheng's body burned with an inexplicable flame, mutual benefit and mutual benefit no matter how you think about it, you won't suffer. All of that man's blood can be given to you, is it enough to have a football team? He always realized his voice. It's too dangerous for these two men to get together. Xinbeiji whispered, and looked to the side of Kagura. So moved. Are you still staying there? The new 8 chicks spurted wildly. Yanxi and 14, who were hiding in the grass, were a little impatient. Hey, where did she go? Yanxi asked quietly. I don't know, maybe I went to find someone else. 14 said casually, and at the same time took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Actually, when I was chased just now, I had been killing her with my eyes. It seemed to work. Yanxi said. You bullshit, I have been pinching her when I was chased, 14 retorted, with my eyes. You're just nonsense. Yanxi suddenly became unhappy, just your dead fish eyes. This is the same for you too. But suddenly, the grass next to it moved, and in an instant, the two of them jumped into a small pond on the side. After a few seconds, the two people poked their heads out and found that it was a little frog. After taking a cold bath, I feel refreshed all over, Jintoki said with a refreshing expression. Is it possible to fight back? Don't be aggressive, your voice is trembling. 14 said, I will take care of that guy. I'll just hang on to the water at home. The two pinched up again in an instant and came to the shore. Just as the quarrel between the two became louder and louder, they suddenly heard the buzzing sound of mosquitoes coming from behind. It's so noisy! The two shouted at the same time, and looked behind them. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. With this look, you can see the woman in red flying in the sky and rushing towards the two of them. The two of them were too surprised, and instantly hid to the sides. Hey, no! It's not my Desling. 14 said out first, she's flying. I said, should you be afraid? Yin Shishi replied. You, what silly thing do you say? 14 retorted decisively, you think I am the same as you. But before the two of them could react, the woman in red rushed over again, and kept shouting eggs that hatched chickens and similar things. Hey! She is still yelling eggs. Jinshi said, hiding again, it's all your fault. What a joke! 14 said, while looking at the woman in red who struck again, you are the one who picked the wrong egg. Why impose your own fault on others? Although he said so, the 14 still avoided again. Then, Yo Xi, you can hold her back, I'll use that trick. Yin Shi said and got up and walked back. Hey! 14 moments when he grabbed Yinji, which trick is that trick? Boy, you want to skip class? You want to go off course, right? You guy! No, I'm going to use that one, Yin Shich said forcibly, blast her down with an anti-tank rocket launcher. Don't lie! How can there be anti-tank rocket launchers in this kind of place? Cried 14. Everyone has an anti-tank rocket launcher deep in their hearts. Jin Shiki retorted. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I won't let you run away alone. 14 said that he was about to give Yin Shala a back throw. But at this time the woman in red yelled again Chi En Lang and rushed from behind them. Sometimes it's just such a coincidence that Yin Shi, who was thrown back by the 14th resort, collided with the flying lady in red. Escape is not the way of a samurai. 14 stood up and said, completely unaware that the lady in red had been knocked out by Jinshi and was crushed on the ground. It seems that your Bushido spirit still needs to be practiced again. What are you kidding me? Jinshi said, standing up, and at the same time he lifted the woman in red and threw it at 14. Looking at the crushed 14, Yin Shi mumbled disdainfully, I want to discuss Bushido with me. Wait 100 years. After finishing speaking, Yin Shimo glanced at the woman in red who had fainted on the ground, and finally realized that something was wrong. Hey? Is this? The 4 Zhongcheng who watched the battle from the beginning to the end had nothing to say. It's really useless. Zhongcheng shook his head and said. Search it inside. Kagura echoed. I'll come in person next time. I always realized the voice. Enough for the 3 of you. Xin Baha roared, now our plan will definitely be exposed. What shall we do? There's no way, I'll go first. Zhongcheng said, he was about to slip away. Hey, at least take us with you. Shinbeiji said as he dragged Kagura to follow. Then, take me too. Sugo followed. At the gate of Yoshihara, Zhongcheng handed the portraits of Yin Shi and Shizi to the security guard. Master, these 2 people must not let them in. Chapter 48, There are always 2 bad hawthorns for every bunch of candied haws. Little ape. Oh, good morning, new Beiji. Zhongcheng held an umbrella in one hand and a bunch of candied haws in the other, and at the same time proficiently greeted the new Beiji on the roadside. Hey, this is not Zhongcheng saying, oh. Xinba Hao noticed Zhongcheng not far away, and hurriedly said hello. Zhongcheng ate the last one of the candied haws in his mouth, and at the same time threw the wooden stick to the trash can. Here you are. Zhongcheng took out a bunch of candied haws from his umbrella and handed it to Xinba. Only then did Xinba see clearly that Zhongcheng's umbrella handle was covered with a thick layer of straw, and the straw was covered with candied haws. Is this hawthorn? Xinba Hao took the bunch of candied haws, and asked with some confusion. Candied haws, traditional Chinese snacks. Zhongcheng replied. Sweet and sour is delicious. Xinba Hao tried to eat one and said, the crunchy layer outside is maltose, right? The Chinese are really amazing, and I thought of this combination. The newly recruited Chinese chef tried to make some, and it turned out, it became popular in Yoshiwara's Googla circle. Now, that chef has opened his own shop in Yoshiwara. Zhongcheng sighed helplessly. I can't imagine that Yoshihara opened a shop selling candied haws. Isn't this good? Xinbeiji said while eating, it means that the current Yoshiwara is different from the previous one. All of these were bought secretly by Harita, and the children really liked it. Zhongcheng continued, but after being discovered by the son, they all threw them to me and asked me to deal with them. Why do children eat too much? Too many sweets is not good. Is it enough for me to eat too many sweets as an adult? It would be nice if Yinsang had half of your consciousness. Xinbeiji couldn't help but said. In short, you can't waste it, and the icing on the outer layer will melt as soon as the weather is hot. Zhongcheng said as he handed out candied haws to the children playing on the side of the road. Every child who got the candied haws had the same reaction. They smelled it, licked it, and ate one. Every little face smiled like a flower. Looking at Zhongcheng who was laughing with those children, Xinba was very emotional. Sure enough, Zhongcheng Sang is still a mature adult. Okay, Zhongcheng took the last few bunches of candied haws from his umbrella and handed them to Xinba. Zhongcheng tore off the thick layer of straw on the handle of his umbrella and threw it into the trash can aside. Thank you so much. Xinba said while taking the 7 bunches of candied haws. If you can't finish eating, remember to put it in the refrigerator, Zhongcheng reminded, then, I should go back too. Hey? Do you want to go back now? Don't go to the All Things house and sit and drink a cup of thick tea. Xin Bajia said quickly. Can you? Don't you need to work? Zhang Cheng asked with raised eyebrows. It's okay, I haven't had much work recently. Xin Beiji replied. If it doesn't work, you can come to Yoshiwara. I often hear Yu Iong complain that there is too much work. Zhang Cheng suggested, handle some work like entangled men. No, let's forget about this kind of work. How can young people pick and choose their jobs? Zhang Cheng said and began a long talk. In many cases, things like work are not what they like. It's just for survival. If when will work become one a happy thing, then it should be paid to go to work. Good morning. Xin Beiji greeted the mother-in-law Deng Shi who was sweeping the floor outside the store. It's the new 8, early. Granny Deng Shi stopped her movements, raised her head and replied. Good morning, Granny Deng Shi. Zhang Cheng on the side also said hello with a smile. Oh, what a rare visitor, early, mother-in-law Deng Shi said, looking at Zhang Cheng who was aside. Mother-in-law Deng Shi is so early today. Xin Beiji said with emotion. Can I just hang around like you do all day? Mother-in-law Deng Shi said helplessly, speaking of which, someone promised me to pay the rent for the last month today. Help me remind me of the Wastewood natural roll. Okay, I'm really sorry. Just when Xin Hao was about to scratch his head, he found the candied haws in his hand. This, please have a taste. Xin Bag handed 2 bunches of candied haws to Mother Deng Shi. This, Nanny. As a result, the grandmother of Deng Shi of Binghulu asked in doubt, long looks like dumplings. This is a Chinese snack called Bingtang Hulu brought by Zhang Cheng saying. Xin Bajia explained. Sugar. Mother Deng Shi just said, an unidentified creature with cat ears and wearing a green kimono rushed out, grabbed a bunch of candied haws in her hand, and ate it. That, what is that unknown creature? Zhang Cheng had a black line on his face, and at the same time asked the Xin Bajia who was aside in a low voice. She, a celestial being named Catherine, in short, a lot of things have happened, and now she is working in the shop of Deng Shi mother-in-law. Xin Beiji explained. In my life, I won't like cat ears. Zhang Cheng's face was unlovable. There is indeed a feeling of disillusionment, I know. Good morning, everyone, Zhang Cheng sang is here, hey. Xin Bao opened the door and shouted, but found that in the entire living room, only Sadaru was sleeping on the sofa. Sadaharu, where did everyone go? Xin Bag asked confused. Hearing the sound, Sadaharu grunted lazily. Really a bunch of idlers. Xin Bag sighed helplessly, and at the same time looked at Zhang Cheng behind him. Zhang Cheng sang first sit down in the living room, I'll get them up. Yet. Zhang Cheng responded casually, walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Xin Bag first put the candied haws in his hand in the refrigerator, and then expertly walked to the closet on the side and opened the door. I'm getting up, I'm basking in the Sunday. I saw Kagura still snoring. Then, Xin Bag walked to the door of Yin Shi's room. Yin sang, get up now, Zhang Cheng sang brought your favorite sweets. After speaking, he opened the door. But after just opened the door and took a look, Xin Bag was stunned. Looking at the motionless Xin Bag, Zhang Cheng walked over curiously, glanced in the door, and was stunned for an instant. But when it was too late, Zhang Cheng closed the door instantly. What are you two doing? Kagura walked over in pajamas, yawning and rubbing his eyes and asked. Kagura-sauce, there's nothing, it's a holiday today. Zhang Cheng turned his head and said with a smile, while taking out several 10,000 yuan bills from his arms and handing them to Xinbahao, you two are on holiday today, where do you want to go? Go wherever you want to play. Zhang Cheng sang, do you not want Kagura to come into contact with that kind of filthy adult world? Xin Beiji asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I will have a good talk with Yinchi, you two will go out to play temporarily. Zhang Cheng whispered. I understand. Shinbeiji said and walked towards Kagura. God. Kagura, there are delicious candied haws brought by Zhang Cheng saying. Candied haws? What is that? Kagura's attention was attracted by Shinbeiji's words. Well, Xinbag walked to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door and took out the candy haws just put in and said, you can eat after brushing your teeth. But Kagura had already picked up a bunch and ate it. It's delicious alu. Kagura said vaguely. Hey, you two, it's really a holiday today. Zhang Cheng leaned in front of the door of Yinchi's room and smiled and said to Kagura and Shinbeiji sitting on the sofa. However, Zhang Cheng's hand was behind him and he buckled the door of the room. Ah, I ate a bad hawthorn. Kagura said suddenly. Just spit it out, every bunch of candied haws may eat bad hawthorn, after all, it is indistinguishable from the outside. Zhang Cheng explained with a smile. That's right, it's the same as some adults' hearts. It may look harmless to humans and animals on the outside, but there may be an incredible adult world hidden in the heart. Xinbeiji took over. Aru, who can understand this level, don't underestimate me. Kagura picked up one of the two remaining candied haws, and said while eating www.readaloud.com. This is not the time to talk about this. Well, it's really a rest day, you can go wherever you want to play. Zhang Cheng said with a smile, and at the same time motioned for the new 8 haws with his eyes frantically. Yes, you can go where Kagura wants to go today, amusement park or anything. Xinbagi said quickly. Really Aru? Kagura said in surprise. Really, let's go out, have fun today. Zhang Cheng waved his hand to Kagura as he said. Finally, after Zhang Cheng and Xinba house double, persuaded, Kagura finally jumped excitedly and changed into clothes after washing, and excitedly dragged Satoru to the door. Hey, are you really okay alone? Faced with that situation, Xinbeiji asked in a low voice. Absolutely no problem. Zhang Cheng promised, this matter will definitely be handled cleanly before you go home. It will be as if nothing happened. Go ahead. Then, please. Xinbeiji said in a low voice, and then followed Kagura who had already reached the door. Kagura-chan, wait for me. But at this critical moment, the silver hour in the room woke up. To be precise, he was woken up by the scent of candied haws that had just floated in. This smell. In an instant, Jintoki opened his eyes, a new sweetness I've never smelled before. A tempting sweetness. That's. But just after speaking, Yinchi realized that he was a little heavy, and then he saw a girl with long lavender hair lying on her body with her eyes closed. What's going on? Jintoki roared, shocked Kagura, who had just walked to the door and was about to open the door to go out. Chapter 49, When a Woman Gets Serious with You, She Won and number 039, T Let It Go. At this time, Zhang Cheng and the Wanchaiwu trio, as well as the girl with long lavender hair, were sitting on the sofa together, and no one spoke. Who is this? Finally, Jin Shimo spoke, and Jin Shizuki asked while picking up his food. Didn't you bring it back? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but yelled, there are so many hotels outside, do you have to take it home? Shinbeiji and Kagura-sas are not that age yet. Yesterday? Yin Shiming thought hard, no, just remember to go out for a drink. Even the ninjas are played, you pretend to be a Harry. Do you still want to talk about the details in front of the children? You are so soulless. Zhang Cheng shouted again. Just kidding is enough, how could I do that kind of thing? Silver Shit retorted, but then his tone changed, compared to that, I still prefer nurse outfits. Really? Xinbeiji said, staring at Jinchi. New Baha, men should take advantage of ALU who is young and play more. Otherwise, after becoming a bad old man, he will either be cheated by a young woman or fall into a strange game. Alu told me so. Kagura said, picking up the last bunch of candied haws on the plate on the table. But it is still not as fast as the silver time. This is the fragrance. It is this fragrance that wakes me up. Yin Shi said and took a bite. What is this? Is it a revolution in desserts? I'm so touched. Are you moved? Is it time to say this? Zhang Cheng roared, remember to open a good room outside next time. At the same time, Zhang Cheng's expression changed, and he smiled and said to Kagura. Kagura-chan, if you have a chance, introduce your dad to me. It's okay, but what do you know about that bald man? Kagura said while fighting for the candied fruit in Yinshi's hand. Ha, really bald? Zhang Cheng muttered softly. Hey! Xin Beiji asked questioningly. Nothing, ahahaha, Zhang Cheng said quickly. Finally, Yinshi ate the last hawthorn, and Kagura was defeated. I said, I really can't remember anything. Did I do anything strange? Jintoki asked at the little monkey who was stirring natto. No, I didn't do anything. Xiao Yuan replied. Suga, that's good. I thought I had done something wrong while Jujin. Yin Shi just felt a little grateful, but when he heard Xiao Ape's next words, the whole person was not good. There is nothing right or wrong between husband and wife. No matter how crazy your cravings are, I will satisfy you. Little Ape said as he approached Silver, come on, my dear, the natto is already so lingering, come, open. Mouth, ah! Said, Xiao Yuan put his chopsticks towards Jin Shi's eyes. Ah, there is no mouth. Yin Shi reminded, although people say that they are better than words, but they are not mouths, and what do you say husband and wife? You will be responsible, you have done that kind of thing. The little monkey put down his chopsticks and said with his head down. What is that kind of thing? I didn't do anything at all. Yin Shi retorted. What are you talking about? It's obviously already lingering like this natto. As he said, the little monkey stretched his chopsticks to his eyes. It hurts. Didn't I say that? It's not the mouth over there. Jin Shiki replied, and at the same time looked at the three Zhang Cheng on the opposite sofa. At this time, Zhang Cheng was covering Kagura's ears, and he should have covered Kagura's ears when he said the first words from the little monkey. Yin sang, there is nothing I can do after doing it, let's recognize it. Xinbag said helplessly, holding his hand. Aru, who is easier to get used to than being in love, getting married, Kagura said while opening Zhang Cheng's hand. Hey, Kagura, please be sure to introduce me to your bald dad. Zhang Cheng said with a smile again. Why? Learn how to bald? Kagura asked curiously. Why don't even you guys say this? Jin's hero yelled, Jinsen, who belongs to everyone, is going to be tied to death by such a natto girl. What a joke. I want to take advantage of the time I can't remember anything. Lie me on board the thief ship. Said, Yin Shi turned his head to look at the little ape. Tell me, we two get married without knowing each other's names. Isn't it a bit? But at this time, the little ape was holding Seda Halo's head, making a shy look. What a fool, obviously even the body is familiar with each other. Don't say such disgusting words. Jintoki replied, also, it's not Jin-san, okay. If you have poor eyes, wear your glasses honestly. This one fell out. Xinba Hao picked up the glasses that fell to the floor and said. That's it, my name is Little Ape, I hope we can be happy and old together forever, dear husband. Little Ape said solemnly, kneeling on the ground. On our side. Xinbaji stood up and said politely, please also take care of me. Aru, I want fish more than meat for dinner, please. Kagura raised his hand and said. I said you two accepted it too quickly. Yin Shi yelled, Zhang Cheng, you believe me. Absolutely believe me. Are you suspicious if you don't speak over there? Thinking. Zhang Cheng, who was received by Q, finally raised his head. Well, actually I was thinking about how many people should follow, and how many children should be born, and how much wine should be followed when the child is full moon. What should I do if it's twins, or 3? How much should the baby's situation be? Hey! Yin Shi was a little broken. That's too early. In fact, there is nothing wrong with getting married, at least it can teach you what responsibility is, don't you think, Kagura-chan, the new 8 jokes? Zhang Cheng looked at the Kagura and the new 8 jokes and said. That's what I said, I'm going to inform my sister and them. Xin Beiji said as he picked up the phone, he was about to make a call at home. Hey! You have enough. Yin Shi was completely speechless. Don't worry. Silver, if you are worried about not having money for the wedding, I can lend it to you temporarily. Zhang Cheng said casually. Hey? Really? How much can I borrow? Yin Shi asked. Hey! You have enough, too. Xinba Hao roared. Looking at the people who started arguing, Xiao Ape's eyes flashed a little sly, and at the same time he thought to himself, in order to avoid the chasing soldiers, I'll hide here for now. Actually, things started from last night. Sarutobi Calamus, hereinafter referred to as the Little Ape, was originally a ninja from the imperial court. After retiring, he became the free killer of the aftermath room. Just yesterday, during the mission, he was chased and killed by the enemy. When he fled to the roof of Yinshi, he stepped on the roof and fell off. It happened to fall into Yinshi's room and fainted on the spot, that is, Zhang Cheng and Xinba Hao. The scene I saw in the morning. Looking at the little ape who was pretending to be a housewife in the room and cleaning with a vacuum cleaner, the trio of Zhang Cheng and Yinshi were speechless. She seems to really plan to stay here, what should I do? Yin sang. Xinba couldn't help asking. Aru, a real woman who is more clingy than pork bone stewed noodle soup. Kagura continued. It looks like you are really planted this time. You met such a serious woman. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but said. Hey! What qualifications do you have to say? Yin Shi cried, the woman you abandoned can go around the earth 3 times even if it is connected, okay? Don't talk nonsense, Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng suddenly became unhappy. I'm nonsense? Would you like to call the wig to confront Sakamoto? Jin Shiki retorted. Just call. Who is afraid of whom? Zhang Cheng was not to be outdone. You two are a little quieter. Xinba Hao's head is big. Hey! Jintoki snorted and stood up, and said at the same time, really, you can only rely on sugar to calm down at this time. After that, Yin Shi walked to the refrigerator, but when he opened the refrigerator door, Yin Shi was stunned. Where is my pudding? Where is the pudding I put here? Zhang Cheng. Is it you? It's you. Dropped my pudding, right? I'm not interested in that kind of stuff at all. Zhang Cheng said disdainfully. Believe it to me as simple as that, so it's stupid to call a creature like a man. The little ape who saw this scene was complacent. Next, just play the role of a lovely and docile young wife. Then www.readaloud.com. Is that you? Jin Shiki asked Shinbeiji and Kagura. But both of them shook their heads. Speaking of which, I saw it when I put the candied haws in the morning. Xinba Hao said suddenly. Candied haws? Was the revolution of that kind of dessert called candied haws? Yin Shi was shocked. Where can they be sold? Where can they be sold? Be quiet, this is the location of the shop. Zhang Cheng took out a small piece of paper from his body as he said, the shop owner said he wanted to help him promote it. Silver is like a treasure, holding the small piece of paper and looking at it for a long time. Seeing that the little ape who didn't want to come over and ask himself where the pudding was going, couldn't help but be born and reminded, that I know where the pudding is. Hey? Really? Yin Shi rushed to the little monkey in an instant. Do you know where the pudding in the refrigerator is? Really, I hid it specially. The little ape made a surprised expression. You greedy ghost. The three Zhongcheng who heard these words were about to vomit. Hey? Didn't you say you know? What are you acting here? Jin Shiki asked. What day is today? Xiao Yuan said again. Hey? What day? The sloppy day? The expiration date of the pudding has passed. Little ape grunted a little disappointedly. Really, have you forgotten? It's the anniversary of love with little ape. Zhongcheng and the three squirted wildly again. We just met today, okay. Jin Shiki said silently. Also, compared to when you first appeared on the stage, how do you look like a different person? Look. Commemorative natto pudding. As he said, the little monkey took out a pudding full of natto. Chapter 50, Everyone has a door in their hearts. Is it the door of S or M? Looking at the pudding filled with natto, Jintoki's heart collapsed. What is this? Punishment game. Today I deliberately tried to integrate the things that the two people like. Xiao Yuan said smugly, and then took a spoon to scoop a spoonful of pudding and natto. The three of Zhongcheng behind Yin Shi were nauseous. Ah, open your mouth, ah! The little monkey just brought the spoon to Yin Shi's mouth, and was knocked to the ground by Yin Shi. Little ape looked at himself in disbelief when he fell on the ground and the natto sprinkled all over him. What's a joke? Yin Shi yelled at the little ape who fell on the ground. Hey, is the wife who he sent me to the door so soon to fight for favor with my pudding? The boss in this family is me. The second is sweets. Remember it for me. Hey! The second one turned out to be sweets. Xinba Ha roared behind Yin Shi, but he was grabbed by Zhongcheng just after he finished speaking. Xinba Hao glanced back and saw Zhongcheng shook his head with his eyes closed. And at this time the heart activity of the little ape is only at this time humble and then humble, hold back. Must hold back. Little ape. Thinking of this, the little monkey reunited the natto and pudding that had been scattered on the ground, stood up when they touched it, and said coquettishly when facing Jinshi, don't be shy, come on, try it ah. This kind of thing is what a ghost wants to eat. Jintoki said, and directly pressed the little ape's hand to the little ape's face with the group of natto and pudding. Don't say that, this unexpectedly delicious aru. Kagura didn't know when he had picked up a few natto from the floor behind him and put it in his mouth. No way. Kagura. How can this kind of food be eaten? Zhongcheng only noticed, and instantly pulled Kagura up. If you don't eat it yourself, don't make natto pudding fusions whimsically. Do you want to be a producer? Jin Shiki cursed at the little ape who was kneeling on the ground. The cardigan needs to be worn on the shoulders. Okay. It's a shame, I was once the elite ninja of the imperial court of the shogunate. Why endure such discriminatory language? The little monkey is a little hard to let go, but after hearing the words behind Jintoki. If you can't follow the rules here, get out of here. You idiot. Oh, but now this feeling, what is it? The little ape has a different kind of emotion in his heart. It seems that he wants to be insulted by Jinshi for a while. The changes in the expression on Xiao Yuan's face were all seen by Zhongcheng and Xinbag. Hey, Xinbag, that woman is incredible. Zhongcheng whispered to the Xinbag who was on the side. It looks like an awakened attribute. Xinbag replied with a black thread on his face. But at this time, Jintoki snorted and said again, I'm going to buy some dessert and come back. After saying that, he walked to the door, and said to himself as he walked, why don't you just go buy sugar candied Haas? Seeing this, the little ape hurriedly followed. Wait a moment. Zhongcheng sang, why did the incident turn out like this? Xinba Hao asked with a black line on his face. I don't know, I don't understand, don't ask me. Zhongcheng directly denied Sanlian. Why are you following? And why are you dressed up as that virtuous? Jinchiki said to the little ape dressed as a housewife behind him. At this time, the two were walking on the street, and Yinshi was going to the shop address given by Zhang Cheng. Men like young wives, don't they? Xiao Yuan replied, feeling complacent. I believe that the chasing soldiers should not be aware of it with this casual dress, and then just play the role of a lovely and docile young wife. Ah! Jintoki stopped suddenly and looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? The little monkey stopped and asked. It's okay. Yinshi looked at the oncoming mother-in-law Dengshi and mumbled casually. Hey, you just took a peek at that woman. So you like that type? The little ape started to make up his mind again. How is it possible? Do I look so crazy? Jinshiki retorted. But at this time, Granny Dengshi had already walked over. What are you doing in this place? Granny Dengshi stopped and said to Yinshi. Who are you? Xiao Yuan asked first. You actually asked me, where did you come from? Mother-in-law Dengshi was a little confused, and at the same time she looked at Yinshi. Yinshi, you seem to have promised me to pay last month today. But before he finished speaking, he was stopped by the little ape on the side. I said you, can you not Yinshi, you shout so kindly. Sorry, Yinsang is already mine. Said, he jumped up and used a familiar night kick, but Zhang was still old, so Granny Dengshi shook her head a little and hid. Looking at the little ape who had sunk into the ground behind her, the mother-in-law Dengshi was a little speechless. Where did this woman come from? I'm just here to collect the money. Alimony is it? In an instant, the little monkey stood up again. Have you been happy before? Where is the need to come and ask for money? With that said, the little monkey took out a kunao from her hair and threw it towards Grandma Dengshi, but Zhang was still old and spicy, and Grandma Dengshi casually raised her hand and pinched the flying kunao in her hand. And put it on his cuff casually. What does this girl say? Mother-in-law Dengshi asked with some confusion. After all, you woman is in the past tense. You can slowly indulge in the memories, the little monkey shouted behind her mother-in-law Dengshi. Hey! Do you think this is my former girlfriend? Yinshi suddenly became unhappy. Do you think I'm so crazy that my brain is burned out? You two owe a beating at all. After listening, Granny Dengshi moved her neck in an instant and said. Oh! In an instant, the little ape thought of something again and made a startled expression. Is it your mother? Is it your mother? Hey! Are you funny? If my mother was like this, I would have fallen in high school. Be careful, I knock your head down. Yin Shid shouted again. I think it's better to knock your head first. Mother-in-law Dengshi replied. Please forgive me for being rude, my mother. Said the little ape, kneeling directly on the ground, and bowed his head towards Granny Dengshi with tears in the corner of his eyes. What the is going on, this woman? Mother-in-law Dengshi asked in confusion. That, it must be a woman who was chasing a wild cat who stole a fish for food, but fell and bumped her head, and then her head was amused. Jintoki said as she continued to walk forward. Insulting me so rudely in front of the public. The little ape lay on the ground and thought to himself, but why, my heart began to throb so much. Then the little monkey straightened his upper body, turned his head to look affectionately in the direction where Yinshi had left. I think, I want to be bullied by him. The whole farce was seen by Zhang Cheng and Xin Beiji, who were hiding behind the telephone poles. The two of them can only be described as lying in their hearts. What should I do? Zhang Cheng sang, it seems that Yinsang helped that girl open the door to an incredible new world. Xin Beiji said helplessly. You ask me, who do I ask? Zhang Cheng replied, this situation is already very tricky. Someone used to say that everyone is born with S or M, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hey, you are the natural S. At the gate of Yoshihara, the little monkey looked at the bustling crowd inside, and looked at the silver time on the side. Here. Yoshihara Daowen Township, Gintoki said as he stepped in, "Come here to buy sweets." "Sweets? How can there be sweets in a place like this?" The little monkey said so, but he followed up, and at the same time he was still thinking, what is he going to do to bring me to this place? What? I just can't wait. Finally, Yin Shi found the shop selling candied haws, but at this time there was already a long queue of customers buying candied haws. The estimated budget would be several hundred people. When Jinshi was a little distressed, he saw Tsukiyoshi and Haruta at the front of the line at a glance, and rushed over in an instant. "Hey!" Yin Shi was stunned by Yuiong's next series of operations as soon as he uttered. Yuiong glanced at the little ape next to Yin Shi. Yu reading www.yukansha.com instantly took out a wad of banknotes from his arms and handed it to Yin Shi, while pulling the little ape and left, but he turned back and said, in one sentence, "The price is just right, so remember to bring some good goods next time." This is. The little ape is also in a daze, but he still looks at the silver behind him reluctantly. Is this selling me? Did you sell me to Yoshihara? Does he already consider me his possession? Will I play around or even sell at will? What is this? Why? Why am I getting more and more excited? Yin Shi was still holding the wad of 10,000 yuan bills on the spot in a daze, but after another thought, the troublesome things seemed to be solved, and he was a little complacent in an instant. But when Yin Shi was about to put the wad of money in his arms, Zhang Cheng and Xinbage rushed over in an instant, kicking Yin Shi flying. Really the worst man? Xinbage sipped disdainfully. Really the worst man? Yin Shi, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Zhang Cheng took a mouthful of disdain, took out the money in Yin Shi's arms, and turned around. Chasing the moon. Yuiong, wait a minute. Zhang Cheng caught up with Yuiong, and restuffed the money to Yuiong, and whispered a few words in Yuiong's ear. After listening to Yuiong, he looked at the little ape who was being pulled by him, and then at the silver lying on the ground. The contempt in his eyes was as real. Really the worst man? After saying that, Yuiong took Haruta and turned around and left. Have I done anything bad? Jinshiki raised his head and asked uncertainly. Silver, whether it is S or M, what does it matter? If you have done it, you must bear the responsibility. Zhang Cheng replied. Su de. Xinbag echoed. Chapter 51, Shock. Natural curls with silver hair turned out to be machismo. Hey? 4. At dusk, in the house of everything. Zhang Cheng, Yuiong, and Xinbag sat on the sofa. On the opposite sofa sat Gintoki with colorful faces and the little ape holding a teacup and changing back to his original outfit. Except for the little ape holding the teacup and drinking tea, no other people made any sound. This man has been captured by me, he has regarded me as his own. A creature like a man is really stupid. When the little monkey looked at the silver on the side, he thought to himself, but what is going on with this excitement in my heart from time to time? But the next moment, Xiao Yuan felt the phone in his arms vibrated, and instantly spit out the tea in his mouth, and ran out with one hand covering his belly and the other covering his mouth, and he also said to me. Came back. Kagura passed by. Silver sauce, Masaka. Kagura was shocked. But none of the 4 people in the seat spoke. Zhang Cheng, Yuiong, and Xinbag still looked at Yin Shi on the opposite side with contempt. It's just that the contempt seems to be stronger. How is it possible? Yin Shi couldn't help but finally, and why do you look at me with that kind of contempt? Hey! Zhang Cheng, why are you sneaking up a thumb? Yin Shi, this time, I can't help you either. Zhang Cheng sighed and stood up. I've decided. I will go to the wedding as your father. Don't worry. Zhang Cheng didn't know when he changed into a formal suit, a black kimono. Yin sang, we will also attend the wedding, please don't worry. Xinbag didn't know when he also changed into a formal suit. Then I too. Kagura was interrupted by Jin's Hito before he could finish. You don't need it. Just send it as a betrothal gift. Yin-Shi yelled, and at the same time looked at Yu Yang. Isn't there a woman here? Just ask her, can't it? Even if it is true. What you have done is impossible to strike at once. It is absolutely impossible. Well, isn't this kind of routine in a TV series very common? Yu Yang replied. After listening, Yin-Shi's face is even darker. At the entrance of the door, Xiao Yuan took out the phone and pressed the answer button. Mosi Mosi, I am a little ape. Hello, the aftermath. A man's voice came. You are. I was so lucky to have a meeting last night. It makes me so happy to hear your voice. I seem to like you, the beautiful aftermath. The mouse, the goal of the little ape last night, Nizumiya's voice sounded again. From your companion who sneaked into our house, I asked for your mobile phone number. I really want to see you again, will you come? Even if the stars change and the stars change, the importance of companionship it won't change, right? That's it, wait for you. After saying this, Nizumiya hung up the phone. Nizumiya, a mouse-headed humanoid celestial being who lends money to usury, is the goal of the little ape this time. The little ape and his companions sneaked into the Nizumiya house last night, but the mission failed. The little ape accidentally escaped. Falling into the home of Yin-Shi, this series of events happened today. After learning that his companions were captured, Xiao Yuan put his mobile phone in his pocket. Now, what Xiao Yuan wants to do most is to rush to rescue those companions. But at this moment, Jintoki's voice suddenly came. Hey, I made up my mind, I am a man too. Jin Shiki appeared behind the little monkey in a formal suit and said, although I don't remember, I can't pretend to be stupid if I do that kind of thing. If possible, please accept me. Well, yes, Yin Shi, this is what a man did. Zhang Cheng said from behind Yin Shi. Not bad, Yin sang. Xin Beiji said, wiping tears from the corner of his eyes. Hey, it looks a little bit more like a man. Yu Yang spit out a cigarette and said. Really? The little ape walked towards Jinshi, then go with me. As he said, the little ape took Jinshi's arm. Wedding? I don't have much money. Jin Shishi had just finished speaking and was dragged by the little ape and rushed out. It hurts, wait a minute. It's the first time for me, so be gentle. Then, first of all, I have to tidy up this room. After all, it will be used as a wedding room. New Bajiao, let's tidy it up together. Zhang Cheng said to the new Bajiao with enthusiasm. Hey, if the teacher knew this moment, it would have been very moved. Zhang Cheng said as he cleaned up, his tears could not stop. But just then, Kagura's voice sounded. New Beiji, you all come to see. Hearing the sound, Zhang Chenjiuyang and the new 8 Kais came over at the same time. What's wrong? Kagura-chan. Shin Beiji asked Kagura who was in Jintoki's room. Look at that. Kagura said, pointing to the ceiling. The three raised their heads, and then they saw a hole over 50 centimeters in diameter in the ceiling, from which one could clearly see the sky. When did this hole pop up? Xin Beiji asked in confusion. Little ape, maybe it's the goddess Aru who fell from the sky. Kagura replied. New 8. Zhang Cheng. Yu. Well, Yin Sang is okay. Xin Beiji turned his head and asked a little uncertainly. I don't know, don't ask me, I'm going home for dinner. Zhang Cheng said, turning around and preparing to slip. I'm going home for dinner too, goodbye. Yu Yang said as she turned to leave. Hey! Isn't it the two of you who got things up to now? Are you going to slip now? Xinba roared. What are you talking about? Nu Chi-kun, you are obviously the one who scolded Yin-Shi the most cruelly. It was all because of you. Yin-Shi found out in his conscience, which brought the incident to this point? Zhang Cheng retorted, but then said. As the wind turned, well, let's assume that nothing happened today. I will ask you two to eat barbecue. Hey! Really? Kagura instantly replied, is it really barbecue? Well, let's go now. Zhang Cheng said, turning his head and leaving, and Kagura and Xinba Hao followed. Barbecue, I haven't eaten it in a long time, Xinbaji said with emotion. Then, have a good meal today. Forget all those unpleasant things. Zhang Cheng said. Oh. ×2. That, I won't go, Beiwa still has a lot of things. Yuiang said, moreover, don't let this idiot drink alcohol other than Chinese liquor. After speaking, Yuiang turned around and left. Just when the three of them set off to eat barbecue, the silver time on the other side was suffering. First, go and meet my father. The little ape said as he crawled. At this time, Jintoki and little ape were climbing a high wall with their hand tools. Said it is a tool, it is actually a metal claw like Wolverine's claw on the hand, crawling up by grabbing the cracks outside the wall. Should you say hello? I won't object to wherever things go now. Jinshiki replied, while climbing up, just why do you have to turn over such a thing? I am a deep boudoir lady who stays at home, and the threshold is very strict. Xiao Yuan replied. This boudoir is really deep. Jintoki looked at his feet, and Jintoki continued, so, is your father a fierce person? What kind of person is it? The wicked loan shark with long hair and buck teeth. The little monkey replied. I said are you still in a period of resistance when you despise dad as dirtier than panties? Jin Shizuka paused to look at the little ape next to him and said, girls always have a period of time. It's a period like this, but you also think about it, the object of your first love is your dad, right? Just finished speaking, the little ape pierced Yin-Shi's head with a paw, and immediately, the blood shed all over his face. But then, the little ape continued to climb upward. I said you have to pay attention to these behaviors after your newly married life. Yin-Shi also followed, and kept talking, I'm very machismo. Quiet. The little monkey reminded, and stopped again. At this moment, the two were only a few meters away from the top of the wall, but at the top of the two, there was a samurai looking east and west. Look! Who is that? Yin-Shi asked. The servant at home, Nakamura. I am going home too late, so I am patrolling. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Xiao Yuan replied. Speaking of the front, I am the one who likes to bind people. If I get married, I will definitely tie my wife at home. Jintoki couldn't help but said again. Hey? Tie home. The little ape's heart trembled. Why is my heart throbbing again? Tie me up, tie up hard. But in the end, the little ape still broke free from the fantasy, and when he looked at Yin with a shy expression, tied home, is it tied to me? Of course, Yin-Shi replied without hesitation, don't tell me that you can't refuse the invitation of female friends. It's absolutely forbidden to go out to socialize. Just finished speaking, Jintoki realized that the samurai above looked over, no, it was found by Nakamura. But in an instant, the little ape had already rushed up, and at the same time brought down Nakamura with one foot. But at this time, several samurai with swords in the courtyard also found the little ape. What is that? It's the aftermath. The aftermath has sneaked in. However, at this time, Jintoki had just climbed to the top of the wall and looked at Nakamura, who was dealt with by the little ape on the side, and shouted, Nakamura-san! Nakamura-san is just doing his job. Jintoki finally stood on the fence, but at this moment, Jintoki found a group of samurai rushing towards him. How come it seems like a bunch of people are coming over? What is it this time? It's Nakamura B, Nakamura C, Nakamura D. The little monkey replied. Why are all Nakamura? Father's son-in-law test has started, let's work hard together. Hey? Nanny! Jin Shizu was pushed from behind by the little monkey before he could finish. Chapter 52, The so-called marriage is, forget it, I don't understand. Little monkey ascends. After Yin Shi fell into the wall, he happened to knock down one Nakamura and, while the little ape was faster, jumping directly and solving the other Nakamura in the blink of an eye. Go! The little ape yelled without looking back, and then rushed into the house. Hey! Don't leave your husband down! Jintoki shouted and followed the little ape towards the house. On the other side, Nizumiya is sitting in the house, and a subordinate is reporting to him. Report that the woman in the aftermath room seems to have breached the guard and sneaked into the room. The subordinate knelt in front of Nizumiya and said. Hearing the sound, the big mouse laughed, ha 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 ha, then run the traps and kill them all if they are found. Hi! With that, Nizumiya stood up and said as he walked, it's just moths fighting the fire, ha 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 ha, they can't break through so many traps to get here, even if they get here, we will be ready here. Taken hostage. Nizumiya stood at the door, looked at the two companions of the little ape who had been captured, smiled sinisterly again, definitely, we must catch it all in one go. On the other side, Zhang Cheng with Shinbeiji and Kagura was eating out at a barbecue restaurant. It's delicious. Xinbag sighed while eating. Then eat more. Zhang Cheng smiled unconsciously as he watched the two little animals gorging themselves, and at the same time said to the waiter on the side, here is another cow. Sir, wait a minute. The waitress turned around and went to prepare, not worrying that the table could not be paid for a while. To say why, it might be because Zhang Cheng smiled at her just now, and sure enough, that face was still too deceptive. Thank you very much for always taking care of us like this. Xinbagya said with emotion, not only Kagura, but we have also received a lot of care from you. Zhang Cheng Sang is already an excellent uncle. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Zhang Cheng scratched his head embarrassedly, but the next moment he reacted instantly, and quickly covered Xinba's mouth. Hey, when did your kid find out? Don't worry, I didn't say anyone. Xinbagi replied in a low voice, I can understand, Zhang Cheng Sang doesn't want Kagura to touch places like Yoshihara. Taking a look at Kagura, who was still devouring, Zhang Cheng smiled helplessly, released his hand covering Xinbachi, and whispered in Xinba's ear, don't tell other people about this matter. Hey? Isn't Kagura also okay? Xinbaji asked in a low voice. Not for the time being. Zhang Cheng whispered, and glanced at Kagura dozingly, I can feel it, Kagura-chan is very happy every day, in the house of everything. Haha, that's what I said. As he said, Xinbaji also laughed. One more. Kagura shouted at this moment, raising his hand. Hi, hi. Zhang Cheng replied with a helpless smile. At this time, the three of them have completely forgotten the existence of a certain silver-haired natural curl. It seems that your father is a very strict person. Yin Shi followed the little ape and walked cautiously in the corridor. I can almost be regarded as a vagrant. Is it really okay? It doesn't matter, as long as the character is trustworthy, it must be. Before the little monkey finished speaking, the two heard strange voices coming from behind at the same time. The two stopped and looked behind them, only to see a huge spherical rock rushing out from the corner, and rushing straight towards the two of them. Appeared. Exaggerated. Come here. Yin Shizi shouted, turning around and running, and ran, and said, what the is going on with your house? Little ape ran back and said, my son-in-law has tested it. It seems that we want to test whether we can join hands even if we encounter many obstacles. Jintoki turned his head and glanced as he ran, what an obstacle is this? It's an offense at all. But at this moment, 3 potholes suddenly appeared on the floor in front, which seemed to be traps. But fortunately, both of them reacted quickly. They jumped a few times and escaped the pothole, and it was a blessing in disguise that the big rock fell into the first pothole. It seems that I want to test whether you can bear the burden of inheriting my family business. Xiao Yuan explained. How do I feel that there is no way to escape? Jin Shiki said, panting. But at this moment, a man appeared in front of Jin Shi and Xiao Yuan. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The samurai man with hair bun said with a grin. Who is this again? Jintoki asked Xiang the little ape next to him. Ex-boyfriend, colluding with my father wants to hinder the two of us. Little ape replied without thinking. It means that I am still meeting my ex-boyfriend? I can't tolerate this. I said I would restrain you. That man is a stalker at all. The little monkey continued. At this time, the ex-boyfriend rushed towards the two holding a sword. But Yin Shi was not very nervous, and said to the ex-boyfriend, Hey, I said, that ex-boyfriend, you are so stubborn and entangled, it's a shame for us men. After finishing speaking, he knocked out the ex-boyfriend with one punch. Go ahead quickly, said the little monkey, and then rushed forward with Yin Shi. But just rushing into a corner, the two screamed and quickly turned their heads. A group of samurai holding their swords chased the two behind. What's going on? Who are these people this time? Yin Shi asked as he ran. Ex-boyfriend. Xiao Yuan replied. Hey? Isn't it, all of them? Then which one am I? Yin Shi was a little suspicious of life. It's awful, I must see my father quickly and explain the situation. The little monkey said to the silver time on the side. That's right, you go first, and I will follow. But, what about you Yin Sang? Xiao Yuan asked. In this case, how can a husband not let his wife go first? Then, Yin Shi sighed and continued, I can't run away at all. I would wear a western dress if I knew it. At this time, the two had ran to a corner, and Yin Shi stopped instantly and helped the little ape to block the ex-boyfriend. Then please, said the little monkey and rushed to the corner. Say hello to my father-in-law. Yin Shi replied confidently, and at the same time looked at the group of ex-boyfriends who rushed over, the entangled rats, I won't let you. You guys. Looking at the evil spirits and swords ex-boyfriends who are constantly approaching, Jin Shi finally stopped pretending. Sure enough, I can't do it. He turned his head and ran, but still chose to be different from the little ape. A group of ex-boyfriends also caught up with him in an instant. The other side. The three Nizu. No, the three Nizu. The woman in the aftermath seems to have broken through many traps and is constantly approaching here. The assassins in ambush seem to have been brought down. A subordinate was reporting to Nizumiya in the yard. The situation. Damn it. She is so forgetful. Isn't it possible to completely ignore the safety of the hostages? Nizumiya cursed, if this is the case, I will dispatch all of them. No matter what you do, I will kill them. Hi. A group of subordinates replied at the same time, and they dispersed in an instant. But at this moment, a subordinate came to Nizumiya, the three Nizu people. The purpose of those guys is to rescue the hostages, I think it's the time to hang her comrades on the poles to block their actions. This is the little monkey pretending to be, but Nizumiya didn't notice it at this time. Well, it makes sense. Then I will do it. The little ape said and walked forward, but the accident still happened and the little ape's glasses fell off. The little ape fumbled into the grass and said, No, glasses, glasses. Hey, where are you going? Nizumiya shouted from behind the little monkey. Shhhh, keep it quiet, it's my little ape. I'll save you right away and tie it up for a while. The little ape touched the head of Nizumiya's mouse while quietly comforting. Found the aftermath's house. Take it to death. A samurai finally found the little ape and shouted at the same time. A group of warriors heard the sound and rushed to the little ape at the same time. Little ape, run away. Little ape, the companions of the two little apes who were tied to the ground hurriedly shouted. Because he lost his glasses and couldn't see the surroundings, the little ape subconsciously covered his head and squatted down, but at this moment, the several samurai surrounding the little ape were all knocked down. www.readaloud.com. What guy? Nizumiya shouted, turning his head at the same time. At the same time, the little ape also looked over. I saw that the one standing on the roof was Jinshi in formal clothes. You must kill the offspring. Go down the door, my son-in-law Silver Mulberry. Yin sang. Xiao Yuan called out. But at this moment, Jintoki shouted, Father! Please entrust your daughter to me. At the same time, he jumped down. His head just hit Nizumiya's head, and Nizumiya was knocked out in an instant. After the collision, Yin Shi also injured his head and fell staggeringly. Yin sang, Hello, Yin sang. Upon seeing this, the little ape also rushed over. It's dawn, and the sun has risen. I'm sorry, Yin sang. The little ape said while bandaging Yin Shi's forehead, in fact, nothing happened to us, but I took advantage of you. Hey, what are you doing? My face didn't hurt. Looking at the little ape who was bandaging his face, Jintoki couldn't help but reminded him, Hey, did you hear? But the little ape still seemed to have heard nothing, and continued to rub the silver cheeks. Forget it, don't touch me, I always feel the smell of natto, said Jintoki, stood up and walked behind the little monkey. If a woman can't even bandage, she won't be able to marry. Go out, goodbye. The little ape turned around and looked at Yin Shi's back, a little confused. But at this moment, Jin Shi's voice sounded again. Also, when you want to ask for help next time, you don't need to be circumspect, just come to the house of everything. Little Ape Debut, End. Chapter 53, Keep Quiet in Public. Dawn End Number 039, Tea Trouble Others. Sokka. Hey, is this really Brother Jong Sung? Haruta looked at the little piece of paper in her hand and was a little suspicious of life. He said it himself. Yu Yang leaned in front of the door and said. I can't tell at all, Zhang Cheng was so cute when he was a child. Kingta couldn't find any adjectives. At the same time, she thought of Zhang Cheng, who is now squatting at home, the gap is too big. That's right, Sun Wheel said as he took the card over, He Angxing? I don't seem to have any impression. It seems to be a planet destroyed in war, Yu Yang said, if it is far away from the Earth. That's it, Hiron replied with a smile, and then continued to look at the photo on the idcard. Hey, what are you looking at? Zhang Cheng's voice suddenly came, shocking all three of them. The next moment Zhang Jingcheng saw his idcard in the hands of the Sun Wheel, smiled and walked over, took the idcard back, held it in his hand and looked at it. What do I think it is? What is this thing? It looks good. Zhang Cheng said disdainfully. Hey? Brother Zhang Cheng doesn't want his own home. Qing said in confusion. Not at all. Zhang Cheng replied without thinking. Hey! How can anyone not want their own home? You are definitely a lie. Haruta retorted. Don't compare me with you as a kid. Zhang Cheng said, turning around and leaving. I'm not frank at all, I just want to say I want to be when I miss home. Haruta mumbled. I heard it, brat. Zhang Cheng's voice came, and at the same time a hawthorn hit Haruta's head. Don't just talk about adults. It hurts, it hurts. Haruta said, rubbing her smashed head. Yu Yang stood still thinking, but the focus of the Sun Wheel was not here. Instead, he thought of the photo of Zhang Cheng on the card when he was a child. If you look closely, Zhang Cheng's eyes seem to be turned in one direction. It's like seeing what I like, that's why I laughed so happily. Hey? Space travel. Zhang Cheng squatted on the roof and muttered disdainfully, what's so beautiful in that place, it's dark everywhere. It's Haruta who wants to see it. Yu Yang explained aloud. Hey! Haruta, who was suddenly caught by Q, was caught off guard. Is that you again? Smelly kid, Zhang Cheng was helpless. Isn't it fragrant to play games at home? Running around all day, how much energy do you have? Anyway, the tickets are all bought, so if you don't go and check it out. Haruta replied. Just take your mom and Yuiong with you. I have no interest at all. Zhang Cheng said with a yawn. So much nonsense, hurry up. Yu Yang shouted and dragged Zhang Cheng down from the roof. At the same time, Haruta and Yu exchanged glances, as if they were saying mission completed. On the spacecraft, Zhang Cheng looked at the trio of the House of Everything in front of him with a depressed look, and said with black lines, Why? Why can you meet them in this place? Zhang Cheng sang, it was Kagura-chan who got the first prize in the shopping street, 3 free places for space journey. Xin Beiji turned his head and said. Ah, Suga. Zhang Cheng glanced at Kagura and Yin, who were eating the sea and drinking the free spaceship meal, and didn't know what to say. I knew they were coming too, I won't use it. Zhang Cheng sighed. What are you talking about? Zhang Cheng sang, can you entrust my safety to such an unreliable guy? Haruta pouted. Boys, as long as they are old enough to urinate standing, they should learn to be responsible for their lives. Zhang Cheng retorted. Hey! There is no such saying. It's all made up by you. Haruta said with anger. Hey, forget it, I'll just sleep for a while. Call me when the spacecraft returns to Earth. Then, Zhang Cheng stretched out, leaned back in the chair and closed his glasses. The appearance of falling asleep seems so harmless to humans and animals. Haruta muttered disdainfully at Zhang Cheng, who was already snoring, but turned her head to look at Yuiong next to him, and said with some excitement, Sister Yuiong, change the position with me, I want to be in the window. Yes. After saying that, Yuiong and Haruta changed positions. Haru was lying at the window looking at the scenery of the universe, and his small face was full of excitement. Although the Zhang Cheng trio and the Wanchaiwu trio were one after the other, the style of painting was completely different. On Zhang Cheng's side, one was sleeping, the other didn't know what was thinking, and the other kid looked out the window with excitement. As for the trio of All Things House, Shinbei and Kagura didn't know what to say when they watched the gobbled Jinshi. What did you say? Kagura, Jintoki said as he ate. Sadaharu was abducted by a strange man. That's right, Aru, so I don't want to enjoy the journey at all, Kagura replied while eating, and at the same time stretched out his hand to signal to the lady flight attendant not far away, one more beef and fish, one more beef and fish. So, just listen to me and leave it with the old woman, Yin Shi said, and reached out to signal the flight attendant lady not far away, strawberry milk. Give me some strawberry milk. I don't cherish rare trips. Jintoki complained while eating. You also cherish your own character is good. Xinbag vomited from the side. But only to leave Sadaharu at home, it is so pathetic. Kagura retorted, isn't the silver sauce hurt Sadaharu at all? When you go out, don't be noisy, Yin Shi replied, it's really disappointing, do you want to go home now? Hey! But at this moment, the broadcast sounded, please look to the left, passengers, that is known as the most beautiful planet in the entire solar system, the Earth that nourishes us. Oh, it's so beautiful! Kagura sighed with emotion while lying at the window. Really? Yin Shi also echoed looking out the window. But just then, Jintoki heard a familiar voice. Sister Yuiong, Brother Zhang Cheng, take a look. Ching exclaimed too excitedly. Hey, why are you here? Yin Shi finally found the Zhang Cheng trio behind him. People have been doing well all the time. Your two minds are completely immersed in the food, okay? Xinbag vomited. Really? Yin Shizuo wondered, but the next moment he continued to look out of the window and ignored him, and then sighed, I feel that small troubles are not important anymore. It can really wash people's hearts, Kagura replied. You two are totally enjoying traveling. Xinba How frantically spit out, why do you wash? Some stains must be kept in your heart. Really? As he said, Xinbag sat down again, but at this time a gun had reached Xinbag's forehead. Xinbag just turned his head and saw a masked bun man. Don't move, said the masked bun man with a gun. At the same time, Xinbag discovered that many masked robbers with guns appeared in the entire cabin. Hijacker! Hijacker! A woman yelled in panic. What is it called? Shut up, a robber said, then turned around and shouted to all the passengers in the cabin, this spaceship has been hijacked by our revolutionary organization Meng Do-hun. We will ask for your ransom from the shogunate. Also, since there is leisure and elegance to obsess over some cosmic journey, then at least give me some activity funds. The OR paupers who don't pay are all ready to go to see the king. Right. Yin sang, it's not good, Yin sang. Xinbag whispered. But at this time, Jintoki and Kagura are all thinking about the scenery outside the window. Zhang Cheng sang, Miss Yuiang. Seeing this situation, Xinbag hurriedly yelled behind him. But at this time Zhang Cheng is still asleep, and the conditions of Tsukiyoshi and Haruto with Jintoki and Kagura on the side are almost exactly the same. If I die, I really want to be buried in the universe. Jinshiki said with emotion, that way I will feel like a star. Well, it will definitely become a star. Kagura replied. At best, it's just turned into space junk, right? Yu Yang replied with disdain. What did you say? Yinchi suddenly became unhappy. Hey! You are about to become stars. Xinbag couldn't help shouting. But at this time, the robber pointed the gun at Yinchi and Kagura. What are you guys doing? Didn't you hear Lao Zi talking? At the same time, another robber also came over www.readaloud.com and pointed the gun at Yuiang and Haruta. At this moment, Zhang Cheng finally woke up. To be precise, he should have been woken up. It's so noisy. Are you the first time out to go out for excitement, the elementary school students who couldn't sleep the night before? You guys? Didn't your mother teach you to keep quiet in public? You bastards! With that said, Zhang Cheng stood up and unloaded the guns of the two robbers closest to him instantly. At the same time, Yuiang, Yinchi, and Kagura moved, facing these people. The robbers had no room for resistance at all, and were brought down in the blink of an eye. So awesome! The passengers applauded excitedly. But just when everyone thought they were out of danger, a robber with a gun rushed in from the door with a gun. What a joke! Go to hell! The robber said that he was about to shoot, but at that moment, the robber was knocked down by the door that was knocked open again. I want to vomit! Sakamoto Tatsuma rubbed his chest and walked out, while Satoru was still biting Sakamoto's head on Sakamoto's back. The wine is forgotten when I wake up, and I drink again. Ah ha ha ha, hey? What's wrong? Did something happen? Sakamoto asked curiously, looking at all the passengers who were looking at him. Sadaharu. Kagura called out first, you bastard. After that, Kagura rushed up. Sakamoto helped his glasses and still didn't react. Kagura had already killed him and kicked Sakamoto out. Give me back Sadaharu. Zhang Nai and Jintoki stepped forward, looked at Sakamoto who fell on the ground, and muttered to himself, this guy. Do you two know him? Xinbag asked aloud behind him. Chapter 54, Forget about the past, men should look ahead. Before Zhang Cheng and Yinchi could answer, suddenly I heard a huge explosion, and the entire hull of the spacecraft began to shake violently, and the passengers screamed. Then I didn't know who shouted. The control room exploded. The driver was injured. The whole cabin became a mess, sirens, screams, crying, and even prayers. You're all done. Traitors who slapped the heavens in the wind. Go to death. Ha. A robber who had been brought down before fell to the ground and said, after speaking, he began to laugh. But before he finished laughing, Zhang Cheng fainted with a kick. Are the villain's lines so monotonous? Zhang Cheng sighed helplessly. It's not the time to talk about this now. Yu Yang couldn't fight without getting angry, and shouted with the shivering Haruta. Haruta was trembling with fear. Looking at Haruta with a subtle expression on Yu Yang's chest, Zhang Cheng was speechless. This kid. Before finishing speaking, the entire hull began to tilt, and Zhang Cheng and Yin Shi almost fell to the ground. Excuse me, passengers. Will any of the passengers fly a spacecraft? A lady flight attendant suddenly opened the door of the cabin and looked at the crowd of passengers and asked. Whoever it is, come and help. Dead. All the passengers were terrified. But at this moment, Zhang Cheng looked at Sakamoto on the ground, and suddenly reacted, squatting down and about to lift Sakamoto, but he was stunned when he stretched out his hand, because Jintoki had the same idea. Then the two of them drove Sakamoto and rushed into the cab. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Sakamoto Kaitong shouted, Hey! Who are you? But when facing Zhang Cheng and Jin, Sakamoto had no resistance at all, and could only be dragged away. Where are you dragging me? Sakamoto asked. You, I said you really liked spaceships before. Jin Shiki said as he ran, it should be okay to drive. Don't talk nonsense. Our lives are now in your hands. Zhang Cheng shouted at the same time. How do you know? And, why is life in my hands? Don't say the unclear words. Sakamoto replied, and at the same time raised his head and glanced at Zhang Cheng and Jinchi. Hey, it seems like you have known each other. Oh. Isn't this Zhang Cheng and Jinchi? Sakamoto finally recognized the two. Why are you two here? Long time no see. Zhang Cheng, Jinchi. You can still meet here. What an adventure. Your relationship is still so good. Then, Sakamoto clapped his hands. Have a drink. Have a drink to celebrate. Wow. The two did not give Sakamoto a chance to finish talking. At this time, they had reached the door of the driver's cab. At the same time, they pressed Sakamoto's face with force at the door switch. Soon after, the door opened. Yin Shi, my name is Yin Shi, okay. Yin Shi shouted. Who has a good relationship with this guy? Zhang Cheng shouted this sentence. At this time, Zhang Chenkai finally took a look at the cab. The entire cab was almost in ruins. The ground was covered with broken glass. All the drivers were injured to varying degrees. A man who looked like a captain, wearing a blindfold, an explosive head and a beard, lay on the ground and muttered to himself, That's it. I'm a captain, so let me sink with the ship. Everything on the earth is so mist, wow. Was stunned by Sakamoto's foot before he finished feeling. Hey? Did I step on something? Sakamoto wondered. It's not the time to talk about those. Jintoki rushed over as he said, but stepped on the captain again. That's right, hurry up. Zhang Cheng rushed over to carry Sakamoto and rushed to the bridge. Bombs were installed on the ship, and it is difficult to investigate clearly. Sakamoto complained, and at the same time walked to the bridge and started debugging. It's not good, everyone has started chanting Buddha and praying for super birth. Xinbag walked in with Kagura and Yuiyang and said. Don't worry, just leave it to that guy. Jintoki waved his hand and said, while looking at Sakamoto who was operating in front of the display. Although he is a bit brainless, he is really obsessed with spaceships. He is a guy who flies around and is active in the entire galaxy. For Sakamoto Tatsuma, operating the spacecraft is like controlling his limbs. That's right, just stay honestly at this time, find a comfortable place to sleep, and when you wake up, you will find that you have returned to the earth. Zhang Cheng said that he had piled up several pilots who fell to the ground. I got up and used it as a pillow, and lay down by myself. It's still clean here, and the cabin is so noisy. After speaking, he yawned and closed his eyes. Hey! How optimistic are you? Xinba How roared. Get up quickly. Had it not been for you, Haruta would not face this kind of situation. With that, Yu Yang mentioned Zhang Cheng. Hey! I'm the victim, okay? It's you guys who forced me to come, okay? Zhang Cheng retorted, but in the end he sighed and said, I said that I don't need to worry about it. It's all commonplace for guys. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, he looked at Sakamoto, but he didn't look at it. He was dumbfounded when he saw it. He saw Sakamoto holding the two legs of a driver who was unconscious on the bridge and shouted, Oh, you are ready. Let's go. Really, there is no brain. Just after Shinbaki finished complaining, Zhang Cheng and Jintoki instantly rushed to Sakamoto, pressing Sakamoto's head on the console. That. Sakamoto got up, his face covered with blood, just about to say something, but was interrupted by Jinchi. Hey, do you still want to take another punch? Jintoki said to Sakamoto. Ah ha ha ha, it's the first time to manipulate such a large spacecraft, it's a bit confusing. Sakamoto replied. Can you touch it here? Zhang Cheng said as he lifted Sakamoto's left hand from behind and placed it on Sakamoto's head. It hurts, it hurts. Sakamoto yelled, while using his right hand to recover the left hand that was dislocated by Zhang Chenbei. The main reason is that I don't know where the rudder is. Silver sauce, is this? Kagura asked, holding the hands of a comatose driver on the ground. I can at least be sure it's not this. Jinshiki replied. It's a pilot. Let go of them soon. Xinbeiji shouted. That, is that this? Yu Yang raised the hand of the captain wearing the blindfold, this looks like the captain. Although those hands often control the rudder, they can't be the rudder either. Xinba Hao said again. Hey, it's not good, it seems to be falling on a certain planet. Jin's hero shouted looking at the scene outside the window. Yin sang, Zhang Cheng sang. This is it. This. Suddenly, the voice of the new 8 harp sounded again. And then everyone saw something similar to a ship's rudder on the heights behind them. Hey, I won't move at all. Xinbag tried to turn the rudder, but it didn't move at all. Boy, good job, let's hand it over to Sigma_. Oh. Looking at Sakamoto who came over while vomiting, Shinbeiji was really not good, ah. Don't come here. Are you not a super spaceship fan? How come you get seasick and faint like this? Ah, I do like spacecraft, but it is also easy to get seasick. Why do you have a love-hate expression on your face? Xinbag, it's okay, leave it to this girl. My dream in writing is to be a pilot. Kagura said while competing with Yinchi and Xinbag for control of the rudder. You go aside. That's enough. This uncle is coming. Jinshiki shouted, the principle of driving this kind of thing should be the same. I don't want it. Put my life in the hands of you two, I don't have enough life. Xinbagia counterattacked. Hey, aren't you going to have a kick? Yu Yang asked, looking at Zhang Cheng beside her. That, actually. Zhang Cheng began to tweak, I didn't pass the test for my manual driver's license several times. You. Haruta. Hey, layman can't mess around. Sakamoto couldn't help but reminded, watching the 3 people who were fighting for the control of the rudder. With the rudder broken, isn't this kind of plot often appearing on TV? It must be prevented from happening. Speaking, Sakamoto walked forward, but at this moment, a piece of the spacecraft stirred Sakamoto's foot. Sakamoto reached out his hand and fell on his back, and just touched the rudder with his hand, and gave the entire rudder. Pulled it down. everyone. Ah ha ha ha, this kind of plot still happened, ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha, you are so big. Jinchiki roared. But at this time it is no longer helpful, the entire spacecraft fell towards the unknown planet. It's so hot that my mind is starting to rush into the past. It was finally saved. It's really dangerous. Sakamoto wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, just for a moment, Sakamoto remembered the past. The scene of saying goodbye to Zhongcheng in the war against barbarians. Rescued. Yanqi looked around him, can you be rescued in this situation? I was forced to descend to this kind of ghost place that looked like an old woman's wrinkled face everywhere, all because you broke the rudder. Forget about the past, men should look ahead. Sakamoto replied with a light smile. You still want to go wrong? You big hairy ball! Jintoki shook Sakamoto's collar, shouting as he shook it. At this time, the spacecraft made a forced landing on this unknown planet. The whole planet was full of desert at a glance. The sun hit the desert and the temperature was too high. Fortunately, there were no casualties on the spacecraft, and everyone survived. Hiding in the shadow of the spacecraft. It's hot enough, stop yelling. Xinbag said weakly from the side. Chapter 55, supported, Sakamoto and number 039, SDE, 4000 characters, Sakamoto out. Kagura-chan, are you okay? Don't be aggressive. As he said, Shinbeiji looked at Kagura on the side. It's okay, Aru. As long as you have an umbrella, it doesn't matter. Kagura replied feebly, then stood up, but I'm a little thirsty, I'll go to the river over there to drink. Seeing Kagura heading into the distance, Shinbaha finally reacted, and shouted at Kagura, did you see the river? You must never cross that river. Note, Japanese legends died after 7 within a day, you will reach the underworld after crossing the Three Ways River. While talking, Shinbeiji rushed forward and threw down Kagura, stopping Kagura's footsteps. Father, let me go. Kagura raised his face and said weakly, boxing or something, I have enough. I really want to drink water. Who is your daddy? Xinba Hao spit out and looked at Yanqi and Zhongcheng behind him. Yin sang, Zhongcheng sang, it's not good, Shen Le is going to cross the three-way river. That kind of thing deceives the children. Zhongcheng stood up, and at the same time he lifted the already hot Harita on his back and shouted at Kagura, Kagura, come here, let's go to the old woman on the bridge over there and ask for a bowl of iced mung bean soup. Hey! Your one is almost the same. Xinba Hao roared. You are the one to coax children, Jinchiki said disdainfully, and at the same time walked to Kagura, patted Kagura's face, hey, Kagura, cheer up. Idiot daddy, I'll continue boxing. Kagura, with his dull eyes, was still immersed in fantasy. That won't work, my eyes are dazzling, Jinchiki looked at Kagura's eyes and said, while leaning down to lift Kagura on his back, I will carry her and drink some water in the river over there. Said then he started walking towards the other side. Hey! Didn't you see it too? Xinbeiji quickly grabbed the two of them. What are you shouting? Can't you see it? Jinchiki retorted, ah, there are flower gardens. At this time, Sakamoto staggered over and said, pointing to Jinchi, oh! Isn't this Miss Alling? Marry me. How come you are so fast? Yanqi is going to Santuhi here, and Zhongcheng is going to find Po Meng. Xinba Hao is not good when he stands in place. But at this moment, a passenger pointed to the sky and shouted, then, what is that? Then everyone raised their heads and looked at the bigger and bigger black dot. The black dot got bigger and got closer. As time went by, it finally showed a complete outline, which is 3. A spaceship. It's a spaceship. Someone has come to rescue us, a passenger shouted. The rest of the passengers also cheered happily. After the spacecraft landed, Sakamoto scratched his head in embarrassment to Luoku. Ah ha ha ha, I really trouble you, Matsu, made you run so far to pick me up. This kind of thing is not an example, Matsu replied helplessly, our ship is for business, not a rescue team. As the boss, you are always like this, brothers are very embarrassed, and you don't even say hello. It's not an example to run out and wander around. I'm so embarrassed, I really like a woman who likes the earth better, ha 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 ha. You are really unpleasant, why are you still alive? Ha ha, Matsu, you just have a bad mouth. Sakamoto-san, this is... Shinbeiji polished his glasses and looked at the large spaceships, and then asked. Oh, it's called Quick Rescue Team, it's my personal fleet. At this time, all the passengers had boarded the Fast Rescue Team's spacecraft, and Sakamoto took a new 8-jaw to visit in the cabin. This ship is not designed to fight in the air, the hull itself is a company. Sakamoto explained. The company? Yes, I drove this ship to do some large-scale transactions, reselling items between various planets, just to get some trade, said. The two had already arrived outside the cabin. Sakamoto glanced at the bright metal cannon on the spacecraft. Guan continued, however, the universe has not been peaceful recently, so I have equipped some weapons like this. Sakamoto-san, it seems that you just look a little stupid. Shinbeiji said with emotion, lying on the guardrail. Ah ha 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 ha, why do you boast that I want to cry? Sakamoto was a little speechless, but he went on to say, it is neither force nor thought, but profit. It will bring both heaven and humans to the earth. I can seek reconciliation of the relationship if I want to benefit. I just defend my country according to my own ideas. It's amazing, Shinbeiji said with emotion, then turned his head and looked at the silver holding a wooden barrel to feed Kagura in the back. He sighed and said, our general has always been like this picture. Looks like. Ah ha ha ha, that guy is really confusing. No, it's not that guy, it's those two guys, Sakamoto said and looked at Izuri who was snoring softly with his eyes closed. But look. By the time the two of them feel that nothing has changed, they are exactly the same as before. Some things about them are the same. Although I don't understand, I can understand. Suddenly, Sakamoto seemed to have thought of something. Shuga, Zhongcheng asked me for help. But at this moment, a green tentacle wrapped Sakamoto's whole person several times and dragged it out. It was the new 8 who discovered that many of the quick relief team staff were recruited. That's... Shinbeiji yelled in disbelief. Ah ha ha ha, it seems that the weather is still too hot, and hallucinations have appeared again. Sakamoto, who was abducted by his tentacles, still had an indifferent expression. Don't mind, it's just hallucinations. What is that? Monster. Several crew members on the cabin were a little panicked, pointing at the countless big green tentacles that emerged from the sand. Is that? That's a sandworm, Matsu walked over and answered Zinbaha's confusion. It is the creature at the top of the planet's food chain. It should be a quiet guy, probably a group of people quarreling in the desert. Woke up. I said you. Your boss has encountered such a big trouble, why are you so calm? It's because he is always reckless to behave badly, Matsu shouted at the tentacles. Sandworm. Kill the shaggy man, the lower body is the focus of the attack. Do you have any deep hatred? Ah ha ha ha, how could I die in such a place? Sakamoto took out his gun and rescued each of his companions who had encountered the same situation as him, but he did not save himself. Everyone, run away! Sakamoto shouted. The quick rescue team members who fell to the ground quickly ran to the spaceship. At this moment, a huge creature with a hard shell came out of the sand. It must be a sandworm, that Matsu said. At the same time, the entire hull began to shake violently. Looking at the sandworm that is bigger than the 3 ships combined, the new 8 jokes can't help but panic. Out, out. Sandworm stretched out several tentacles and wrapped up the entire fleet. Asshole! It intends to drag all the ships into the sand. Matsu scolded. Use a cannon. Fire a cannon to solve it. Sakamoto shouted. If you fire the gun, Sakamoto-san, you won't be together. Shiniachi shouted. Do not bother me. But, Sakamoto-san. Before he finished speaking, he heard Matsu on the side giving the first order, prepare for bombardment. At the same time, everyone obeyed their orders and aimed their gun barrels at the sandworm. I said I really intend to kill Sakamoto-san. Shiniachi said angrily, isn't he the captain? Never lose righteousness, we must not put all the passengers in danger for that guy alone, what we should do now is to save the lives of all the passengers. Matsu turned his head and looked at Shinbaha. Never lose the righteousness, but that guy's mantra, that guy left his comrades fighting on the ground in the war against barbarians and went to the universe. Why do you think he did this? It's for justice, he is thinking about the future of the country. The final painful choice, of course, was indeed painful. The war ended after he went to the universe. Although he was so painful at the time, he still continued to make his own decision. We were attracted by him and gathered here. Therefore, we must not do anything that violates his life creed. The bombardment preparation is complete, a staff member shouted. Fire! Matsu shouted, and at the same time 2 laser beams were directed at the sandworm body. The huge explosion not only successfully scared the sandworms into the sand, but also awakened Zhang Cheng on the side. Looking at Sakamoto, who was about to be dragged into the sand, Zhang Cheng stood up reluctantly. Hey, it's hard to get a rest for a while, what are you doing? Zhang Sang-san. Hurry up and save Sakamoto-san. The new 8-jaw asked Zhang Cheng for help as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hey? How could that kind of snail threaten Sakamoto, are you kidding me? Although Zhang Cheng said so, he jumped onto the barrel and Jintoki moved. Hey, that snail, let go of Sakamoto. Zhang Cheng didn't know where he took out a cardboard speaker and shouted at the sandworm, think about your old mother at home, she know that you will cry when you do this kind of thing. Hey! Does this method work? Xin Beiji roared below. So, didn't I tell you? This guy is just a fool. Jin's hero shouted similarly. Yin sang. Xin Bag just wanted to be moved for a while, but after hearing the second half of Yin Shi's sentence, he was not touched at all. That is obviously a conch. Yin Shi disdainfully said. Hey! The two of you are too much to compare each other. Xin Bag was not well. Really? Zhang Cheng scratched his head and then shouted to the sandworm, the big conch, let go of Sakamoto, think about your old mother in your hometown, knowing that you do this kind of thing will definitely cry. Yes, I will definitely cry. Ah ha ha ha, I think I should definitely die this time. At this time, Sakamoto only had his head exposed on the sand. So, didn't I tell you to let Sakamoto go? Zhang Cheng's tone changed suddenly, and everyone who heard him felt as if they were shivering in the freezing winter. Why, what's going on? It took a while for Xin Beiji to wake up from the shock. It's just murderous. Matsu explained, and looked at Zhang Cheng, who was smiling but could not feel any emotions, that umbrella. But at this time, Sakamoto was finally sent out by Sandworm, and Sandworm also escaped into the sand. Sandworms are obedient only by murderous intent, it seems that the rumors are true. Matsu murmured. Ah ha ha ha. It's still exactly the same as before. Sakamoto lay on the sand and muttered to himself, I always wanted to say something to you, sorry, I abandoned you at the last moment. What are you talking about? Zhang Cheng jumped down, helped Sakamoto up, and said disdainfully, you are not a man of your level, but you are not more than you are, and you are a lot less. Jintoki held Sakamoto on the other side, and said, that's right, it's just a loud voice. It's just www.readaloud.com. If you are about to fall to the ground at this level, I will look down on you, Sakamoto. Zhang Cheng continued. What are you talking about, fishing for the stars? Yin Shi muttered disdainfully. But, we will always be on the ground, supporting you. Times 2. You. As he said, Sakamoto's moved nose and tears welled up, and he rubbed the two crazily. It's dirty. And, it smells. You can kill me. Woo woo woo, people are just moved. Mutsu raised the corners of his mouth as he watched the three people hustling together below, but said nothing. Well, what you asked me to get before. Sakamoto said while throwing a stone at Zhang Cheng. Your hometown, Hien-Sing's meteorite. Although the whole Hien-Sing is gone, he still found it. I almost forgot. Holding the fist-sized stone, Zhang Cheng said casually, and turned around and threw the stone to Harita. At the beginning, I knew what you were thinking. Zhang Cheng walked to the side and sat down and closed his eyes. This is... Harita murmured while holding the stone. It seems that the plan has been exposed. Yu Yang said after taking a cigarette. Plan? Xin Beiji asked in confusion. Well, let Zhang Cheng take a look at his hometown's plan. Harita replied honestly. Aside, Sakamoto was annoying Zhang Cheng. Hey, listen to the wig saying that you are in Yoshiwara now, hey. Don't stop talking. At least give some point cards or coupons to your former friends. Hey. Sakamoto Tatsuma appearance, end. Today will be updated at 10 and number 039, clock late sorry. 2 chapters were finished before 11 o'clock, yesterday there was something wrong with the code word. Get off work at 6:30, get home at 7, clean up, eat and wash, it's about 9 o'clock, upload before 11 o'clock. Chapter 56, all the friends in the world are actually the same. Why can't I meet you guys in this kind of place? Seeing Jintoki and Kagura standing in front of the convenience store counter, Zhang Cheng looked disgusted. Ah, Zhang Cheng sang. Xinbag quickly put down the mop in his hand and walked over. What an adventure, I can meet in this kind of place. Ah, what an adventure. Actually, Hasegawa-san asked him to do so. It was his job, but it seemed that he was going out for a private matter suddenly, so he entrusted the work to us and let us look at the shop for a day on his behalf. Xinbag replied. Ah, are you sure that this store will remain intact until he comes back? As he said, Zhang Cheng looked at Kagura who was putting the customer's jump in the microwave to heat it up. Probably. Xinbag replied, full of black lines. At that moment, Xinbag turned his head and suddenly saw a person sneaking up in front of the shelf. I said you, what are you doing? Xinbag walked over and grabbed the hand that wanted to steal something. Let me see your waist, did you just steal something? Why? Who is stealing your stuff? The thief said and turned his head, but the next moment, he was stunned. Xinjiang. And the same is true for the new 8, Takajin. Convenience store lounge. Hakaibe Takaya, 16 years old, the same age as Shinbaki, don't you feel shy? Your mother is going to cry. Jinshiki stood at the table and looked at the thief in front of him. While looking at the stolen goods found on the table from the tall house, several bottles of hair restorer. Besides, what do you want so many hair restorers for? Don't worry, you are very stylish. Have a little confidence in yourself. How can I use it myself? Takaya retorted. What's the matter? You can't eat rice. Are you going to make refreshing hair restorer on top of rice, isn't it? Goutsai, why do you do such a thing? Xinbag asked with her head down. Goutsai, you never did this kind of thing before. It's so long-winded. How many years do you think it has been? Gao Wu glanced at Xinbag. and then said disdainfully, I am not the Gao Ziyi you used to know. That's enough, Yamen is everywhere. Okay, it doesn't matter where you want to take me. If you want to kill, you want to kill you, the soul is pale. At this time, Zhang Cheng and Kagura are hiding outside the door and eavesdropping. Hey, Kagura-chan, is that hairstyle really cool? Zhang Cheng asked quietly. I don't know Aru, but I did see a lot of hairstyles with French bread on my head recently. Kagura replied. French bread? I always thought it was a pile of beep, it turned out to be French bread. Zhang Cheng said with emotion, why do you think they want a French bread on their heads? Probably to eat Aru when you are hungry. Suga, it turned out to be like this. Hey, your two voices are so loud that everyone can hear it. Jin Shiki walked to the door and opened the door and said to them. Hey, is it really okay if you let that guy go? Zhang Cheng said while eating with a bowl of noodles. Ah! Xin Beiji lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. If you care then, just catch up and have a look. Zhang Cheng continued, you, treat him as a friend. Zhang Cheng sang, speaking of Wulu do you, that is really the worst group of here. Xinba Hao raised his head and said slowly, fighting and stealing are just as casual as eating. Gao Ziyi unexpectedly joined that kind of. So, don't you still have a friend like you? Zhang Chenjiahua finished his last noodle and continued, isn't this so-called friend like this? Isn't it okay to stop when you make a mistake? Then Zhang Cheng glanced at the silver who was doing nothing at the counter, although I don't want to admit that I am the same as the silver hair natural curl, we all know that no matter who made a mistake and deviated from the track, the other person will stop him. Even fighting for our lives will pull the companions who have gone the wrong way back to the original trajectory. Therefore, we can live well and live according to our own will. Gao Tsai became like that, it was all my fault, he became like that because of me, at the moment when he was most troubled. Then, Xin Bajia was about to fall into memory. The memories end here, Zhang Cheng clapped his hands and interrupted Xinba Hao's memories aloud, memories are too many words, and readers have opinions. If you insist on remembering, please condense it to 20 words. Within. Xinba Hao was silent for a moment, and then said, youth, like a sand castle, collapsed instantly due to some unsatisfactory things. After that, due to the debt of the family, he did not go to the private school soon. I'm studying. But what will happen to Gao Zi's life since then, I can completely imagine. What should I do then? What can I do to save Gao Zi? Hey, we don't know anything. I didn't let you remember why you went on to say it yourself. What happened after that? I don't know what happened at all, hey. Zhang Cheng vomited. No, I definitely can't do it. On the side, Yin Shi didn't know when he came over and said. You can't do it, you can't do it. Kagura nodded with his head. I can't make you tall. You don't know what it is like. Zhang Cheng shouted. Is it necessary to guess the embarrassment when I was in school? For example, peeing on the pants, or being called up by the teacher to answer some questions that I don't know the answer, right? Isn't this the thing that annoys elementary school students the most? Yin Shi said disapprovingly. Well, it's big. Xinba nodded and said. Suga, the big one, Zhang Cheng nodded, but then asked, hey? The big one? The big one? Did you poop? Did you pull your pants? Did you pull your pants in the class? At that time, I turned a blind eye to Gao Ziyi who asked for help. Zhang Cheng. Why can't it be done? Amiao's voice suddenly sounded. Sister, when are you? Xinba murmured while looking at Amiao who didn't know when it would arrive. Just now, but I have heard all of your words. Amiao replied, and then looked at the distressed Xinba Hao. When a friend is crying, just accompany crying together. When a friend is in distress, Just hold your head and worry about it together. When your friends solve big hands, all you have to do is to solve big hands together, Zinken. If you really are a friend, you must be able to share any pain, and then, said. Amiao put down the lunchbox in her hand and looked at Xinbaha again. Xin Zhang, when a friend goes astray, even if she wants, it's no hesitate to lose this friendship. He must be brought back. This is the friendship that the real samurai pursues. Sister. Xinbaji yelled and looked at Yin Shi, who was aside. I'm sorry, the manager, something private happened, please allow me to leave early. Wait a minute, Amiao shouted at this time, and opened her lunchbox. The consolation products have become practical products. In short, let's start after eating. I challenged a new cooking this time. Rolled eggs and sauce. Everyone looked at the dark matter and didn't know what to say. Sure enough, it is a practical product. Where are you going to send us? Hell, practical product. Yin Shishi shouted. Well, I have just eaten a lot of cup noodles, and now I am full. This is no blessing. Zhang Cheng pointed to the dozens of empty cup noodles next to him and swallowed his mouth. God, how can that kind of thing be nutritious? Amiao said, covering her mouth. Zhang Cheng sang is really true, at least one more egg. Ah, I really don't need it, I am really full now, and I will have a chance next time. Before Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Amiao pushed the lunchbox to Jinshi and Kagura. Then, you should be very hungry now. I just ate a lot of delicious sticks, so I am not hungry at all. Kagura first raised his hand and said, pointing to the pile of delicious sticks bags beside him. Then you. Amiao looked at Yin Shi. Me? Actually I. Before Yin Shi finished speaking, she was frightened by Amiao's aura. He turned around and ran, and said, I'm going to buy a drink, then. This is a convenience store. For drinks, there are so many that are about to rot. Amiao turned her head and said with a smile. But at this moment, Xinbag walked out with his head down. Looking at the back of Xinbao, Yin Shi sighed and said, does it really matter? No one knows what the recent gangsters will do. I can't control it. Zhang Cheng helped the guests in front of the guests to skillfully check out and pack, and after sending the sentence welcome next time, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com finally reacted. Why should I do this kind of thing here? Zhang Cheng asked himself, why did they all run away and leave him such an irrelevant person to watch the shop? Zhang Cheng sighed and looked at Satoru, who was sleeping on his stomach, and smiled helplessly. Forget it, just help them a little. Jingle bell. Welcome. Until the evening, the scarred Xinbag and Gao Ziyi returned to the convenience store. Seeing the two people hooking their shoulders together, talking, laughing, Zhang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little bit. At a certain moment, Zhang Cheng remembered a certain past. At that time, several people also hooked their shoulders, talked and laughed like this, and they were also covered in wounds. Hey, Yin Shi's voice awakened Zhang Cheng from the memory, this, reward. While talking, Yin Shi threw a can of Coke at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng took a sip after taking it, and then complained, you guys are too daunting, and, after looking at the shop for a long time, is it just a bottle of Coke? Suda, Yin Shi, you have always been so stingy. Gui stood aside and said, really, you are stingy. As he said, he walked to the side and picked up a delicious stick and ate it. Hey! When did you come? Yin Shi shouted. Hey, you put things down for me. Have you paid for it? Just eat for yourself. What do you think of this place? Just after passing by, I saw two old friends here. So. That's why you're a ghost. Give me money, humiliation. Seeing the two making a fuss, Zhang Cheng smiled, then cleared his throat and said. Hey, you two, do you want to have a drink? Chapter 57, there are always a few words that make you so angry that you can't suppress it after. Red Fang abandoned married life and found a place for women on the battlefield. Devil, God, Harana, the host shouted from the boxing ring, then, Lan Fang changed from popular idol to boxer, fighting Song Ji. Dynamite Atong. Looking at the two on the stage, an unknown creature and A Tongchen, and then at the new 8 who is wearing A Tongchen's guards. There are also the members of the Temple Mentung guards, and Jintoki next to him. With Kagura, Zhang Cheng didn't know what to say. Is the threshold for being an idol now so high? Zhang Cheng asked in confusion. Come on! Atong sauce! Xin Beiji shouted. What is going on? It's better for him to stop and develop in a strange direction, Yin Shi said casually. Atong Chan has just changed his job to the idol who is singing and fighting. Zin Beiji retorted. It's dangerous once people say this, and the ramen shop I often go to, try adding curry to the menu next time, it closed down shortly after saying this. Jinshi looked at the station. The above has already begun, Atong Chan who was fighting each other said that what kind of devil and goddess? Suda Soda, idol will do the idol affairs well, and the unnecessary things will lead to a decline in popularity. Zhang Cheng took over. That kind of thing is impossible. I always love Atong sauce. Xin Beiji retorted, but then continued, Hey, Zhang Cheng sang, why did Zhang Cheng sang go to such a place? Yeah, I walked well on the street. I don't know who pulled it over, and then I saw you. Zhang Cheng replied, and looked at the boxing ring at the same time. Beat that devil and goddess. Speaking of which, doesn't Zhang Cheng sang have any idols he likes? But Zhang Cheng sang shouldn't be the kind of star chaser. Xin Beiji continued naturally. Yes. Zhang Cheng replied. Let me just say it, there must be, hey. Xin Bahao was shocked, really? Well, I like Sakai spring water very much. Zhang Cheng nodded and replied seriously. That, no one seems to dislike her. Xin Beiji helped his glasses. Are there any idols that are active in the showbiz? FP's game has taken up too much of my time. Zhang Cheng replied again. Ah, this way. What is a dream? It is very hard to have a dream, and it is very sad to not have a dream, but such a thorny road, your figure who opened the road with your fist, I am deeply touched. Kagura jumped directly as he said. On the boxing ring. Hey, has Kagura sauce been stimulated by something? Zhang Cheng wondered. Ah, probably. Xin Beiji replied. Oh. Someone has entered. Who the is it? The host shouted from below. My name is Anthony Kagura. For some reason, I would like to help A Tongchen. Kagura said with a grim look standing in front of A Tongchen. Then, I will go first. Zhang Cheng walked out of the auditorium with his face covered, and walked straight to the door. Silver time, me too. New 8, me too. Just as the three of them approached the exit, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Kagura, what are you doing? Why are you not being a housewife? Don't you want to be exciting? Sugo shouted at the boxing ring from the audience, but after shouting, he saw Zhang Cheng on the side. With Yin Shi etl. It's a chance encounter. I didn't expect that you are also interested in fighting skills, said Sugu, who was dressed in casual clothes, leaned on the side and looked at the trio of Zhang Cheng and Wan Chaiwu. The ugly expression on his face and the clinging look is really hilarious. Zhang Cheng nodded calmly in agreement. What is your interest? Sadism. Xin Bahao roared, and at the same time looked at Zhang Cheng who was aside. Did you also nod your head just now? Hey! The guy who laughs at the people who work hard is the worst. Kagura curled his lips and said, the guy who hinders the decisive battle is not qualified to watch the fighting skills. The guy who swaggered into the game just now is not qualified to say this. Jintoki patted Kagura's head and said. Stop talking about this, let me say a few people, if I have time, can I go to a place with me? There is a place where the program is more interesting. Sugo asked. I have no interest in unknown adventures, so I will go back first. Zhang Cheng waved his hand and said. Hey! Sugo continued, that's a pity. It's a fighting game that is countless times more exciting than this. I thought you would like it, the boss. Really? Well, just follow me and you will know. Hey, what the is this place? Jin Shiki asked after Sugo. At this time, the trio of Zhang Cheng and Wan Chaiwu followed Zhang Guyu into a remote alley. Everyone, this is the social arena of the residents of Inner World, and it is impossible for people outside to see everything here. With that, Sugo took everyone to an underground boxing ring. This is the underground arena. Jin Shiki murmured as he looked at the cheering spectators around and the arena below. Purgatory Pass, held here, real life and death fighting skills. Sugo explained as he watched the two fighting each other on the stage. Finally, the fight had a result. A man with an iron rod and a red ghost mask won the game, while the other player had fallen to the ground. It is no longer known whether he is alive or dead. There is such a thing. Xinbag said in disbelief. In fact, those guys don't particularly like this kind of real sword fighting, but as long as they are hooked on gambling money, there will be a group of hungry dogs coming. Sugo continued. This is really exciting. Zhang Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, no wonder I can smell such a heavy smell of blood from outside. Somehow, I'm all excited. When I'm silver, do you want to make a bet? I don't have that kind of hobby, I said. Yin Shi waved his hand and said, the small steel ball can satisfy me. What should we do if you show us such disgusting things and make us unable to sleep? You are so pale. Kagura yelled, grabbing Sugo by the neck. Isn't it obvious that this is a crime? Okada-san. Xinbag said from the side, how do you say you are also a law enforcement officer? It's because the law enforcers are even more unable to take action. In fact, just like the Yoshihara where this guy is located, there is always a strong power behind this kind of thing. Zhou glanced at Zhang Cheng and continued. Are you saying that the shogunate also had collusion? Jintoki asked. If we act rashly, our true selection team may collapse overnight. I really envy you who are free bodies. Sugo replied. Speaking ahead, I don't want to help you guys. Yin Shi said without hesitation. It's weird. I thought you and I were of the same kind, would hate this kind of stuff to the point of nausea. Look over there. Sugo looked at the stage with a red ghost mask. The man with his upper body naked, the strongest fighter in Purgatory, Onidalmaru. If you investigate him, you may find some clues. Hey! Jin Shiki just wanted to speak out but was interrupted by Sugo again. Don't worry, this is just my commission as a person. Shinzengamai has nothing to do with this. Only I know about this place, so please keep this matter secret from Kondo-san and Toku-san. After that, Sugo also glanced at Zhang Cheng. Also, it is very convenient if you take action, isn't it? This Yoshihara man seems to be your friend too? Destroy the Purgatory Pass in one fell swoop, and finally pushed everything to Yoshihara and the shogunate. There is nothing to say, right? Hey! You have a good idea, Zhang Cheng said with a sneer. It seems that I accidentally said what I was thinking. Sugo made a startled expression. Well, that's it. Cut, I'm really curious about what the background said. Senior officials of the shogunate? Or something else? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. Heavenly Daozhong, have you ever heard of this name? Using the general as the puppet government www.readaloud.com to manipulate and change Edo as you like, is the guy who holds the real power of this country. 14 did not know when they stood in the crowd. Behind him, he said, this low-interest fighting arena is the playground of the Heavenly Daozhong group of guys. Said, 14 looked at the foremost Sugu and ridiculed, I don't forget to work on a rest day. It's really hard for you. Why didn't I know that you are a real hard-working workaholic? After finishing speaking, 14 pulled Zhouwu's collar and left, but he turned around and reminded him, forget what Zhouwu said to you just now. Goodbye. This kind of XINBAG hasn't recovered from what he said just now. Hey, calm down, Jin Shiki said. I'm already calm. XINBAG retorted. I didn't mean you. Yin Shi said and looked at Zhang Cheng, calm down. Zhang Cheng. When he heard the 3 words Tian Dao Zhong, Zhang Cheng bowed his head and said nothing, but only Yin Shi knew how painful Zhang Cheng was suppressing the crazy killing intent in his heart. Zhang Cheng sang, you. For a moment, XINBAG felt as if he had felt the murderous aura he had felt in Zhang Cheng before. I'm fine, Zhang Cheng raised his head and said with a smile, then turned and walked out. Zhang Cheng sang, he, after all. XINBAG murmured. It's so cold, Aru. Kagura shuddered. Really, things are getting more and more troublesome. This group of notes will really make trouble for people. Yin Shi snorted. Hey? Yin sang, are you going to get involved in this matter? XINBAG asked in surprise. The trouble is not here, Yin Shi said and looked at Zhang Cheng's back, but the monster. Chapter 58, it looks like a demon, after removing the mask, it may be an ordinary person. The task of the 2 of you is to keep an eye on Zhang Cheng for me. Shinbeiji looked at Zhang Cheng who was in the ramen shop yelling one more bowl and couldn't help but think of Jintoki's words. I don't think Yinsang's verbal order is necessary at all. Zhang Cheng Sang doesn't seem to be a person who likes to mess things up. XINBA Hao muttered and looked to the side of Kagura, hey! Take you! Wipe your saliva! Bag, I'm dying Aru! Kagura staggered towards Zhang Cheng as he said. No way, Kagura-chan, Yinsang's order is to stare at Zhang Cheng Sang. XINBAG quickly grabbed Kagura-chan and persuaded. After all, the noise between the 2 was discovered by Zhang Cheng. Hey? What are you 2 doing here? Zhang Cheng swallowed the ramen in his mouth and asked. Ah! I was found out, I blame you Kagura-chan. XINBAG whispered. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat ramen? Zhang Cheng asked again. I started. ×2. Hey, why are you holding the char siu in my bowl? Don't you have it yourself? XINBA Hao roared. The one in your bowl looks better Aru. Kagura said while eating. Then give me the char siu in your bowl. He put his chopsticks into Kagura's bowl as he said, but Kagura didn't give him the opportunity and instantly shifted the position of his bowl. It's too cunning. Looking at the 2 people who were making trouble, Zhang Cheng smiled helplessly and said, it's really energetic, you 2. It's true, why didn't that silver-haired natural curler come this time? Jisong on the side smiled and asked Xiang Xinbeiji and Kagura. But the 2 people who were fighting for the ramen didn't have the time to look over, they just responded casually. Finally, when the 2 of them finished eating, Zhang Cheng settled the bill and walked out of the ramen shop. Shinbeiji and Kagura hurriedly followed, but just after following some distance, they found that the person had disappeared. What should I do? Yin Sang told him to stare at him. Xinba Hao frowned and said. Hey! Suddenly Zhang Cheng's voice came from behind the 2 of them, shocking both of them, what do you 2 sneaky want to do? Ah, actually there is nothing. Xinbag turned his head and said. Well, what makes Aru staring at you without such a thing? Kagura nodded and said. Hey! You already said it. Xinbag quickly covered Kagura's mouth, and at the same time looked at Zhang Cheng, haha and said, in fact, it's just passing by. Who believe it? Zhang Cheng yelled, but then he sighed, and then said, that idiot really underestimated me and asked 2 children to stare at me. Hey? Is Zhang Chengsang not going to attack Purgatory? Xin Beiji asked curiously. Start? Who said that? Zhang Cheng was confused. At that time, XINBAG refers to the murderous intent that erupted from Zhang Cheng at that time. Oh, that, Zhang Cheng finally understood, so he stretched out a finger to explain. At that time, I thought that today is the expected game release date, but at that time I had already missed the time, so I was a little angry. Hey, are you so scary when you are angry? XINBAG whispered. In fact, I am mad at myself, so I just turned my anger into appetite. Zhang Cheng clenched his fist and looked indignant. Enough, I don't want to complain anymore. XINBAG said with a black line on his face. Where is that idiot? Does he want to get involved with that purgatory? Zhang Cheng asked, then sighed and said, I still like to be nosy as always. I don't know. XINBAG just said so, but after another thought, he took out a folded piece of paper from his body. Yin Sang said that if there is an accident, go to this place to find him. Actually, this piece of paper was secretly thrown to Yin Shi when Sugo was taken away by the 14, but no one found it. Suga, then I'll just kick it, it sounds interesting, doesn't it? Zhang Cheng suggested with a smile. Hey? Hey! It looks like it's right here. Yin Shi crouched in the grass, looking at the wooden house not far away, muttered to himself. Just when Yin Shi was thinking about whether he should take this step, he suddenly heard a child's scream, and rushed over before he could think. When he arrived at the door, Yin Shi was cautiously lying in front of the door, and at the same time, he opened a little crack in the door and looked inside. Only a dozen children were playing, not what he imagined. What exactly is going on? Just when Jinshi was surprised, a man's voice sounded, "And I poke," the man shouted, and at the same time gave Yinshi a 1,000-year kill behind him. What? The 3 Zhang Cheng who had just arrived watched this scene with black lines all over their heads. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng's eyes were quick, and he immediately covered Kagura's eyes. Forget about this kind of thing. This dirty adult world is not in your summer homework. I'm sorry for the facts just now. The flat-headed middle-aged man sat at the table and looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, because your dong-dong looks like a suspicious person. Just pay attention. Zhang Cheng, Yin Shi, and Xinbag sat opposite the flat-headed middle-aged man, while Kagura was playing with a group of children. The soul is light, the holes in the human body are the key. Jin Shiki said while rubbing his buttocks. No, PP is going to split in half. Yin Shi, calm down, everyone has 2 halves of PP. After that, Zhang Cheng looked a little regretful. I'm lucky enough to not open the door to any other world for you, isn't it? New 8 jumps. Hey, are you expecting Yin Sang to open the door to a new world? Xinbag vomited. What's the matter with you? Didn't you say that you 2 are optimistic about Zhang Cheng? Yin Shi continued. This. Xinbag scratched his head and gave a haha. But to be honest, you are also negligent. It's really like hiding there and peeking at other people's homes. The man continued. I heard that there is a demon living nearby. Is it really okay to bring such a group of children? Jin Shiki raised his head and asked. Ghost? This is another weird thing. The middle-aged man smiled and said, then you are the Momotaro who quit the evil spirits? We are not interested in the inferior kids. Our goal is the brains of the big ghosts. Yin Shiji replied casually, of course, if there are rare treasures, it's a different matter. A rare treasure. As he said, the middle-aged man put on the familiar red ghost mask. If you have to say it, it is the children. Silver time and new 8 chi. Soul Dan, what on earth do you want to do? Gintoki, who fell on the ground, shouted. I just wanted to ask what you guys want to do. The middle-aged, no, I should be called Onidomaru, and asked, I followed all the way from the arena, right? In fact, it was the address given by a yellow-haired trembling police officer. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Shishi replied. Master, you are. Xin Beiji said incredulously. Hey, calm down, you two, Zhang Cheng said helplessly. Yin Shi, have your senses regressed to infancy? Talking, Zhang Cheng poured himself a cup of tea for himself. Seeing Zhang Cheng's attitude, the middle-aged man took off the ghost mask again. I am the fighter Onidalmaru of Purgatory Pass, and my name is Daoxin. At dusk, Zhang Cheng and Daoxin sat under the eaves and watched Kagura playing with a group of children. Hey, is this really okay? Give us tea. Gintoki sighed and said, we are here to cure evil spirits Momotaro. Please change we to me to be more accurate, Yin Shi. Zhang Cheng reminded him from the side, and then he picked up his teacup and looked at the group of children who were playing around. Haha, is it okay with you? Tea brewed with a ghost like me? Daoxin replied with a smile. The guy surrounded by so many children, I wouldn't treat him as a ghost. Jinshiki said while taking a sip from his teacup. What are these kids? Xin Beiji asked. All my children. Daoxin replied. It seems that when you were young, you used to mess with flowers very much, Yin Shizuo teased. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Smiled, Daoxin went on to say, no, everyone is abandoned. Then Daoxin lovingly picked up a child who had just learned to walk. Are you doing that kind of thing to raise these little ghosts? Gintoki murmured. Do I look that great? This me? What are you? Yin Shi was confused. No matter now or in the past, I have always been a human behead, and I have only a little strength such as greater arm strength. When I reacted, I was called human behead. Daoxin continued, after all, I was killed. I was thrown into the prison and waited for the guillotine. At that time, a group of people saw my fighting skills and redeemed me from the prison. Those are the guys. You seem to want to destroy the purgatory, but I advise you, it's better not to get involved for your own safety. Don't worry, the little brother next to you is a big man who is afraid of ghosts, Jinshiki said casually. Hey! Zhang Cheng suddenly reacted, hey! What are you talking about by yourself? Is it necessary to drag me into the water? But in the end, Zhang Cheng looked at the playful children, turned his head and said to Daoxin, hey, I still lack a security guard. Are you interested? Are you? If you want to redeem your sins, you can't just nurture so many little ghosts who don't know where they are coming from. I'm waiting for you in Yoshiwara. Although it's also in the underground world, it's different from what you were before. After finishing speaking, Zhang Cheng stood up and left, and at the same time a shuriken shot straight towards Zhang Cheng's forehead. Chapter 59, Life is full of scenes with 0 chapters and 1 rule, but always let. Zhang Cheng got up, pulled out the kunao from his head, and at the same time looked at the incoming person. It turns out to be Yu. Saxi ignores. Saxi ignores your size. Didn't you say to go out and buy games? I don't know if you go back after a day, are you lost? You are so faint. Yu Yang said while dragging Zhang Cheng's collar and left. Of course, Yu Yang did not forget to say hello to the people behind him. Hey, don't forget what I said. Zhang Cheng shouted to Daoxin. What is? Daoxin murmured again after watching the two walk away. That guy is Yoshihara's Night King, even though it looks like that. Gintoki put down his teacup and said casually, but his eyes were still on the playful children. Yoshiwara's Night King, how could such a big man? Daoxin was a little unbelievable. That guy is right. If you are to atone for your sins, you must at least raise these children alive, Yin Shi continued. Then, the first thing will be done, and the second thing, it's up to me to ask you. Can't you lend me that mask? You think? Don't be wrong, but we made a bet on you. If we lose money, we will be disappointed. Yin Shi looked at the laughing children and said. After speaking, Yin Shi stood up, walked into the room on his own, and took the mask of the red ghost and put it on his head. Ah, it smells like a middle-aged uncle, Yin Shi complained. Wash this kind of things frequently, otherwise it will be so stinky. Hey, it's really a group of self-talking guys. Daoxin stood up and looked at the silver in the room. It has arranged the rest of others lives by himself. Sympathy. Hey? I don't remember giving you a choice or arranging your life, and I never sympathized with evil spirits, whether I or that fellow. Yin Shi said and took off his mask. We, just don't I can bear to see that an excellent father has to play the role of both the